Chapter 342. The referee from Hidden Dragon High School had a gloomy expression. He looked at Shimin Da-Ching, who had vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and fainted again. His eyes were filled with unconcealable disappointment. But when he looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo, his gaze became more and more fervent. These years, Hidden Dragon High School has been getting more and more biased. The iron and blood aura is getting thinner and thinner. The wind of the big picture is getting weaker and weaker, and the air of a king is getting weaker and weaker. We really need a good leader. And this Zhuo Xiaoduo is ruthless to the outside, but protective of the inside. He will not be soft-hearted when he needs to be, and he will not hesitate when he needs to give up. The rarest thing is that he values friendship and righteousness, and he is especially steady when looking at the big picture. He is an honest and sincere person, and has a pure heart. He is a good candidate for a king. If Hidden Dragon High School carefully nurtures him, he might be able to turn the bad wind around and turn the rotten into the spring breeze. The more the teacher thought, the hotter his gaze towards Zhuo Xiaoduo. Originally, the focus of Hidden Dragon High School's enrollment had always been on Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. This way, they could guarantee that the people they brought out would always be their own people, and they would not have to worry about other forces. But in recent years, Hidden Dragon High School's image had been getting worse and worse, and their external results were getting worse and worse. The feedback from the students who went out was also not very good. Hidden Dragon High School's image could be said to have plummeted. Many old, stubborn people were still carrying out the current policy, and they felt that there was nothing wrong with their insistence. But there were already many teachers who were thinking of changing. So Xiaoduo looked at the aura of the people on the other side carefully and said, "Next, you can fight as you wish. As long as they don't send out the vice captain and the two girls, we can win one match and even the score." Li Chenglong was a little worried and said, "What if they send out? Are we going to lose another match?" "It doesn't matter if they do. At most, we will lose another match. It won't affect the big picture." So Xiaoduo laughed arrogantly. "I will go up and beat the rest of them in one go. Once we are done, we can call it a day." Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, "Then I will go up." "Yes, that's good. Remember this, and your chances of winning will increase." So Xiaoduo lowered his voice and said, "They've been sparring more than fighting. Their life and death experience is far inferior to ours." Li Chenglong's eyes lit up. Understood. In the previous match, Hidden Dragon High School was the first to fight, and Li Zhongming was the one to fight. Although they lost, it was a glorious defeat. But this time, it was Phoenix City's second high school's turn to fight first. Li Chenglong took a step forward, and the other side began to discuss. Li Chenglong smiled faintly. "My name is Li Chenglong. I come from Phoenix City's second high school. I am the vice captain of our team." The self-introduction was complete. Everyone knows each other's information by heart. Is there a need to discuss for so long? Opposite, after a round of discussion, a slender and elegant girl in white stood out. Her facial features were exquisite, and her clothes were as white as snow. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. She was very beautiful. Hidden Dragon High School, Xiangbing. The two of them bowed to each other. "Please." So Xiaoduo called out from behind, "Feng Feng, don't be mesmerized by her beauty. Even if you like her, wait until the fight is over. Only the winner has the right to talk." Xiangbing's face turned red. She looked at Li Chenglong with a bit of anger in her eyes. Li Chenglong still wanted to explain, but the other side's attacks were already coming at him like a storm. Feng Feng steeled his heart, but he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he charged forward with brute force. In this match, both sides did not use any weapons. They were fighting in close quarters. Xiangbing did not use any weapons, so naturally Li Chenglong did not use any. Only the sound of banging could be heard, one after another. The other side looked like a quiet and delicate girl, but she was actually fierce and frightening when fighting. However, Li Chenglong had been trained by Zhuo Xiaoduo. His skin was rough, and his flesh was thick. His resistance was far better than ordinary people. He managed to hold on all the way. This round of fighting lasted for a full 3 to 4 minutes. The sound of drums kept ringing. Finally, After a deep, muffled sound, both of them somersaulted and stood facing each other. So Xiaoduo spat out what he saw. Li Qinglong's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. His eyes were black and blue. His mouth was cracked and blood was flowing out. On the other hand, the beautiful woman in front of him was also disheveled. She had two panda eyes, and her hair was disheveled. Her nose was broken, and it looked a little flat. Her small mouth was swollen from the beating, and the skin on the other side was broken. Chest, lower abdomen, thighs. There were 7 to 8 black footprints on her white clothes. There were also overlapping ones. Li Qinglong was rubbing his wrists, while Xiang Bing was moving her ankles. Both of them stared at each other, as if they were looking at a mortal enemy. So Xiaoduo was not the only one who was stunned. Even the audience were all spitting out their mouths. Even the referees were stunned. To be honest, even with their vast experience and knowledge, they had seen many men and women fighting. However, it was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a fierce fight between a man and a woman. Li Qinglong did not know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. He did not know what it meant to treat a beautiful girl well. Her face, neck, nose, chest, lower abdomen, thighs, and buttocks. He really hit wherever he could. He did not show any mercy at all. If it were other men who would not have a manly demeanor, who would have the nerve to punch another person's beautiful face, it was better to chop off a woman's head than to ruin her face. This was almost a convention. Ancestral dragon, high martial arts teacher Ding Xiulan sighed. This kid is actually the legendary Iron Straight Man. He belongs to the category of Iron Straight Man. If he finds a wife, she will be his punching bag. The few male teachers were also thinking in their hearts. If Li Qinglong came to their school, they might really have to take care of the problem of finding a partner. Otherwise, looking at his behavior today, he would definitely be a bachelor for the rest of his life. Point 1. Must know that this competition was broadcasted live nationwide. Li Qinglong became famous in an instant. He was even more famous than Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo directly beat the beauty to death. Many people online who did not know the truth scolded him. Such a beauty was beaten to death just like that? It was too wasteful. Did he not know how to take advantage of the situation? However, when it came to Li Qinglong, the internet was boiling. My mother asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live broadcast, because I found a rare Iron Straight Man. Legendary level is not enough to describe him. Only mythical level can describe him. What a fucking straight man. Oh my god. This girl's face is not enough for me to kiss for a year. He directly disfigured her. Look at the footprint on her chest. Oh my god. Can you feel the soles of your shoes? Her pair of phoenix eyes were beaten into pandas. Her cherry lips became a ripe watermelon. TSK. This big brother, I'm kneeling to you. This kid even tore her hair. Fuck, look carefully. The beauty's ear. Fuck, this kid tore her ear. He almost tore it off. Let's talk about it later. They're fighting again. They're fighting again. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of sound. They saw that the Iron Straight Man once again launched an attack and fought with Miss Xiang Bing for the second time. The muffled sounds of fists hitting flesh were heard almost continuously. Blood splattered everywhere. Looking at her current appearance, no matter how outstanding Xiang Bing's talent was, or how strong her cultivation was, she was now an ugly monster. She was really beaten up too badly. The two of them continued to fight in this most extreme way until they were exhausted. Only then did the speed of their punches slow down. Every time there was a bang, everyone in the audience, including the audience who were watching the live broadcast, could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They all had a subtle feeling that they did not want to watch, but they could not let it go. In the end, the two of them were no longer fighting. They were competing to see who could take more hits. Admit defeat. Li Qinglong fiercely punched Xiang Bing's originally perky, but now bloody nose. His expression was unprecedentedly ferocious. I really don't want to hit a woman. As soon as the sentence came out, everyone felt a toothache. You fucking, haven't you hit enough? If you want to hit a woman, how are you going to hit her? Dismembering him by 1,000 cuts and tearing him into pieces? Go to hell. Xiang Bing fiercely rushed forward. Li Chenglong roared. His bloodied face twisted with a ferocious expression. His whole body rushed forward and actually knocked Xiang Bing to the ground 7 or 8 meters away. Then, Li Chenglong pounced forward. His whole body crossed the 7 or 8 meters distance. With the force of a mountain, he suddenly pressed on Xiang Bing's body. His 2 legs skillfully twisted and separating Xiang Bing's legs. Then, he used his body to press down on her body. Panting heavily, he roared, "Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat?" Xiang Bing struggled desperately, but Li Chenglong simply grabbed both of her hands and pressed them on both sides of her head. Then, he lowered his head and roared, "Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat?" "No." Xiang Bing struggled desperately and shouted, "Even if I die, I won't admit defeat." Puffed. Li Chenglong freed one hand and punched Xiang Bing's face. "Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat?" With a shout, he punched again. Another punch. Another punch. All of them smashed on the originally beautiful face with great force. "Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat?" "Wah!" Xiang Bing cried. Suddenly, she gave up all of her struggles and wailed, "You bully!" Puffed. This sudden cry stunned Li Chenglong. This punch did not hit her face, but hit the ring beside her head. He said in a daze, "Why are you crying?" "Shit, we were having a good match, You actually cried. Why are you crying? Why are you crying?" You actually have the face to ask her why she is crying? Countless men who were watching the live broadcast banged their heads against the wall. A wave of speechless emotions surged in their hearts and gushed out, but they could not say anything. "I'm so angry. I'm so angry. This straight man bro. Please be merciful and let me go." Chapter 343. She was a top-notch beauty, yet he had beaten her until she was unrecognizable. Then, he had posed in such a typical position of rape. She was already powerless to fight back, yet he still wanted to punch her again and again, and he didn't allow her to cry. That was awesome. That was really too awesome. That train of thought was admirable. The eyebrows of the few judges twitched wildly. Without saying anything, they hurriedly announced, "In this battle, Phoenix City Second High School's Li Chenglong wins." On the ground, Xiang Bing was still lying limply on the ground, crying loudly. Li Chenglong was still riding on her. He was about to stand up when he heard the announcement. However, the moment he relaxed, Xiang Bing scratched his face crazily. "Fuck!" Li Chenglong hurriedly pressed down again, suppressing the person beneath him for the second time. With swollen eyes, he shouted in a sorry state, "Someone quickly come and get her off. I don't hit women." Everyone was speechless and speechless. Just this battle, which lasted less than 10 minutes, had made Li Chenglong famous on the internet. Famous all over the country. He was respectfully called Brother Iron and Steel by millions of netizens. Moreover, each of them swore to the heavens that in this lifetime, there wouldn't be a second man who could be steadier than Brother Iron and Steel. Countless people worshipped him as their idol. Only when another girl in white from the opposing team came to support Xiang Bing did Li Chenglong dare to let go. He was still on guard, afraid of being attacked a second time, when his swollen eyes swept across the other girl in white, and he was about to say something. The girl in white, who was also in the embryonic breathing realm, actually shuddered. Her pretty face instantly lost its color, and her eyes were full of panic. She hurriedly carried Xiang Bing and ran away like a wisp of smoke. She probably wouldn't run away even if she saw a ghost. Li Chenglong. Xiang Bing was still struggling in the girl's arms. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws while crying loudly, "Li Chenglong. Sob, just you wait. I won't let you off in this lifetime." Li Chenglong stood on the spot blankly. He scratched his head and advised, "Miss, why are you so concerned? It's just a competition." Xiang Bing cried even louder. Li Chenglong returned to the team and received a hero's welcome. Zhou Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, and Li Zhongming all bowed deeply in unison. They looked completely convinced and impressed. "Boss Li, I've never been convinced by anyone in my life, but this time, all of us are completely convinced by you. I'm convinced. Really. The expressions of the four of them were extremely solemn. They shook their heads and sighed, feeling ashamed of their inferiority. All of this came from the bottom of their hearts. Tell me about your thoughts. Thoughts? Li Qinglong was swaying, and his mind was a little muddled. I think it's all thanks to Zhou beating me up every day. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to last this round. As he spoke, he had already walked to the side of the group. Suddenly, his vision turned black and Li Qinglong fainted. In this round, to be honest, Swollen was also beaten up very badly. Li Qinglong's opponent's real strength was always one whole level higher than his. The whole process was a head-on melee combat. Other than testing each other's ability to resist attacks, it was also a competition of real attack power. All the skills and techniques were almost completely useless in this battle. It was like two bulls smashing into each other and hammering each other. If you beat me, you win. If I beat you, I win. There was no shortcut. Xiang Bing was already prepared before the battle. She had an elemental energy elixir under her tongue. Li Qinglong did the same. Both of them used up the two elemental energy elixirs that could instantly replenish their vitality. It was just that extreme. That was why the battle was so tragic. It's understandable that I came up with such a strategy for Swollen. But why did the opponent choose such a strategy? It doesn't make sense either. So Xiaoduo was really puzzled. Letting a girl use this kind of close combat method. Wasn't the organizer of the opposing team too brainless? Little did he know that Xiang Bing was the descendant of the ancient martial arts family, the Xiang family. Her family passed down the Overlord Fist, which was best known for close combat. Although Xiang Bing was a girl, she was known for her valiance when it came to fighting. She never used any weapons. No matter what enemy she met, she would clench her fists and fight. The Overlord Fist focused on momentum. As long as the opponent showed any signs of fear or dodging, the rhythm would be immediately controlled by the opponent. Then, little by little, the advantage would be accumulated, and the advantage would be turned into a victory. In the end, it would be unstoppable. But today, when she met Li Qinglong, she met her nemesis. Li Qinglong did not plan to use any technique from the beginning. He directly used the battle formation and the strategy of the brave winning in a narrow path. Without dodging or evading, it was a strong attack that went straight for the center. Then, there was an extreme situation where the two sides attacked each other, using strength to fight strength. As a result, Xiang Bing, a beauty who scored more than 90 points, was beaten up by Li Qinglong until her face was disfigured. This Brother Iron did not have any scruples at all. Eyes, nose, face, small mouth, soft breasts, long legs that none of them could escape Li Qinglong's merciless attacks. Swollen's thoughts were simple. I want to win the competition. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I'll take care of you. Even if you're beautiful, that you're not going to be my wife. Why should I give in to you? Besides, didn't they say that men and women were equal? Today, I'll be completely equal and treat everyone equally. After this battle, there was a short period of silence. Even the spectator stands were silent for a long time. Everyone was reflecting on the battle just now, and a thoughtful look appeared on their faces. The 6 judges looked at each other. Everyone felt that they had not woken up from the atmosphere of being struck by lightning. This Li Qinglong, his reputation is completely ruined. One of the high martial arts teachers smacked his lips and said regretfully, "It's a pity if he doesn't have a future. How about this, our Dragon Soul High Martial Arts special recruit? We can't possibly give up eating because of choking and delay a child." In your dreams, the other teachers roared angrily. Who said that he could not have a ruined reputation? If such a steely straight man was placed in the school, he would definitely shatter the dreams of those girls who had a serious princess syndrome and thought that they should be treated well because they were beautiful. Who said that they did not want him? We need him too much. On the spectator's stand, Luo Lai's eyes were wide open. He was dumbstruck as he watched. After a long while, he took a deep breath and shook his head repeatedly. I, Luo Lai, really can't teach such a student. Qin Fangyang is really awesome. Hu Riyun also had a look of amazement on her face. It was a marvelous sight. The third round. It's your turn to send out someone first. So Xiaoduo came out and shouted, "That beautiful girl in white, don't come out and get beaten up. I have 4 steely straight men, like Li Qinglong on my side." On the other side, the girl in white could not help but take a step back. Her face was filled with fear, and she even trembled. Too scary. There were 4 people like that. The vice captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School could not help but be angry. You just believed what the other side said? It was unknown if there were 4 steely men like that in this world. How could they all be on the other side? However, the girl in white was obviously scared before the battle. Her state of mind was already broken. Even if she forced herself to fight, it would be difficult for her to do anything. Looking around, he could only stand up himself. He had to take down another city. Now the winning score was 1-1, and there were still 2 unconscious people on his side, that their morale had been suppressed too badly. Coincidentally, Xiaoduo on the other side also had the same thought. After a few days of fighting, Yu Moyan's position was basically set in stone. He was definitely a member that would be settled. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu were destined to be inseparable. No school would let go of such a good opportunity if they wanted 2 geniuses. Therefore, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu were already safe. Today, Li Zhongming's great dream divine technique had shocked everyone. He had already become the focus of attention, so there was no need to worry. Finally, Li Qinglong's name had also shaken the world through the battle just now. He was also in high demand. In this way, his entire team had already been marked in the eyes of the judges and martial arts teachers. Then all that was left was to win. If they only needed to win, it was really easy and not difficult at all. So Xiaoduo laughed out loud and swaggered out of the room. Vice captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, let me play with you. On the other side, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School's vice captain's face was a bit dark. Among all the people in Phoenix City No. 2 High School, the one he was most afraid of was Xiaoduo. He knew that he didn't have much chance of winning against Xiaoduo. But now, what he was afraid of had happened. He directly faced this murderous star. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, Xiang Chong. That Xiang Bing just now is my sister. Xiang Chong narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaoduo. Captain Zhua, I wonder what trump card you will use in this battle. Is it the iron fist that made you famous? Or a hidden weapon? Or a leg technique? Xiaoduo's face suddenly became serious. He narrowed his eyes and said lightly, I don't really understand what you mean. Iron Fist Prince, in the eyes of a discerning person, is just the most superficial camouflage. In fact, what you are really good at is something else. Xiang Chong's eyes were unprecedentedly sharp. He stared into Xiaoduo's eyes and smiled. Captain Zhua, I have to say that your strategy is really good. This scheming is even more profound. I admire you. Xiaoduo's face became gloomy. He said lightly, Things have already come to this. Even if you saw through it, what can you do? You will still lose without a doubt. Is that really the case? Xiang Chong laughed and flicked his long robe with his hand. He said coldly, Captain Zhua, don't blame me for not reminding you. The main material of my robe is starlight silk. It is not afraid of your hidden weapon. Xiaoduo's face became even more unsightly. Is that so? Xiang Chong flipped his hand, and a heavenly halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. He held the heavenly halberd with one hand and stood straight. He said lightly, In front of my heavenly halberd, I believe that your fists and legs won't have a chance to get close. Chapter 344. There was a whooshing sound. The sky piercers circled in the air, making a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts. A visible vortex formed in the air and then disappeared. Xiang Chong's aura rose sharply. His eyes were full of confidence. He said in a deep voice, Captain Zhua, please. One end of the sky piercer pointed to the sky and the other to the ground. It was shining with a cold light and looked extremely heavy. It was a rare, super heavy weapon in this competition. Xiaoduo's face became more and more serious. Countless people who were paying attention to this battle felt their hearts rise to their throats. Almost everyone had a good impression of Xiaoduo. However, judging from the current situation, Xiaoduo was obviously on guard against him. Xiaoduo was good at all kinds of tricks, but against this vice captain, he really didn't have any advantage. All of them were restrained by his opponent. One must know that his opponent's sky piercer weighed 500 to 600 kilograms. For such a heavy weapon, wouldn't it be just right for Zhuo to restrain him? Everyone was a little worried. Zhuo was in trouble. Looking at Zhuo's face, which was also extremely serious, it was obvious that he also realized that something was wrong. Zhuo's face darkened. He slowly rolled up his trousers and tightly buttoned his sleeves. Then he tightened his belt, took out a dozen small jade gourd from his pocket, and threw them on the ground. His face became even more gloomy. Everyone could see that. He must have felt that he was not confident. Since the hidden weapons were destined to be useless, it would be a burden to keep them in his pocket. It was better to throw them away as soon as possible. Only a few high martial arts teachers sighed and frowned. You believed him just because he said so? You threw away your hidden weapons just like that. You have the mentality of a coward before the battle. It was a big mistake. Please. Zhuo stretched out his hand. As soon as he spoke, the sound of wind and thunder suddenly came from the opposite side. The sky piercer on the opposite side turned into a silver mountain of halberds, whistling toward him. Countless vortexes formed one after another in the air. The magnificent halberd mountain formed by the sky piercer was mixed with flickering cold light as it rapidly attacked. Zhuo reacted with lightning speed and rapidly retreated. Between the flickering starlight, brilliant sparks scuttled about and blossomed one after another in the air. It was extremely magnificent. However, as Zhuo retreated, the heavenly halberd's momentum increased by another notch. The Overlord halberd's aura grew even stronger. Like a silver whirlwind, it chased after the twinkling starlight, rushing all the way. Zhuo let out a long howl and soared into the sky. However, the Overlord halberd did not stop. It transformed into a silver dragon and chased after him relentlessly. Zhuo used the starry sky steps and dodged continuously in the air. However, when he realized that he couldn't dodge, he rushed towards the ground with a swoosh. Boom! Zhuo landed on the ground and immediately flew out while sticking close to the ground. He seemed to be at a disadvantage and could only escape. Seeing that his opponent was at a disadvantage, Xiangchong controlled the sky piercer and rushed down at high speed. He also stuck close to the ground and chased after Zhuo, continuing to put pressure on him. However, the moment he landed, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The heavenly halberd in his hand was unprecedentedly heavy, making it difficult for him to hold on. After he failed to hold on, he let out a roar. The heavenly halberd seemed to have lost its sense of direction and flew out of his hand. As it landed, the sky piercer flew towards the judges like a meteor chasing after the moon. Its target was Ding Xiulan. Ding Xiulan frowned. With a flick of her finger, she had already stopped the sky piercer in midair. She looked over with a puzzled expression. Of course, she didn't suspect that Xiangchong was trying to assassinate her. With her cultivation level, even if she didn't flick her finger, the sky piercer wouldn't be able to break through her vital energy shield. She was just curious. Xiangchong was obviously chasing after her. So why did he suddenly let go of the sky piercer? Looking back at the arena, Xiangchong's sky piercer had left his hand. However, his momentum didn't slow down. The moment he landed, he jumped up as if he had been electrocuted. He screamed, "Despicable!" On the opposite side, Zhuo stepped on the starlight again and rushed back at a speed much faster than before. He closed in on Xiangchong at a mysterious angle and aimed one of his legs at the jumping Xiangchong. This kick came without a trace, but it was powerful and carried with it the sound of the wind breaking through the air. Bang! The dragon's gate leg, which came and went like a ghost, kicked Xiangchong's crotch once again. It really happened in an instant. Ouch! Xiangchong let out a shrill scream. His eyes bulged and his body curled up like a cooked prawn. His face revealed an expression of extreme pain. His two hands tightly covered his crotch. The muscles on his face spasmed and twisted. The starlight flashed again. Zhuo stood firmly in front of Xiangchong again. He was still as handsome and elegant as before. He walked with a majestic gait and a domineering aura. He shouted, "You're wrong. Actually, my fist is invincible." Before he finished speaking, he had already lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. He punched straight at Xiang Chong's stomach. Xiang Chong's 2 feet left the ground and flew back. The moment he landed, he smashed right into his own chair. With such a huge force, the chair was smashed into pieces and his butt landed on the ground. Ouch! Xiang Chong covered his crotch and continued to roll on the ground. His eyes were bulging. Down on the spectator stand, a furious voice said, "This bastard! I have to." He slapped the armrest and was about to fly out. However, he was pulled back by the person beside him. "Master, master, calm down, calm down. Calm down. This is the venue of the competition. You must calm down, calm down." The figure shrouded in a cloak was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He couldn't even speak clearly. "This bastard. This bastard. This. I'm so angry, so angry." Now, let's not talk about what will happen to him. The Kunlun Taoist sect will definitely be famous. Their 10,000 years of reputation has been destroyed by him. This bastard. After this battle, Zhuo Xiaoduo became the second most famous legendary character after Li Chenglong. He became famous in one fell swoop, and his name spread across half the sky. Fuck, that's the Galaxy Steps and Dragon Gate kick? Too awesome. My Captain Zhuo is so strong. Ha ha. This kick really made me cover my crotch while watching the live broadcast. Fuck, that's really a stroke of genius. Awesome class. The person above feels the same way. Me too, me too. I'm so happy that I've lost everything. Me too, me too. At that moment, I really felt a chill on my back. I immediately cover my crotch. First thing, my mother asked me why I was kneeling and covering my crotch while watching the live broadcast. Me too, covering my crotch. Then a large group of straight men started to comment. Me too, me too. There were a few thousand comments. Someone started to analyze. Did you see that? During the previous battle, we had analyzed it. The key to this battle is still the combination of Dragon Gate kick and Galaxy Steps. These two sets of martial arts originally belonged to the Kunlun sect. To be honest, their lethality isn't that great. Naturally, they weren't taken seriously in the past. But from now on, I want to tell everyone, pay attention. The true usage of these two sets of martial arts from the Kunlun sect has appeared. This is definitely a first-class secret technique. That is the combination of Galaxy Steps and Dragon Gate kick. The target is the crotch. Maybe it shouldn't be called Dragon Gate kick anymore. It should be called crotch kick. Yes, Galaxy Steps and crotch kick. Invincible. It's too sharp. Everyone, we're already studying it now. Don't stop me. I'm going to the Kunlun sect to learn. I don't want to learn anything else, just this step and this kick. I'm going to. Wait for me. Too many onlookers couldn't understand this battle. The live broadcast only had a rough idea. But most of the high martial arts teachers present could all see that the key to this battle was... Yes, it wasn't the key to the crotch. When they first met, Xiang Chong was the main attacker. He attacked aggressively, and his momentum was terrifying. Zhuo Xiaoduo was the main defender. He used his extreme speed to increase the distance between them. Xiang Chong chased after him relentlessly. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned and rushed into the sky. Xiang Chong also chased after him. Zhuo Xiaoduo came down again. The moment he came down again, the battle ended. Brilliant! The referee from the Hidden Dragon High School slapped the table and praised. Even a veteran who has been in the Jianghu for decades might not have this kind of battle awareness. Instead of saying that it's battle awareness, it's more accurate to say that it's an exquisite layout. When he threw away the hidden weapons at the beginning and scattered them on the ground, it looked like he was showing weakness. In fact, he had other plans. The hidden weapons only scattered on the ground, but they were still in the arena. In other words, this was Zhuo Xiaoduo's earliest move. It was also this move that caused Xiang Chong to be completely unprepared, sowing the seeds of defeat. If Xiang Chong had kept his feet on the ground and attacked steadily, Zhuo Xiaoduo's move would have been pointless. However, because Zui Xiaoduo showed weakness at the beginning of the battle and blindly dodged with his movement. The Overlord Halberd, who emphasized momentum the most, took the opportunity to move and gradually accumulate his momentum. However, because of this continuous pressure, when Zui Xiaoduo rushed into the sky, Xiangqiong could only chase after him and move away from the ground. Then came the crucial moment. As Xiangqiong leaped into the air to chase after him, his feet were bound to leave the ground. The only place that Xiangqiong's starlight silk clothes could not protect was the soles of his feet. After that, Zui Xiaoduo landed. He could have landed lightly and continued to wander around, but the moment he landed, he exerted a great force and shook the ground. The true meaning of this was to drive the hidden weapons scattered on the ground. For hidden weapons attacked Xiangqiong from a strange angle, at least from an angle that Zui Xiaoduo couldn't launch from. Two of the hidden weapons hit the soles of Xiangqiong's feet. Zui Xiaoduo used a trick to drive the 4 hidden weapons. In fact, he couldn't exert much power, but what he needed was the right timing. Xiangqiong's soles were attacked. Because he was in midair, he was suddenly disturbed. Naturally, he had to stabilize himself first and withdraw the great force he poured into the Sky Piercer. However, he was in the process of attacking fiercely, so it was difficult for him to withdraw it. And this sudden withdrawal inevitably revealed a flaw. At this moment, the other 2 hidden weapons hit the flaw exposed by Xiangqiong's sleeves, the web between the thumb and the index finger. Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 345. That's why the Sky Piercer flew out of his hand. At this time, as the weapon flew out of his hand, Xiangqiong's first reaction was to follow it. His state of mind was even more flustered. How could he have the time to pay attention to the attack on his feet? As a result, the other 2 hidden weapons, which originally didn't have much power, displayed their greatest effect. They entered the flesh from the soles of his feet, injuring his meridians. Do you think Xiangqiong immediately jumped up the moment he landed? Did he want to jump? No, it was simply an instinctive reaction from the pain. On the other hand, Zui Xiaoduo's Starry Sky Steps and Dragon Gate leg had already turned around. He had anticipated the enemy's movements and attacked with certainty. With a kick to the crotch, he completely crippled all of his combat strength. As for the punch after that, it was actually superfluous. There was no real need for it, because at that time, victory and defeat were already clear. There was no need for any more movements. After the Hidden Dragon High School teacher's explanation, everyone who didn't understand suddenly felt enlightened. Because this battle was really too fast. Everyone only saw one chasing and one escaping. They rushed up to the sky and then came down. Then, inexplicably, the Sky Piercer attacked. It inexplicably ended. But at the same time, they also looked at this captain of Phoenix City's number 2 high school in a new light. This was Xiaoduo's plan was so exquisite. Unexpectedly, every step he took was so unexpected. Yet it was so logical in his bones. He played with his opponent in the palm of his hand and was extremely happy. In this battle, Xiangqiong didn't lose at all. This Hidden Dragon High School teacher was full of praise. In a battle of martial arts, it's never about who has a higher cultivation base or who has a stronger foundation who will definitely win. In this battle, there are still countless methods, countless openings, and countless traps that can be exploited. As long as they are used well and ingeniously, naturally, the weak can defeat the strong and subdue the enemy to obtain victory. These children of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, to say something that everyone can understand, they've experienced 2 little societies' vicious beatings. These words caused a thoughtful expression to appear on the faces of all the high school teachers. 2 little societies' vicious beatings, the future was really worrying. Should he suggest opening another class in the high martial arts school? Is this called being beaten up by society? From the looks of it, this was Xiaoduo could simply become a professor of this course. There were still many people discussing this on the internet. However, this time, everyone was discussing battle tactics. You can do that? The hidden weapon that was thrown at the beginning was actually a trap. He said that there was no need for it. Fuck, if it were me, I would definitely fall for it. Facing an opponent who is an entire major realm higher than him, he dodged twice, rushed up into the air, and then rushed down. Then, he won with a kick to the crotch. Why do I feel that it's so surreal? Child, you've experienced too little social abuse. Bah, you're the one who hasn't been beaten enough. Could it be that's where Xiaoduo has experienced more? But he won. All right, this sentence really made people speechless. You don't care how many beatings he's been through. The reality now is that he's won. If he won, that would be his capital and glory. 3 battles, 2 wins, and 1 loss. So Xiaoduo was still standing on the field, unable to get down. Which one he wants to come up? It's still me for this battle, and it's still me for the next one. The remaining 3 members of Hidden Dragon were all dumbfounded. Aren't you bullying us? You're the captain. So Xiaoduo naturally had something to say. In the previous battles, we've always fought one person against one team. This time it's the same. However, Li Changming and Li Chenglong are too weak. One lost, and the other was seriously injured. However, I'm still fine. Of course, I have to continue fighting. If your captain wakes up and wants to continue fighting, it's fine. It's okay to keep winning. We won't be unhappy even if you defeat all of us. After all, this is the rule. However, the problem is that your captain fainted while snoring, grinding his teeth, and farting. There's really nothing we can do about it. So Xiaoduo's tone was very regretful. These beautiful words immediately made the captain of Hidden Dragon, Shimin Daqing, who had just woken up, spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted again. The reality was like this. They could only endure and continue. However, the 2 youths who came up next after a round of battle, one in front and one in back, they hugged their crotches and were defeated. The internet was completely boiling. Crotch kicking again. Crotch kicking again. Too skilled. So cool. I want to learn. May I ask, where's the Kunlun sect? Same question. I hope the Almighty can give me some pointers. I'm very grateful. This is a unique skill that can save one's life. I must learn it. I must learn it. I must learn it until I'm very familiar with it. I must learn it until I reach the peak of perfection. In the stands. Let's go. The slim figure who was tightly wrapped in the cloak was so angry that her face was ashen. She stood up and turned around to leave. She didn't even look back. She was really angered to death. Master, wait for me. Another figure chased after her. The battle of the top 8. Phoenix City's second high school won. Furthermore, they eliminated Hidden Dragon number 1 high school, which had the highest chance of winning. A super dark horse. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this year, no matter what, the champion would not be Hidden Dragon High School. Hidden Dragon High School had now completely lost the qualification to win the championship. The next step was the top 6. The competition had already ended. The leading teacher of Hidden Dragon High School anxiously led his team to Nanji City. Healing Pod. He had to find the highest grade. Also, he had to find an expert to see if he could heal Shimin Daqing's soul. If it couldn't be healed, then it would be difficult to maintain the top 3. Although there was no difference in the benefits of being ranked 2nd to 9th, their reputation would be ruined. If they suddenly fell out of the top 3, then they would really be done for. This time, coming to the competition, I've really seen a ghost. On this day, the top 6 were decided. Phoenix City's 2nd high school, Water City's 1st high school, Yangluo's 1st high school, Fenghai's 3rd high school, Phoenix Tail's 1st high school, and Song Mountain's 1st high school. There was really no Hidden Dragon High School. Hidden Dragon High School, which had dominated the championship for many years, had a super big news this time. They actually didn't enter the top 6. This news made everyone's jaws drop, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was reasonable. Hidden Dragon High School first encountered Water City 1st high school and only won a Pyrrhic victory after all their members were severely injured. Then, they encountered Garrison Store 1st high school and were ruthlessly fought by the other party. They were still full of injured soldiers, and most of them were severely injured. Then, they encountered Phoenix City's 2nd high school, and accidents happened again and again. First, the team leader encountered the successor of the Dream Divine Technique, who had not appeared in the world for a long time. Although he was lucky enough to win the match, his soul was injured. Not only was he unable to continue the match, but he was also absent from the subsequent matches. Originally, the vice team leader, Xiang Chong, and his sister, Xiang Bing, were both experts in the embryonic breathing realm. Moreover, they were talents in actual combat, so Hidden Dragon High School had considerable strength. But first, Xiang Bing was disfigured by a certain steel-like man from Phoenix City's second high school, and she was utterly defeated. Then, Xiang Chong was crushed by Zhou Xiaoduo's schemes, and his vital parts were kicked. He was defeated, especially when he was kicked in the crotch. In the next two matches, two of them were also defeated by Zhou Xiaoduo in the same way. By kicking in the crotch, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't kill him in this position. Although it wasn't fatal, it wasn't crippling, and it wouldn't cause internal injuries, but it was really painful, and it really affected his performance. Moreover, after he recovered and didn't feel anything, he had to habitually walk for a long time. This also led to them encountering Shui City No. 1 Middle School, which they had already fought once. They were almost swept away, and all of them were defeated. Especially Xiang Bing, this valiant beauty, was beaten by Li Chenglong to the point that she was traumatized, and she didn't dare to go on stage. She was even afraid to go on stage, so how could she not be defeated? Hidden Dragon High School's dismal ending made countless high school teachers feel satisfied, but they also had mixed feelings and couldn't put their thoughts to words. It was probably because the words of the teacher from the Hidden Dragon High School were too reasonable. These students had too little experience of being beaten up by society. Many high school teachers with ideas were thinking about this sentence. It was indeed too little. They were too well protected. If they didn't encounter a similar experience, if they really went to the battlefield, or if they really went to the Jianghu, they would just stretch out their necks and be slaughtered. Those old foxes, those mortal enemies, which one of them would show mercy just because you were a genius? They would only kill with extreme pleasure. Vicious beating. It's imperative. The high school teachers all had such thoughts in their minds. Why do the old people always say that to suffer a loss is to gain an advantage? This sentence is a famous saying when it comes to martial artists. If you suffer a loss, as long as you don't die, you really gain a big advantage, because you won't suffer the same loss again. And too many people will pay with their lives if they suffer such a loss. In the previous Dragon and Tiger Roll competition, everyone had fought according to the rules. They had brought out as much strength as they could. It was probably because everyone followed the rules and did things according to the rules, so they didn't feel that there was any problem. However, in this year's batch, the students of Phoenix City No. 2 High School, especially Zhou Xiaoduo, suddenly made everyone feel that the previous way couldn't work. All of them were as pure as Baihua. In the future, they could only wait to suffer losses. Based on the principle of thinking for the students, everyone began to think seriously. The top 6 drew lots: Phoenix City No. 2 High School against Yangluo No. 1 High School, Water City No. 1 High School against Fenghai No. 3 High School, Phoenix Tail No. 1 High School against Sansha No. 1 High School, 4 Phoenix Tail No. 1 High School and Sansha No. 1 High School. Such a draw result was almost equivalent to picking up a bargain. Originally, the highest record of these two teams was only in the top 8. Moreover, it was not stable. Often, they would be in the top 8 this year and be kicked out of the top 10 next year. But this time it was too smooth. Not only did they enter the top 6 in one go, but they also had the possibility of going further. It was really a big pie that fell from the sky. Every time they drew lots, it was almost a battle between the strong, and their combat strength was basically exhausted. This time, the top 6 drew lots again. Naturally, they didn't know Zhu's ability. They only felt that they were too lucky. Perhaps they could win the championship. In this round of the top 6, the main purpose was to determine the top 4. The winners of the 3 groups would directly enter the top 4. The losers would draw lots again. One would have a bye, 2 would fight, and the winner would fight with the one who had a bye. And the final winner would obtain the last seat in the top 4. After that, the top 4 matches would be simple. The winners would fight for the first and second place, and the losers would fight for the third place. In other words, This year's Longhu List competition was nearing its end. That afternoon, Phoenix City No. 2 High School and Yangluo No. 1 High School were fighting. In Luoyang No. 1 High School had Xiao Duo, who had a high opinion of the tall girl from the beginning to the end. Chapter 346. The others were at most at the same level as Li Chenglong and the others. Only this girl was far beyond her peers. The feeling she gave to Zhou Xiaoduo could almost be described as sharp. Zhou Xiaoduo could be sure that if she didn't count himself, this girl had the amazing combat power to kill Li Chenglong and the others in one breath. However, according to the information he had gathered beforehand, not only was this girl not the captain, she wasn't even the vice-captain. It could be said that she was very low-key. This match was different from the match against Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. Long Yuxing fought the first match until he was exhausted and finally won with difficulty. However, he didn't have the strength to fight the second match, so he had to withdraw. Wan Lixiu took over the baton and fought the second match. The opponent was also a girl, and it was an evenly matched battle. The two were beaten until they couldn't even get up. In the end, the match ended in a draw. The two girls left the stage, vomiting blood as they were supported back. In the third match, Li Chenglong fought the opponent until the sky turned dark. Finally, he won with difficulty. It was still his ability to resist, take a beating. His injuries seemed to be lighter than his opponent's. He won by a fluke, really by a fluke. So far, there were 2 wins and 1 draw. Zhou Xiaoduo simply walked up and prepared to fight the fourth match. He was sure that the tall girl of the opponent would have to fight no matter what. Otherwise, if Yangluo No. 1 High School lost another match, it would be the end. Zhou Xiaoduo's guess was not wrong. The girl's face was cold. She stepped forward with her 2 long legs. Lan Bingrue. These 3 cold words were not polite at all. Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo also didn't show any expression. In a sense, Zhou Xiaoduo was also a steely straight man, not inferior to Li Chenglong's steely straight man. You think you're so good just because you're beautiful? As long as I don't owe you money, I won't hold back at all. Besides that, don't you think you're too tall? Zhou Xiaoduo was 189 meters tall. This height was already considered tall among men, and this girl was at least 184 meters tall. Just by standing there, she seemed to be taller than Zhou Xiaoduo. Just this height alone was quite unfriendly. Please, please. Both of them got into their stances at the same time. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't hesitate. He fully used the star steps and Dragon's Gate leg, but then he laughed bitterly. Because the movements used starry feet, star plucking stars, and dragon's leg. Fuck, they're from the same source. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. This girl was also a descendant of the Kunlun sect? But seeing someone of the same origin as him, how could he be so cold? The others were also taken aback for a moment, and then they revealed expressions full of interest. Now that the 2 successors of the Kunlun Daoist sect had met each other, this battle was definitely going to be interesting. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Xiaoduo and Lan Bingrue exchanged 3 blows and kicked each other 3 times. Both of them acted as if nothing had happened and retreated. The probing had been completed. Zhou Xiaoduo and Lan Bingrue's faces became serious. They knew each other best. Through the exchange, just now, Zhou Xiaoduo had already determined that the girl in front of him was an exceptional genius. Moreover, she was a genius who had suppressed her vital essence's agitation 7 or 8 times when a martial arts master was breaking through to the innate realm. In other words, she had the suppression of Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and the others. Moreover, she was in the intermediate stage of the embryonic breathing realm, which was close to the pinnacle of cultivation. That's pretty awesome. Zhou Xiaoduo felt a faint pain in his calf after the collision. He immediately grimaced. However, he didn't know that although Lan Bingrue's expression was still cold, she was so shocked that she almost cried out in surprise. In Yangluo No. 1 High School, she was a great genius who dominated the entire city. Looking at the past few hundred years, there was no one in Yangluo City who could achieve what she had. In this Dragon and Tiger List tournament, there was no student who could catch her eye, including the team leader of No. 1 High School of Hidden Dragon, Shimin Daqing. whose cultivation had reached the high level of the embryonic breathing realm and was half a step to the primordial elixir realm. If they really fought, she could definitely take him down within 50 moves. The rest were even more mediocre and couldn't reach the apex. This was Lan Bingrue's confidence. However, when she really faced Zhuo Duo, through these few exchanges, she could acutely feel that this Xiaoduo's foundation was actually more profound than hers. No, it should be far more profound than hers. This was because he was only at the innate realm now. He was obviously a realm lower than her, but he could still be on par with her in terms of strength. If this wasn't a huge difference in foundation, what else could it be? In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 30 moves. Both of them didn't use any weapons and only fought with their fists and feet. In close combat, there was another muffled bang. Both of their legs kicked each other firmly again, and they retreated at the same time again. However, as Xiaoduo retreated this time, he threw out 3 small gourds, which flew out like lightning. Lan Bingrue was in midair and had to bear the aftermath of the impact from both sides. She definitely couldn't dodge all of them. According to Zhuo Xiao's estimation, she could only dodge 2 at most. No matter what, she would be hit by at least 1. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was thinking too much. She didn't dodge at all, so all 3 hidden weapons hit her. However, when the hidden weapons hit Lan Bingrue's body, they were completely useless. Her snow-white clothes didn't even have any reaction, and the small gourds had already shattered. "Your clothes are really not bad," Zhuo Xiaoduo praised sincerely, but his heart was filled with helplessness. It seemed like hidden weapons really couldn't be used in this round. This wasn't a life-and-death battle. He couldn't possibly blind this girl, right? However, there's obviously something fishy about the clothes, and it was completely useless that Lan Bingrue said faintly. "Don't waste your time. Hidden weapons are useless against me. It's useless to hit my face or hit my hands anywhere. My galaxy clothes have an automatic defensive ability." "You're really rich," Zhuo Xiaoduo grinned. The galaxy clothes were said to be woven with a kind of strange metal mixed with the galaxy cloud soul. This kind of clothes was not only impenetrable by weapons, water, and fire, but also could store true core force. If there was a sufficiently high-level expert who injected his true inner force into the clothes could theoretically absorb an unlimited amount of true inner force. And all the absorbed true inner force would be converted into defensive power. In this way, no matter what kind of sudden attack, the galaxy clothes could automatically sense the impact of the attack and protect the owner. It was truly a priceless treasure. Ordinary ancient martial arts families might not even have heard of it, let alone own it. It seemed that Lan Bingrue's family background was extraordinarily good. Zhuo Xiaoduo has met his match. Ding Xiulan's face was solemn. "I'm afraid this match is really going to be difficult." Ma Zhangxi also kept shaking his head. "This kid is really unlucky to have met this girl from the Lan family. This girl is not simple. She's been very low-key all the way and almost didn't fight. However, she also has a lot of gadgets on her. So Xiaoduo might not be able to defeat her." The teacher from Hidden Dragon Martial Arts High School said faintly. "In the end, he's just taking advantage of his family background. If Xiaoduo had the same family background, he would definitely be more outstanding than this Lan girl." Everyone nodded silently. For ordinary people, or geniuses in the ordinary sense, Lan Bingrue could easily crush them without using her family background. However, for geniuses of the same level, the addition of family background was enough to create a huge gap. Hidden weapons are destined to be useless. Palm techniques, leg techniques, and footwork are also known to the opponent. The chances of winning this match are slim. Ding Xiulan was a little worried. So Xiaoduo has made it this far. Even if he loses, it's not considered a loss. Ma Zhangxi said softly. On the spectator's stand, the person in the cloak smiled gently and gritted his teeth. "Finally, someone can teach this little bastard a lesson. These few days I've been so angry that my stomach hurts." Another person said softly. "It's hard to say now. You don't know what kind of enemies Xiaoduo has faced and where his real combat power has gone." The person who spoke was Zhuo Xiaoyan. She knew her brother's ability very well. If it wasn't for Zhou Xiaoduo not wanting to expose himself, it would only be a matter of minutes to smash this girl into meat paste. With this level of ability, you dare to be arrogant in front of my dog. Oomph. Why are you so tall? Oomph. However, she also knew that Zhou Xiaoduo would definitely not expose himself in this kind of situation. Then, if they wanted to win, there was only one way left. Teacher, it seems that you know the background of this girl? Zhou Xiaoyan asked. She's the last disciple of my junior master. Mu Yinyin said softly. According to seniority, you have to call her junior master. Then why is she so useless? With this level of ability? Zhou Xiaoyan was very disdainful. At this moment, Nian Mao's eyes were full of disdain. Mu Yinyin. This sentence was a little heart-wrenching and a little speechless. However, thinking about it, Zhou Xiaoyan was indeed qualified to say this. Looking at the practitioners of the same age, Zhou Xiaoyan could really be said to be invincible in this world. Bang, bang, bang out in the field, the two of them moved like rabbits and swooped down like hawks. They continuously exchanged more than 200 moves, and the sound of vital qi colliding and exploding was constantly heard. Let's end this. Lan Bingrui floated back and pulled out a long sword with a clang. Like a stream of light, she held it in front of her chest. Zhou Xiaoduo, you're no match for me. Admit defeat. Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked and said, You actually used a weapon. Humph. Relying on a weapon to help in the battle. It's an unfair victory. Lan Bingrui said, In a martial arts battle, of course, I'll use everything. What's wrong with that? Zhou Xiaoduo was not convinced and said, Humph. In this case, I'll also use a weapon. My sword is also very powerful. Lan Bingrui frowned. So what if you use a weapon? It's not shameful to admit defeat when you're not as strong as others. Zhou Xiaoduo, why are you struggling? I asked you to admit defeat because my sword is too fierce and sharp. I'm afraid that I'll hurt you by accident. After all, we're all Taoists, and you're a junior. It's not shameful for you to lose to me. Zhou Xiaoduo said with a smile. Then why don't you admit defeat? It's not shameful for you to lose to me. Chapter 347. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. In fact, what you said is exactly what I wanted to say. I just don't know whether you believe it or not. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and a sword appeared out of thin air with a cracking sound. The sword light was as clear as water and as thin as a cicada's wing. Since you're the one who made the first move, I won't hold back. Since we share the same origin, I'll definitely give you some face. Sword. 2 swords, and they were 2 peerless, godly weapons, shining here. All the referees, including Lan Bingrui's teacher in charge, were stunned. Everyone had the same thought. These 2 people are really cunning. Lan Bingrui had never used any weapon before. Coincidentally, Zhou Xiaoduo was the same. But now, the 2 people took out their swords one after another, and the swords they took out were both peerless godly weapons. How could people not think about the implication of this? Several referees shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Ding Xiulan's face changed, and her mouth twitched. After being speechless for a long time, she murmured, The old scoundrel met the old scoundrel. Even I was wrong. Zhou Xiaoduo's family background is not simple. It must be very powerful. The other teachers shook their heads and smiled bitterly. You're not the only one. Didn't we all make a mistake? Who would have thought that the so-called Iron Fist young master would take out a hidden weapon as his trump card? After the hidden weapon, he said that his body movement and footwork were his trump cards. And now, he was forced to take out a sword. It was totally speechless. The sword light suddenly flashed, and the 2 people attacked at the same time. Their attacks were totally different from before. It was like 2 new people were performing sword skills. The audience behind the 2 of them felt that something was amiss. The audience behind Zhou Xiaoduo, facing Lan Bingrui, only felt that they were facing an extremely cold snow mountain. The snow was falling, and it was bone-chilling. Countless mysterious ice shone in the sunlight, shining and dazzling. As for the audience behind Lan Bingrui, facing Zhou Xiaoduo, They only felt a drizzle blowing against their faces. It was as if they were taking a stroll in the rain, full of warmth, gentleness, and comfort. It was indescribably comfortable. This kind of artistic conception was simply intoxicating. Although the snow and ice of Rendezvous were wild and the snow-capped mountains were high, they were melted little by Xiaoduo's misty rain. The process was slow, but it was very real and real. In this round of sword skill competition, Xiaoduo actually had the upper hand, and the signs of him having the upper hand were gradually becoming more and more obvious. This result shocked everyone who was watching the battle. What kind of freak is this child? Ding Xiaolan was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Lan Bingrui was a little impatient. She tried 3 different sword techniques, but the sword in front of her was soft and light. Her sword technique was like the fine rain in spring. It was completely useless. It was as if there was no end to it, and it kept suppressing her sword technique. Lan Bingrui let out a long howl. She was finally enraged and shouted, "If that's the case, then come." Suddenly, a white aura surged on her face. Her whole body was covered in white mist. In just a moment, everyone in the arena felt a chill. The temperature actually dropped to below freezing point. In less than 10 breaths of time, a layer of dense white ice had appeared on the stage. This is the mysterious Een technique. A few high school teachers stood up at the same time and looked at the arena in shock. This little princess of a Lan family had actually cultivated the mysterious Een technique. Moreover, she had already achieved some success. She had already cultivated it to a higher level. This achievement was really no small matter. Shangjing's Yunwan High Martial Arts School wants this little girl from the Lan family. The teacher from Shangjing's Yunwan High Martial Arts School stared at Lan Bingrui, who had already gained control of the entire arena, with an unconcealed fondness. This kind of genius was really suitable for Yunwan High Martial Arts School. Who do you think you are? You think you are? The teacher from Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School snorted and glared at him with an unfriendly gaze. The teacher from Yunwan High Martial Arts School said indifferently, "Since you have withdrawn from the competition, you are naturally ours. However, we will return the favor with a gift. As long as you agree, we will not fight with you for the remaining geniuses, such as Xiaoduo and Zhou Yinxing." Ding Xiaolan narrowed her eyes. The teacher from Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School also had a change in expression. Both of them asked at the same time, "A gentleman keeps his word. A man keeps his word." The teacher from Yunwan High Martial Arts School said indifferently, "A man keeps his word. What's there to doubt? All right, it's settled then." Both of them agreed at the same time, as if they were afraid that the other party would go back on his word. At this moment, the temperature in the arena dropped even lower. The temperature in the arena had already dropped to below 0. It was just that it had dropped to a few dozen degrees below 0. Lan Bingrui was still continuously activating the mysterious Een technique. Her long sword fluttered and attacked aggressively, suppressing Xiaoduo. With a sword in one hand and a palm in the other, she flew horizontally and vertically, like a fairy flying in a world of ice and snow, exuding an icy aura. At this moment, even the edges of the arena began to be covered with icicles. Higher up, the heat of the natural weather clashed with it. From time to time, a mist would rise and dissipate. Xiaoduo, who was the focal point of the cold attack, was already covered with frost. Even his eyebrows and hair were dyed white. However, the sword in his hand did not relax at all. He was still counterattacking with every move. He was actually stable from beginning to end and did not give an inch. The outcome has been decided. Xiaoduo is bound to lose. Ding Xiaolan looked at Xiaoduo tenaciously fighting in the arena with heartache. She shook her head and said disappointedly, "This battle is not the fault of the battle. It is not the fault of the battle." The teacher from Hidden Dragon High School also sighed deeply. This battle of geniuses is lost because of the family background, not because of the individual. If Xiaoduo had a set of matching martial arts, the battle would not be so one-sided. Sigh. Xiaoduo lost this battle unjustly. A clear and long cry sounded in the arena again. Lan Bingrue's slim and tall body flew up into the sky. Her long sword suddenly emitted 9 white, icy sword auras. Her right palm pushed and pulled back, and then suddenly pushed out. A storm of ice and snow was formed, falling from the sky, and the target was Zhuo Xiaoduo. The wind from the palm tore the air, making a sharp whistle. A murderous aura, biting cold, almost formed. Murderous intent. This is the mysterious Ice Soul Palm. Ding Xiulan was shocked. The other referees also stood up abruptly, ready to help at any time. This palm was powerful and tyrannical, and its killing intent had already been established. If Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't withstand it, he would be frozen into a popsicle along with his soul. The mysterious Ice Soul Palm was a tyrannical killing move that wreaked havoc in the world. Too many people knew the terrifying and insidious level of this palm technique. As long as Zhuo Xiaoduo showed signs of being unable to withstand it, the judges would help. They definitely wouldn't watch a peerless genius like Zhuo Xiaoduo die like this. At this moment, Lan Bingrue, who was in the air, had a trace of regret in her eyes, but then she became determined again. Zhuo Xiaoduo's tenacity had greatly exceeded her expectations. If she did not use this trump card, she would not be able to defeat this guy in front of her. She had no choice but to push the battle to this extreme. As long as you withdraw and admit defeat, you can save your life. But if you insist on being brave, you will die. You can only blame yourself for not knowing the situation. I will not hold back this time. So what if I kill you? Right at this critical moment, an unexpected event occurred abruptly, and it caused everyone to be astounded. Because, in the area covered by the ice and snow, an explosive and furious roar suddenly appeared, piercing through the clouds and splitting rocks, shocking the heavens. At the same time, a ball of fiery red suddenly rose from the middle of the ice and snow. Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice was heard, speaking in an eerie tone. Fiery sun. Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. Killing intent. I have been merciful all this time. You want to kill me? In an instant, the fiery sun sutra reached its breaking point in his fury. Under everyone's gaze, a ball of dazzling fiery red suddenly appeared in the ice and snow field, exploding, bursting, exploding. Then, it rose up and turned into a blazing sun that was close at hand. Zhuo Xiaoduo held a sharp sword in his hand, and his whole body soared into the sky like a rising sun. The power of the sun melted and burned the ice and snow in the sky in an instant, and his whole body was surrounded by rolling heat waves. The sharp sword in his hand turned into a drizzle, and the drizzle turned into a violent storm, sweeping across the sky and earth, and drowning Lan Bingrue's sword light. At the same time, Zhuo Xiaoduo's left palm, which was like a furnace soaring into the sky, collided with Lan Bingrue's mysterious Ice Soul Palm without dodging. The fiery sun sutra of extreme yang, extreme heat, and extreme heat suddenly erupted, facing the mysterious Ice Soul Palm head-on. Boom! With a blood-curdling scream, Lan Bingrue was sent flying along with her sword. She flew more than 200 meters like a kite with a broken string. Her beautiful hair was completely roasted in the process of flying back. A white shadow soared into the sky like lightning and caught Lan Bingrue in his hand. His fingers were like phantoms, and he hit all the major acupoints on Lan Bingrue's body one after another. Then he poured several elixirs and 2 bottles of potions into her body. The white shadow didn't land on the ground after saving her, but stopped in the air, holding the unconscious Lan Bingrue. He turned his head to look at Zhuo Xiaoduo in the field, and said lightly, "The fiery sun sutra has reappeared in the world. Not bad, not bad. You are a talent. In the future, Rue will come to you again." It was a woman's voice. Then, she said lightly, "Lan Bingrue's internal qi has reversed, and her injury is very serious. She can't be cured here. I will take her back now. Sorry for delaying the rest of the competition." Before he finished speaking, his entire body soared into the sky. Following a flash of sword light, he had already sped into the horizon and disappeared without a trace. The whole field was still steaming hot and misty. Zhuo quietly landed on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was flushed, and it was obvious that the operation just now had consumed a lot of energy. But for Zhuo, this consumption was not a problem. What really shocked him was something else. He couldn't help but raise his head and look in the direction where the woman left. At that moment, when the woman had just appeared, Zhuo had clearly felt an unprecedentedly sharp, murderous aura enveloping his entire body. That woman just now, she also wanted to kill me, but she didn't because of the environment? Why? Chapter 348. Zhuo was confused. This is just a competition. Even if I severely injured your disciple, it's still a competition. Moreover, the techniques I used all belong to the Kunlun Taoist sect. Is it necessary to kill me? Zhuo did not regret his decision, even though he had used an extreme burst of power in his last palm strike. The last palm strike might very well cause Lan Bingrue to fall, but Zhuo didn't care. This was because Lan Bingrue's last attack was an extreme one. She did not hold back at all. If Zhuo only had the strength that he had displayed previously, he would have died without a doubt after receiving that palm. Even the referee might not be able to save Zhuo. Zhuo thought that he had shown mercy from the beginning. Hidden weapons are useless? Not necessarily. Even if your clothes are extremely mysterious and don't need to be activated, with my attainments in hidden weapons, especially my strange turning skills, I really can't blind your eyes. I only use the drizzle sword to deal with you. Do you think I don't know anything else? I can turn you into a meat patty if I take out my big hammer. Zhuo did not even use the essence of the drizzle sword. Otherwise, Lan Bingrue would not have been able to change her sword techniques so easily. In this battle, Zhuo did not even want to reveal his sword, let alone the Flaming Sun Sutra. Now, not only was he forced to reveal his sword by Lan Bingrue, but he also had to reveal the strength of the Flaming Sun Sutra. Although he won, Zhuo was still very unhappy. So I exposed 2 more trump cards. How am I going to continue? I'm almost out of trump cards. How sad. Within a radius of several thousand meters, water mist rose and filled the air, like a mushroom cloud rising into the sky and gradually disappearing. It was only after a long time that the entire spectator stand regained its vision. Apart from the few people who were closest to it, the others, even if they had excellent eyesight, could only see a flash of red light before their eyes were obscured by the rising water vapor, unable to see anything else. Well, perhaps he could vaguely hear a person say a few words in the air, but he really couldn't hear anything else. After a while, he finally saw Zhuo in the ring. The live stream was filled with fog, and nothing else could be seen. The only thing that was clearly heard by everyone was the words that the man said before he left. The Flaming Sun Scripture. Flaming Sun Scripture? Cough, cough. Someone coughed softly. Zhuo turned around and saw that all 6 referees of the competition were standing behind him. He did not know when they had all gathered together. Other than the 6 of them, there were 7 or 8 other high martial arts teachers who were standing not far away from him. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone was looking at him as if he was a monster. The one who coughed just now was the horse-faced teacher, Ma Zhangxi. Teacher Ma's face was filled with disappointment and dejection. He understood that after this battle, his Huayang High Martial Arts School's dream of recruiting Zhuo into the school had become a wishful thinking. There was no chance of that at all. Ding Xiulan's face was filled with shock. Her eyes were sparkling like a dragon who had discovered a boundless treasure. The other teacher's eyes were also shining brightly. Then, Ding Xiulan and the teacher from Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School turned their heads at the same time. They looked at the teacher from Shangjing High Martial Arts School and said in unison, "Teacher Cui, your words are like the wind. You can't go back on your words. This was Xiaoduo. You've already said that you've given up on him. You can't fight with us anymore." Teacher Chui's face was filled with shock. He was stunned on the spot. Don't fight? What the fuck? If I don't fight with such a legendary genius, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death by the school's leaders when I get back. However, the words that came out of his mouth were like water that had been spilled. Teacher Chui's face was flushed red. His face and neck were red as he argued. I said that I won't fight with you. I said that I won't fight with you. Even though I'm fucking, right? I said that I won't fight with you. Of course, I'm a man of my words. But just now, the principal called and said that we'll fight for him. The principal has spoken. What's the use of my words? Teacher Chui acted shamelessly on the spot. He even threw a tantrum. His mature and dignified appearance from before was completely gone. Ding Xiulan and the teacher from Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School scolded in unison. Shameless. Chui Shangyan, you're a teacher from Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. How dare you go back on your words? You said that you're a man of your words. Now, you're treating your words like farts. It stinks. Teacher Chui's face was red as he said, "It's our principal who said that. Our principal said that we'll fight for him. Your principal's face is being used by you for this." Ding Xiulan snorted. Then, she took out a phone and pressed on it with her hand. Teacher Chui Shangyan's voice could be heard clearly from the phone. Our high martial arts school wants this Lan Bing Rue. As a condition, that Sua Xiaoduo, Zhou Yinqing, won't fight with you. Chui Shangyan's face was pale, as if he had seen a ghost. You actually recorded it. Ding Xiulan's face was full of disdain. Who in a martial arts world doesn't know what kind of morals you high martial arts school have? If I didn't guard against you guys, wouldn't I have lived for so long in vain? Listen carefully, Chui Shangyan, you better listen carefully. This promise is made by you on behalf of High Martial Arts School. Listen carefully. Yes, our High Martial Arts School. May I ask what these words mean? Even if your principal really came, would he be able to change this fact? Ding Xiulan was in high spirits. In this matter, your High Martial Arts School is out. Yes, your High Martial Arts School is out. The teacher from Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School was in high spirits. Fuck, women are so scheming. This time, I'm lucky that I'm with a woman. Otherwise, this Chui guy would really blame me. Chui Shangyan flew into a rage and directly shed all pretense of cordiality. Was a talent more important than face? There was no need to talk about this. Even if my reputation is ruined, I'll still take this person for myself. This is an all-around talent in martial arts, and he's even mastered the Flaming Sun Manual. You guys want to force me out with just a few words? You've all gone crazy thinking about it. Shameless. Shameless. You're insane. Ding Xiulan scolded. I'll announce it on the internet right now and spread it all over the world. Chui Shangyan, I'll let you stink for 3 lifetimes. Even if I stink for 10 lifetimes, I'll still take him. Chui Shangyan had nothing to lose and was completely shameless. However, he felt relaxed instead, as if he had broken through some kind of shackle, and said angrily, I'll go back on my words. So what? My words are like farts. What can you do about it? All the teachers, including Ding Xiulan, were speechless. Fuck. The teacher from Hidden Dragon High School muttered angrily. I've helped you break through your limits. This ability to speak like farts. Zhou Xiaoduo had just opened his eyes when all the teachers around him swarmed over and locked their gazes on him. Just as Chui Shangyan had said, in terms of ability, he was all-round in martial arts, and hidden weapons. He also had the ability to see the big picture, organize, strategize, and set up a situation. He lacked nothing. In terms of personality, he had a righteous heart, respected his teachers, and was not pedantic at all. He was flexible and quick-witted. This kind of student was an all-rounder that one could only dream of. What's more, he had mastered the legendary Flaming Sun Manual. It had even elevated him to the level of a peerless monster. Not taking him in? Give up? What a joke. Even if they couldn't beat the big 3, they still had to fight for him. They had to fight for him. Otherwise, when the principal saw the video, he would say, fuck, not being able to beat the big 3 is one reason, but you didn't even fight for such a genius. That's a sin. Who knows, he might be related to our high school. Who knows, he might have thought of coming to our school. He didn't even let out a fart. Even if he wanted to come, he wouldn't have that direction. That would be terrible. Zwishauduo, you brat. Ha 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 ha. You're quite sinister, but I like it. Ding Xiaolan first laughed loudly, then said affectionately, You child, why are you so scheming? Ha ha, you're really lovable. Not bad at all. The teacher from Hidden Dragon High School laughed. This is the first time I, Zhang Xiaofei, have met such a suitable student like you. He laughed heartily and said to the teachers with a sigh, Back then, there was an expert who told my fortune. He said that my name, Zhang Xiaofei, although it didn't seem very impressive, it had the ability to protect students. If one day he met a student whose second character was also Xiao, then this student would spread his wings and soar into the sky. That's why I'm called Zhang Xiaofei. Now, it seems that I've found it. He sighed and said, This is all destined. That old immortal, a true god, said it. It was too accurate. Zhang Xiaofei, you fucking bastard. 7 or 8 teachers roared together. How could he make up a story on the spot? He actually said the second character in his name is Xiao. Could he have made it more obvious? Ha ha. Zhang Xiaofei is really shameless. Teacher Cui Shangyan laughed loudly and said to Zwishauduo enthusiastically, Students Zwishauduo, I'm a number 1 teacher from Yunwan High School in the 3 big schools. My name is... You're not a bastard. The other teachers roared together. Get lost. Cui Shangyan acted as if he didn't hear anything. His expression didn't change. My name is Cui Shangyan. Compared to Zhua Xiaoduo's future, I don't care about this face of mine. As long as Xiao Duo enters our Yunwan High School, everything is worth it. I can give up anything. The anxiety in Zhua Xiaoduo's heart gradually calmed down. So they're not here to pursue the matter of me lying. I seem to have said before that the Dragon Gate kick was my trump card. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He scratched his head and said carefully, Teacher, the competition isn't over yet. 4th update. Did you feel good today? Could you please vote for me? Chapter 349. You have 3 wins and 1 draw. You have already won. Why are you still fighting? There's no need to continue. Ding Xiaolan smiled kindly. The more she looked at Zhua Xiaoduo, the more she liked him. She said, Xiaoduo, you don't have a girlfriend yet, right? Are you 17 or 18 this year? Let me tell you, our ancestral Dragon High School is full of beauties. Which school doesn't have a bunch of beauties? Outside, Mr. Ma Zhangxi looked up at the sky with his long face and said lightly. Ding Xiaolan glared at him. When she was about to continue, she heard sarcastic remarks again. The one who spoke was still Ma Zhangxi. He looked up at the sky and said, With Zwishaoduo's looks, how could he lack beauties? Ha, Ma Zhangxi. Ding Xiaolan was furious. What nonsense are you spouting? Is it your Huayang High School's turn to be presumptuous here? Ma Zhangxi still looked up at the sky. He was slightly disappointed, but his tone was still light. Huayang High School is not one of the top 3 schools, but I can guarantee that we can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. From now on, I, old Ma, will become a pimp. Bang! Ding Xiaolan couldn't take it anymore. She kicked Ma Zhangxi and flew out. Then, she jumped up and hit him again. Who couldn't understand Ma Zhangxi's words? Huayang High School was not a genius like him. Ma Zhangxi was well aware of that. His words were so explicit. He was basically mocking Ding Xiaolan for being a pimp. She was old. What? How could Ding Xiaolan not be furious? Did I give you face? Sarcastic remarks after sarcastic remarks directed at me. Wasn't it just because I tore your love letter and beat you up back then? Do you have to remember it until now? That afternoon, on the way back to the hotel, Zwishaoduo and the others were accompanied by many teachers from Huayang High School. After that, they went to meet them during lunchtime. At night, they would meet a few of them who would drop by. As for Hu Ryun and Luo Lai, they had become the most sought-after people. Zwishaoduo is a child who respects his teacher. He is righteous, honest, and has a beautiful chest. A student like him would definitely respect his teacher. I believe that it would be better if his teacher spoke a few words for him. This was the common thought of all the teachers in the high school. Hu Ryun and Luo Lai received gifts the entire night. If they would take them out, the room would not be able to hold them all. No matter how much he said he didn't want it, the other party still kept stuffing it into his hands. It was just a token of his sincerity. It wasn't enough to show his respect. He had to accept it. If he didn't accept it, he wouldn't be giving face. Li Chenglong and the others also basked in the limelight. Every martial arts teacher who came over would ask about the little guy's cultivation with great concern, and then casually give them some pointers. He wanted to show that he was kind and amiable, an excellent teacher who was easy to get close to and did not put on airs. What's more, Luo Yinling directly sent the admission letter to Yu Moyan. Furthermore, there were promises and all kinds of promises. The strength of the promise was far greater than expected. Li Zhongming also received the admission letter from Dragon Soul High School, and also a bunch of promises. Originally, these could not be considered important. Li Chongming's battle with Shimin Daqing had already become a hot topic. Naturally, many martial arts schools had the idea of recruiting him. However, the Dragon Soul Martial Arts School had an old teacher of virtue and prestige. He himself also cultivated the Great Dream Divine Technique. That year, when this teacher made a move, he made the 30,000 soldiers of the Umno Alliance fall asleep, lying on the ground and waiting to be slaughtered. It could be said that this was a legendary killing machine. Unfortunately, there was a way to break it. After that, the great senior of the Umno Alliance personally made a move. He hid in the army and pretended to be in a dream. Then, his spiritual power suddenly exploded. With a much stronger spiritual power, he broke the foundation of the Great Dream Divine Technique. That was why this teacher returned to the Dragon Soul sect. Today, when he heard that a successor of the Great Dream Divine Technique had appeared in the Dragon and Tiger ranking tournament, the old man almost ran over that night. Then, he gave a death order. If you don't bring the student back, the few of you who went to be the judges don't come back. If this old man loses such a successor, there's no meaning in living anymore. I might as well die and die. When the teachers of Dragon Soul High School received the news, they were almost scared to death. They ran over and almost swore to do Li Zhongming's job. In the end, it was Hu Riyun who helped Li Zhongming make the decision. Li Zhongming, go to Dragon Soul High School. This matter was settled. Yes, just this matter. Hu Riyun's spatial ring was filled up because of this, following in the footsteps of Zhuo Duo. 2 sleeves of gold wind, and the quality was not inferior by much. There were also many famous schools that looked for Long Yuxing, but Long Yuxing only said one sentence. Wherever Xiao goes, I will go. Everyone understood this point. After all, a long-distance relationship could easily lead to a tragedy. However, Wan Lixiu was not so easy to decide. After all, she came from a huge family with a deep background, and she still had to listen to her family's opinion. It was probably because of this layer of relationship that several schools threw over 2 acceptance letters. Wherever you want to go, you can choose from them. As for Li Chenglong, his choice of school was more interesting. It could be simply summed up in one sentence. If possible, I will go wherever Zhuo goes. With his swollen qualifications and his profound knowledge, even the 3 famous schools would be happy to accept him. It could be said that almost no high school would reject him. The so-called Iron Straight Man and so on. Not only was it not a minus point, but it was also a big plus point. However, he expressed his intention to follow Zhuo Duo, which caused some twists and turns in his future path. This was because while Zhuo Duo became popular, it also became a compromise between the high schools. It was basically impossible for a school to accept both Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong at the same time. Once this was done, it would definitely cause a lot of dissatisfaction from the other schools. For this reason, Hu Riyun specially looked for Li Chenglong to have a deep talk. She even told him the original words of the old principle. Everyone should be the main character in their respective roles. Everyone should go and seize their own destiny. Don't gather together. However, Li Chenglong turned a deaf ear to all of this and did not care at all. Teacher Hu, you also know that my strength is not in my martial strength, but more in my own encyclopedic knowledge and photographic memory. And all of this, from a certain point of view, is a support. My best position is definitely not to charge and break through enemy lines, but to support. Even though my body will continue to grow stronger, I will never become a candidate for commander-in-chief. My position will only fall on the side of the commander-in-chief. Strategists, aides, and so on. Giving advice and suggestions is where I can display my abilities the most. Following Zhua, I don't have to think about anything. Li Chenglong said, all the strategic decisions and general direction will be made by him, and I will be in charge of the details, deductions, arrangements, planning. All of this. I am not a talented commander, nor am I a talented general, and I will definitely not be the vanguard. I have always been very clear about my position. Therefore, between me and Zhua, there is no need for any underlings, and there is also no problem of my destiny being seized. Li Chenglong appeared to be abnormally clear-headed. This is my position in life. This will never change, and it will never change. There was one thing that Swollen did not say. It was that Zhua Xiaoduo's Flaming Sun Sutra was of great benefit to Li Chenglong. Even if it was just practicing by Zhua Xiaoduo's side, Swollen could still improve by leaps and bounds. You want me to quit being Zhua's underling? Even if a god came, it would be impossible. I'm definitely hugging this thigh. Hu Rian also felt a lot of emotions after hearing Li Chenglong's long-winded speech. Since Li Chenglong had already made up his mind, his position was clear, and he had reason and evidence. Hu Riyun did not say anything more, but she felt a little strange in her heart. This world-famous Brother Steel, actually, said that he was actually just a support and wanted to be the man besides Xiaoduo. Why did this make people feel strange when they heard it? The top four had been smoothly decided. Phoenix City second high, Water City first high, Fenghai third high, and Phoenix Tail first high. Yang Luo first high, who was ranked second on the hot list to win the championship, actually did not lose much of their true strength after the battle with Phoenix City second high. However, their trump card, Lan Bingrue, was gone, and they lost their strongest combat power. This was the main reason why they swept out of the top four. Although Fenghai third high lost to Water City first high, they drew lots to face Yang Luo first high again and won. In the end, it was still Phoenix Tail against Songshan. After another round, Phoenix Tail first high still won. At this point, Phoenix Tail first high successfully entered the top four and created a historical ranking for their school. The higher-ups and students of Phoenix Tail first high knew very well that their school was already at its limit. It was destined to be impossible for them to take another step forward. The defeated Songshan first high still needed to fight with Yang Luo first high to determine the 5th and 6th rankings. However, no one cared about that anymore. The top four drew lots. Phoenix City second high against Fenghai third high. Water City first high against Phoenix Tail first high. Half a morning later, the two battles were over. Phoenix City second high and Water City first high won one after another. The champion and runner-up would be between the two teams. The third place would be between Fenghai third high and Phoenix Tail first high. Phoenix Tail first high realized that the situation that was beneficial to them did not appear and could not help but be disappointed. It was probably because no one had suffered much damage in the semifinals. The scene of Phoenix City second high beating up Fenghai third high did not appear, nor did they cripple Fenghai third high. In this way, they would be facing a complete Fenghai third high school. The two sides were not on the same level at all. How could they not be disappointed? However, Phoenix Tail first high was satisfied after picking up all the advantages along the way. There was no need for the students to go up and lose face again and be beaten up. Therefore, after the school's higher-ups discussed it, they made a joint decision: admit defeat and give up on the last round of the competition. Therefore, the third place of this year's Longhu list was released first. Furthermore, it was released 3 days earlier than the champion and runner-up. This matter was also a historical precedent. This made everyone feel disappointed and frustrated. Fortunately, there was still the battle between the champion and runner-up to watch, so it was not too disappointing. Chapter 350. Everyone was looking forward to the Battle of the Champions 3 days later, which was the 5th of September. Yes, that's right. It was the 5th of September. The competition started on the 18th, and it had been 15 days since then. This date had been set long ago. The 5th of September would be the finals of the champions and runners-up. The winner would be crowned as the emperor. Only the Central Plains had the right to hold the finals on the 5th of September. No other regions could do it. Not even a martial arts competition in Shangjing could. Since ancient times, there was a saying that established the transcendent status of the Central Plains. Fight for the throne in the Central Plains. Only by winning the battle for the throne in the Central Plains could one become the emperor. In other regions, they weren't qualified and didn't count. Only the last competition was left. 3 more days. After getting 3 days of rest, the 6 from Phoenix City gave up on cultivating and went out to play. Nanji City was very big, and there were many fun places to play. For them, who had never been to this city before, it was still very attractive. Luolai followed them out, but Hurrian didn't follow them. She stayed behind to summarize what she had seen and learned. Regarding this summary, she wrote it very thoroughly, meticulously. From the champion teams and their students, we can deduce the strengths and weaknesses of their schools, as well as the areas where they are stronger than us. From the current situation of the participating teams, we can analyze the current situation of the schools and combine it with last year's ranking and this year's ranking. We can make up for our shortcomings by summarizing them. We can work hard for the future. So with Xiao Duo, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing. These kinds of genius students don't appear every year. The most important reason for this is that teacher Qin Fangyang burned his own soul to pass on his knowledge to his students. The excellent results this time were just a coincidence, a result of a moment of luck. We must be vigilant against wishful thinking. We must go around inspecting retired and disabled soldiers. Those who are qualified will be given a letter of appointment to become a lecturer in the school. We must nurture the mighty iron and blood spirit of the students. There was a lot more. Hurrian racked her brain and wrote down everything she had seen, heard, and analyzed bit by bit. We may not be able to enter the High Martial Arts Academy, but the students of the High Martial Arts Academy are all sent over by schools like ours. We work hard to ensure that the talents we send out are the best. Even if his martial prowess is slightly lacking, his character must be of the highest quality. The old principal's wish is truly insightful. We may not be able to do as well as the old principal, but we can turn our efforts into results bit by bit and gradually build perfection. The plan is as follows. She had been writing since the morning and had been writing all day, stopping to rest when she was tired, or looking out of the window and meditating, and then going on. It wasn't until his stomach rumbled that he felt hungry. He looked up and saw that the sky had darkened. Only then did he stop. She immediately felt that there was something wrong beside her. She saw that teacher Ding Xiulan of the Ancestral Dragon was right beside her. She was looking at Hurrian with eyes full of admiration and respect. "Mr. Ding, when did you arrive?" Hurrian was a little shocked. "Why didn't I notice it at all? I've been here for almost a day." Ding Xiulan exclaimed in admiration. "I've been watching you write for a whole day. Teacher whose notes. Every word is a gem. You have great foresight and meticulous thoughts. Overflowing with talent is not enough to describe you. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Ding." Hurrian was a little embarrassed by the compliment. It's not a compliment at all. Ding Xiulan's eyes were burning. "Teacher who? Only someone like you can be called a real teacher. You teach and educate people, and you're a role model. You deserve all of our respect." She pondered for a moment and said, "Teacher who? I wonder if you're interested in coming to Shangjing's Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts Academy? I believe that with a talent like you, if you go to Ancestral Dragon, you'll definitely be able to play a greater role and educate talents better." Huruoyan laughed. "You're too kind, Mr. Ding. You want me, a person who has been crippled for many years and just started over, to go to Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts Academy to teach? Haha, how am I qualified? No, you're qualified. You're more qualified than anyone else." Ding Xiulan said seriously and solemnly, "Teacher who? I'm sincerely inviting you. I'm not being hypocritical. No. Hu Ruiyan shook her head firmly and refused. A gentle smile appeared on her face. I promised the old principal that I would take good care of Phoenix City's second high school. What a pity, Ding Xiaolan requested. Teacher Hu, you've already finished writing these. Can you let me make a copy and bring it back? Hu Ruiyan hesitated for a moment and said, as long as Teacher Ding doesn't mind, I'm fine with it. Ding Xiaolan felt as if she had received a treasure. Thank you, Teacher Hu. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal. How can I accept that? Of course. Okay. Ding Xiaolan went to make a copy first. Then, the two of them found a quiet and secluded shop. They listened to the gentle music and chatted quietly. Both of them felt very comfortable. I wonder where Xiao Duo and the others have run off to play now. After eating for a while, Urian could not help but start to worry about her students when night fell. You don't have to worry about them. Ding Xiaolan smiled and said, now, those children are the treasures in the eyes of the various high martial arts universities. Dozens of high martial arts teachers have followed and protected them the moment they went out today. How could anything happen to them? Hu Ruiyun pursed her lips and smiled. That's why I didn't go out. Just now, I couldn't help but nag a little when I saw that it was already late. Ding Xiaolan smiled and said, Teacher Hu, I have a favor to ask of you. Hu Ruiyun smiled faintly. You want to know more about Zhuo Xiaoduo? Ding Xiaolan nodded repeatedly. There's nothing wrong with that. Hu Ruiyun sighed softly. Xiaoduo, this child has a hard life. What do you mean by that? Ding Xiaolan was immediately interested. Ding Xiaolan was a high martial arts teacher. Regardless of cultivation, strength, identity, or background, she was extraordinary. Her sharp eyes were unique. Based on her understanding of Zhuo Xiaoduo and her judgment and inference, even if Zhuo Xiaoduo's background was not as good as Lan Bingrui's, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Just based on his mastery of the three martial arts of the Kunlun Taoist sect, his mastery of rare divine weapons, and his success in cultivating the Flaming Sun divine skill, it was reasonable to say that Zhuo Xiaoduo was a seed disciple carefully cultivated by an ancient martial arts family. If I told you that all of his achievements were achieved in a short period of time, and that he was just a martial disciple half a year ago, how would you feel? Hu Ruiyun smiled bitterly and said sadly, This child, these years have been really hard. How is this possible? Ding Xiaolan exclaimed and stood up. She couldn't help but raise her voice a little, which attracted the attention of the guests at the surrounding tables. Ding Xiaolan hurriedly sat back down and quietly waited for Hu Ruiyun to continue. This is true. It's not a lie. Hu Ruiyun said sadly. Why do you think Xiao Duo seems to be afraid of me? It's not fear, it's respect. I watched him walk over every day. At that time, my cultivation was destroyed, so I could only teach the martial disciple class. And Zhuo Xiaoduo, in my class, stayed back for 5 years. Ding Xiaolan was stunned by these words. Now, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who appeared out of nowhere and dominated the competition, actually stayed back for 5 years in the martial disciple class? I don't know what happened to his astral souls, but it was suppressed, and he couldn't break through. In the 5 years he stayed back, he put in a lot more effort than ordinary people. In Hu Ruiyun's words, Zhuo Xiaoduo was like a painting that slowly unfolded in front of Ding Xiaolan. He was strong, tenacious, endured humiliation, was indomitable, righteous, looked at the big picture, respected his teachers, loved to protect the weak, worked hard to the extreme, shouldered all the pressure by himself, and smiled as if he didn't care about it. In a private room, separated from the two of them, the Hidden Dragon High School teacher, Zhang Xiaofei, pricked up his ears, carefully listening to the conversation. His face was full of lingering fear. When he said half a year ago he was still a martial disciple, he couldn't help but hit the table. Fortunately, Ding Xiaolan's side made more noise and covered it, but he still had lingering fear. Sure enough, it's easier for women to get close to each other. Luckily, I found out in time and followed her out. Today, I took the right step. I didn't expect Zhuo Xiaoduo to have such a hard time. He's a good seedling, a good child. With this experience, his state of mind will be much higher than his peers. No one can compare to him. Zhang Xiaofei was deep in thought, but he was even more careful and didn't make any sound. Ding Xiulan came to find Hu Riyun to understand the situation. It could be said that she found the right person, but it could also be said that she found the wrong person. The so-called right person meant that in this world, there was no one who could understand Zhuo Xiaoduo better than Hu Riyun. Even Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't know as much as Hu Riyun in this aspect. From Hu Riyun, one could understand an extremely comprehensive and complete Zhuo Xiaoduo. But to say that she found a wrong person, it was because what she understood from Hu Riyun was a Zhuo Xiaoduo who had no flaws at all. He was almost like a saint. For someone like Zhuo Xiaoduo, from Hu Riyun to understand him, it was completely different. The Zhuo Xiaoduo in Hu Riyun's mouth and the real Zhuo Xiaoduo were totally different, but all of Hu Riyun's words were from the bottom of her heart, because in her eyes, Zhuo Xiaoduo was such a perfect child. She couldn't find any flaws in him at all. This was the truth in Hu Riyun's eyes. The only one in the world, the best in the world, without any flaws, was Zhuo Xiaoduo. He was just a little mischievous, but was that a flaw? That was a merit. Chapter 351. On the day Xiaoduo broke through to martial warrior, I cried when I got home. It's really not easy for this child. Hu Riyun blushed and said embarrassedly, "You know, my last year in class, Xiaoduo was already 8 meters tall. The other children were only 1 or 2 meters. That awkwardness, sigh." As a woman, Ding Xiulan was naturally a very emotional person. Hearing this, her eyes also reddened. She could empathize with her. It's really not easy, this child. Just half a year ago, I sent Xiaoduo to the martial warrior class. Xiaoduo was already at the door, but he rushed back and hugged me. He said in my ear, "Teacher Hu, thank you." Hu Riyun's eyes were filled with tears. She choked and said, "I think I'll never forget that scene for the rest of my life." I don't know if it's because of his accumulation or something else, but ever since Xiaoduo broke through to martial warrior, he suddenly began to improve by leaps and bounds. In just a week, he broke through from martial warrior to martial master. Then, he quickly advanced to the peak of martial master. Ding Xiulan opened her mouth, but she didn't ask. She wanted to ask if this was too fast, and if it was hard to strengthen his foundation, it wouldn't be good for long-term planning. However, after thinking about it, she still chose to listen. Just as he was about to lose control of his breakthrough and break through to Xiantian, his homeroom teacher, Teacher Qin Fangyang, forcefully interrupted his breakthrough. Hu Riyun said, "Good. Well done." Ding Xiulan couldn't help but applaud. This Teacher Qin did a good job. Then, Hu Riyun hesitated. Ding Xiulan's heart was itching. She couldn't help but ask, "Then how many times did Zhuo Xiaoduo suppress his inner yuan to break through in the martial master realm?" On the other side, Zhang Xiaofei instantly raised his cultivation to the extreme. His ears almost grew out of their sockets as he concentrated. This question was too critical, too urgent. Hu Riyun hesitated even more and didn't answer for a long time. This kind of huge problem of the student's foundation was not something that could be casually discussed. However, the other party was a teacher from one of the top 3 martial arts universities. It was related to Zhuo Xiaoduo's future, and it was also related to whether or not he was valued in school, and to what extent that after a long time, Hu Riyun lowered her voice and said, "As far as I know, at least 14 or 15 times. Hu." Ding Xiulan spat out a mouthful of coffee. She was so shocked that her eyes widened. 10, 14, or 15 times. Teacher Hu, this 9 is the limit. Sorry. She had originally planned to suppress it 5 or 6 times in such a short period of time, and that was already her limit. They were all prepared to praise him. What a genius. In the end, it turned out to be 14 or 15 times, and that was the least. Not only did he fail to say the words he had prepared, but he also spat out coffee all over Hu Riyun's body. She hurriedly apologized and took out a napkin in a flurry. On the other side, Zhang Xiaofei was doing the same thing. He covered his mouth and tried his best to endure the coughing. He endured it so much that he rolled his eyes and didn't dare to make a sound. Scared me to death. Since ancient times, who could suppress the true essence agitation more than 10 times? This was Xiaoduo, however, did it directly to 14 or 15 times. What the fuck? This could no longer be described as a monstrous genius. It could only be described with the word fuck. This matter is true. Hu Rian calmly wiped the coffee on her body and said, "This point, Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang all know." Based on the time, when he was about to break through, didn't he have to suppress it once or twice a day? Ding Xiaolan still felt that it was inconceivable, so she asked. Yes. Hu Rian nodded. No wonder he could carry a weight of more than 10,000 pounds and jump around as if nothing was wrong. Ding Xiaolan muttered, "This is really too shocking." Hu Rian smiled faintly and said, "This child has always been low-key. When he was in school, he always carried a weight of 70,000 pounds and entered the 50x gravity room to cultivate." Puffed. Ding Xiaolan, who originally felt numb from the shock and wanted to drink coffee to calm down, spat out another mouthful of coffee. Then she coughed again, choking her eyes until they were straight. Finally, Hu Rian learned her lesson and did not spit out the second mouthful of coffee. Ding Xiaolan, who was still coughing, suddenly frowned. Then she floated up and shouted, "Who?" It was Zhang Xiaofei, who was on the other side, who was shocked for the second time, choking and coughing. Ding Xiaolan immediately noticed it, and he reacted quickly. He immediately felt that something was wrong, but when he was about to leave, Ding Xiaolan had already pounced on him. A ray of sword light appeared, and its power was approaching. Zhang Xiaofei hurriedly stood up and waved his hands. Don't fight, we're on the same side." On the same side. Seeing that it was him, Ding Xiaolan did not know that she was being followed. She was embarrassed and angry at the same time, and even a little hysterical. This bastard, he saw all of this mother's loss of self-control and even eavesdropped on my exclusive information. Suddenly, a violent emotion rushed to her head. "Who is on the same side as you? Go and die. Despicable and shameless old bastard." The power of the sword light did not decrease, but increased instead. It rushed down violently, revealing a dense, killing intent. Zhang Xiaofei saw the situation and knew that it was not good. He shouted and used all his strength to stomp a big hole in the floor. His body fell down and he laughed loudly. "I won't fight with you. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I'll have to trouble teacher Ding to compensate." The last sentence came from thousands of meters away. He actually left in defeat. Anyway, he knew what he should and shouldn't know. This was enough. If he didn't leave, was he waiting for the tigress to flip out? Bastard. Looking at the dusty hole, the whole shop was in a mess, and there were all kinds of loud exclamations. Ding Xiaolan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. In the end, she could only walk back resentfully and say angrily, "It's Zhang Xiaofei from the Hidden Dragon High School. This bastard, he's too rude. He secretly hid here to listen to our private conversation. I'm so angry." Hu Riyun's eyes lit up. "Is it teacher Zhang from the Hidden Dragon High School? That's really great." This sentence was really what she thought in her heart, and she couldn't help but blurt it out. In Ding Xiaolan's ears, there was no need to mention how it felt. She was too embarrassed to flare up, so she could only sulk. She was so angry that her breasts grew a cup size. So Xiaoduo and the others went out to play. Many high school teachers secretly followed them, afraid that something would happen to these precious children. Then, many people guessed where these guys would go to play, but they didn't know that the 6 of them had already discussed at the hotel entrance. Wanli Xiu said, "Why don't we go buy clothes? It's my treat. No matter what you want to buy, I'll pay for it." The other 5 shook their heads neatly like 5 puppies shaking their heads together, not going. No one was willing to take advantage of such a ready-made bargain. Even with Xiaoduo, who valued money more than life, was no exception. They knew that if there were only 5 boys shopping together, it would only take a snap of the fingers to spend money. But if there was another girl, it would be hard to say if there was enough time in the day. Not only would it consume money, but it would also consume their feet, shoes, and spirit. Li Chenglong suggested, let's go bungee jumping. I heard that Nanji City's bungee jumping facilities are very famous. Everyone who comes here for the first time will try it. The five of them shook their heads together. Do you still think you're an ordinary person? Everyone can jump more than 100 meters with a casual jump. What bungee jumping? So what Xiaoduo said, I bungee jump hundreds of times a day. I'm already tired of it. Yu Moyan suggested, why don't we go play with guns? The five of them shook their heads. They were all experts in cultivation, so they weren't interested in this kind of thing. In the end, it was Xiaoduo who suggested, let's go to the amusement park. Amusement park? Everyone shook their heads in secret. This was even more unreliable. Only children would play there, right? How old are you? Why do you still want to go to the amusement park? Unexpectedly, when the other five heard this suggestion, they were unusually happy. They unanimously agreed and led the way in high spirits. The martial arts teachers looked at this scene with blank eyes. They felt that their worldview had been shattered, and they couldn't understand it. However, they could only secretly follow the few of them to the amusement park. They saw a few tall and burly fellows riding the merry-go-round. They swayed up and down on the merry-go-round, laughing uncontrollably and making all kinds of strange sounds on purpose, causing people to cry out in surprise. After playing for a long time, they reluctantly went to line up for the pirate ship. Then, they went to ride the roller coaster. They made a big fuss all the way to the finish line. After that, 6 of them lined up, holding small bamboo poles, and went to the man-made pond to fish. They fished for half an hour without moving, but they still didn't catch a single fish. That all the rides in the amusement park were happily played by these fellows, but they still didn't have enough. Li Chenglong, who had the most fun, suggested, why don't we come back tomorrow and play for another day? He immediately received unanimous agreement. Many of the martial arts teachers fell silent. After a long time, they sighed. They almost didn't have a childhood, right? One of the teachers was silent for a long time and suddenly said, that's probably it. After sighing together, they all felt an inexplicable sadness in their hearts. Perhaps ordinary people and children who didn't have the aptitude for cultivation would be tired of these rides and wouldn't want to play anymore. However, as with Xiaoduo and the others, had never played them before. This was the trajectory of a martial artist's life. It was the same from childhood to adulthood. Then, the 6 of them started a rock-paper-scissors game. Whoever lost would have to treat them to a meal. In the end, Xiaoduo lost, and this fellow began to act shamelessly. He was captured by the 5 of them and escorted to a restaurant while laughing and chatting happily. They were really close. They didn't come together because of this tournament. One of the teachers was envious. Yeah, how could Xiaoduo lack this little money? Acting shamelessly is just a joke, another teacher said. That's right. Xiaoduo doesn't look like a stingy person. The 6 of them ate until their bellies were round. After they came out of the restaurant, they sat quietly at the Spirit Spring Square and enjoyed the night view. They looked at the old men, old women, middle-aged people who were dancing in the square, and children who were giggling as they ran around in the crowd. They looked at the colorful neon lights around them. They looked at it quietly. Chapter 352. It was 10 o'clock at night when they went back to the hotel to sleep. Early the next morning, the 6 of them went to the amusement park again and played the whole day. When they were on the roller coaster again, they heard Xiaoduo scolding. I was wondering why we were so slow today. Yu Moyan, put away your weights. Yu Moyan looked like he had committed a crime and quickly moved. They even brought weights when they came out to play. A teacher sighed. How could it be a coincidence to have such achievements? In the shadows, a graceful figure looked enviously at Xiaoduo and the others who were playing around. She said faintly, Master, I've never played this before. On the other side, the other shadow sighed and didn't say anything for a long time. For 3 consecutive days, Xiaoduo and the other 5 spent their days in the amusement park, yelling and shouting as they played. Every day, they played until the amusement park closed. On the last day, the 6 of them still walked out of the amusement park reluctantly. Looking at the closed gate, the six of them stood in front of it silently for a long time. After a long time, they finally turned and left. Along the way, the six of them were silent. No one said a word. A few of them even looked back as they walked, looking at the amusement park that was getting further and further away. The six of them knew clearly in their hearts that in this lifetime, they would probably never be able to enjoy themselves as much as they had in the past 3 days. This kind of place didn't belong to them. It was already a privilege to have these 3 days. In the future, they probably wouldn't have another chance to come here. Even if they did, it wouldn't be as neat as today. When the Longhu ranking tournament ended, they would all go to the higher martial arts college to study. It was a foregone conclusion that they would be separated from each other. Each of them had their own life, their own opportunities, their own pursuits, their own battles, and their own lives. In fact, it was extremely difficult for the six of them to gather together in an orderly manner. The six of them walked on the road in silence. The streetlights stretched their shadows. Under the high light, sometimes the shadows of the six bodies merged together, and sometimes they were separated, each drawing a long and narrow shadow. Xiaoduo laughed and said, "Is there a need to be so silent and sad? Let me teach you a song to make you feel more sad." The others forced themselves to be spirited and smiled. "All right, please begin your performance." Xiaoduo said softly as he walked in silence. "All these years, I've been alone. The wind has passed, the rain has gone. Friends walk together for a lifetime. Those days will no longer exist. A sentence, a lifetime of love, a cup of wine. Friends have never been lonely. You'll understand when I call you a friend. There are also wounds, there's also pain, there's also you, there's also me." Xiaoduo sang softly, over and over again. Slowly, Wan Lixio joined in, then Long Yuxing, Li Qinglong, and finally Yu Moyandat. Xiaoduo had forgotten how many times he had sung the song. Anyway, everyone had learned it and could sing it completely. Everyone's eyes were red as they sang in a low voice. Especially the lines, "Friends walk together for a lifetime. Those days will no longer exist." They all sang with tears streaming down their faces. Wan Lixio's eyes were red as she said, "Zwa, you must send me the complete score of this song. In addition, you have to play it for me once, just for me alone." "No problem, no problem." Xiaoduo laughed. Suddenly, he opened his hands and strode forward, shouting at the top of his voice as he sang, "A sentence, a lifetime of love, a cup of wine." The sadness of the 5 people behind him was suddenly driven away by his strange appearance. They laughed and chased after him. Joining in the chorus of singing loudly, there was a series of strange cries. At this time, a window on the tall building next to them suddenly opened, and a man's voice was full of impatience. He scolded, "A group of little bastards, why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? Go home and sleep. Believe it or not, I will beat you up." Xiaoduo screamed, "Are you going to be beaten up? Run." Before his voice died away, he was already the first to run. "Run." The 5 people followed Xiaoduo and ran back to the hotel. They all laughed until tears came out of their eyes. Several high school teachers stopped in the air above the hotel. "Do you think we should set up some roller coasters or something in the school? Why do I suddenly feel so pitiful when I look at this group of children? They don't have anything that ordinary children can have," murmured a teacher. Another person laughed and said, "When you see them live for tens of thousands of years, you won't feel so pitiful anymore. You're just arguing. How dare you say that each of them has tens of thousands of years to live? At present, they are still pitiful after all. No matter how talented they are and how good their cultivation is, they are still children after all, and they are already facing death." The previous teacher sighed and said, "I just heard that there was an ordinary child upstairs who is still playing games all night. His body is so weak that I can't even read it. Yeah, it's better to read a novel." Another teacher said, "There's a person called Wind Conquers the World who wrote it quite well. He's recognized as the world's best." Recognized as the world's best? Is that for real? I'll go take a look when I have time and join a few Golden Alliance or something. I'm not short of money. I've been watching them play for the past 3 days. Other than feeling sorry for them, I also feel that it's quite enjoyable. It's as if I played with them once. One of the teachers was reminiscing. He touched his chin and said, "When I have time, I'll go sit on that wooden horse too. It seems that it's quite interesting." After receiving a large wave of rolling eyes, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, the First Division's venue had been renovated and the arena was erected high. Red decorations hung on all sides. The battle between the champion and the runner-up was about to begin. The battle between the champion and the runner-up was a best-of-7 system. 6 people would fight for 7 rounds. The first 4 rounds could not have the same person. In other words, one person was not allowed to defeat the entire field. One powerhouse was not allowed to carry a team and even win the championship. At the same time, the candidates for the first 4 rounds had to be planned and submitted before the first person appeared. The order could not be changed. No one was allowed to change the person. Violators would be disqualified. In the last 3 rounds, they could send their own people. However, even the last 3 rounds, one person could only fight at most 2 rounds. All the high martial arts teachers surrounded the entire arena. They wanted to get a closer look at the real battle between the geniuses. Whether it was Water City No. 1 High School or Phoenix City No. 2 High School, they were the best of the best. It could be said that even the weakest person in these 2 teams, with the aptitude of astral souls, will be able to enter the list of seeded contestants of the 3 high martial arts schools. Relatively speaking, Phoenix City No. 2 High School was more popular. The captain, Zhuo, was known as Brother Crotch Kick. The vice-captain, Li Chenglong, was popular. The dream technique, Li Changming, became famous in one battle. Yu Moyan was silent and sharp. Long Yuxing was outstanding and a hero among women. The most important point was that Water City No. 1 High School had once fought Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School and lost on the spot. However, Phoenix City No. 2 High School defeated Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School in its strongest state. This gave people a feeling that Water City No. 1 High School was most likely not the opponent of Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Even the members of Water City No. 1 High School had this thought. The curtain opened. The 2 teams entered the arena. For a time, the audience cheered loudly, one after another, endlessly. Countless long guns, short guns, and flashing lights made Xiaoduo blind. In an instant, he had a subtle feeling that he had become a big star. He almost wanted to shake his butt on the stage and sing a song. On the opposite side, the 6 people from Water City No. 1 High School were all dressed in snow-white clothes. A sharp aura came from them. The 12 people stood facing each other from a distance. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhou Yunqing, the captain of Water City No. 1 High School, took a step forward together. The others did not move. "I'm the captain, Zhuo Xiaoduo. This is our vice-captain, Li Chenglong. This is Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Li Changming, and Yu Moyan." Zhuo Xiaoduo introduced them one by one with perfect articulation. There was a loud shout in the stands. "Brother Iron and Steel is mighty." Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned, glanced at Li Chenglong fiercely, and said angrily, "Swollen, go back and wait for me." Li Chenglong felt wronged. "What did I do to you? You stole my limelight." Zhuo Xiaoduo said bitterly, "I'm the captain, but you didn't call my name or Iron Fist young master. Who will take the blame if not you?" Li Chenglong. On the opposite side, Zhou Yunqing showed a smile on his face. "Captain Zhuo, you don't have to deliberately remind us like this. We won't remember your name, Iron Fist young master." Zhou Yunqing couldn't help but laugh in his heart. At this time, you still want to use Iron Fist young master to fool people. Do you want us to think that you are really unparalleled? Don't worry, we will never be fooled. No matter who picks you, they won't fight with you. They will just admit defeat. I'm the captain of Water City's first squadron, Zhou Yunqing. This is our vice-captain, Yin Quanglei. This is Fong Juexiao. This is Ling Feixue. This is Yu Yin, and the last one is Pai Bao. Zhou Yunqing introduced the last person and obviously paused. Just as Xiaoduo and the others were puzzled, they finally heard the last person's name. All 6 of them widened their eyes at the same time. Pai Bao. This name. Really? Sound good. So Xiao Duo burst out laughing. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he really couldn't help it. Listening to the first 5 names, they sounded good, poetic, and imposing. However, when he heard the last name, he really didn't know what to do, and suddenly lost his composure. Captain Zhou, you almost sprained my waist with your sudden coquettishness. So Xiao Duo shook his head and sighed. Then, he said to Pai Bao, Brother Pai, I am really not laughing at you. We are heroes, and we never use our names to make fun of you. Pai Bao's wrinkled face trembled, and his 4 wrinkles bloomed into a chrysanthemum-like smile. He said, It's okay, it's okay. I am used to it since I was young. Cough, cough. This smile almost made Xiao Duo lose his soul. It didn't look like a chrysanthemum at all, but it really did look like one. Cough, cough, the monthly ticket, the recommendation ticket. Chapter 353. The introductions were over. The 2 captains returned to their respective teams. The 12 of them saluted to each other at the same time. In Shui Chung No. 1 Middle School, everyone was dressed in white. They were taller than snow, and their figures were tall and straight. Well, except for the last person, the first 5 people were handsome men and beautiful women, forming a beautiful scenery. The moment they bowed at the same time, there was an inexplicable cold and sharp chi, like a snow mountain suddenly lowering its head. Their momentum was amazing. As for Phoenix City No. 2 High School, when they bowed, the big words Phoenix City No. 2 High School were revealed behind the 6 people. It was especially eye-catching. It was so tacky. This strong contrast made the teachers of the high school who were watching the battle behind Zhou Xiaoduo's team almost laugh out loud. Have you drafted the list of participants? Ding Xiulan asked. The referees of this competition were almost all familiar people. They were from the 3 high schools and 6 teachers. Yes, they were right. The 6 referees were all from the 3 high schools. The other schools didn't even get a spot. Ma Zhangxi, who was standing at the side, grimaced from time to time. His face was full of indignation. Ordinary high school students didn't have human rights. Ma Zhangxi wanted to shout, but he didn't dare to. He was afraid that he would be beaten. I, Ma Laosin, knew better than a fight when the odds were against me. It's done, it's done. It's done a long time ago. So Xiao Duo happily walked over and handed over his team's name list. He said sweetly, Teachers, why do you all look so familiar? Don't tell me you've been working overtime for the past few days? Take care of your body. It's really too tiring. Ding Xiulan said with a loving face, It's rare for you to be so considerate. Look, I prepared food. As she spoke, she took out a bag of melon seeds and asked, Do you want to eat? So Xiao Duo laughed dryly. I don't dare to eat. When you're done, I'll treat you, Ding Xiulan said. Zhan Xiaofei coughed. Teacher Ding, mind your image. Immediately after, he said in an amiable tone, Zhui Xiao Duo, you can do it. Zhui Xiao Duo nodded repeatedly with a simple and honest look on his face. He smiled and said, Teacher Zhan, you look much better today than you did a few days ago. Zhan Xiaofei was overjoyed and said, Really? You even know how to read people's complexion? Zhui Xiao Duo said, I know a little. Actually, I'm best at reading faces. With your physiognomy, you're destined to be famous in the future. You have a good physiognomy. Zhan Xiaofei's eyes narrowed, and his heart was bursting with joy. Is that so? Ha! If it's possible, let me take a good look. My name shakes the world. Is it because I took in a good student? On the other side, Cui Shangyan's face was full of dissatisfaction. Teacher Zhan, is this the time to chat? Pay attention to your manners. Zhui Xiaoduo said obediently, Hello, Teacher Cui. Thank you for your hard work. Cui Shangyan smiled like a flower. Xiaoduo, did you sleep well last night? I heard that he went to the amusement park for the past few days. When you come to Shangjing, I'll take you to the amusement park there. It's much bigger than here. You'll definitely be able to enjoy yourself. Zhui Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true. Cui Shangyan introduced excitedly. Let me tell you, the amusement park in Shangjing, inside. Just as he was about to give an example to encourage Zhuo Xiao Duo's interest, he remembered that he had never been to an amusement park before. He was completely ignorant about the facilities there, so it was hard for him to say anything. He forcefully changed the topic and said, "It's really fun inside. In the bar, there are many beautiful ladies. Their clothes." On the side, Ding Xiulan and Zhang Xiaofei roared at the same time. Cui Shangyan, you shameless person. Are you trying to teach your child bad things? Cough, cough. Cui Shangyan didn't care at all and just smiled. My word were like farts, so why should I care? So what if I don't want Bai Lian? He continued to smile and said, Little duo, as long as you really come, I will take you wherever you want to go. Whatever you want to play, I will take you to play. Zhang Xiaofei looked up and sighed. He's really like a girl. The first time he's so shy and unwilling, but after the first time, he doesn't care anymore. This Cui Shangyan. Ding Xiulan raised her eyebrows and said angrily, Zhang Xiaofei, what do you mean? Cui Shangyan's shamelessness is his own business. What does it have to do with a girl? If you don't know how to speak, then shut your stinky mouth. So Xiao Duo looked at them. I'm just here to flatter them. I don't mean anything else. Why did they start fighting? The smell of gunpowder was getting stronger. Teacher, I'll go back and prepare for the competition. He slipped away, wiping his sweat on the way. That place was really too dangerous. Yes, good luck. The 5 judges said together. So Xiao Duo handed in the name list. It took a full 10 minutes. After a few rounds of greetings, Zhou Yinxing stood at the side and waited. He was not anxious at all. His expression did not change at all. So Xiao Duo could not help but praise him in his heart. Don't underestimate the greetings before the competition. Politeness, etiquette, respect, chatting. As long as the teacher responded, no matter if it was 1 sentence or 2, the other team students would be ignored. And out of respect for the teacher who was speaking, the other teachers would not interrupt at this time. The other team could only awkwardly stand at the side and wait under the watchful eyes of everyone. Don't underestimate this short period of time. It was a huge blow to a person's psyche. Countless people were watching. This was a live broadcast. I'm just going to stand here like an idiot? How embarrassing. First, he felt disgusted. Why are you so troublesome? So Xiao Duo, are you deliberately trying to intimidate me? Aren't you just trying to create an opportunity to ignore me by talking over there? Then, he became more and more angry. His mouth is so sweet. What should I do? Should I greet him? Would it have the opposite effect of making a fool of himself? But if I don't greet him, will the teacher think of me? If I don't greet him, I'll be nervous. Will the teacher be dissatisfied with me? If I greet him, I'll be even more annoyed. Why should I imitate him? And the teacher's reaction after greeting him would trigger countless thoughts. If he was enthusiastic, it would be fine. If he was indifferent or ignored him, he would start to think again, and so on. I won't go into detail. And all of this should not have happened. Everyone went up together, handed in the name list, and came back immediately. There was no need to think about anything. But because of Zhuo Xiao's words, it triggered all of this. It was a pressure even for adults, let alone a group of half-grown children. In the previous few matches, Zhuo Xiao's opponents were almost all affected, and this move was an open and above-board trick. I can lower my face, can you? Even if you can, I'll be the first to take advantage of you. Even if you beat me to it, I can still say it better than you, when did Masters would care about his face? As long as he could defeat his opponent, he would spare no effort. But the captain of Shui City First High School was not affected at all. He just stood there and waited calmly. There was no fluctuation in his heart at all. This was the first time that Zhuo Xiao's trick had failed. Teacher, this is our name list. Please take a look. Zhou Yinxing strode forward with his head held high and handed over the name list with both hands. Okay. Ding Xiulan took it. Yinxing, you can do it. Thank you, teacher. Zhou Yinxing bowed and walked back. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood in front of his team and looked at Zhou Yinxing. He silently commented in his heart, I'm an old silver. He's as steady as an old dog. Damn it, I've met my opponent today. I won't fall in the final, right? After handing over the name list, both sides saluted each other and gave each other the greatest respect. Then, they returned to their seats and sat down, waiting for the battle to begin. Ding Xiaolan stood up solemnly and said in a serious voice, "The name list of the two teams is already in my hands, and this name list is not allowed to be changed." Ding Xiaolan smiled. "Now, it's up to the captains and vice-captains of the two teams to arrange their troops. Next, I announce that the first player from Phoenix City First High School is Vice-Captain Li Chenglong. Shui City First High School's candidate is Vice-Captain Yin Quanglei." Ding Xiaolan glanced at the name list for the second time. Her eyes flashed with surprise. She smiled and said, "The lineups of the two teams are almost the same. For the first battle, they didn't send out their strongest captains. Instead, they sent out their second strongest vice-captains. It seems that they both want their vice-captains to take the first round and win. Unfortunately, their thoughts are the same, and their vice-captains met with each other. Next, let's see who will win and who will be the stronger one." The candidates for the first round indeed caused an uproar. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Yinqing also looked at each other thoughtfully. The two vice-captains stood out at the same time. However, Yin Quanglei's momentum was like a glass of water compared to Li Chenglong's. The entire stands and the audience were a sea of people. Red flags fluttered, and they roared and cheered in unison. They were all Li Chenglong's fans. "Brother Iron, come on. Brother Iron, victory." On the internet, the people who were watching the live broadcast spontaneously established a Iron God sect. This sect had only been established for a few days, but the number of people who joined had already exceeded the 10 million mark. It became a mudslide on the internet. "Brother Iron, come on. Sect leader, domineering. Sect leader is mighty, unifying the Jianghu. What beauty! Make her cry with one punch. Iron God sect, I'm lonely. Bachelor's kennel, 7 seas and 5 lakes. Ow, 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 ow. Woof, 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 woof. Sect leader, why did you hit a man this time? Change to another one. Sect leader, hit the little sister in the next battle." In the arena, shouts and whistles pierced through the clouds and fog. On the internet, words and phrases formed a tsunami. Iron God sect, Brother Iron, Li Chenglong, was the well-deserved sect leader that everyone had high hopes for. When a sect leader came out to fight, a group of followers cheered at the top of their lungs. This group of people were all single dogs. Every day, they were bootlickers but couldn't lick anything. They were the kind that got sick of eating dog food. Finally, they saw a Brother Iron who could grab a beauty and run wild. They immediately had a backbone. One by one, they waved their flags and shouted, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. At this moment, the Iron God sect's momentum was earth-shattering. Chapter 354. At this moment, Li Chenglong felt like he was missing a pair of sunglasses. Even his footsteps seemed to be in slow motion, intentionally or unintentionally. He walked out in a majestic and handsome slow-motion manner, step by step. It was really as if he was the god of gamblers entering the scene. However, his opponent did not intend to give him the chance to continue acting cool. He roared and rushed forward. The next moment, Li Chenglong smiled treacherously. His body suddenly sped up, and with a spin, 3 Li Chenglong appeared. One swung his fist, one drew his sword, and one kicked. It was Qin Fangyang's 5 directions sword mantra that Li Chenglong had learned and used. Before Yin Quanglei blinked, he was still looking at his opponent's slow-motion performance amidst the cheers of his fans. Who would have thought that the situation would turn out like this in the blink of an eye? Fortunately, he had prepared himself mentally. The sword in his hand met the incoming sword, and he leaned to the side to avoid the punch aimed at his nose. However, he did not manage to avoid the kick. He quickly put his legs together and twisted his buttocks. The kick that was supposed to land on his crotch landed heavily on Yin Quanglei's buttocks. With a muffled bang, this kick sent Yin Quanglei tumbling backwards. As the vice-captain, how could Li Chenglong make the mistake of losing focus in the face of an enemy? All the slow-motion moves earlier were just to bait the opponent into attacking and not being able to defend well. After succeeding in one move, Li Chenglong followed up with another attack. He punched, kicked, and swung his sword. His attacks were tyrannical and smooth. He was like a single dog that had left its nest. Although Li Chenglong had been taught the five-direction sword mantra by Qin Fangyang and had some small achievements, this move required a lot of energy. With Li Chenglong's current cultivation level, he could only use it once and could not sustain it for a long time. However, after launching this move, not only was it unexpected, but they also gained the overwhelming advantage of 3 against 1. In an instant, they gained an overwhelming advantage. It was worth it. Yin Kuanglei's cultivation was roughly on par with Li Chenglong's. However, he had lost the upper hand right from the start and had fallen into a passive state. Li Chenglong did not have any intention of slowing down. His attacks became more and more concentrated, like a storm of attacks. Kill him while he's down. Yin Kuanglei was forced to retreat continuously. Suddenly, he let out an explosive roar. It was as if he didn't care about his life anymore, as he charged out without a care for anything else. Immediately after, he charged forward, risking Li Chenglong's punches and kicks in order to regain some of the initiative. Otherwise, if he continued to be suppressed like this, he would definitely lose without any room for a comeback. When Li Chenglong saw this, he let out a loud roar and used all his strength. The sword in his hand was like a huge saber, and he used it to cleave a mountain. He used all his strength to meet the attack head-on. He remembered Zhou Xiaoduo's warning. The opponent's sword, once it is out, there is no turning back. The most important thing is the momentum. You don't have as many tricks as I do. If you allow the opponent to unleash his sword aura, even if you can drag this battle out, you will still lose. When it comes to dealing with this kind of momentum, other than suppressing the opponent's attack from the start and taking the initiative, you also have to suppress the opponent's momentum. Even if the opponent uses a move that will injure both sides and force you to switch from offense to defense, you have to use a move that is even more tyrannical. You have to suppress the opponent and completely suppress the opponent's momentum. The key to this battle is to take the initiative at all times. No matter what, you can't let the opponent turn the situation back into a tie. Once you have the upper hand but lose, it will be your loss. And now, Li Chenglong was carrying out Zhou Xiaoduo's words. You want me to give you a step back by charging at me? You think I won't dare to fight you with my life just because I have the upper hand? What a joke. You dare to fight me with your life, but do you think I don't dare to fight you with my life? With a loud clang, the two swords collided with each other in a crazy manner. With a bang, both swords shattered and turned into dust. Yin Kuanglei had poured all of his cultivation into this sword. He couldn't hold back his momentum, so he rushed forward again. Li Chenglong had also poured all of his cultivation into this sword. Seeing that Yin Kuanglei had no intention of retreating, he also rushed forward madly without dodging. Boom, 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 in the blink of an eye, the two of them had already punched each other 17 or 18 times. Then, under the inertia of rushing forward, the two heads steeled their hearts and lowered their heads. The two heads used a posture similar to that of a bull's horn and collided with each other. Bang! It was a solid collision. This collision caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. It was too loud. Then, a strange scene appeared on the stage. The two of them suffered from each other's huge impact and fell back together. Then, Yin Kuanglei got up as if he was drunk and swayed in slow motion. That Li Chenglong's situation was similar. He got up crookedly, and his eyes became cross-eyed. Using a posture similar to that of a drunkard, he slowly twisted and turned on the stage. Puff! Ding Xiulan and the others spat out a mouthful of tea. These two idiots had actually knocked each other unconscious. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Yunqing's teams covered their faces with both hands. They really didn't dare to watch that on the stage. The two cross-eyed men's minds were full of stars. They spun around the stage like a drunkard and then fell down again. Sitting on the ground, they gasped for breath. Then, they didn't forget to focus their eyes and look around for their opponents. It was at this moment that blood spurted out from the top of their heads at almost the same time with a PU sound. On the internet, thousands of Iron God sect disciples were collectively dumbfounded. Sect Master, hold on. Sect Master's cross-eyed eyes are so cute, just like a husky. Sect Master, Sect Master is mighty, knocking over the opponent with one blow. So Xiao Duo took the lead and stood up. This match ended the draw. Captain Zhou, do you have any objections? Zhou Yinqing hesitated and said, our chances of winning this match are less than 40%. If Captain Zhua can also end with a draw, we naturally have no objections. But we're taking advantage of you. So Xiao Duo said, that's fine. Look at these two idiots. They'll need at least an hour to recover. Can we afford to wait? Zhou Yinqing laughed and said straightforwardly, then we'll take advantage of them and end with a draw. Then, one person went up and dragged back the two cross-eyed men who were still slacking around. While being dragged away, the two of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws, shouting incoherently, hit, 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 da-da. Whether it was on the stands or on the internet, laughter shook the sky. Sect Master is so cute. So Sect Master is not only ruthless to women, but also to men. It seems like he's even ruthless to himself. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I just ate a mouthful of rice, but it all came out of my nostrils. What's your rice? The noodles I just ate are still hanging from my nostrils. You're too silly. You two idiots. Silly +1. Long live Sect Master Silly. I must keep the recording of this match well. If I'm unhappy in the future, I'll watch it again. It's so fun. It's enough for me to use for a lifetime. The first match ended with a draw. This result was more or less beyond everyone's expectations. Strictly speaking, Li Chenglong had the advantage from the beginning of the match. He had the upper hand, and his strategy and tactics were excellent. He didn't give his opponent any chance to turn the situation around. Unfortunately, his opponent was also a ruthless person. At the most critical moment, he headbutted Li Chenglong. At that moment, Li Chenglong's hands and feet were exhausted. If he had dodged, he could have dodged, but he would have lost the initiative. The situation was reversed, so he simply headbutted Yin Kuanglei's head. Because of this, both of them fell into a cross-eyed state. Therefore, to a large extent, this draw was won by Yin Kuanglei himself. So Xiao Duo had a good impression of such a tough guy. Therefore, he didn't care about the slight difference, and took the initiative to propose a draw. After Li Chenglong and Yin Kuanglei were dragged back, they were still rolling their eyes and shaking their heads. They even wanted to crawl around on the ground. The pills had been fed, the cold water had been poured on their heads, and even the medicinal liquid had been drunk. However, they were still in a muddled state. Yu Moyin simply put Li Chenglong on the ground and sat on Li Chenglong's butt, forcefully suppressing. On the other side, when they saw that this method was good, they followed suit and sat on Vice Captain Yin Kuanglei's butt. When Ding Xiaolan came out to announce the second match, she still couldn't help but smile. This didn't seem like a battle, but more like a crosstalk performance. The second match is between Phoenix City's second high school, Long Yuxing, and Water City's first high school, Ling Feishuo. Long Yuxing held his sword and came out. On the other side, Ling Feishuo's white clothes were like snow, and her long sword was like frost. Once she came out of the formation, she used the move of body and sword as one. Sword of no return. Before she came out of the formation, the sword's momentum was already formed. Dodge, block, retreat, all of these would only make her fall into a disadvantage. A fierce look flashed in Long Yuxing's eyes. His body tilted, and he turned into a white light with his sword. His long sword moved like a rainbow piercing the sun, and flew towards Ling Feishuo's heart. Using sword against sword, using attack against attack. Zhou Yinqing and the other high martial arts teachers on the stage were all stunned. Ling Feishuo's sword move could be said to be a routine, and it was one of the moves of Sword of No Return. However, Long Yuxing's move was no longer a routine move, but a battle formation killing technique. In a battle formation killing, there was no victory or defeat, only life and death. This move also came from Qin Fangyang's biting cold heart of the sword. Killing sword of life and death. The sword cuts life and death. Your sword doesn't return? I, Jian Wu Hui. Your sword doesn't return. I have no regrets in life and death. Both sides used the move of body and sword as one. The speed of their attacks was also extremely fast. As the saying goes, in a battle between experts, victory or defeat was decided in an instant. This sentence was verified here. From the moment Ding Xiaolan announced the start of the second match, the winner and loser were decided in less than 3 seconds. Puff puff. Ling Feishue's sword pierced through Long Yuxing's lower abdomen, all the way to the hilt, revealing more than 2 feet of the bloody sword behind him. On the other hand, Long Yuxing's sword pierced through Ling Feishue's chest, all the way to the hilt, revealing more than 2 feet of the sword behind him. At the most crucial moment, Long Yuxing's sword moved slightly to the side, revealing the vital point of the heart. However, this was a true battle of life and death. Chapter 355. On the field, off the field, on the viewing platform, everyone was stunned by this thunderous sword. Everyone could only feel their chests pounding, and they could clearly hear the sound of their hearts thumping. No one could make a sound for a moment. Only cold sweat dripped down from their foreheads. Over there, Zhou Yinqing jumped up from his seat and shouted, "Don't move. We admit defeat." Zhou Xiaoduo also jumped up as if his butt was on fire. "Don't move." Zhou Xiaoduo would not say anything about a draw this time, because this time, Long Yuxing showed mercy at the last moment. If not, Ling Feishue would be a corpse now, and Long Yuxing was still alive. This was already the outcome of the battle. There was no room for excuses, and the reason why Zhou Yinqing admitted defeat was because of this. Now, the two were still close to each other. Their swords were still stuck in each other's body. At this time, both of them still had a considerable amount of energy left. Just a slight movement of their wrists and a slight release of their true essence would cause irreparable damage. Their eyes met. Long Yuxing smiled faintly, and his right hand let go of the sword hilt. Ling Feishue's face was cold, and her right hand also let go of her sword hilt. Admirable. The two almost spoke at the same time. Ding Xiaolan flew over, and with an indescribable ingenious hand speed, she separated the two. Then, she drew out their swords along the wound, carefully and swiftly. There was no hesitation in the process. At this time, the more hesitant it was, the easier it was to ruin things. As the two swords left the body, blood gushed out. Ding Xiaolan was still quick to respond. First, she put the 2 elixirs into their mouths, and then she sprinkled the top-grade golden sword medicine. Then, she took out 2 small bottles, one for each person, and poured it down. Then, with cold sweat on his forehead, he said, "These 2 kids, why are they so violent?" They directly decided the outcome of the battle with one move. This is a real life and death battle. Zhang Xiaofei sighed. There are countless accidents in the path of cultivation. Even if you have the elixir of immortality in your hands, if you don't have the opportunity, you can only watch death descend upon you. Fortunately, Long Yuxing's sword tip was slightly off at the last moment. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaofei shook his head and didn't continue. But everyone understood what he meant. Wanli Xiu was so scared that her whole body trembled. She carried Long Yuxing back. Her small face was as pale as a sheet of paper. So Xiaoduo shook his head and said, somewhat speechlessly, "Sure, I've already checked for you. You're not destined to be a widow in this lifetime. Don't worry." When the people around heard this, they thought, what the fuck, although this kid is saying nice things, why are his words so unpleasant? However, to everyone's surprise, that when Wanli Xiu heard this, her eyes actually lit up. She said excitedly, "Really?" So Xiaoduo shrugged. "You don't believe me? Well, have I ever lied to you? Even if Long Yuxing lied to you, I wouldn't lie to you, right?" "Yes, yes." Wanli Xiu nodded repeatedly. Her mood immediately stabilized a lot. Several high martial arts teachers looked at Wan Lixiu in confusion. Wan Lixiu was actually coaxed by Zhou Xiaoduo's unpleasant words. They could not help but look at each other. "I won't have the life of a widow in this life." These words were actually used to comfort people. This was the first fucking time they heard it. And what did he mean by, "Even if Long Yuxing lied to you, I wouldn't lie to you"? Her boyfriend was just nearby and had just been seriously injured. How could you say that? Were you really not here to poach her? Both of them were carried back. There were only 2 pools of blood left in the arena. It was a shocking sight. Phoenix City High School number 2, 1 win and 1 draw. Based on the current situation, they had the advantage and had the upper hand. The third round, Phoenix City High School number 2, Li Zhongming, Water City High School, Immerse. When they heard the names of their opponents, everyone's spirits were lifted. However, they did not know how the 2 of them would fight in this round. Would they see that mysterious and unpredictable great dream divine technique again? For the first time, Li Zhongming actually took out a long iron rod from his space ring. As he strode out, he casually swung the iron rod and a huge flower appeared. It was truly a spectacular sight and was pleasing to the eye. Dong! Li Zhongming propped the iron rod on the ground and said majestically, "Please." How could the crowd not understand? This guy was obviously not going to use the Great Dream Divine technique. He was going to use pure strength to win. Yu Yin was a petite and beautiful woman. She had a delicate figure and a delicate face. Paired with her snow-white clothes, she looked really lovely, making me feel pity for her. In her hand, there was a sharp sword. "Please." The sword flashed, and Li Zhongming's rod was already whistling. The battle between the 2 of them was intense. They exchanged hundreds of moves in one breath, but there was no clear winner. It was hard to tell who was better. Yener looked petite, but her toughness was unusually strong. Her swordsmanship was not like Yin Kuanglei and Ling Feishui's, where the sword was unstoppable. Instead, it was extremely soft and flexible. However, it was also different from Zhua Xiaodua's drizzle swordsmanship. Her swordsmanship was dense and focused on offense. Her swordsmanship was more suitable for a woman's soft and delicate style. After 500 moves, Li Zhongming gradually felt that his strength was running out. He could not help but panic and thought to himself, "Am I going to lose twice in a row?" As the thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly swung his long rod 17 to 18 times. Then, he quickly turned around and threw the long rod in his hand in a spinning manner. His target was Yener. Then, he raised his hands. Yener had already sensed that Li Zhongming's attacks were gradually slowing down. She thought that Li Zhongming's strength was running out. Her strategy of using softness to defeat strength was working. However, she did not expect an unforeseen event to happen. First, there was a round of fierce attacks. Although it was not impossible to deal with, it temporarily limited her to one spot. Then, there was another rod that flew out of his hand. However, this was not a problem for Yun. She still managed to dodge it. However, just as she was dodging, Li Zhongming casually threw 4 or 5 white gas at Yener's face. Yin tried her best to hold her breath. However, the white gas was colorless and odorless. It did not enter the body through breathing. Instead, it entered the body in a silent way. Seeing that Li Zhongming turned around and ran, Yin was enraged. She changed from defense to offense and quickly chased after him. However, just as she jumped up, she felt dizzy and an irresistible drowsiness swept over her. On the other side, Li Zhongming was also in a wobbly state. However, he continued to throw out 2 more white gas. Obviously, he was taking precautions. Then, he fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Yu Yin was getting more and more dizzy. Finally, she could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Then, her eyes rolled back. She slowly lay down on the ground and fell into a sweet sleep. Everyone was speechless. This kind of operation that we don't understand is happening again. The Great Dream Divine art was performing again. On the field, Li Zhongming was sleeping soundly. Yu Yin's breathing was light and gentle. She slept like a lady. After a long time, there was no intense battle like the one between Li Zhongming and Shimin Daqing. After a while, the smile on Li Zhongming's face turned strange. Yin's face was also flushed red, as if she was very shy. After a long time, Yu Yin screamed and woke up. Li Zhongming, who was opposite her, also opened his eyes at the same time. His face was full of embarrassment. Yin jumped up and pointed at Li Zhongming with a red face. You pervert. How could you do that? Li Zhongming was embarrassed. Cough, cough, cough. That was not that. Yu Er's face was red, and she stomped her feet. Suddenly, she covered her face and ran back. Li Zhongming had a silly smile on his face and did not speak for a long time. Everyone, including the referee, had a look of curiosity on their faces. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Zhou Yunqing looked at Zhou Xiaoduo, and Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Zhou Yunqing and smiled bitterly at the same time. How was this going to be settled? At that moment, no one knew how to settle the score. After all, they were not the ones involved. Who knew what kind of dream they had? The internet was in an uproar. What do you think Li Zhongming, this perverted fat single dog, did to the girl in his dream? I think that when the girl woke up and called him a pervert, I think it's not that simple. I don't need you to say it's not simple. Based on my experience as a single dog, this kid must have her in her dream. With my fifth limb, I personally agree with this deduction. This kid's smile is too perverted. He actually used his divine art to make the girl have a wet dream. What a bitch. I wonder what it was like in the dream. Did he really take it off? Tisk. One look, and I know you're a pure single dog. In a dream, do you know the flow of time in a dream? Maybe in the dream, you've already given birth to a few children and spent your entire life with them. You're right. Once, I dreamt that I spent a few decades in my dream. It was so comfortable, but I can't remember the details. Anyway, it was comfortable. Of course, it's comfortable in a sweet dream. If you continuously enter the bridal chamber in your dream, how could it not be comfortable? TSK. Chest lift, what a wonderful idea. How is this considered victory or defeat? The referees were also confused. Zhou Xiaoduo asked loudly, Li Zhongming, tell me honestly, what did you do to her in your dream? Li Zhongming stuttered with an embarrassed look on his face. No, nothing. Nothing. Why did she run away with a red face? She even called you a pervert? Zhou Xiaoduo was full of righteousness and said sternly, tell me honestly. Otherwise, even if you're in the arena now and your opponent is no longer in the arena, I still can't declare you the winner. Zhou Yunqing suddenly raised her head and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo looked back calmly, his eyes as calm as water. Zhou Yunqing narrowed her eyes and said, Captain Zhou, this concerns a woman's reputation. You can't take it lightly. Zhou Xiaoduo said calmly, it's just a dream. How can it be real? Besides, it's a martial arts competition in the arena. It's all about skills. Chapter 356. But Li Zhongming's great dream divine technique can obviously control dreams. Zhou Yunqing's eyes were sharp. That's Li Zhongming's ability, and it's also a battle tactic. Zhou Xiaoduo was still indifferent. But in the end, it's still a dream. Even if it's a dream, you used a dream to humiliate a girl. What kind of battle tactic is that? Zhou Yunqing asked sharply. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled faintly. First, other than the two of them, no one knows what happened in the dream. Second, in this arena, there's only victory and defeat. There's no distinction between men and women. I've never thought that girls should be given preferential treatment in this arena. Third, if humiliating a girl can make her admit defeat and let us win, then I'll answer you directly. Then I can give you a clear answer. Yes, this is the way to fight. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his head and puffed out his chest. He said loudly, and the most important fourth point, I've never explicitly asked for Li Zhongming to win. But the fact is, your team members were no longer in the arena before the outcome was decided. This is an ironclad fact. Even if I insist that we won this round, I can still say that I'm in the right. But I didn't. This is already giving you leeway. Fifth, the reason why I emphasize this point is to prevent you from using your reputation to force Li Zhongming to admit defeat. And you did mention the two words reputation later. So I'm telling you clearly that this path won't work. Even if Li Zhongming admits defeat because he's embarrassed, as the team leader, I won't admit defeat. If you insist on using reputation to force Li Zhongming to admit defeat, I won't accept it. Zhou Xiaoduo faced everyone and said, this is an arena, and also a battlefield. In the arena, there's only one opponent. In the battlefield, there's only one enemy. On the opposite side, Zhou Yunqing's face was ashen. Xiaoduo's eyes were burning. He didn't back down at all. His aura was overwhelming. After a long time, Zhou Yunqing said softly, "I shouldn't have talked about gender. The arena is the arena. This part is because my thinking is biased. I think that girls should be given preferential treatment. For this, I sincerely apologize. However, the judges will have to decide the outcome of the match. Just like how captains were refused to admit defeat, I, Zhou Yunqing, also don't think that my team members have lost." Zhou Yunqing looked at Xiaoduo. Both of them stared at each other, neither willing to back down. The two captains were unwilling to admit defeat, but they didn't have any concrete evidence to prove that they had won and convince everyone. The referees discussed for a while before Ding Xiulan made the decision. "This match ends in a draw. Do you have any objections?" Xiaoduo beamed with delight. "Teachers, your eyes are indeed sharp. You were able to come up with a reasonable judgment in an instant. This student is impressed and has no objections. Actually, it doesn't matter. It's just that Captain Zhou has been a little conflicted about winning or losing." It's really not a big deal. Even if we lose this match, it doesn't matter. We could just fight back. All in all teachers have worked hard. No matter how well-mannered Zhou Yunqing was, she was still angered by him, who was the one who was conflicted about winning or losing. However, in front of so many people, Zhou Yunqing had to take care of his face and demeanor. How could he quarrel with Xiaoduo? He could only swallow his anger and cup his hands. "Teacher's judgment is fair. We have no objections." She glanced at Xiaoduo with a frown. For the first time, she felt that it wasn't easy to deal with this guy even if she had mentally prepared herself. Zhou Yunqing was a square person. His personality was completely different from Xiaoduo's. She simply couldn't keep up with Xiaoduo's thoughts. However, Zhou Yunqing's Fangzheng was a real Fangzheng. Therefore, he would always choose to be himself. He wouldn't keep tangling with Xiaoduo. Even if he felt a little resentful, he would quickly get over it. Xiaoduo was convinced by such a person from the bottom of his heart. He actually couldn't anger him. Master Zhou felt very defeated. "Right? I didn't act like a hooligan." Li Zhongming was so angry that his face turned red. "I didn't act like a hooligan. Sai, that's not important." Xiaoduo comforted him. "Who asked you to drag a girl to sleep with you?" That sentence was full of ambiguity. On the opposite side, Yu screamed, "Xiaoduo!" Xiaoduo laughed out loud. However, there was a meaningful look in his eyes. Then, he patted Li Zhongming's shoulder. His words directly diverted this matter to the highest heavens. Since it was a draw, nothing else mattered anymore. Of course, if someone wanted to argue about it, they could argue about it. After interacting with each other for so long, Xiaoduo had absolute faith in Li Zhongming's character. Besides, if Li Zhongming really wanted to act like a hooligan, why would he do it in front of a live broadcast? This was simply impossible. Xiaoduo didn't want to complicate things. The fourth round. Phoenix City No. 2 High School's candidate is Xiaoduo. Water City No. 1 High School's candidate is Pai Bao. Ding Xiulan announced loudly. Xiaoduo laughed out loud as he walked onto the stage. Suddenly, the entire internet was in an uproar. "The King of Swords is here. Oh, roar. My king is mighty. My king, kick his crotch. Long live the king." After Xiaoduo won a few rounds in a row, he received a new nickname on the internet, King of Swords. The name sounded really domineering. Of course, it started off as Crotch-Kicking King. However, many people felt that it was indecent and changed it to Cheap King. However, there were also people who suggested that the king's name shouldn't be so straightforward. Thus, it became the ultimate King of Swords. Just as Xiaoduo stood still, Pai Bao walked out with a frown on his face and said, "I admit defeat." The King of Swords, who was posing, almost spat out his saliva. "This is the finals. How can you admit defeat just like that? Are you kidding me?" He didn't know that after his fight with Lan Bingrue, Water City No. 1 High School came to a consensus. Except for Zhou Yunqing, no matter who went up against Xiaoduo, They had to admit defeat immediately. They didn't want to be beaten up. Moreover, they had to lose in an extremely aggrieved manner. It might even affect their martial arts heart. The loss outweighed the gain. Not to mention, it was too dangerous to fight against Swishauduo. Those who didn't know the truth could still watch the show. However, everyone was an expert. What was the point of watching the show? The flaming sun scripture, that's what Shauduo showed at the end, could turn someone into a roasted suckling pig with one palm. What was the point of fighting? The fourth round, Phoenix City number 2 high school wins. Currently, Phoenix City number 2 high school. With 2 wins and 2 draws, number 2 high school had the absolute upper hand. They only needed to win one more round to clinch the championship. The current situation of the 2 teams was that each of them had one person disabled. Long Yuxing on one side and Ling Feishu on the other. It was absolutely impossible for these 2 people to make a move during this period of time. As for the vice-captains of the 2 teams, they had almost recovered from their cross-eyed state. They both had the full combat strength of 5 people. Next was naturally the subsequent battle of the independent contestants. Zhou Yinqing couldn't help but frown. Every single one of his classmates were strong and talented, but compared to Phoenix City's second senior high school, other than Zhuoduo, the rest of them were basically on par with each other, with a 50% chance of winning. In this case, there were too many subtle methods that could affect the outcome of the battle, especially the other team's captain, Zhuoduo. Basically, every word he said would imperceptibly increase the psychological pressure on the other side. Sometimes, Zhou Yinqing really felt that his side was at a disadvantage. What did it mean to fight 7 rounds? That was too many, okay? The other side had Zhuoduo, the expert in playing with words. Almost every moment, he opened his mouth to attack. Increasing the psychological pressure on our side increased their chances of winning by a little bit. This was really too much of a disadvantage. I'll go first in the independent battle, Zhou Yinqing said. If they send someone else, I can guarantee that I'll win the next round. But in the next round, the other side will definitely send Zhuoduo. If I try my best and take a chance, I might be able to disable Zhuoduo. After that, I'll have to rely on you guys to turn the tables. Even if I can fight Zhuoduo to the point where both of us are injured, I won't be able to fight anymore. If Zhuoduo directly enters the battle, then, in short, the rest of the battle will depend on you guys. Captain, you can do it. Zhou Yinqing took a deep breath and felt a surge of pride in his chest. He stood up. He had a feeling that Zhuoduo would definitely not give him a chance to turn the tables. He would definitely enter the battle personally and end the battle as soon as possible. As expected, Zhou Yinqing had just stood up when he saw Zhuoduo standing on the stage with his clothes fluttering in the wind. Zhou Yinqing unsheathed his long sword and flicked the blade with his finger. With a clang, the long sword roared and the sword's aura soared into the sky. He walked over step by step, his momentum rising with each step. Zhuoduo looked unprecedentedly dignified. He said lightly, "Captain Zhou, listen to my advice. Don't use weapons when you fight with me." As soon as the sentence came out, at least millions of people were speechless. Even the 6 referees didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All the students of Watertown number 1 middle school focused on swords. You want them to not use weapons? Do you want them to tie their hands and feet and let you beat them? Or just admit defeat? However, those who were familiar with Zhuoduo immediately had a thought. This guy must be scheming again. Zhou Yinqing frowned. Why? Zhuoduo turned his wrist, and the cat spirit sword appeared in his hand. Under the sunlight, the clear sword reflected thousands of rays of light, as if there was a small sun in his hand. He stretched out his hand and the sword in his hand. He stretched it out in the air and said lightly, "This sword of mine is called Cat Spirit. It is 3 feet long and weighs 8 ounces. This sword was given my teacher by General Dongfang. Then my teacher gave it to me," Zhuoduo said without blushing or panting. "This sword is said to be made by the only divine craftsman in the continent, Master Wu Kazhu, 17,000 years ago. It can cut iron like mud and cut through hair. It is soft when it meets hard and hard when it meets soft. Its sharpness is recognized as the best in the world. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously. Captain Zhou, the famous sword in your hand might be a divine artifact, or at least it's your beloved item, a spirit treasure that can be used for dual cultivation. But in terms of sharpness, it can't be compared with my cat spirit. If it is damaged, wouldn't it be a great loss? That's why I advise you not to use weapons when you fight with me, or change to a sword. Even if it is damaged, you won't feel bad. You can avoid regret for life. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously. Captain Zhou, please think twice. This is just a competition. I don't want to cause you regret for life. On and off the field, the referees, the audience, the netizens in the live broadcast, and the whole country were speechless that I write until I feel weak all over. Please give me a recommendation ticket. I go home to rest. I feel like I have a cold. I can't turn on the air conditioner. In this weather, I'm ready to get a heat stroke at any time. Chapter 357. Zhuo Xiaoduo's words seemed to make sense. He seemed to have good intentions. From the beginning to the end, he was thinking for Zhou Yunqing. She confided in him wholeheartedly and earnestly, and her feelings were sincere. However, Zhou Yunqing's combat power was basically on the sword in his hand. You want him to fight with you barehanded without a sword? Or change out his god-level weapon and use an ordinary weapon to fight against your god-level weapon? Isn't that asking for defeat? However, with these words, even if Zhou Yunqing continued to fight with his own sword, he would definitely pay extra attention to whether or not his sword was damaged. His mind would inevitably be distracted, and he would become more and more restrained. Before the battle even began, he had already lost by 30%. What was the point of fighting? It was you, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who used your mouth to win the finals. If Zhuo Xiaoduo hadn't said these words, Zhou Yunqing wouldn't have known anything. Even if his sword was damaged, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, with these words, this sword was given to him by Marshal Dongfang. This sword couldn't be ignored anymore. It actually had a foothold. I'm really speechless. Zhang Xiaofei frowned. Obviously, he was thinking hard. When did Marshal Dongfang mention this cat spirit sword? Ding Xiaolong was also thinking. The cat spirit sword was recognized as the sharpest sword in the world. I don't think I've heard of it before. Logically speaking, such a sword should be famous all over the world. Shui Shangyan was deep in thought, wondering, is this for real? Could it be that I'm too ignorant? However, he directly said that it was Marshal Dongfang's sword in front of a national live broadcast. If it wasn't true, who would dare to say it? However, I heard that Zhuo Xiaoduo's original teacher, Qin Fangyang, was indeed under Marshal Dongfang's command in the past. They were quite close. Could it be that what Zhuo Xiaoduo said this time was actually true? At this moment, the one who felt the most uncomfortable was Zhou Yunqing. Although Zhou Yunqing had always been calm and upright, as the person directly involved, he also felt a toothache at this moment. If he could, he really wanted to grab Zhuo Xiaoduo and beat him up. No one is as despicable as you. Even if you're the Sword King, aren't you being too cheap? When he appeared, his habitual action of pulling out the sword and flicking it was immediately caught by the other party. From there, he deduced that the sword was his beloved item, which was why he said that. The students of Shui Chang No. 1 Middle School were famous for their swords. Naturally, they knew a lot about the famous swords on the continent. If there really was such a divine sword that was recognized as the sharpest sword on the continent, it was impossible that he didn't know its name and origin. Zhou Yunqing was almost certain that Zhuo Xiaoduo was talking nonsense when he said that it was a gift from General Dongfang, made by the best craftsman in the continent, and recognized as the sharpest weapon in the world. Even so, even though Zhou Yunqing knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo was using psychological warfare, Zhou Yunqing could not ignore it. What about the remaining 20%? What if it was true? His heart would ache for a few days if his sword were to be damaged. It was truly a beloved item. Even if the other party's sword was fake, the aura he had seen earlier was truly extraordinary. What if it was really sharp? What if it really damaged his treasured sword? But if he didn't use this sword, almost 80% of his kung fu would be gone. If he faced Xiaoduo, he might not even be able to last 3 moves. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Yunqing's complexion changed. At this moment, on the stage, a white-bearded teacher from Ancestral Dragon High School finally couldn't help but frown and say, "Zhou Yunqing, if this is the battlefield, the enemy has a peerless divine weapon in his hand. Would you give up the battle just to protect your beloved sword?" This sound was like the evening drum and morning bell, slowly ringing. Zhou Yunqing's chaotic state of mind was suddenly cleansed, and he suddenly woke up. His eyes became clear again, and he said in a deep voice, "Thank you, teacher, for your warning." That's right, what this teacher used just now was a famous cultivation method. Severe warning. The other 5 judges all turned their heads, and their faces were full of shock. Especially teacher Ding Xiulan, who was also from Ancestral Dragon High School, looked at the referee teacher in disbelief. The whole audience was in an uproar. No matter how much Xiaoduo talked and caused people to make mistakes, it was still a student competition, and it was the finals. In the finals, any way to destroy the opponent's confidence and morale was allowed by the rules, because scheming was a part of one's strength. But this teacher suddenly opened his mouth and enlightened him with a severe warning, which was tantamount to directly intervening to help the other side. This could be said to be a big taboo, which made the competition lose its fairness, and at the same time made the referee lose his neutral position. So Xiaoduo also felt a shock in his heart. Severe warning was helpful to Zhou Yunqing because he was at a loss. When he woke up, it was like waking up from a dream, and his mind became more alert. But to Xiaoduo, it was harmful. His heart was even shaken because of this. It was as if he was in a peaceful state, but suddenly encountered an earthquake, and he was in a trance. If he were to fight at this moment, his state of mind would definitely be unstable, and he would be flustered. He turned his head to look and laughed. "Teacher, your cultivation is really good. Even your student feels that his state of mind has been greatly improved." The white-bearded teacher frowned and said, "Xiaoduo, you don't have to be dissatisfied. I know that you have a problem with me and think that I have ruined your strategy, but as a person, it's better to be upright. If you blindly rely on small tricks, even if you win, what's the point? The tricks you used are just small tricks, after all." The white-bearded teacher said in a sincere and heartfelt manner. So Xiaoduo smiled indifferently, and his figure became more upright. His tone was unusually calm, and he said, "Whether it's small tricks or big tricks, it has nothing to do with the competition at hand. And now, I just want to say, teacher, you have ruined the fairness of the competition. I respect you as a teacher, but you are now in the referee's seat, and your severe warning is creating unfairness, and you have lost your neutral position as a referee. As far as this competition is concerned, all I want is to win. It doesn't matter if it's a big or small trick. All I want is to be the champion. Even if it's a small trick, as long as it can help me win, it's a good trick. What does it have to do with big tricks? At least in this competition, no matter what tricks we use, they are our own tricks, and we are fighting each other. Although I'm only a student, I would like to raise a protest. I protest that the referee is unfair." So Xiaoduo's expression turned cold. His attitude had always been gentle and polite, and he was especially respectful to his teachers. He was polite and considerate, and there was no lack of etiquette. No one would have thought that at this moment, Xiaoduo would burst out with such a lofty aura. He actually pointed out that the referee was unfair in front of everyone, and in front of the national live broadcast. He bluntly raised a protest. Whether it was the teachers or the audience, they were all shocked and indescribable. They asked themselves, if they were in the same situation, what would they do? More than 99% of the people would only take advantage of the situation and continue to fight. They would not directly say anything and offend their teachers. However, Xiaoduo chose to say it directly, and he pointed it out directly without any hesitation. "I respect you as a teacher because I have always been full of admiration and respect for my teachers. But it is also because of this that I especially respect the profession of a teacher." Then, You have done something unfair, and you have destroyed my respect for the profession of a teacher. How can I not say it? Zhuo even felt that he had said it too lightly. The white-bearded teacher's expression suddenly changed, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "But all your previous actions, aren't they creating unfairness?" Zhuo said lightly, "The so-called fairness varies from person to person, from time to time, and from place to place. What time is it now? What place is it now?" Now, it was time for the finals of the grand competition. Scheming and tricks have always been a part of one's strength, and I don't think it's unfair for me to be in the same team. After all, what I can do, others can do as well. How can this be unfair? Perhaps in your opinion, my actions are biased, and you define it as unfair. However, the rules of the competition do not explicitly state that participants are not allowed to speak to affect their opponents. However, it's clearly stated that your actions are a violation of the rules. Zhuo stood tall and straight, and his gaze did not flinch at all. He looked at the teacher and said loudly, "So, I'm not wrong. That is, you are unfair." The whole world was shocked. The team leader of the Longhu list actually had the overall advantage in the finals, and when the champion was about to be in his hands, he directly pointed out that the referee was unfair. Ding Xiulan and the others were also dissatisfied, but this dissatisfaction was not directed at Zhuo. Zhang Xiaofei laughed coldly. "Gu Yuanheng, why did you interrupt the competition? Give me a reason?" Cui Shangyin was also extremely dissatisfied. After so many competitions, this is the first time such a thing has happened. "Brother Gu, I should say that you are impulsive. What else is there?" Gu Yuanheng snorted coldly, and with a pale face, he said coldly, "I have a clear conscience." Ding Xiulan's face was complicated. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. She only looked at Zhuo with a little guilt. At this moment, a cold voice in the stand said, "Gu Yuanheng, you have a clear conscience? How can you say that? If you did not have a death feud with my Kunlun Dao sect, would you do this?" Gu Yuanheng shouted angrily, "Who? Me?" The clouds in the air suddenly dispersed, and Mu Yinyan's graceful figure appeared in midair. Her expression was cold, and she said coldly, "Gu Yuanheng, ask yourself honestly, is it true?" Gu Yuanheng retorted angrily, "No." Mu Yinyan was furious. "No? Do you dare to swear to the great way of heaven? If it were not for Zhuo's starry steps, dragon gate kick, and star-picking palm involving the Kunlun Dao sect, would you be reprimanded, helping one and hurting the other? Why? Do you think that with your identity as a referee, Zhuo will be like an ordinary student, swallowing his anger and letting you do whatever you want?" Chapter 358. Mu Yinyan pointed her finger in the air and shouted, "If you have a grudge, you can come at the Kunlun Taoist sect. What's the point of showing your power to a child? I will report this matter." Gu Yuanheng's face turned pale. The great way of heavenly sound alliance? He really didn't dare to do that, because as Mu Yinyan said, he was selfish. Mu Yinyan snorted and looked at Zhuo below with cold eyes. Her fingers quietly clenched into fists. Zhuo's legs went soft for some reason, and he curled up into a ball. He was so scared that he stuttered, "Mu, Mu." He wanted to say hello to Teacher Mu, but before he could say it, Mu Yinyan snorted, "You wait." Then she turned into a white cloud in the air and drifted away. Obviously, she had gone far away. Zhuo broke out in cold sweat. He thought silently, "After this battle, should I run away from home immediately?" As Mu Yinyan's figure went away, the whole place was silent. Gu Yuanheng's face gradually turned pale. He was being slapped in the face. Just as Mu Yinyan said, Gu Yuanheng dared to do this because he was confident. Gu Yuanheng was sure that Zhuo would not dare to expose this matter in public or even pursue this matter. After all, his warning to Zhou Yunqing was done in the image of a kind and benevolent elder. In the eyes of outsiders, his intention was good, to guide the student. As long as he was not exposed on the spot, he would be fine. All the follow-up and comments on the internet could be suppressed with this reason. But what he didn't expect was that everything went against his wishes. This was Xiaoduo's thoughts and actions were different from all the students he imagined. He really flipped the table in front of everyone's eyes in a national live broadcast. This was an unprecedented thing, and it led the situation to the worst situation. In a calm situation, an atomic bomb suddenly exploded. Thunder on the ground. Ding Xiulan's face was very ugly at this moment. At this moment, she even wanted to kill Gu Yuanhang. In the finals, he sided with one side and was exposed on the spot. The most terrible thing was that the biased person was a referee. And what gave Ding Xiulan the most headache was that Gu Yuanhang was the teacher of Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts. And the most serious thing was that when Gu Yuanhang spoke, Ding Xiulan also cared about the face of Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts and didn't expose it on the spot. She also thought that Zhou Xiaoduo might not dare to expose it. But Zhou Xiaoduo didn't feel wronged at all and exploded directly. And there were masters of Kunlun Taoist sect watching martial arts masters who directly flipped the table directly. Even if Zhou Xiao had 10,000 more guts, he would never choose Ancestral Dragon High Martial School to further his studies. Then, what was the point of all his previous efforts? It was all in vain because of the subtle state of mind caused by Gu Yuanhang's personal grudges. Gu Yuanhang. Thinking of this, Ding Xiulan could no longer hold it in. She flew into a rage, her eyes red. Get out! Get! Of you! From the moment you spoke, you no longer have the right to stand on the referee's seat. When I return to the school, I will report this matter to the principal. Gu Yuanhang, you can't run away. You must pay the price for what you did today. Ding Xiulan felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. A student who was destined to become a legend. At the beginning of the legend, he would forever be separated from school, creating an indelible and unresolvable estrangement and even hatred. Ding Xiulan had already made a comprehensive plan for Zhou Xiaoduo's future, including how to protect him in the future, how to gain experience, how to go out for real and safe adventures. She had already formed a plan in her heart, detailed and long-term. With regards to Zhou Xiaoduo's future achievements, Ding Xiulan had high hopes for him. She even thought that as long as Zhou Xiaoduo grew up, his future achievements might even be above the 4 great generals. Zhou Xiaoduo might even reach the level of the left and right heavenly kings. He was a legendary seed whose name had shocked the world for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Just like that, he was pushed away without a trace by a sudden sentence, and there was no possibility of recruiting him anymore. That Ding Xiulan only felt that her heart was broken into pieces. Chui Shangyan and Zhang Xiaofei stood up at the same time, their faces solemn. We all agree that Gu Yuanhang is no longer suitable to be a referee, and we request for his dismissal. The two of them had solemn expressions on their faces, but in their hearts, they were laughing like flowers. They were really overjoyed. What Ding Xiulan was thinking now was exactly what they were thinking. In this way, how could Zhou Xiaoduo go to Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts? That was absolutely impossible. And a genius like Zhou Xiaoduo would definitely not go to an ordinary high martial arts. Excluding Ding Xiulan, who was his nemesis, and the Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts that she represented, Zhou Xiaoduo only had 2 choices left: High Martial Arts or Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. This Gu Yuanhang was truly a good person. He had directly eliminated Ding Xiulan, who had a higher chance of succeeding than the others. The two of them almost hugged each other and sang a song of friends. Yes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. At least at this moment, they were the closest friends and comrades in arms. The two of them even wanted to toast to Gu Yuanhang. Bro, you're too awesome this time. Facing Ding Xiulan, we really have no confidence. That woman looked like she was determined to win, and most importantly, she really did most of her work. She did it to the point that Zhou Xiaoduo going to Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts was almost a foregone conclusion, but Gu Yuanhang's sudden shout made all of it disappear. Ha ha, Cui Shangyin and Zhang Xiaofei looked at each other and started to calculate their own advantages. Umph, this guy in front of us is nothing to worry about. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, but now that we don't have a common enemy, an enemy is just an enemy. Ding Xilan's estimation of Zhuo Xiao's future was very high, but Cui Shangyin and Zhang Xiaofei's estimation of Zhuo Xiao's future was not too far off. Such a monstrous genius. What he lacked now was only space for growth. Once he reached the god-reigning level, he would basically be unrivaled. The so-called legend today was already the beginning, and the future was just around the corner. The other two judges also expressed their opinions. After the discussion, the organizing committee decisively sent someone to invite Gu Yuanheng down. Here's an explanation. If I don't explain, I'm afraid that someone will lead the discussion. Reality is like this. In a major occasion, if someone important makes a mistake, as long as no one points it out on the spot, everyone will pretend to be deaf and wait for the internal department to deal with it. But once someone points it out on the spot, it will be a major incident, and the others can't pretend to be deaf and mute. Then they will deal with it fairly. But if I don't explain, someone will lead the discussion and say something about the protagonist's halo. Gu Yuanheng's face was gloomy, and he glared fiercely at Zhuo Xiaoduo, snorted, and left. He actually didn't return to the hotel, but flew up into the sky and returned to Shangjing alone. At this moment, Gu Yuanheng didn't know, nor could he imagine, that his return journey was actually a trip to hell. The assassinations he encountered along the way were like locusts out of course. This is all in the future. Let's talk about it later. After Gu Yuanheng left, Ma Zhangxi, who was nearby, took his place and became the new judge. The finals continued. At this moment, Ding Xilan, who was at the judge's seat, had a look of boredom on her face. What's the point of me watching this competition? She put down her phone, just as they were discussing how to deal with Gu Yuanheng. Ding Xilan had already sent a message to the principal of Ancestral Dragon High School. On the chat page, there were more than 200 messages, including Zhuo Xiaoduo's life, understanding, talent, future plans, and so on. Everything, no matter how big or small, was reported first. There were as many as 56 pieces of information in the report. The remaining 200 or so comments were all scolding Gu Yuanheng. The last sentence was especially ruthless. If you don't deal with Gu Yuanheng and don't satisfy me, I will resign and become a teacher wherever Zhuo Xiaoduo goes to school. The principal of Ancestral Dragon High School, who was in a meeting, was dumbfounded. He watched as his phone vibrated on the desk. It vibrated all the way from the center of the desk to the other side, and then fell to the ground with a click. Then it buzzed all the way on the ground. It vibrated on the smooth floor for more than 10 meters before it stopped. Who offended this great ant again? It's a message from teacher Ding Xilan. The principal, by Mei Xian, moved and looked at the vice principal helplessly. The vice principal's expression changed, and his beard trembled. He held his stomach with his hand and said, "Principal, my stomach hurts. I think I ate something bad this morning." "What the hell stomach hurts? You're in trouble." The principal rubbed his temples and looked like he had a headache. Ding Xilan was the great-granddaughter of the first principal of Ancestral Dragon High School. She was also the only daughter of the current head of the martial arts department. She was also the daughter-in-law of the fourth principal. As the seventh principal, the current principal suddenly had the urge to resign. He didn't even want his phone anymore. He didn't want to see what the message was. If it was good news, it was impossible to send hundreds of messages in a row, right? It had to be reported face to face for the best effect. Since it wasn't good news, it could only be bad news, and it was super bad news. Judging from the mobile frequency, there should be at least 200 messages. The real intention of this action was to vent his anger that he couldn't control but had no place to vent at the moment. "Let me see the phone." The principal rubbed his head and sighed. The impulse only lasted for a moment. As the principal, he had to do what he had to do. He had to face what he had to face, that South G City. In the arena, the battle that was temporarily put on hold was restarted. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood with his sword and said solemnly, "Captain Zhou, today's battle between you and me has nothing to do with what happened before. Please focus on the battle. Zhou Yinqing said indifferently. Teacher Gu Yuanhong's warning did create unfairness. I admit it. It's an indisputable fact. However, in the end, he still helped me. I will accept this favor. So Xiao Duo said, I hope it won't affect your state of mind. Focus on the battle. Zhou Yinqing smiled gently. Same here. You were angry just now. I hope you won't affect your state of mind and focus on the battle. So Xiao Duo sighed. Old Zhou, you're such a gentleman. I don't want to trick you anymore. To be honest, I hate people like you the most in a battle. However, after the battle, we can still be friends. Zhou Yinqing laughed heartily. It's not bad to be friends. However, if you want to be friends with me, I'm afraid you have to be mentally prepared for my constant preaching. So Xiao Duo was stunned. His face turned ugly as he said, then forget it. With Zhou Yunqing's personality and Zhuo Xiaoduo's personality clashing, if they really wanted to be friends, it would be like Zhuo Xiaoduo bringing along a homeroom teacher. Just thinking about it made him tremble. Chapter 359. Zhou Yinqing laughed heartily. In order to show my respect for you, I will fight you fair and square. I will fight to my heart's content. Zhuo Xiaoduo said solemnly. This time, I will use my real trump card and fight you with all my strength. Same to you. Zhou Yinqing smiled and said, I have no complaints. Captain Zhuo, please. Zhou Yinqing raised his long sword and a cold light shone. He was wearing a long white robe and stood straight. The tip of his sword was pointed downwards. This was the highest etiquette of swordsmanship, to make friends with the sword. Zhuo Xiaoduo placed his long sword in front of his chest. His flat chest was facing the tip of his nose. He returned the etiquette. This sword is like the heart. Good. Zhou Yinqing let out a long cry. His white robe fluttered as he soared into the sky. He flew back 30 meters in the direction behind him. He held his long sword and stood in mid-air with a sincere look on his face. This was the sincerity of the heart, the sincerity of the sword, and the sincerity of the Tao. When the heart rises, thousands of soldiers will be cut. When the thought moves, thousands of souls will fly. When a man fights, his sword will not return. Zhou Yinqing chanted softly in the air. His whole person became as dazzling as the sword light, and even more resolute. Then his long sword turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the sky. When it reappeared, it had crossed 100 meters and was in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. His sword was in front and his body was behind. His gaze was as resolute and sharp as a sword. It was unstoppable. Behind him, a vague black hole appeared. No return sword. So Zhuo Xiaoduo waved the long sword in his hand to his heart's content. Endless drizzle filled the space. Zhuo Xiaoduo's figure disappeared in the dense curtain of rain. Zhuo Xiaoduo's figure had disappeared into the dense curtain of rain. The drizzle was like a trace drifting in the air. Every drizzle was an extremely fine sword qi. Under the infinite intertwining, it was dense and endless. Because of this, Zhuo Xiaoduo's body seemed to have completely disappeared, but at the same time, he was everywhere. Zhou Yunqing's dazzling sword light broke through the rain like a bolt of lightning. As it advanced, it once again flew up into the sky. With a turn that was almost invisible to the naked eye, its aura increased by 30%. The majestic sword qi immediately cut the air above the arena into pieces. Even from the perspective of a live broadcast, it could be seen clearly. A streak of white light descended rapidly and rushed into the rain and mist again. Although everyone could only see a patch of rain and fog, Zhou Yunqing's sword heart was clear at this moment. He could clearly sense Zhuo Xiaoduo's position. He had a clear target. At this moment, Zhou Yunqing's essence, qi, God, force, and spirit had all become one. He had actually entered a strange state that he had never entered before. He had even forgotten about victory and defeat, forgotten about karma. His entire being was filled with a strange mood. He finally comprehended the true essence of the no-return sword. In his ears, there seemed to be thousands of comrades shouting, "Charge!" In his eyes, there seemed to be tens of thousands of people looking at him. Charge! He completely understood why there was no return after the sword was drawn. Because there was no return. Behind him were his comrades. Behind him was his home. Behind him were his parents. Behind him were his wife and children. Therefore, a man could not return. Therefore, there was no return after the sword was drawn. How could a man return if he did not wipe out all his enemies? An indescribable, murderous aura suddenly erupted in the rain and fog. This murderous aura gave people the feeling that they had gone to a battlefield where thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers were charging and killing each other. That kind of desperation, that kind of heroism. A few high martial arts teachers stood up in shock. Ding Xiulan's eyes were full of shock. Zhou Yinqing has broken through. He actually broke through the third realm of the no-return sword in this kind of finals battle. Is this a coincidence? Is it inevitable? Or is it luck? The continuous rain and fog had already begun to disperse. However, following Zhuo Xiaoduo's long howl, there was suddenly another phenomenon in the rain and fog. There were additional raindrops. In the rain and fog, there were countless sparkles and translucent crystals. What followed was a scorching aura. Pieces of starlight flickered in the air. Slowly, the area within 100 meters was filled with sparkling starlight. So Xiaoduo really went all out at this moment. He fully activated the Starry Sky Steps and the Drizzle Sword. He even added the incomplete Drizzle Sword. The original true origin energy could no longer counteract Zhou Yunqing's desperate aura. Zhuo Xiaoduo had no choice but to activate the Flaming Sun Sutra. It could be said that Zhuo Xiaoduo had used all the trump cards that he had revealed so far to deal with Zhou Yunqing. However, Zhou Yunqing's sword aura was becoming more and more intense, more and more desperate, and more heroic. Even though Zhuo Xiaoduo counterattacked with all his might, his eyes were unprecedentedly clear and steady. He still could not counter Zhou Yunqing. Water City First High School. Principal's office. A person who only had half of his body stood straight and upright like a sword. He would rather break than bend. It was the former principal of Water City First High School, the former general of the Southern Army, Gu Qianfan. Behind him, there were 6 other teachers. They were all standing straight and staring at the screen. Water City First High School was different from other schools. No matter what they did, as long as they could still stand, they would not be in any other position. Therefore, when they were watching the competition, everyone stood and watched. Gu Qianfan quietly stared at the screen in front of him. On the screen, it was the scene of Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhou Yunqing's battle. Gu Qianfan's eyes were sharp. He was gratified and emotional. Yunqing has broken through. A few teachers exclaimed in excitement. Gu Qianfan's eyes became sharper. A breakthrough. Yes, it was a good thing. However, the sword of no return was different from other sword techniques. It had to be sublimated in battle. This was a sword to kill the enemy. It was also a sword of no return. Breaking through at this time was not necessarily a good thing. At least, it was not a good thing for Zhou Yunqing. A breakthrough in sword intent required a suitable opponent to help train and complete the breakthrough. If the opponent was defeated before the breakthrough was completed, it meant that the breakthrough was incomplete. However, if the opponent was defeated by the opponent, the breakthrough was equivalent to a failure. Because if the heart of the sword was broken, how could the sword realm continue? It was like crossing a bridge. One could cross the single-plank bridge in one go, but the bridge broke halfway. What should one do? Gu Qianfan would call back all the students in this realm and choose a suitable teacher to fight with. Only when the breakthrough was completed could one completely stabilize the heart of the sword and truly break through. This was the most crucial step. It was also the most dangerous step on the path of an expert who practiced the no-return sword. It's okay. Gu Qianfan looked at the screen. That's where Xiaoduo was indeed a genius. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still not defeated and could even counterattack. This kind of counterattack in adversity stimulated Zhou Yunqing's sword intent even more, making it more intense, explosive, and heroic. Very good. Gu Qianfan's eyes were filled with emotion. Yin Qing met a good opponent. This is a coincidence. If she can use this to complete her breakthrough, it will be much stronger and better than your sparring partner's breakthrough. A teacher said, "This Swiss Duo has always been cunning and unscrupulous." Will he? Shut up. Gu Qianfan shouted. His gaze was unusually sharp. Now, as long as Swiss Duo retreats, Yin Qing's breakthrough will be interrupted. She will die prematurely and give up halfway. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's swordsmanship attainments, do you think he doesn't understand this? If he insists on not retreating, he is helping Zhou Yinqing. In every battle before, Zhuo Xiaoduo chose the most correct way to fight. He maximized his advantages and targeted his opponent. However, he has never used this method to forcefully attack. Do you know why? This is already the most detailed evidence. Zhuo Xiaoduo is helping Yin Qing's breakthrough. This is a huge favor. Our Shui city must remember this. Not only is he helping, he is also constantly sharpening and stimulating Yin Qing's upper limit. This is something that all the teachers in our school can't do. This is because they will always hold back against Yin Qing and make Yin Qing feel that they are invincible. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo is different. The current situation is that Yin Qing is suppressing Zhuo Xiaoduo. If Zhuo Xiaoduo retreated, he would naturally be able to defend himself. However, he did not retreat. He was betting his own safety on Yin Qing's opportunity to break through. Only in this way, only such an opponent, a true opponent, can a no-return sword that belongs to Zhou Yinqing be activated. Only then will it be the true no-return sword. If it were you sparring with him, he wouldn't have been able to unleash such a killing intent, such a tragic and heroic aura. This is also the biggest flaw of our school's students all these years. For Zhou Yinqing to be able to break through in this competition, it is his greatest fortune, because he met the right person. If he misses this opportunity, he will never have another one in his life. Gu Qianfan said heavily, "This child is very good. Very good. Can't you see it? Even if we don't talk about swordsmanship, with his cultivation of the Flaming Sun Sutra, he only needs to gather and activate it. With a single palm strike, he can easily interrupt Yin Qing's breakthrough. However, he was still using his sword to fight, stimulate, and fulfill his wish. In this society, there is still such an opponent who is worth making friends with for the rest of his life and cherishing for the rest of his life." Gu Qianfan's words were not only seen by him, but also by the referees. Even if they didn't understand at first with their level, how could they not see it after observing for a period of time? Everyone was watching the battle carefully with wide eyes. They didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Everyone was praying. They had even forgotten about the victory or defeat that they should be most concerned about. It was because the victory or defeat of this match, compared to the height that Zhou Yinqing could reach, was no longer important, insignificant. So Xiaoduo, you must hold on. You must hold on. Don't be jealous. You must continue to activate it. You are now activating an unprecedented genius in swordsmanship. You may even activate it to a height that even the creator of the no-return sword could not reach. Because the opponent was right. Just as Gu Qianfan said, so Xiaoduo did indeed see it. He also knew that Zhou Yinqing was experiencing a rare moment of enlightenment in swordsmanship. Chapter 360. Just as Gu Qianfan had said, if Zhou Yinqing made it through, he would be a brilliant and peerless genius. But if Zhuo Xiaoduo were to take a step back, he would forcefully interrupt this sword Dao comprehension. If he continued to fight, he would be able to trigger it. However, perhaps everyone had placed their attention on Zhou Yinqing and completely neglected the risk that Zhuo Xiaoduo had to bear at this time. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dancing on the tip of a knife. He was in mortal danger at every moment. It should be noted that Zhou Yinqing was currently in a state of epiphany in the sword Dao. The swordsmanship that he displayed was completely different from what he usually displayed. His combat strength had not only doubled, but he was also unconscious. In other words, The Zhou Yunqing that Zhuo Xiaoduo was facing was a Zhou Yunqing whose strength had doubled, and who did not know how to show mercy. At this moment, even if Zhuo Xiaoduo were to be crushed by his sword, he wouldn't know that the current him only had the word attack in his mind. His ferocious attacks were relentless and relentless. So Xiaoduo not only did not retreat, but also counterattacked with all his strength to stimulate Zhou Yunqing's sword essence. If he did not have enough strength, he would use the Flaming Sun scripture to make up for it. Since you met me by chance at this moment, I will give you a hand and send you to the top. Drizzle sword, 5-direction sword. Zhuo Xiaoduo used more than 10 different swordsmanship in the process of fighting. They rolled out, and the magnificent sword light covered the entire arena. As the battle dragged on, Zhuo Xiaoduo's swordsmanship gradually became more and more proficient, even though it was meant to help Zhou Yunqing to the greatest extent. His swordsmanship was refined to the point where it flowed freely. He even refined his sword heart and sword chi, making them extremely sharp, battle intent, and murderous intent extremely pure. Water City First High School. Gu Qianfan saw Zhou Yunqing's dragon-like sword chi gradually take on a lofty appearance. The fierce and heroic sword chi almost soared into the sky and swallowed the rivers and mountains. Finally, he clapped his hands. Good. It's done. It's finally done. At this point, the epiphany this time had already reached a perfect stage. However, Zhou Yunqing was still in that chaotic state of epiphany. The sword chi of his long sword was still circulating like a giant dragon in the sea of clouds. His might was increasing rapidly. After reaching this step, the depth of your foundation has already surpassed mine in the past. It has surpassed mine by more than a single level. Gu Qianfan's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. You must remember to thank Zhuo Xiaoduo properly in the future. This is a huge favor. Everyone nodded in unison. Gu Qianfan took a deep breath and said, so far, it has reached the consummate realm without any flaws. However, if I could go one step further, if I could stimulate the murderous aura of the no-return sword, it would be a higher level, a dreamlike achievement. But it's really, just as he said this, his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. In his eyes, besides disbelief, there was also uncontrollable ecstasy. He cried out involuntarily, this! How could he do this? This is equivalent to using his own life as a bet to help Yunqing. How can we thank him for such a high friendship? I can't feel it anymore, no more. Gu Qianfan, the old principal, was so excited that his eyes were red and brimming with tears. Because, on the screen, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had been attacking, changed his sword technique again. The originally sharp attack surged again, like the Yangtze River counterattack. That fierce, murderous aura, wave after wave of continuous attacks, almost passed through the screen and shone on everyone's faces. The murderous aura was dense, and the sword chi was awe-inspiring. The waves rolled up thousands of miles of snow, and the tide hit thousands of feet of ice. Zhou Yunqing's sword chi, which had gradually calmed down, was stimulated by the sword chi and murderous aura. It instinctively became violent, and the instinctive, murderous aura was awe-inspiring. It fiercely counterattacked and counterattacked. No matter if it was Water City First High School or the referee on the stage, all of them were watching intently at this moment, holding their breaths and paying full attention. Now that the chi had changed to this point, this battle was no longer a battle of victory or defeat. It had evolved into a battle of life and death. As long as there was a moment of carelessness, life and death would be decided. There would be no more luck, and no one would be able to save him in time. Zhou Yunqing was still completely unconscious. His body and mind were immersed in the instinctive epiphany of breaking through the realm. There was only carefree feeling, no victory or defeat, life or death, and no cause or effect. Now, the only one bearing all the pressure was Zhuo Xiaoduo. All the pressure was on Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulders. So Xiaoduo's body and mind were under pressure, and the pressure was multiplied. He was already sweating, but he still did not relax. People like Zhou Yunqing could be said to be very rare in today's society, and there was no one like him. Since you met me by chance, and since you had such an opportunity in the battle with me, then I will send you to the top. And as high as I can send you, I will send you as high as I can. In the future, there should not be a single outstanding person, but a group of heroes and a gathering of stars. Zhou Yunqing, I hope you will be even more brilliant. In Zhou Xiaoduo's hands, the cat spirit sword turned into a rain curtain, into a gale, into a blizzard, into a star with a mercury-like attack. With a bone-chilling murderous aura, he stimulated Zhou Yunqing's no-return sword. The pressure was increasing. The current Zhou Yunqing, compared to the Zhou Yunqing who had just started the battle, was more than 10 times stronger. If the current Zhou Yunqing were to fight with Lan Bingrui, who was fighting with Zhou Xiaoduo previously, he would be able to kill her in one strike. It would be a clean cut, and there would be no luck. As the murderous aura grew thicker and thicker, the collision of their moves became more and more dangerous. Gradually, it climbed to the point where blood and qi were faintly visible. Enough! Now, it has greatly exceeded my expectations, and it has far exceeded my expectations. Gu Qianfan's straight body showed a rare sign of trembling, and he was filled with emotion. No return sword had finally reached a higher level today, and it was even a huge leap, an extreme leap. Zhou Yunqing would definitely surpass him, and even become the #1 in the no-return sword. It would reach a level that no one had ever reached before. You can stop now. It has reached the limit, and it has exceeded the limit of my knowledge. Gu Qianfan muttered to himself, and he did not dare to blink. It was as if their hearts were connected. It was also at this time that Zhou Xiaoduo let out a long howl. The spirit cat sword was brandished rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 999 slashes were unleashed like a torrential rain. After he made his move, his whole body bloomed with a glaring fire, like a small sun, and emitted a rolling heat wave. It rushed to the sky, and it was like a fire essence in the sky, covering the sky. In one breath, it rushed to a height of 200 meters, and it was still rising. It was obvious that he intended to leave the battle area and end this dangerous battle. Then a voice came from afar. "Teacher Ding, Teacher Ma, it's done. Please help guide Zhou Yunqing to regain his qi, and everything will be fine." Needless to say, the 6 referees had already jumped out at the same time. Each of them made a move and restrained Zhou Yunqing, who was still waving his sword in the air. They all moved slowly and gradually guided Zhou Yunqing back to the stage until the end. Ding Xiulan used a move that almost did not have any energy fluctuation and removed the last bit of Zhou Yunqing's strength. Zhou Yunqing finally stood on the stage again, and his feet touched the ground again. However, his footing was not stable, and he was shaking. He was sweating profusely, but his consciousness had finally retreated from that mysterious state. He weakly opened his eyes and muttered, "Zhou Xiaoduo, thank you." Before his voice died away, his whole body fell to the ground, and he completely fell into a coma. After a moment, Zhou Xiaoduo's body floated down from the sky like a feather. Once he landed, the sweat that had already flowed all over his body suddenly flowed to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, a large puddle of sweat was soaked. He still smiled happily and said, "It was really satisfying, but this battle was really tiring." "Ding Xiulan, you ran to the sky to change your clothes?" Zhou Xiaoduo was now wearing another set of blue clothes, and it was not his original school uniform. Zhou Xiaoduo cried, "I must make Zhou Yunqing compensate me for my clothes. My pitiful clothes, they represent our Phoenix City's second high school's uniform, a symbol of honor. They accompanied me through the entire Dragon Tiger list and were about to be glorified, but in this final battle, they were cut into noodles by this bastard." As he spoke, he shook out his previous uniform. When everyone saw this, they could not help but laugh. They only saw the clothes fluttering in the wind, from the collar to the pants, in a mess. With a casual shake, it was like a flower blooming, and there was really no way to look at it. No problem, no problem. Zhang Xiaofei laughed loudly. Even if that little bastard Zhou Yunqing is shameless and refuses to accompany you, I, as your teacher, will compensate you. Cui Shangyan also laughed loudly and also joined in the fun. Not bad, not bad. I will also compensate you. I will definitely let you, the captain of Phoenix City's second high school, be full of glory and shine for all eternity. Ding Xiaolan was just about to speak, but a wave of sadness surged in her heart, and she almost could not speak. After a pause, she said, I will compensate you with 10 pieces. Xiao Duo, good boy. This battle could be said to have caused the hearts of all the high school teachers to burn with passion. Everyone was a profound cultivator, and they were all people with clear minds, who could not see that this battle had long surpassed a simple battle of victory and defeat. This was directly a battle where Zhuo Xiaoduo, knowing full well that he was gambling with his life to help Zhou Yunqing transform his swordsmanship. Previously, when they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo leading the team, they naturally saw that he had the ability to lead, treated people well, and had a glib tongue. He respected his teacher, was smart and honest, practiced hard, had a deep foundation, and used countless methods and schemes to play all his opponents in the palm of his hand. It was already confirmed that once he grew up, he would definitely be a person who could turn the clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. What's more, he was a genius who could develop in all aspects. Who would not want such a talented candidate? But through this battle, everyone saw another side of him, his breadth of mind. What kind of breadth of mind was this to be able to help his opponent in the finals? Not only did this require sparing no effort, there was no jealousy in his heart, and he had the breadth of mind to risk his life to create another future legend. This kind of student was simply a treasure. At this moment, the person who felt the most uncomfortable in her heart was Ding Xiaolan. She was so uncomfortable that she even had the heart to die. I'm so angry that I'm going crazy. If I ask for a monthly vote, I will write a chapter and curse in the streets. Chapter 361. Ding Xiaolan felt as if her heart was being fried in a pot of oil. She had gone crazy. She had completely lost control of her emotions. I was clearly very close to success, but Gu Yuanhong's words directly ruined the great situation. Now, she was so angry that her intestines were swollen. Thinking of this, the anger in her heart accumulated again. She couldn't help but take out her phone and send another message. Her fingers turned into an illusion. She gritted her teeth and sent 200 to 300 messages. Ding Xiaolan was really going crazy this time. She wanted to kill Gu Yuanhang with her own hands. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofei's phone suddenly rang. When he took it out to take a look, his face couldn't help but turn solemn. He couldn't help but stand up straight and answer the call. He said respectfully, Principal Gu, why did you call personally? When everyone heard that it was Principal Gu who called, they were all solemn and listened respectfully. Although the continent was big and there were many schools, but there was only one Principal Gu. The old principal of Shuai City No. 1 High School, Gu Qianfan, was the No. 1 general of the Southern Army back then. Among the millions of soldiers at Sun Moon Pass, on the vast battlefield of tens of thousands of miles, the brightest and sharpest sword light. When attacking a city, the person who would always rush to the front was always that person. With Gu Qianfan's qualifications, he was even qualified to be the principal of a first-rate martial arts academy. Back then, Shang Jing had even asked Gu Qianfan to be a royal consecrator. In fact, Gu Qianfan's contributions were too great. He wanted to give this old general, who had fought his entire life but was unfortunately disabled, an environment of prosperity and wealth. However, Gu Qianfan directly refused. I, Gu Qianfan, have lost an arm and a leg. Am I a cripple? This battlefield can't be without the sword of no return. This time, I'll go back with one sword. As long as you give me time, I'll give this battlefield countless swords of no return. He insisted on returning to Shui City and became the principal of a low-level martial arts school. He began to nurture talents from the foundation. From then on, Shui City No. 1 High School was like a sharp sword. In a martial arts school where heroes rose together, he directly killed a path. Enter my school gate, be a dignified person, look up with a clear conscience, sword out with no return. The 1,000-mile sword of beacon and smoke is buried deep. The broken blade will never fade. Don't be a guest of the imperial city. Bow down to nurture talents. Such a person was worthy of anyone's respect. Turn on the speaker. Gu Qianfan's voice sounded. Zhang Xiaofei hurriedly opened it. Gu Qianfan's voice came out clearly from the phone. His voice was very heavy, but it inexplicably gave people a feeling of the hissing of sword intent. Just by listening to him speak, it was as if he could see a sword being unsheathed from its scabbard. The sharpness of the sword was overwhelming. I'm Gu Qianfan, the principal of Shui Cheng First High School. In this competition, on behalf of Shui Cheng No. 1 Middle School, I officially admit defeat. He paused, then continued. Also, Zhui Xiaoduo, thank you so much. I, Gu Qianfan, owe you one. Gu Qianfan had intended to say more, but in such a public place, it was obviously not appropriate to speak anymore. If he spoke again, it would have the opposite effect, and it would be like flattery. Therefore, he simply said, thank you. Thank you, Phoenix City's second high school. Many thanks, the champion of this year's Dragon and Tiger ranking. Phoenix City's second high is fully deserving of the title. I salute the old principal, He Yuan Yue. On behalf of Shui Cheng No. 1 Middle School, I say I am sincerely convinced. Then, the call was hung up. The whole place was silent for a long time. Gu Qianfan, don't return sword, Gu Qianfan, he said with his own mouth. I, Gu Qianfan, owe you one. This was during a national live broadcast. This favor was a big one. In fact, most of the people watching the live broadcast still did not understand what Zhui Xiaoduo had done. In the previous match, it seemed that Zhui Xiaoduo had given up first, and it was a group of referees who had restrained Zhou Yinqing. In terms of the situation, it was clear that Zhou Yinqing had the upper hand. Why did the situation suddenly change? And the old principal of Shui Cheng No. 1 Middle School had to personally admit defeat. Even the old principal, Gu Qianfan, said that he owed him a favor. There were many people watching the live broadcast. But when it came to the people who really knew, there was not even 1%, or even 1 in 1,000. As for the people who could see all the mysteries of this battle, perhaps it could be described as 1 in 10 million. As a result, many irrelevant people on the internet madly said, shady. Shui Cheng No. 1 Middle School and Phoenix City's second high school must have reached some kind of agreement in private. The principal of Shui Cheng No. 1 Middle School is saying the opposite. He admitted defeat and gave up the championship, but the one who really owes him a favor is Phoenix City's second high school. Please give us back the truth. We have the right to know the inside story. We have the right to ask for a fair stage, a fair society. Principal, someone is talking about shady dealings. A teacher from Shui Cheng No. 1 Middle School carefully looked at the comments on the internet and reported in a low voice. I just admitted defeat, and there's an inside story? This is how the world is. It's always people who don't know the truth who are filled with righteous indignation. Gu Qianfan was in a good mood and said, if there really is an inside story, why would I need to personally lose this old face? But the netizens won't think so. The teacher whispered, do you want to clarify and explain? Gu Qianfan said indifferently, why should I, Gu Qianfan, explain my actions to others? He sneered and said, there's no need to pay attention to it. Pass down the order, all the intersections of the city, the entire school, from today onwards, wear red decorations, wait for Yinqing and the others to return, and then choose a school. Gu Qianfan smiled, looked at the phone on the table that kept vibrating, and laughed coldly. They're all calls from the principals of the various high martial arts schools. Cough, cough. The secretary took a look. They want to accept Zhou Yinxing. Among them, the principal's office of the Ancestral Dragon High School has already been called 3 times. What do you think? Ancestral Dragon High School? Gu Qianfan frowned, his face solemn. Zhou Yinxing, you can't enter the Ancestral Dragon in this life. This, I'll call back personally later. Gu Qianfan let out a long sigh. Yes, but the other high martial arts schools were all personally called by the principal. Ignore them. Gu Qianfan rolled his eyes. Now you think of me? What were you doing earlier? Keep the news a secret. Don't pick up the phone. If you want my students. It depends on my mood. Spread the word that I, Gu Qianfan, am very interested in knowing which city has the best wine in all the high martial arts schools in the country. I want to have a taste or two. Yes, just like that. Immediately, Gu Qianfan sneered. See if I can't beat these old bastards to death. Victory and defeat were decided. The finals ended. The champion of a new Longhu ranking had fallen to Phoenix City's second high school. Even many years later, there were still countless people who remembered the scene today. Amidst the fluttering flowers and fluttering ribbons, 6 youths dressed in Phoenix City's second high school's uniform stood on the high platform with tears in their eyes. They raised their championship trophies and suddenly shouted at the sky in unison. Did you see that? Our Phoenix City's second high school. We're the champions. Did you hear that? Our Phoenix City's second high school is the champion of this year's Longhu ranking. Your wish, we've achieved it. We've succeeded. Our Phoenix City's second high school is first in the Longhu ranking competition. Old principal. The 6 youths held the trophy on the high platform with tears falling like rain. We've won first place. We're first. Below the stage, Hu Ruiyun and Luo Lai also had mixed feelings. Hu Ruiyun's face was full of tears. Luo Lai's eyes were red. First place. First place. However, the person who had worked hard and sacrificed his entire life to see Phoenix City's second high school obtain this honor was no longer here. Standing on the stage, Zhou Duo used the aura divination technique. He could clearly see that he, Li Chenglong, and the others were completely enveloped by the enormous power of providence at this moment. Not to mention himself, because the aura divination technique could not see his own providence. However, among Li Chenglong and the others, he could see it. The foundation of Li Chenglong and the others' providence had almost doubled. Among all the students present, only 2 or 3 could compare to Li Chenglong and the others. He was finally relieved. With this kind of providence, no matter which high school they went to, they would be outstanding. Providence was illusory. It could not be seen or touched, but it could be clearly felt. For example, some people had endless bad luck. Everything they did was not going well. Things that were about to succeed would be inexplicably destroyed. Some people, on the other hand, did everything smoothly. Things that could not be done in the first place would be inexplicably done. This was the power of providence. Perhaps most people did not understand, but most people with a little experience would be able to understand this paragraph. The providence of Li Chenglong and the others had already surpassed that of ordinary people by 1,000 times. What are your plans? Ding Xiaolan asked Hu Riyun and the others amidst the cheers and clamor. We want to go home immediately. So Xiao Duo represented everyone and said, we don't want to stay here for a moment longer. Why? Because we want to send the first place trophy to Grandma as soon as possible. Tell her that the first place belongs to our second high school. After the award ceremony, Phoenix City's second high school did not return to the hotel. Instead, they directly embarked on the journey home. They were so impatient. Glory, we got it. The first place of the Longhu list is ours. From next year onwards, the children from our school will be able to enjoy the supreme treatment. We did not let you down. Today is September 5th. We got the first place. We want this trophy, this glory, to be delivered to you before midnight of the 6th of September. Because today, we will be the emperor after the Central Plains. They did not say goodbye to anyone, nor did they have the time to accept the congratulations of the other teams. They stepped on the journey home without hesitation. Zhang Xiaofei and Cui Shangfeng said, "Let us send you off. With your speed, you might not be able to make it." The four high martial arts teachers all used their cultivation level to bring everyone along as they sped along. They did not hesitate to use up a lot of their vital essence. So Xiaoduo really wanted to say, "Actually, it might be more efficient if you send us a plane." But after thinking about it, he did not say it. The true intention of the other party was to use this opportunity to get closer to each other. If there was any objection, it would be rejecting their goodwill. Ding Xiaolan looked at the leaving crowd. Her eyes were filled with disappointment and anger. He was disappointed because Zhou Xiaoduo had failed to recruit him, but he was angry because of Gu Yuanhang. If it were not for this bastard, Zhou Xiaoduo would most likely enter the ancestral dragon high martial arts school. At least, among the people who sent them back this time, there should be a part of her. It was all Gu Yuanhang's fault. She grabbed her phone and looked. Yeah, the principal did not reply. "Old bastard, you dare to play dead with me." Ding Xiaolan, who had nowhere to vent her anger, directly found a number and dialed it. It was the secretary who answered. "Ding. Director Ding. The principal said he had diarrhea. He went home to rest first. If there's anything, we can talk about it when you come back. There's no need to rush." Fuck. Ding Xiaolan lost her composure and spat out. Then, she threw her phone with a bang. Screw him to death. After a long time, Ding Xiaolan sighed softly and muttered softly to herself. You will never know what the ancestral dragon high martial arts school lost this time. There has never been a Longhu list where so many geniuses emerged. But this time, there was a spurt of geniuses. This is the sign of a prosperous era, the sign of a rise. In such a spurt of geniuses, the ancestral dragon high martial arts school actually did not get share. You can't imagine how big of a loss it is. In one sentence, 12 geniuses were forced to retreat at the same time, just because of the heart of a villain. The ancestral dragon high martial arts school will be suppressed in the future. It's almost a foregone conclusion. Ding Xiaolan muttered to herself in disappointment. She knew very well in her heart. Ever since Xiaoduo retaliated after Gu Yuanhang spoke, the ancestral dragon high martial arts school had forever lost the chance to recruit each and every one of the 6 people in Zhou Xiaoduo's team. Yes, each and every one of them. These 6 people were the children of destiny who rode on the wind and carried the luck. And ever since Xiaoduo helped Zhou Yunqing and Gu Qianfan spoke on the phone, the ancestral dragon high martial arts school had also lost the hope of recruiting Zhou Yunqing, because Gu Qianfan, that peerless sword, would never allow his students to go to Ancestral Dragon High School, because there was a villain in Ancestral Dragon High School. Moreover, this villain had taught his students before. Perhaps ordinary people would not realize this point, but how could someone like Gu Qianfan not see this key point? Now that Zhou Yunqing had entered the Ancestral Dragon, Gu Yuanhang would definitely be able to get in touch with him. With Zhou Yunqing's gentlemanly personality, he would definitely accept Gu Yuanhang's kindness and interact with him for a long time. It would be easy for an old fox like Gu Yuanhang to influence Zhou Yunqing. The deeper his friendship with Gu Yuanhang, the more uncomfortable Zhou Yunqing would feel when facing with Xiaoduo in the future, because there was a feeling of being ungrateful. How could 2 geniuses of the current generation not clash? In the long run, Zhou Yunqing's sword heart would definitely be covered in dust. And once his sword heart was covered in dust, Zhou Yunqing would be crippled. Gu Qianfan would never allow this to happen. Therefore, Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu was destined to gain nothing in this Longhu ranking. As one of the top 3 martial arts schools, what would happen if they couldn't recruit the best talents? This was what made Ding Xiaolan the angriest. The reputation of 1,000 years was ruined by the words of a villain. This sentence might seem too much to say now, but Ding Xiaolan already had a premonition in her heart. Geniuses would not erupt every year. How many years would it take for the luck of the continent to be born like this? Chapter 362. 10 o'clock at night. The moon had just revealed a crescent moon, and it was dark all around. In front of Yuenu's grave, Zhuo and the others came back early, and they placed the trophy of the Longhu ranking competition in front of the tombstone. Grandma He, we're back after winning first place. This is the trophy that you've been thinking about for so many years. We are first place in the Longhu ranking of the Central Plains, the champion of the Longhu ranking. The 6 young men and women lined up in front of Yuenu's grave, and they bowed respectfully. Yuenu's portrait on the tombstone had a smile on her face, and her gaze was distant. She seemed to be very satisfied and gratified, and she seemed to have expected this day and moment. A gentle breeze blew past, and Zhuo and the others' hair fluttered softly. It was as if Yuan was touching the children's heads and saying softly, "You've worked hard." Zhuo and the others all had tears in their eyes. "I really want to see you smile in front of us. Grandma He, we miss you so much." The breeze was gentle, and it was as if they were crying. Zhuo and the others stayed in front of Yuenu's grave until midnight, and then they reluctantly went down the mountain. Even after walking for a long time, they could still feel the gentle and kind gaze behind them until they reached the city. "Which school do you want to go to? Have you thought about it?" Hu Ruiyun asked softly. "Yes," Yu Moyan said. "Anyway, I will definitely go to teacher Luo Yinling's." Yu Moyan seemed to have made up his mind long ago, and he was very carefree now. "My aptitude is only above average, and I can't be considered outstanding. If I go to one of the 3 universities, I can go. There are teachers who have contacted me, and they even gave me an acceptance letter. But if I really go, with my accumulation, it won't take long for me to disappear into the crowd. It's better to go to Jade Sun High School, where I can get more resources and strive to be outstanding. Yes, not bad. I still choose to go with Zhua. We'll go all the way." Li Chenglong laughed. "We'll go to Yunwan High School." Wan Li Xiao and Long Yuxing discussed. "All right," Li Zhongming said. "I'm going to the Dragon's Soul. There are seniors who cultivate the great dream divine technique there. This is where my opportunity lies. I have to go. Sigh, it's a pity that I have to part ways with you guys." Hu Riyun said softly, "Separation is only for the sake of better reunion. Chong Ming, do your best." "I will. According to the rules of the various high martial arts academies, you must report before October 1st. There is one more thing you need to pay special attention to. This time, you must go alone. Family members are not allowed to escort you. The path to the various martial arts schools is not a smooth path that ordinary people can take. Instead, it is filled with danger. There are countless man-made traps, countless dangerous jungles, countless star beasts. And all of these, you'll have to face them yourselves. You can form your own team with students with the same goal. However, if you're found to be escorted by your family, you will be disqualified immediately." Hu Ruoyun whispered, "You have to be prepared. All right. Once you enter the high martial arts school, it is the same as entering the battlefield of life and death. Even between high martial arts students, you can start a life and death battle. In fact, every high martial arts student will have students go to various battlefields to gain experience every month. Do you understand now? Once you leave the martial arts school of our level, you will have crossed the line between life and death. In the future, what you can achieve in the end will depend on your own fate and luck. We will no longer be able to escort you." As Hu Riyun spoke, the sadness in her words overflowed. She forced a laugh. "Children, do your best. Don't let us worry, and don't let us and the old principal down. We will remember. Xiao Duo, you are planning to go to the Hidden Dragon Academy, right?" "Yes, Teacher Hu. Then I will be more at ease if Li Chenglong goes with you." Hu Ruiyan walked in front of Xiao Duo and gently helped him tidy up his lapel. She said softly, "When you go to the Hidden Dragon Academy, remember to keep a low profile, okay? Before you gain a firm foothold, don't use those little tricks of yours if you can. Avoid making enemies." "Yes. Also, your enemies in Fenghai, after this competition, it is difficult to hide the karma. That life and death battle will definitely follow up. You must be careful. There is no harm in being careful. Understood. If there is anything you can't handle, you must say it in time. Even if it is something you feel you can handle, you must say it in time. At the very least, you must leave clues about where you go every day. Don't always think about facing it alone, understand? Hu Ruiyun whispered. Understood. It has to be organized, it has to be clear. The cause and effect, who are the people around you? You must be clear. It is better not to make friends than to make friends randomly. Hu Ruiyun rambled on for a long time, but she still had not finished. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, had a look of enjoyment on his face. He listened quietly and understood everything. He understood and did not find it annoying at all. For a moment, it was as if he could not wait for teacher Hu to never finish talking. This kind of meticulous care and warmth made Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart feel extremely warm. He also took advantage of this time to read Hu Ruiyun's fortune. For this, he even used a drop of Providence Point. After confirming that there was nothing to do in the short term, he looked at his long-term fortune. It was still smooth and happy. Finally, he felt relieved. If you have time in the future, come back to the school to see me. If you're really busy, then forget it. Hu Ruiyun tiptoed and patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's head. She laughed and said, "You are so tall that I can't even pat you. I will definitely come back. I will come back often," Zhuo Xiaoduo promised. Okay. Hu Ruiyun turned to Li Chenglong. Chenglong, you're a careful person. Remember to help Zhuo Xiaoduo pay attention to the things I mentioned. In this new environment, you must support each other and entrust your backs to each other. I know. The intersection was in front of them. It was time to say goodbye again. Hu Ruiyun and Luo Lai returned to the school with the trophy. Tomorrow, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others would go to the school to receive the commendation and the graduation ceremony. After tomorrow, they would prepare to go on the road and report to the martial arts university. Hu Ruiyun said goodbye reluctantly. I will wait for you at the school tomorrow. Okay. Hu Ruiyun and Luo Lai turned and left. The six of them stood in a row and watched the two teachers walk away. When they could no longer see them, they parted ways and went their separate ways. Zhuo Xiaoduo ran all the way to his home. Wow, Miss Cat, Brother Zhuo is back. After leaving home for so long, he didn't even call me. He didn't even reply to my messages. I am so angry. You think you are so great as the goddess of spiritual thoughts? I am the emperor. Come here. Kneel down. Help me wash my feet. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy that he was like a dog that had just finished eating a bone. He was jumping all the way. Sometimes he would jump sideways, sometimes he would jump over the hurdles, sometimes he would do a standing long jump, and sometimes he would do a little deer jump. Finally, he was almost home. La 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 la. Zhuo Xiaoduo sang happily. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly. Stop. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Oh my God. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't even stop. He rushed into the air and rushed toward his home like a stream of light. Whose voice is that? I really didn't recognize it. You can't blame me. Bang! The person who came was so powerful that his foot landed on someone's stomach, kicking Zhuo Xiaoduo down from the air and turning him into a shrimp. Ouch! It hurts! Zhuo Xiaoduo was in pain and rolled on the ground. My intestines are broken. Ms. Mu, spare me. I am seriously injured. I. Mu Yin fell from the sky, and without saying a word, she threw herself at his head and kicked his face. Is it familiar? This is called Dragon Gate Kick. I will punish you, you little bastard who ruined my reputation. Mu Yin's face was frosty and furious. She threw herself at Zhuo Xiaoduo and kicked him from head to toe without any scruples. But there was one thing that had to be said. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't even care about his face, but he protected his crotch. Protecting a man was the most painful thing. You want to kick me? No way. Mu Yin didn't want to kick him at first, but later she was embarrassed. When Zhuo Xiaoduo's whole body was swollen, she didn't have the heart to do it. Bastard. Mu Yin kicked him hard, picked up Zhuo Xiaoduo, and flew away. Even though he had already vented his anger, he still felt indescribably depressed. This was the heaviest punishment. She couldn't cripple him, let alone kill him. What else could she do? She couldn't do anything about it. This guy obviously knew this. He screamed miserably as if he had been tortured in the 18 levels of hell. He was as pitiful as he could be. But Mu Yinyin knew that she didn't even touch his bones. It was all physical pain. To think that this brat could shout so loudly. If he screamed a little later, it would be better to knock, knock, knock. Zhuo Xiaoyan opened the door. Mu Yinyin threw Zhuo Xiaoduo in. Your hero is back. She flashed away. Zhuo Xiaoduo was swollen like a ball. He rolled into the living room. Nian Mao. Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed. I'm going to be beaten to death. Hurry up and take a look. It hurts so much. You deserve it. Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted and walked over with her little nose wrinkled. Seeing his miserable appearance, she finally couldn't bear it. She helped him to the sofa and used her qi to remove the bruises. On the way, my master has been talking about killing you. Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted and said, It's me. I begged my master all the way to change it to just beating you. How are you going to thank me? Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, Silly girl, even if you didn't beg her, she wouldn't be willing to kill me. You can't even see such a simple problem. You're so stupid. What did you call me? Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly stopped. The hand that was massaging suddenly pinched a piece of flesh. She raised her eyebrows. Silly girl. I mean, Sister Nian Yen. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately felt that something was wrong. Actually you don't know, but silly girl means the most beautiful girl in the desert. A beauty. And that's what it means. I'll let you. Slap, 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 slap. Zhuo Xiaoduo's old wounds hadn't healed and new ones were added. His whole body swelled again. Chapter 363. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoyan finally stopped. Zhuo Xiaoduo lay on the sofa weakly, moaning and groaning like a dead dog. Zhuo Xiaoyan was reading the newspaper and making tea as if nothing had happened, while carefully peeling melon seeds. Zhuo Xiaoyan had a habit of peeling melon seeds one by one and eating them in handfuls. It was said that eating melon seeds this way was more satisfying and satisfying. Why aren't Mom and Dad back yet? I can't stay at home for more than a few days. I have to report to Yunwan High School on the 1st of October. Zhuo Xiaoduo stole the melon seeds that Zhuo Xiaoyan had peeled and stuffed them into his mouth. He chewed and complained. They're really not worried at all. It's been so long and they're still not home. I think we should criticize them. Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly saw that the spot where she had peeled melon seeds on the table was clean. She suddenly became furious. Do you think you can change the topic of eating my melon seeds by talking about this? Fuck, you're dead. Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed again. Of course, he had to say again, because his body swelled up again. Zhuo Xiaoyan beat Zhuo Xiaoduo up and down on the sofa. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo sat cross-legged on the sofa in a posture that looked like a combination of an earthworm and a lizard. He drank tea, ate melon seeds, watched TV, and chatted. He looked very comfortable from head to toe. Zhuo Xiaoyan crossed her legs and peeled melon seeds. She carefully placed the peeled melon seeds on a small plate in front of her. She faced Zhuo Xiaoduo directly and stared at him from time to time. Her face was full of vigilance. Previously, no matter if she was facing him from the side or from the back, she had been sneakily attacked several times. She could only defend herself if she faced him directly. Are you planning to go to Hidden Dragon? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked. Yes, Zhuo Xiaoduo replied. It's a place that has already been booked, but now is not the time. You have too many enemies in the Hidden Dragon Empire. Zhuo Xiaoyan expressed his heartfelt worry. Fenghai City. Now, to me, it is indeed a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Danger at every step. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes flickered as he said, but I'm really interested to see what this dragon's lair looks like and how dangerous it is. After talking about me, what about you? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. I originally planned not to go to Phoenix Cry. Zhuo Xiaoyan said indifferently. They should be going to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. He went straight to work. The Nine Heavens Pavilion was a very mysterious organization. Once one entered the Nine Heavens Pavilion, one would need to go out on missions continuously and then constantly improve oneself. The first, second, and third levels were the foundation, where one would study and cultivate and occasionally go out on missions. Then, as his cultivation increased, he would immediately advance to the next level. Once he defeated the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he would be able to be appointed to another position. But as for the specific inside story of this place, not to mention Zhuoxiaoduo, even Zhuoxiaonian did not know. She only knew that it was very high and mighty. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at Zhuoxiaonian's face, then threw out another fate point, and looked at Zhuoxiaonian's future. He nodded with relief and said, "You can go anywhere without worry. After all, your strength is here. It's enough. Actually, my condition is only that I'm qualified. But I heard that I'm the youngest woman to join the Nine Heavens Pavilion in many years." Zhuoxiaonian laughed. "Of course, at this stage, I'm only going to learn and train and continue to sharpen myself. I'm still far from being able to go out on missions. Don't worry." Zhuoxiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "You don't have to be so humble. I believe you'll reach the standard in a few days. All right, don't be reluctant to use those top-grade jade of astral souls. Hurry up and use them up," Zhuoxiaonian said angrily. "How can you use those treasures just like that? You should only use them when you need them." Zhuoxiaoduo rolled his eyes. No matter how precious they were basically used for cultivation. Why couldn't they be used? He rolled his eyes and said, "Sister Xiaonian, how about I make a bet with you?" Zhuoxiaonian said warily, "What bet?" "If you can use up all your top-grade jade of astral souls within a year, I'll give you another 50,000. Yes, all of them are top-grade jade of astral souls," Zhuoxiaoduo said solemnly. 50,000? Zhuoxiaonian exclaimed, her eyes widening. "What the hell? Did you dig up a paradise?" "There's no paradise," Zhuoxiaoduo said calmly. "But I really did find a top-grade jade of astral souls mine, and I'm sure that I'm the only one in the whole continent who knows about it." Zhuoxiaonian's eyes lit up. "Then we're rich. That's a fortune." "That's what I said," Zhuoxiaoduo said proudly. "Do you understand now? We don't lack this stuff, not at all. Things should be used to their fullest potential. If you use up all your top-grade jade of astral souls in a year, I'll give you another 50,000. If you use up all your jade of astral souls in a year, I'll give you another 200,000. According to my estimation, there's at least 1,000,000 astral souls jade of astral souls in the mine." Zhuoxiaoduo spoke as if he was telling the truth and had a nose and eyes. Zhuoxiaonian knew that Zhuoxiaoduo was naughty, but he would never speak carelessly, especially when it came to such a big matter. She couldn't help but be skeptical. She pouted and said, "If it's within a year. It's not impossible, but it's too wasteful." With Zhuoxiaoduo's current cultivation base, he was only at the early stage of the Origin Core realm. If he really absorbed all the top-grade Star Soul Jades in his possession, he would probably be able to reach the peak of the Origin Core realm. Moreover, he would have to suppress the restlessness of his true origin several times to break through to the soul transformation realm. "Let's not talk about whether it's possible or not," Zhuoxiaoduo said matter-of-factly. "I have additional conditions. You can always test me. This time, it's my turn to test you. You can't just use up all the top-grade jade of astral souls. You have to suppress the turbulence of your true origin more than 15 times before you can receive the rest of the benefits. If you can't reach the standard, I'm sorry, but you won't get anything in the future. This is called opportunity and risk coexist. Do you understand?" Zhuoxiaonian's face turned bitter. She didn't say anything for a long time. Suppressing 15 times? This standard wasn't just high. It was ridiculously high. However, she gritted her teeth and said, "I want to try. I must reach this goal." "Okay, it's settled then." Zhuoxiaoduo smiled and continued to drink water. His heart was as calm as a mountain and as steady as an old dog. Actually, he didn't find any Astral Souls Jade mine, nor did he have so many top-grade Astral Souls Jade. He only said that to urge Zhuoxiaonian to hurry up and cultivate. Otherwise, with Zhuoxiaonian's frugal personality, she might have kept all the top-grade Astral Souls Jade for him in Zhuoxiaoduo's heart. If there were such top-grade materials to help with cultivation, why wouldn't he use them immediately? Only when his strength increased would they belong to him. However, if he left the spiritual jades in the space ring, he wouldn't know who he was saving them for. They might not really belong to him. It was a pity that Zhuo was still at the innate realm and couldn't bear the violent spiritual energy of the top-grade Astral Soul's Jade. Otherwise, he would have used them long ago. When he broke through the embryonic breathing realm, Zhuo wouldn't hesitate to use them on the first day of the breakthrough. When the time came, Zhuo would ask him, "Where are the 50,000 pieces of top-grade Astral Soul's Jade?" Zhuo could also say righteously, "Sigh, the Jade Mine was discovered by the country and was taken over by the country. I didn't even get a single piece of it. I'm still feeling sad, and you still want to poke at my sore spot. It's too difficult for me." With one sentence, he could push all the blame away. He might even be comforted. Otherwise, Zhuo most likely wouldn't use them. When Zhuo came to settle the score with him, it would all become her own strength. When that time came, at most, he would be beaten up. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? Don't tell me she's going to rape me? Humph. I'm not afraid of Zhuo. Seeing that it was already past midnight, the two of them were still wide awake. They chatted casually, and the atmosphere was extremely quiet, warm, and peaceful. He felt that such time and such an atmosphere were better the longer it lasted. He couldn't feel the passage of time at all. Zhuo seemed to have thought of something. Her face was slightly red, and she said, "Look at me." "Look at you?" Zhuo turned his head suspiciously. "Look at what?" Zhuo stood up and walked a few steps. She was slim and graceful, and said, "Do I look good like this?" Yes. It's not just good looking. It's simply pleasing to the eye. It's too pleasing to the eye." Zhuo was about to salivate. His mind was suddenly filled with indescribable emotions. What does this mean? Does it feel like we're going to part ways? So, Yin, Cat wants to seduce me? With this thought, Zhuo's flaming sun scripture suddenly activated on its own. "Come on, come and seduce me. I'll definitely pretend to be reserved for 3 seconds. No more." No. What's there to be reserved for? I'll definitely be seduced by you at the first moment. I've always liked beauty. My willpower isn't good. I'll go up as soon as you seduce me. Zhuo's mind was filled with 180 ideas, 30 to 40 postures, and half a hard disk's worth of knowledge rushed into his mind in an instant. His eyes lit up, and he did not even bother to hide his desire. However, Zhuo obviously didn't follow Zhuo's thoughts. She turned around and said, "How about this?" She increased her height by 2 centimeters according to the ratio. She was originally 1.73 meters tall, but now she was 1.75 meters tall. However, Zhuo didn't notice anything. He just nodded foolishly, and his saliva drew a parabola as he nodded. Good. How about this? She went from 1.75 meters to 1.78 meters. Good. Of these 3 states, which one is better looking? Which is the best? Zhuo asked expectantly. 3. 3 kinds? Zhuo was dumbfounded. His eyes were full of confusion. Why? 3? What 3? What does that mean? Chapter 364. Which 3? That's right. Which one is the most beautiful? Zhuo asked modestly. She rolled her eyes and looked very shy. Dog. I'm choosing my highest height and body proportion according to your taste. As long as you choose, I'll take the look-preserving pill based on your choice. What 3? What 3? Zhuo felt that he should ask if he didn't understand. So he asked humbly. You didn't see? You didn't see? Zhuo was confused by Zhuo's question. See what? Zhuo tried to think and asked carefully, breasts. Or buttocks? This. What do you want me to see? Zhuo was stunned, and then she felt a rush of anger. She gritted her teeth and said, Then what did you see just now? I saw Zhuo was confused and felt that something was wrong. He scratched his head and said, what do you want me to see? Bang! A pillow hit Zhuo's face. Then, the heavy punches and kicks landed heavily on Zhuo's body like the wind and rain had never been so heavy before. After a while, the wind and rain finally stopped. With a bang, the door closed. Zhuo Xiaoyan went back to her room angrily. The loud sound of the door closing almost shook the chandelier off the ceiling. Zhuo Duo was on the verge of death. His head was swollen and his body was in pain as he laid on the sofa. His eyes were spinning and he was completely dumbfounded. Just now. What happened? Zhuo Duo didn't see it at all. He felt that he had been wronged to the extreme. Didn't you want to seduce me? Zhuo Duo felt that he was innocent and sad. What exactly was going on now? Woman, is your name a mystery? It was around 5 o'clock in the morning. Gu Yuanhang, who had been removed from the Longhu list judge's seat on the spot, finally returned to the entrance of Shangjing City with wounds all over his body. This journey back home was simply bizarre to the extreme. As soon as he left the territory of South Ji City and stepped into the wasteland, someone came to intercept him. It was a blue-robed woman who chased after him with all her might. Finally, everyone's true strength was about the same, and they were evenly matched. At first, he was a little flustered, but later, he steadied himself and was fine. But then, 2 women and a man charged out, and all of them chased after him and attacked him fiercely, as if they were irreconcilable enemies. Gu Yuanhang knew that he was no match for them and fled for his life. However, the movement techniques of these 3 women were all faster than his. Escape? There was no way he could escape. Left with no other choice, Gu Yuanhang forced his way out of the encirclement and returned to South Ji City. There were countless teachers from the Higher Martial Academy gathered in South Ji City, so naturally, he didn't have to worry about being hunted down. Gu Yuanhang's wish came true. As he fled back to South Ji City, the 3 women disappeared. As expected, they didn't continue to chase after him. Gu Yuanhang, who didn't dare to take the normal route, went straight to the military and used his connections to find a small plane to send him back. However, before he could fly out of the Central Plains, a magnificent sword light directly sliced off one of the wings of the plane. Gu Yuanhang used all his strength to carry the plane all the way to Fenghai Airport. Only then was he able to escape. The other party was helping him, and he couldn't let them lose a plane for no reason. Not to mention, there was also a pilot. Gu Yuanhang still had this bit of integrity. But was he taking the plane, or was the plane taking him? The rest of the journey was uneventful. When he was about to reach Shangjing City, and when Gu Yuanhang was about to let down his guard, he was intercepted again. This time, it was a black-robed man who attacked him, and he immediately used extreme moves to kill him. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a word. He fought with Gu Yuanhang for a full 2 hours, until both of them were covered in wounds and bruises. Only then did he retreat. During this time, Gu Yuanhang didn't know how many times he shouted, "Who are you? Why?" and so on and so forth. However, the other party really didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. This whole journey made Gu Yuanhang feel like a rat crossing the street. Finally, he reached Shangjing. He could breathe a sigh of relief. Gu Yuanhang entered Shangjing and went straight to Yunwan High School. The next day, Phoenix City No. 2 High School held a grand ceremony. The 6 students of Phoenix City No. 2 High School formed a team to compete in the Central Plains Longhu ranking and bring back the champion for Phoenix City No. 2 High School. This was the first time since the establishment of No. 2 High School. The champion of the Central Plains Longhu ranking. Almost all of the influential people in Phoenix City had come. Those who didn't come or weren't invited were just people who weren't qualified to attend the meeting. Today was also the graduation ceremony of Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Majestic music floated back and forth in the sky above No. 2 High School. TUNU's huge portrait stood tall in front of the school building. All the teachers and students bowed in unison. "Your wish, we've helped you to fulfill one." As for the other wishes, we're still working hard. After that, we'll definitely fulfill your wish and fulfill it. Teacher, don't worry. We, the teachers and students of number 2 high school, will definitely not disappoint you. After that, the graduation certificate of number 2 high school was given to all the students who had reached the innate realm. After that, a few thick stacks of admission notices were taken out. These were the admission notices issued by all the martial arts academies before the college entrance exam. Now, all of them have been sent to the school. All the students whose names were read came up one by one to collect and go to different places. As for Zwishaoduo and the others who participated in the competition, they didn't need to participate in the so-called college entrance exam. In this Longhu ranking competition, all the students who participated in it had the right to be admitted. The admission notices were in their pockets. Among the 237 innate realm students in our school, 177 of them were promoted to the martial arts academies they wanted. Li Changjiang spoke on behalf of the school leaders. The remaining 54 students have 3 choices. The first is to go to a remote vocational school. The second is to join the army and go to the Sun Moon Pass. As for the third, they can choose to repeat their year in number 2 high school and take the college entrance exam again next year. Yes, as long as the students reach the innate realm, the government wouldn't let them wander about freely in society. This was because this group of people was too harmful to ordinary people. Once they went berserk, they would cause terrible harm and losses. They could either go for vocational training and take part in various martial arts jobs in the future or join the army. Of course, they could also choose to repeat their year. However, the price for repeating their year was extremely high, because they had reached the innate realm and met the requirements. But because they weren't strong enough, no martial arts academies were willing to accept them. Therefore, even if they repeated their year, they still might not have enough strength to enter the martial arts academies. At the same time, if the students were older than 35 years old, the martial arts academies wouldn't accept them. Li Changjiang spoke passionately and at length. So Zwishaoduo nodded sleepily below the stage. It wasn't that he was tired, but Zwishaoduo had this problem. He would doze off when he was in a meeting and listening to the report. But soon, Zwishaoduo stopped dozing off because the process had reached the stage where the focus was to commend Zwishaoduo and the other 5. After that, it was time for all the graduating students to take a group photo as a souvenir. So Zwishaoduo and the other 5 were in the center position, which was the so-called C position. When the shutter was pressed, it happened that Li Chenglong was making a face at Li Changming. His teeth were as long as fangs. Click. The picture froze. Although a few more photos were taken consecutively, and there was no lack of normal photos, in the end, everyone unanimously decided to keep the normal photo and the one with the teeth, because it was simply too special, too unforgettable. Li Chenglong's tooth was really a big highlight. It directly stole the limelight from Zwishaoduo, who was standing in the center. Throughout the whole picture, those who got their hands on it didn't need to look at it carefully. At a glance, they could see that occupying the most central position was that long fangs. This photo became Li Chenglong's dark history. It couldn't be any darker than ink. The graduating students held their graduation certificates and faced the big banner. Everyone's tears fell like rain for a long time. Second high school welcomes you back forever. No matter how far you go, don't forget that this is the place where your dreams began. Along with Yuan's words, the banner made everyone's hearts surge in an instant. 10 days off, Li Changjiang announced. In the next 10 days, the teachers of the innate graduating class can accept meals. It's not considered a violation of discipline. The conference was over. Hu Ruiyan quietly went to the top floor alone, in what used to be Yuan's office. She closed the door and sat inside quietly, as if she could still feel Yuan's lingering scent. Old principal, another batch of children had graduated. Why does my heart feel like it's half empty all of a sudden? Especially Xiao Duo. He has also graduated. Every year at this time, I have to send away a batch of students that I've poured my heart and soul into. This kind of parting is really unbearable. No wonder you said that as a teacher, if you put your heart into the students, you'll age very quickly. But it's also very worth it. Whether it's worth it or not, I haven't personally experienced it yet. But I'm really aging very quickly. Every year, I have to send away a batch of my heart and soul. This bunch of heartless little fellows, I don't know. How many of them will remember to come back and visit me? Perhaps. Many people will never experience it in their lives, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching countless children walk out in groups, leaving the place where they had studied for so many years. Most of them were full of smiles, talking to each other, and telling each other farewell words. Their faces were full of longing for the future. The second high school's campus was going to be empty for a while again. Teacher who? Teacher who? A voice suddenly sounded outside the door. It was Zhua Xiaoduo's voice. Hurian quickly opened the door and saw Zhua Xiaoduo and the other 5 people standing outside the door neatly, with bright smiles on their faces, begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 365. Why haven't you left yet? Hu Ruiyun asked in surprise. She was pleasantly surprised. There are 6 of us. Xiaoduo giggled and said, It seems like we haven't done the 3 touches and 5 comments for the innate stage. Sigh, look at my memory. Hu Ruiyun slapped her forehead. Qin Fangyang was supposed to be in charge of the 3 touches and 5 comments for Xiaoduo and the others. Wind Spirit's meridians, He Yuan's death, and Qin Fangyang's departure. Then, the Longhu ranking tournament was approaching. So Xiaoduo and the others had been preparing for the tournament wholeheartedly until today. He had been so busy until now that he had completely forgotten about this matter. It's fine, it's fine. Everything has been settled. I'll call your principal later, and will personally conduct the comments for you, Hurian said. Also, we'd like to invite you, Principal Li, Teacher Luo, and the others, for dinner tonight, Zhua Xiaoduo said. The 6 of them bowed together. Teacher, please do us the honor. Hurian only felt a warm current rush up her body, and she subconsciously responded. Okay. As she spoke, she made a phone call. Fortunately, Li Changjiang had already arranged his schedule for today's graduation ceremony. He did not make any other arrangements, so it was settled with a phone call. However, Luo Lai had already been dragged away by the other students. She wondered if he was fated to treat her today. I'll arrange for the Tower of Astral Souls to conduct the 3 touches and 5 comments for you. The 3rd touch. 10 minutes later, the number 2 high school campus was very empty. Most of the students and teachers had already left. Li Changjiang and Hu Riyun sent Zhua Xiaoduo and the others to the Tower of Astral Souls again. The couple was still watching the surveillance cameras in the office. I believe that the others will be fine. I just don't know if Zhua Xiaoduo will cause any trouble this time. When Hu Riyun thought of this, she felt a headache coming on. The first time was the devil's heart of heterodoxy. The second time was the castration of lack of desire. 2 consecutive abnormal occurrences had already caused Hu Riyun to feel fear in her heart. He really didn't know what kind of strange words he would come up with this time. The content of the trial this time was still very simple. In the fantasy realm, the trial taker would meet a hero from the Umno Alliance. At first, the trial taker would not know that the hero was a member of the Umno Alliance. The trial taker would fight side by side with the hero and train along the way. They would fight star beasts, trample on villains, fight injustice, and roam the world, treating each other with sincerity, congenial in spirit, and making friends with each other. The other party's personality and temper could be said to be the type that the participants admired and liked the most. After interacting with each other for a period of time, there was nothing that they didn't talk about. Taking care of you in every possible way is secondary. Usually, when we exchange pointers and drink together, we are very close, even more like brothers. After the trial, other than Zhua Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing and the other 4 people, one after the other, could not help but become sworn brothers with the other party. Yes, Wan Lixio met a sister and also became sworn brothers. The sisterly relationship was very deep and could not be compared to the so-called best friends. And as time went on, the other party's identity as a member of the Umno Alliance was finally exposed. This was a very cruel setting. The brother who treated each other with sincerity and congenial in spirit was a member of the Umno Alliance. The two sides were naturally on opposite sides and would not rest until one of them was dead. When the situation came to a head, would you kill him? When the other party completed the Umno Alliance's mission and was chased by people on your side, when he came to your side with his dying breath, would you kill him? He was lying in front of you. You did not need to use any strength, just a palm or a kick, and you could easily end his life. However, as long as you wanted to, you could save him. The key was how you would choose. Yu Moyin and Li Chenglong made their choice the fastest. The two of them did not hesitate and directly killed the other party. You are a member of the Umno Alliance. You have completed the Umno Alliance's mission and caused a lot of damage to our side. At this time, in front of the big picture, you must kill him. Wan Lixiu, Long Yuxing, and Li Zhongming hesitated for a long time before they decided to make their move. When they made their move, their faces were full of tears, and they kept saying sorry that the five of them made their own choices and ended the trial in either a short or long time. Li Chenglong and Yu Moyin were both a grade. Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and Li Zhongming's evaluation was one grade lower, B grade. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo's side, it was just as Hu Riyun had thought. When Long Yuxing and the others became sworn brothers with this person, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not choose to become sworn brothers with him. Why did he choose to become sworn brothers? Zhuo Xiaoduo would not make such a choice. This person was not bad and could be friends with him. However, that was all. Then, the two of them went through life and death together. They went through difficulties and experienced thousands of mountains and rivers together. Their friendship became deeper, however, it was inevitable that the other party was exposed in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. He was dying and fell in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. At this moment, Hu Riyun's heart was in her mouth. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaoduo, this is a matter of position. Don't make a mistake in such a big matter. You are a member of the Umno Alliance? Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. His face was full of disbelief. Brother, I am sorry. That person smiled bitterly. I was chased to this place, and I am injured. However, I am still alive. I can't escape. Xiaoduo, you might as well kill me or hand me over. I can give you a future. I lied to you. However, when I was with you, there was no hypocrisy. I only treated you with sincerity. In my heart, I really treat you as a brother. If I can use my useless life to exchange for a contribution for my brother, it will be worth it. That person's mouth was bleeding. He murmured, "Don't kill me with your hands. If you kill me, you will leave a soul mark. The other side will take revenge on you. I don't want to see you die, especially because of me. Take care." He closed his eyes and waited. He waited for the last moment to come. What are you talking about? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of loyalty. We are brothers. Even if we become enemies in the future, we will only fight with real swords and spears on the battlefield. If I kill you like this, how can it be considered as a brother? Hu Ruoyun sighed deeply. She only felt a splitting headache. Why did this bastard always cause trouble at the most critical moment? Could it be that your brain circuit is really very different from a normal person's? 108,000 of them. Was there? Looking at the screen, Zhuo Xiaoduo tried his best to heal his brother's injuries, treat his illness, hide the truth, and ensure his safety. After that, he even escorted him all the way and helped him escape. That person was so touched that he could not feel his blood boiling. Before they parted, Zhuo Xiaoduo took out pills and jade of astral souls. He filled up a space ring and gave it to him. Brother, I don't have much to say. This is all I can do. There is some money, emergency food and drinks, and some jade of astral souls. Take it. How can I take it? If I take it all, what will you use? Why are you being so polite with me at this critical moment? Zhuo Xiaoduo said angrily. Now you are completely exposed. Every step you take is dangerous. Wait for me to think of a way to send you to the border. After that, you will have to rely on yourself. Hurry up and go back. Brother, you're taking too big a risk by doing this. Your life is in danger, and you will bear a bad name for the rest of your life. I already said that we are brothers. Why are you still talking about this? So Xiao Duo confided in him. It's rare that you and I can treat each other with sincerity. Once we part, I'm afraid we won't see each other again. How about you, and I swear to the heavens that we'll be sworn brothers. Good. However, Xiao Duo, your future is bound to be very dangerous. I am dragging you down. Let's not talk about this. The two of them used the soil as incense and kowtowed to the heavens. They were both overwhelmed with emotions and felt their blood boiling. Then, unexpectedly, when they were escaping to the border, they were discovered by the border guards. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, Xiaoduo could not help but help. After a fierce battle, they saved the man and escaped to the border. However, Xiaoduo's identity was completely exposed. The other side even called out Xiaoduo's name clearly. The two of them crossed the border and sat in a dense forest. Both of them looked gloomy. Now, it is your turn to not be able to go back. It's okay. Just hide your identity. The world is big. There is no place for you to hide. No, it is too dangerous. From the day I decided to save you, I was already mentally prepared. Now, my prediction has come true. Why don't you come with me? No. How can I go to your side? Xiaoduo did not even think about it. He shook his head like a rattle drum. Do you want to go back and die? I might not die if I go back. I just have to give up my original identity. But how can I watch you go back like this? How can I be at ease? That is my life. Xiaoduo stood up and waved his hand. Brother, take care. Just as he was about to leave, bang! The man knocked Xiaoduo unconscious and murmured, You sent me out from tens of thousands of miles away. How can I watch such a brother go back and die? Even if you hate me, you can't go back. He held Xiaoduo's body and disappeared into the Umno alliance that the scene froze. The trial ended. Li Changjiang and Hu Ruiyun were at a loss. They were in disbelief and disbelief. What the fuck? Are you developing your own plot? What kind of development is this? This to Hu Ruiyun was on the verge of going crazy. Why is there nothing below? What happened next? Li Changjiang was speechless. He has already gone out. What else can there be? Xiao Duo must have gone undercover. But if it ends like this, won't it make him a traitor? Will the evaluation still be fair? Hu Ruiyun said anxiously. Li Changjiang thought. How can you be sure that he went undercover? Nothing is seen now. How do you know what will happen next? But there was nothing after that. This was the most maddening thing. The couple looked at the screen anxiously. They were really not sure what the evaluation would be this time. Chapter 366. At this moment, Hu Ruiyun felt a little hopeless. He did not differentiate between friend and foe, and his stance was unclear. He spared no effort to help the enemy escape. This guy was really after a long time. Even Xiaoduo and the others had finished the trial and gathered at the entrance of the principal's office to wait. However, the evaluation was still not out. After a long time, the screen finally began to rotate. Hu Ruiyun and Li Changjiang held their breaths at the same time. They waited, watched, and waited for the results to come. Finally, after a while, the final evaluation was out. When Hu Ruiyun and Li Changjiang saw the evaluation, they were stunned. They still found it unbelievable, and unimaginable. That was because the evaluation on the screen was for question marks. There was not even a word, let alone an A or B grade. There were only 4 question marks. At this moment, whether it was Li Changjiang or Hu Ruiyun, their real thoughts were exactly the same as the evaluation on the screen. It was not fake at all. Perhaps the husband and wife could add a few more question marks. What kind of evaluation was this? Did this mean that even the system did not know how to evaluate? The husband and wife looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What's going on? What kind of evaluation is this? Hu Ruiyun pointed at the 4 question marks on the screen and asked. Li Changjiang shook his head slowly. I don't know either. This kind of thing was really unheard of in so many years. Hu Ruiyun went to open the door. At a glance, Zhuo was standing obediently at the door. His face was simple and honest. "Teacher, let's go for dinner? It's already 6 o'clock in the evening." Hu Ruoyun sighed helplessly. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not open her mouth. She patted Zhuo's shoulder and said, "The evaluation is good. Throughout history, it's unprecedented." Zhuo had an honest look on his face. He said shyly, "It's all thanks to teacher who's good teaching." Hu Ruoyun finally said unhappily, "I didn't teach you those tricks. I don't dare to take the credit." Zhuo scratched his head innocently, as if he did not know what the problem was. None of the parents attended the dinner that night. Zhuo's parents were not at home, but the other 5 had no intention of letting their parents come. "What are you doing here? You don't even know each other. You're just here to thank me. How hypocritical. Don't come. You'll only make the atmosphere awkward." Wan Lixio directly called her father and said, "We're thanking the teacher out of gratitude. We're too embarrassed to say anything when you guys come, and the teacher is too embarrassed to say anything. You guys are too embarrassed to leave. To prevent everyone from being embarrassed, it's better if you don't come." However, there were only 6 children at the dinner table with Hu Ruoyun and her husband, but 4 pairs were drunk. Hu Ruoyun lost her composure and burst into tears in the end. On the one hand, she was distressed by Zhuo's evaluation. On the other hand, she was really reluctant. Hu Ruoyun was really reluctant to part with these children, especially Zhuo. She watched the children finally grow up and go to a higher school. Although she knew that she should be happy for them, this reluctance to part with them kept gushing out from her heart, making her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. She hugged Zhuo and cried a lot, saying a lot. "You must come back to visit me when you have time. I miss you." Finally, they parted ways. Li Changjiang took a taxi with Hu Ruoyun, who had already fallen asleep. When they reached home, Hu Ruoyun miraculously woke up. "You didn't fall asleep?" Li Changjiang asked in surprise. "How can I really fall asleep?" Hu Ruoyun said slowly, "It's just that I really couldn't control my emotions and made the atmosphere sad. They have a bright future ahead of them. It's not good to make the atmosphere too sad." Li Changjiang sighed softly. "Geniuses. Come, take a look at what the students gave you," Li Changjiang said. "I don't want to look." Hu Ruoyun sighed. "Take a look. These are from Wan Lixio. These are spirit herbs that nourish one's origin. They're all very rare and precious. This is from Li Chenglong. It's a landscape painting. This is from Yumoyan. It's a decoration he made himself." Li Changjiang explained the items one by one as he tidied them up. Hu Ruoyun, on the other hand, was silent. "This is from Zhuo." Li Changjiang had just finished speaking when Hu Ruoyun suddenly turned her head, her eyes sparkling. "Fuck!" Li Changjiang had just taken it out when he exclaimed in surprise. "These are black stones for teacher, Hu." In a small bag, there were 50 pieces of black stones. These are supreme-grade jade of astral souls." Li Changjiang was stunned. Li Changjiang had only seen this kind of supreme-grade jade of astral souls once in his life. It was during a banquet when the host took it out to show off. This thing was really too rare and too hard to come by. Any piece of supreme-grade jade of astral souls would be sold for a sky-high price. It was a price that could not be bought even if one had the money. Zhuo actually gave 50 of them to Hu Ruoyun at once. "This is too extravagant." Hu Ruoyun was anxious. "How can we accept this? Hurry up and return tomorrow. These materials will delay this child's cultivation by a lot." Li Changjiang also nodded. "It's indeed too expensive. I'll go look for her tomorrow." The next day, Li Changjiang went to look for Zhuo early in the morning. Zhuo's attitude was firm. "Principal, you know that I'm a very stingy person. In my life, I can't say that I'm the only one who would take the initiative to give a gift to someone for free. Perhaps from now until the day I die of old age, there will only be a few people who will do so. But teacher who is worth anything for me to give her. If you don't accept it, you don't have to return it to me. You could just throw it on the street. I don't know if someone will pick it up." Li Changjiang saw Zhuo's attitude. What could he do? He could only take it back. Please tell teacher who that these have to be used. The next time I visit her, if there are any leftovers, I'll be sad. I'll have to give her more. So Xiao Duo giggled. Li Changjiang took the bag of blackstones home. Naturally, Hu Ruoyun complained to him. But after passing on Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, Hu Ruoyun didn't say anything. After a long time, she said softly, Xiao Duo is a good boy. I really envy his parents for having such a good child. From his second day onwards, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't slack off at all. He continued to cultivate as if his life depended on it. Zhuo Xiaoyan accompanied him. The two of them looked for a secluded place to cultivate day and night. They wanted to make every effort to improve themselves in the remaining time. After continuously cultivating as if his life depended on it, Zhuo Xiaoduo found that he had broken through the bottleneck of his strength. This discovery made Zhuo Xiaoduo ecstatic. Therefore, he worked even harder and increased the weight he carried. Zhuo Xiaoyan was his sparring partner. Once again, she began to find him, but in the blink of an eye. More than 10 days had passed. 3 days later, they would set off for Hidden Dragon. Coincidentally, Zhuo Xiaoyan would also set off 3 days later to report to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. However, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding still hadn't sent back any news. They couldn't get through to their phones either. The two of them couldn't help but feel anxious. What was going on? On this night, the two of them returned home exhausted. Suddenly, they saw from afar that the lights in their house were on. For a moment, a warm current surged from the bottom of their hearts. It was a long-lost feeling. Previously, when their parents were at home, they would come home late every day. They didn't feel anything special when they saw the lights. But now, after such a long time, they suddenly saw the lights in their house on again. Their entire hearts were about to melt. Ouch! The siblings rushed up the stairs as if they had gone mad. Their exhaustion seemed to have completely disappeared at that moment. Dad. Zhuo Xiaoduo pushed the door open and rushed in, laughing loudly. Zhuo Changlu looked up from the sofa with a smile. Wu Yuding walked out of the kitchen. Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed over and hugged Wu Yuding, laughing loudly. Then, he picked up his mother and spun her around. Mom, I miss you so much. As he said that, his eyes turned red. Zhuo Zhonglu's eyes widened as he withdrew his hand. This guy rushed all the way home calling for Dad, but in the end, he went to hug Mom. What about me? Zhuo Xiaoyan came in, panting. Dad! Zhuo Changlu finally found comfort. My daughter is still the best. On the other side, Wu Yuding was dizzy from being spun around by Zhuo Xiaoduo. She hit him angrily. Hurry up and put me down. You're already so old and as tall as your dad. Why are you still so childish? I won't put you down. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, put me down. You're abandoning us to play by yourself again. Not this time. After being excited for a long time, the family sat down and chatted slowly. Dad, Mom, where have you been all this time? Why were you gone for so long? You even missed our graduation ceremony? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked impatiently. Well, we went to visit some old friends. Zhuo Changlu smiled and said, we also took a look at the scenery while we were at it. He did not explain in detail. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were very dissatisfied, especially Zhuo Xiaoduo. Their parents missed the Longhu List tournament, but why didn't they come back 3 or 5 days earlier when they knew that their graduation was imminent? Wouldn't they have made it in time? Tell me in detail. Zhuo Xiaoyan complained. You don't know each other. It's useless to tell you. Zhuo Changlu smiled helplessly. How about you two? Did you break through? Did it go well? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes silently at the side. Zhuo Changlu's words were extremely hypocritical. The two of them confirmed the success of the Phoenix Pole Spirit outside before they left. Along the way, watching Zhuo Xiaoduo's competition live on the internet had become their routine homework. Wu Yuding even found her daughter from the spectator stand. Zhuo Zhonglu knew Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan better than they knew themselves. Zhuo Zhonglu didn't even blush when he asked this question. Chapter 367. However, This question directly opened up the conversation between Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo. The siblings scrambled to report what had happened during this period of time, their gains, and so on. Wu Yuding had finished cooking, serving the wine, eating, drinking, and cleaning up the table, but the two of them were still talking. Even Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had always been quiet, became a chatterbox this time. However, Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding did not look impatient at all. They listened with great interest and always had gentle smiles on their faces. They were the best listeners. It was impossible to tell that they understood everything. Their faces were full of enthusiasm and seriousness. His son and daughter had skipped the most difficult and dangerous times of many things. It was as if everything was a matter of course. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding felt the feelings of their children. Their hearts were very warm. It was not easy to have children. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo's competition was directly praised to the sky by Zhuo Xiaoduo. It was so boastful that no one could look at it directly. They talked until they had to report to school, and then stopped. Are we leaving in 3 days? In the end, Wu Yuding finally asked, her face revealing a strong sense of reluctance. Zhuo Xiaoduo actively encouraged, Dad, Mom, we are both leaving. Why are you staying here? Why don't you go to Fenghai with me? We are rich now. Let's go there and buy a new house and settle down. Our family is still together. How good is that? Zhuo Chonglu laughed. Do you think you can stay in Fenghai forever? After you transfer from Fenghai to Shangjing, we will go there to buy a house and settle down. Then, when you're successful in your cultivation and go to Sun and Moon Pass, we will settle down there. So Xiaoduo coughed and said, as long as our family is not separated, it is not a big deal. It is just buying a few more houses. Your son is now good at making money. It is not a big deal to buy a few houses. Wu Yuding smiled. We are not going anywhere. We will wait for you in Phoenix City. Mom. Zhuo Xiaoduo acted like a spoiled child. But it was useless. He could only persuade Zhuo Xiaoyan, Sister Nian, talk to our parents. Zhuo Xiaoyan had been looking at Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding. Her face flashed with worry. Suddenly, she asked with red eyes, Dad, Mom, why do you look so much older after coming back this time? Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned when he heard this. Taking a closer look, he saw that Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding's faces were really haggard, and there were sporadic white hairs on their temples. This was a big change for Zhuo Chonglu and his wife. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart shook as he asked, Dad, Mom, what's going on? How? How did this happen? Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and said, You have grown up. Of course we are old. If we don't age, won't we become monsters? But it shouldn't be so fast. Zhuo Xiaoduo said anxiously, What is going on? Does it have anything to do with your background and background? You said that we have grown up. Now, can you tell us the whole story? Wu Yuding smiled and stroked Zhuo Xiaoduo's head. She said, Don't worry. It's really okay. This situation is good for us. We can return to the state of cultivation. The faster we get old, the better. What Wu Yuding said was the truth, but it didn't sound like it was the case. Is there such a strange cultivation method in the world? Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed his doubts. There are all kinds of strange cultivation methods in the world. You have only seen a few of them. Zhuo Chonglu smiled and said, In short, you can rest assured. Don't worry about us. Zhuo Xiaoyan thought for a long time and said, Dad, Mom, are you experiencing the world of mortals? Zhuo Chonglu's eyes narrowed and said, It seems that Nianer knows a lot. She even knows about experiencing the world of mortals. Well, that's more or less what I mean. Although there were still 2 levels of difference, Zhuo Chonglu already felt that his daughter was very knowledgeable. Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly understood and said, I have read the records of the sect. Back then, only the founder of the sect had reached this step. Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. Was experiencing the world of mortals? You don't have to ask. At your current level, the less you know, the better. Zhuo Xiaoyan's previous elegant appearance disappeared. She was radiant and looked like a different person. Zhuo Xiaoduo was even more confused. There were 4 people in the family, but now 3 of them knew. Was it really okay to hide it from me? Don't worry about us in the future, Dad, Mom. Zhuo Xiaoyan said gently. The first thing to do when experiencing the world of mortals is to not have too many ties. The two uncles who were called here before already had a great impact. So Zhonglu comforted him and said, "Experience in the world of mortals. The true meaning and the fetters are not something that can be explained in a few words. You only need to know that your mother and I will be fine as long as you two are fine. Experience in the world of mortals is nothing compared to the two of you." After saying that, he smiled faintly. Wu Yuting thought for a while and said, "But speaking of moving, we really have to move. This place is no longer suitable for living. The two of you have been exposed so much this time. So many people have said that you are the family of geniuses. We have chosen a house in King Qi's tomb. When you leave, your dad and I will move there." Wu Yuting said, "But we will also keep the house here. You two have earned so much money. Your dad and I will enjoy ourselves and spend some money." "Ha! King Qi's tomb?" Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, "That place is more remote. It's okay. We just want some peace and quiet." Wu Yuting smiled faintly. Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoduo were deep in thought. Both of them didn't believe that it was just a peaceful place. They had a feeling that there was something going on there. But their parents didn't want to talk about it. From the next day onwards, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't go out to practice. Instead, he stayed at home with Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuting. He wanted to spend more time with his parents. But on the afternoon of this day, Zhou Xiaoduo was chased out. "Why are you so annoying now?" Wu Yuting looked at him with disdain. "Are you going to clean up the basin that was knocked over? Get out and play. It's really annoying." Zhou Chonglu looked helpless. "Why are you interfering when I'm making tea? You don't know anything. Look at how you're ruining my good tea. I'm going to college soon. You don't want to go to Fenghai, so I want to spend more time with you in these last few days." Zhou Xiaoduo looked wronged. Go, go, go. We don't want you to accompany us." The husband and wife drove Zhou Xiaoduo out as if they were chasing a duck. Then they pulled open the door to Zhou Xiaoyan and drove Zhou Xiaoyan out too. "Let's go out together. Don't come back until dinner time. It's so annoying." After they left the house, the siblings looked at each other. They missed each other so much after not seeing each other for a month. They were together for less than 2 days, and they were so annoyed. "Sai, let's go practice." On the third day, the two were still chased out to practice. They only had dinner as a family in the evening. "You have rings, so you can carry anything with you. You're also very rich, so you don't need to pay for your travel and living expenses." Zhou Chonglu held a wine glass. "After this last meal, get out of here tomorrow morning. Come back when you're on vacation. Don't think about going home every day and be childish." Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan pouted. "Sai, I've read so many articles and novels about being reluctant to part with her, but it turns out that they're all lies. The siblings were in a bad mood. That night, they got together in a room and talked for the whole night, but they were still reluctant to leave. In the end, Zhou Xiaoduo sneakily attacked and was beaten up by Zhou Xiaoyan. The next morning, when Zhou Xiaoduo woke up, Zhou Xiaoyan was already gone. "Where's Nian Yinmao? Your sister Nian has already left." Wu Yuting brought out breakfast. "She's probably crying on the way. She didn't even dare to eat breakfast." "Damn, is that necessary?" Zhou Xiaoduo ate a belly full. Patting his stomach, he said, "It's delicious. Mom, Dad, I'm leaving too. I'll come back to see you after my vacation." Wu Yuting and Zhou Chonglu didn't even raise their heads. They waved their hands as if they were shooing flies away. "Go, go, go. Go quickly." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed, kissed Wu Yuting on the cheek, and jumped out of the house. "Let's go." The door slammed shut. The lively house suddenly quieted down. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Zhou Chonglu slowly put down the wine glass, and the smile on his face disappeared bit by bit. Wu Yuting lowered her head. Drops of tears quietly flowed out and fell to the ground. Finally, they're all gone. Wu Yuting suddenly felt grief welling up in her heart, and she burst into tears. Zhou Chonglu also blinked and gently breathed in. At night, Wu Yuting opened the door of her son and daughter's room. Looking at the empty bedroom and the dark room, she couldn't help but cry the whole night. Zhou Xiaoduo walked out of the city and saw Li Chenglong waiting at the city gate. "Did you cry?" Li Chenglong asked. "Did you cry?" "No, me neither." He. Let's go." The feelings of children and their parents were always so different. Before they left, the children were reluctant to part with their parents. But when they left, their hearts had already flown to the outside world. They didn't have time to be sentimental about the vast and new world before they were immersed in a colorful and exciting life. And the sadness of parents always came after they parted with their children. Every day, every moment, every moment. They were all worried. They all leaned against the door and looked at each other. On the second day after their children left, they habitually looked at the door. It was time for school to end again. They couldn't wait until they remembered that they had already gone to college. So they felt sad again. Zhuoxiaoduo and Li Chenglong set off from the east gate of Phoenix City. They walked all the way until they were dozens of miles away from Phoenix City. They climbed the highest mountain, stood on the stone at the top of the mountain, and looked back. "Over there, that's our home," Zhuoxiaoduo said in a daze. "Yes, Mom and Dad are at home." Li Chenglong was also in a daze. "I wonder how long it will take to go home from Fenghai. You should take a break. If you really go home suddenly, they will be shocked. They might think that something happened. But if you break through the nascent soul, you can fly back in a few hours." "That's true. My mom must be crying." "My mom too." "Sigh. Let's go." "Okay." The two figures rushed down the mountain like arrows and rushed into the meteorite plain. Behind them, the mountain finally covered Phoenix City. Chapter 368. They advanced all the way into the meteorite plains. Once they left the protective layer, the meteor shower above their heads poured down in a not too dense manner, smashing holes all around them. As far as the eye could see, there were meteors falling endlessly. This was the first obstacle a Xiantian cultivator had to face before entering the next stage of cultivation. It was also a matter of life and death. This was the reason why the high martial arts academies required students who graduated from the high martial arts academies to go to their respective high schools independently or in groups to quickly adapt to the living atmosphere, living environment, and living conditions that Xiantian cultivators had to face. If there were external help, such as parents or hiring powerful cultivators to escort them, it would only cause them to develop a sense of dependence and misjudge their ability to survive. After the protective layer was removed, they would be in danger. Just like what could be seen now, the entire meteorite plains was like a battlefield filled with smoke and fire. Cannonballs were unceasingly falling. Even though they were not particularly concentrated, their destructive power was not lacking. They were truly capable of killing people. It didn't matter if it was an ordinary person or a weaker cultivator. If they encountered a large meteor shower with meteorites containing strange materials, even an expert would be smashed to death. Naturally, there were roads on the meteorite plains, and they were relatively safe. However, these roads were formed by an alliance of many large merchants who used this road all year round. Every certain distance, someone needed to hold up a protective layer to protect the passage. Over time, a special economic method was formed on the road: toll fees. After all, they were protecting this road from being smashed by meteorites. At the same time, they were providing a great convenience that didn't need to worry about their lives. As long as they passed through this road, they would naturally be safe. Therefore, everyone was very willing to pay the toll fees, and there were few disputes. However, Zhuoxiaoduo and Li Chenglong obviously didn't plan to take the safe road. Their choice was to jump all the way through the wilderness. This was a path of cultivation, but also a path of tempering. The Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts entrance training tool on their bodies had already been opened. This entrance training tool would faithfully record all the situations that they encountered along the way. If their lives were really in danger, they could also take the initiative to press the emergency call button. Naturally, the teachers of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts entrance training tool would come to their aid. However, no matter how much of a genius or monstrous a student you were, from the moment you pressed the emergency button, you would lose all the privileges you originally had in the High Martial Academy and become the most ordinary student. Swollen, you claim to be erudite and knowledgeable. Do you know what's going on with the meteor shower that keeps falling from the sky? So Xiaoduo asked with a smile as he slapped away a meteorite falling from the sky. I really don't know the exact reason. There are too many guesses about this. Li Chenglong sighed and said, a more reliable guess is that there was a world-ending battle in the past. Several powerful people in the starry sky fought in the starry sky, causing the universe to collapse and the Milky Way to collapse. This caused the endless rain of stars to return to the origin of the Yuan Qi, resulting in such a scene. But at least in my opinion, this statement is not accurate. How could there be a battle that lasted for tens of thousands of years? Not to mention a meteor shower that can last for tens of thousands of years. There must be some other reason behind this. Li Chenglong continued to dodge the meteorites. As he moved forward in a snake-like manner, he said, I'm more inclined to believe that. In the distant starry sky, there's a planet that's millions of times bigger than our continent that's constantly splitting. During the process of its fission, its star fragments form a huge number of meteorites that fall continuously, eventually forming a meteor shower. Li Chenglong said, why do you think this way? Although the previous statement wasn't officially recognized, it's still the most mainstream one, right? So Xiaoduo asked curiously. The main reason I agree with the latter statement is because of the falling jade of astral souls. Li Chenglong said, after so many years, although the quality of the jade of astral souls varies greatly, as long as the meteorites contain the jade of astral souls, the basic composition is the same. You must know that the difference is only limited to the difference in quality, but the essence and composition factors are basically the same. It can already be concluded that they came from the same planet. Li Chenglong said, what's lacking now is just that there's no concrete evidence. So Xiaoduo was silent for a long time. Then he said, your argument seems reasonable, but it's easy to refute. You must know that there are also astral souls on our continent that contain astral souls jade. Moreover, the composition is exactly the same as that of the meteorite belt. What do you think? Li Chenglong said, that's another matter. I'm more inclined to the second statement, but it's not necessarily accurate. Just as the two of them were discussing heatedly, a whistling sound suddenly appeared in the sky. Sensing the aura, the two of them quickly jumped to the left and right. Then, with a loud bang, a meteorite as big as 2 millstones combined slammed into the ground with a scorching aura. Immediately, a big hole was smashed into the solid ground. It was a few meters wide and very deep. The surrounding ground shook uniformly. Everything on the ground within a radius of dozens of miles jumped up. At the same time, a dense spiritual energy rushed towards them. This piece is quite heavy. So Xiaoduo glanced at it and jumped down. He directly grabbed the big rock and threw it up, ignoring the temperature that could turn an ordinary person into ashes. With a bang, the meteorite fell to the ground again, but it didn't cause any more damage. So as Xiaoduo moved, the cat's spirit sword in his hand. The sword flickered with a red light. It was infused with the flaming sun scripture. He brazenly slashed down. The boulder was split open from one side, like a piece of tofu. Damn! Li Chenglong was shocked. This huge meteorite weighed at least tens of thousands of kilograms. After about 3 feet of its surface was cut open, a large piece of green astral soul's jade was hidden in the middle. The harvest is not bad. So Xiaoduo held the sword and cut the entire piece of astral soul's jade into a large square, as if it was tofu. All of them are of medium quality. It's a small harvest. When I reach Hidden Dragon, I can use this as a mattress. Li Chenglong's eyes immediately turned red. This was a large piece of astral soul's jade the size of a calf. It was a medium quality jade of astral souls. Looking at it, it was at least 20,000 kilograms, right? Putting the market price aside, just the appearance of such a complete piece would only increase its value by several times. This was a windfall that fell from the sky and landed directly in Xiaoduo's pocket. Why didn't I see it? Li Chenglong was depressed. He felt that he had acted too late. If he had acted earlier, he would have been able to get a share of the loot. Ever since Li Chenglong had teamed up with Zhuo and the others, he had gained a lot from every experience. His wealth was much greater than before. However, as his cultivation continued, he would need to consume more and more resources every day. He might not care about small amounts of money, but such a large piece of medium-quality jade of Astral Soul's jade was still quite tempting. You don't have to be so tempted. With your vast knowledge, you will understand many things if you think about it carefully. I was able to obtain such a harvest because I have many convenient conditions. These conditions are all things that you don't have. The meteorite falling from the sky is in itself a stroke of luck. However, if you want to turn this luck into reality, you need to meet many conditions. First, you need to grasp the meteorite in your hands and deal with it as quickly as possible. Do you have that much strength? Are you able to withstand the heat of the meteorite? Zhuo dealt with the meteorite carefully and threw it into the ring. The reason why I was able to obtain the Jade of Astral Souls was because of my strength, Flaming Sun Divine Skill, and my Cat Spirit Sword. These three are indispensable. Don't you know that the meteorite's heat will carbonize a large part of the Jade of Astral Souls? Li Chenglong's mind raced, and he immediately figured it out. However, he still sighed. Even if you were right, you have a lot of wealth now. I don't even have a single strand of hair. Moreover, I have to be insulted by your poisonous mouth. How could I have been so blind to follow you? I regret it so much. You regret it? Zhuo snorted. It's not too late to get lost now. We have only just reached this stage. Li Chenglong did not want to talk anymore. Swollen, when are you going to pay me the money you owe me? Zhuo thought of his space ring again. I don't have money. Li Chenglong was furious. He said fiercely, I don't have money, and I won't give you my life. Speaking of which, this is such a huge windfall. Are you really not going to share half of it with me? Fuck, I can't even shut your mouth when I ask for money. Zhuo screamed. Tisk, with your character, if you don't want to keep it all to yourself, why would you deliberately bring up a debt that you can't even get back? Li Chenglong's eyes were full of disdain. What he was trying to say just now was that the windfall that fell from the sky was all yours. I didn't do anything, so why should I get a share? However, the item was already in Zhuo's pocket. To ask him to take it out and share it again. Li Chenglong felt that even Li Zhongming, who could control dreams, would not dare to have such a dream. Next, Li Chenglong began to pay attention to the falling meteorites and the possible spiritual herbs in his field of vision. It had to be said that once Li Chenglong's knowledge was fully activated, his harvest would only be more than Zhuo's. The two of them quarreled as they walked forward, neither of them giving way to the other. Why should you take half of what I found? Did you do anything? You want to reap without sowing? You must be blind. Brothers are close. It's reasonable to share half when we meet. Then why didn't you share half of the jade of Astral Souls with me? Brothers are close. Why would I take what others like? Besides, that piece is too complete. It's a pity to cut it open. You could have just given me the whole piece. Do you have that much storage space in your space ring? Don't you want the other things in there? No. Then you can share half of the money with me. Brothers are close. Don't talk about money. It hurts our relationship. Chapter 369. After walking for 300 miles, Li Chenglong was so angry that he was foaming at the mouth because of a certain someone who was always right. When they found another patch of star ginseng sprouts, Li Chenglong finally couldn't take it anymore. You have to pay for this new batch of harvest. You have to pay. What are you talking about? Swollen. With our relationship, how can you talk about money with me? Don't you know that talking about money hurts the relationship between brothers? You're an ungrateful villain. You have to pay, otherwise, there's no room for discussion. TSK, you're so stingy. The harvest this time will be used to pay for your ring. Is that okay? Zhuo relented helplessly. When Li Chenglong heard this, he felt that this proposal was acceptable. He beamed with delight and agreed. Deal. A large patch of star ginseng sprouts worth 1 million was put into Zhuo Xiaoduo's space ring. All right, these star ginseng sprouts are used to pay for your ring. Zhuo Xiaoduo said heartily, it's 1 in 10,000. Since we're brothers, you don't have to be polite with me. 1 in 10,000? Li Qinglong's eyeballs almost fell out. The market price of these star ginseng sprouts is at least 1 million. And it's only 1 in 10,000? Is your ring worth so much? Zhuo Xiaoduo said unhappily. Look at you haggling over every ounce. Don't tell me you still want a bargain. I even wanted to cultivate with you. If it weren't for the long period of close contact with each other, do you think you can have your current cultivation and strength? You have to look forward, you know. Look forward, don't look at money. Zhuo Xiaoduo lectured him earnestly. Swollen, you have to be generous, especially to your friends. You have to be loyal. In the future, don't haggle over every penny like this. It's too unpleasant. Li Qinglong was completely stunned. I'm impressed. Li Qinglong rolled his eyes. If I wasn't prepared, I would have fallen out with you. If you feel uncomfortable, you can hit me. You can do whatever you want. So Xiaoduo smiled. Friends should vent their anger on each other and make each other happy. If I could beat you, I wouldn't need you to tell me. Li Qinglong sighed. He had a premonition that his days would be miserable in the next few years. However, he thought about it again and felt that Zhuo Xiaoduo's words were very reasonable. After all, Zhuo Xiaoduo had urged the Blazing Sun Divine Technique to cultivate together with Li Qinglong. However, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. It seemed that he owed Zhuo Xiaoduo a lot. Damn, I'm wrong. How I hypnotized myself. Let's hurry for a while. Tonight, let's rest on the main road ahead. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Okay. At this time, Li Qinglong was already exhausted. Originally, he only had 8,000 pounds of weight on his body. During this period of time, he had already gotten used to it. But this time, Zhuo Xiaoduo added 2 more arm guards for him. One was 5,000 pounds, so the total weight was 10,000 pounds. In other words, Li Qinglong was carrying around 20,000 pounds. Although it was still incomparable to Zhuo Xiaoduo's abnormal 100,000 pounds, it was already Li Qinglong's limit. Along the way, he had to constantly be on guard against falling meteorites and spread out his spiritual sense to search for treasures. Whether it was his physical strength, mental strength, or mental strength, he had already reached his limit. When he heard that he would be able to rest soon, Li Qinglong couldn't help but feel refreshed. They continued forward for another 200 miles. The moon was already in the middle of the sky. Finally, Zhuo showed mercy and announced that they could rest. The two of them walked towards the main road that shone like a river under the moonlight. However, before they could get close, they heard a cry for help from the other side. Help! Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong couldn't help but look at each other. Their luck was really indescribable. Just when they wanted to rest, they ran into trouble. Didn't they know that they had been tired for the whole day? Should we do something? Li Qinglong looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. No matter what, we have to go and take a look first. We have to analyze the specific situation. Zhuo Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly, by the way, swollen, you like to read. How many novels have you read? The novels I have read should be called unofficial history. Li Qinglong was confused by Zhuo Xiaoduo's jumping thoughts. He replied casually, What do you mean? Sai, why are you so ignorant? You're really not smart at all. I'm so tired of carrying you. Zhuo Xiaoduo sped up and said, You have to remember that the protagonist of a book will run into trouble no matter where he goes. Those who run into trouble the most are basically the destined ones. They're the core characters of the whole book. For example, me. For example, when that stone fell beside me and I didn't walk far before someone called for help. Do you understand? Zhuo Xiaoduo was proud. This is called protagonist treatment. Do you understand? Country bumpkin. Huh. Li Qinglong curled his lips. You say it as if I haven't run into it. That's different. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. As a protagonist, there will be a follower around him. These kinds of characters also have a mixed name, which is basically related to being fat. Even if they aren't fat, they will be beaten to look fat. This is the treatment of a protagonist. Li Qinglong's mouth twitched. He didn't want to talk anymore. He finally understood that if he said a few more words, he would be beaten up again. Fuck, why did I say again? Before the two of them even reached the roadside, they were already shocked by the scene in front of them. There were at least several thousand star beasts a few miles ahead, and they were still gathering in all directions. Even further away, there were even more star beasts rushing in this direction. Now, there were more than 60 saber-winged tigers, eyeing them from all directions. There was a group of people who were trapped in the center of the encirclement. They were all squeezed together, and their bodies were trembling like sieves. They had no ability to resist. Looking over, there were more than 10 warriors at the outermost circle. They seemed to be bodyguards or something like that. Although they weren't in such a bad condition, they were all sweating profusely. The two people at the front were constantly setting fire on the road. These two people were the masters of the Merchant Alliance, guarding the official road. They were anxious and impatient, shouting, "What on earth are you carrying with you? Who took out those weird things? Put them away quickly. Why don't we just throw them out?" These two masters of the Merchant Alliance were both masters of the inner core stage. They were naturally powerful. However, facing such a large group of star beasts, they were still helpless. They could only sigh and keep adding fuel and branches. However, even though the star beasts were afraid of fire, they still didn't want to retreat. They just kept roaring around the fire. Help! Although they knew that it was useless to call for help, there were still many people who couldn't control the fear in their hearts. They kept calling for help until their voices were hoarse. It was as if shouting like this could reduce the fear in their hearts. The two masters of the Merchant Alliance were so anxious that they were sweating profusely. The fuel they had was almost used up. There weren't many branches and branches left. Even if they burned everyone's clothes, how long could it last? What gave him a bigger headache was why these star beasts were so persistent. What was it that attracted these star beasts? The two of them were confused. They didn't know how to deal with it. As a cultivator belonging to the Merchant Union, he had been on the trade route all year round. He was very familiar with how to deal with unexpected situations. The group of people arrived here in the afternoon. They were tired, so they rested on the spot. Their behavior was no different from usual. However, they didn't know what was going on. Not long after the sky turned dark, a large number of star beasts started to surround them. In less than 15 minutes, they were surrounded from all sides. It was the first time they saw such a dangerous situation after guarding the official road for so long. Moreover, even though the star beasts were afraid of fire, how could they be afraid of such a small fire with so many high-level star beasts gathered here? What were these star beasts waiting for? What were they going to do? This was something that they had never seen before. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong were stunned when they saw the situation. What's going on? Why were there so many star beasts gathered here? Those saber-winged tigers were equivalent to human inner core stage cultivators. Moreover, these were just the ones they saw. They didn't know if there were more powerful ones hiding behind. What did these people do? Why did they provoke so many star beasts? Zhou Xiaoduo looked over. Under the illumination of the fire, a group of people were pale. One of them was a familiar face. Ji Weiran. At this moment, his face was filled with nervousness and despair. "There are too many star beasts here, boss." Li Qinglong hid his body on a tree stump. "It's difficult. Even if it's difficult, we have to do it." Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. The situation was too dangerous. They were surrounded by a large number of star beasts. Even though they were surrounded by fierce fire, they still didn't leave. Obviously, they wouldn't give up until they reached their goal. Moreover, more star beasts were rushing over. There must be a big reason. If they didn't understand the situation and entered the trap rashly, not only would they fail to save the people, they might even lose their lives. Zhou Xiaoduo wasn't a saint. He didn't even consider himself a good person. If Ji Weiran wasn't here, Zhou Xiaoduo would probably turn around and leave. There were so many people dying in this world every day. Who was innocent? However, Ji Weiran's existence made it impossible for Zhou Xiaoduo to leave. Ji Weiran was the future leader in the development of individual weapons. He was a special existence who could save countless people in the astral souls continent. He had to save them. So Xiaoduo frowned and thought for a moment. Then he secretly took out a piece of top-grade jade of astral souls from a space ring and held it in his hand. The moment the top-grade jade of astral souls was exposed to the air, a magnificent spiritual energy suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, a small spirit chi tide was formed. Countless star beasts turned their heads and looked over. Their eyes were full of greed. The next moment, that rumble felt like a tide. The star beasts turned and rushed over. There were more and more of them. The tide was turbulent, and the waves were getting bigger and bigger. Gradually, it was like a huge wave, 0.5 chapters, looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Because there was a transitional chapter in the middle, he might as well go over. Chapter 370. Most star beasts wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of such pure spiritual energy. However, the 100 or so large star beasts in the middle only turned their heads before turning their heads back. They had actually resisted the temptation on this side. Li Chenglong watched as the star beasts rushed toward him like a tide. His legs turned to jelly. "Boss, you. There's no time to explain now." Zhou Xiaoduo casually tossed the top-grade jade of astral souls to Li Chenglong. "Hurry up and remove the weights. Run as fast as you can to lure this large wave away. Wait for me 500 kilometers ahead. Hurry, run." Li Chenglong was on the verge of tears as he hurriedly removed the weights. "You're just messing with me. You've already trained me for an entire day, and now you're making me race against thousands of starting star beasts. Are you trying to play me to death?" "Oh, woo." The star beast at the front was already close. It leaped into the air and went straight for Li Chenglong, who had the jade of astral souls in his hand. So Xiaoduo drilled into the ground without a care. "You don't have to run. Let the star beast chase after you." His entire body drilled into the hole. In addition, he didn't have the jade of astral souls in his hand. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about being targeted by the star beasts. All the star beasts rushed toward Li Chenglong. "Fuck!" Li Chenglong immediately took to his heels. "This is too much. Too much." He ran for thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. As he ran, he removed the weights and ran faster and faster, leaving the dust behind. The star beasts chased after him relentlessly. Smoke and dust billowed along the way. It was a spectacular sight. The leader of the Iron God sect, Li Chenglong, started a new movement. He ran alone with the star beasts. More and more star beasts followed behind him, from a few hundred to a few thousand, and then to a few thousand. That it was extremely spectacular and incomparable that he watched as Li Chenglong ran away. Zhou Xiaoduo emerged from the ground and looked to the other side. More than 2/3 of the star beasts had been lured away. There were only about 100 of them left, and most of them were saber-winged tigers. There was also a portion of them, the black-horned, white-tailed tigers. These two primal core star beasts were still eyeing them covetously, not leaving at all. None of the other star beasts were left. They had all been lured away by the jade of astral souls in Great Founder Li's hand. The flames on the official road were getting smaller and smaller. It was obvious that there was nothing left to burn. The despair on everyone's faces deepened. They had thought that the person who had suddenly jumped out was their savior. Who would have thought that even though that person had good intentions and had successfully lured away a large portion of the star beasts, the remaining ones were still fatal. In fact, the situation might even be worse than before. Although there were many astral beasts gathered together, the ones at the front were just ordinary astral beasts. However, the ones that they had to face now were all core clouds, astral beasts. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo finally stood up. Of course, Masters would not act rashly. However, he had found a relatively feasible breakthrough. And it was an acquaintance. Well, that was not right. It should be an acquaintance. The saber-winged tiger in the middle, which was relatively smaller in size, and the one with a small tuft of white fur on its ear. Wasn't that the tiger beauty that he had met in the trial earlier? Wasn't it the tiger beauty that he had a good relationship with? Yeah. Wasn't it the king of the northern part of Phoenix City? Why was he here? The distance was not close. So Xiaoduo appeared. His whole body was emitting an amiable aura. He walked over with a smile. After a few steps, he had already approached the group of tigers. Then, the strangest thing happened. A few saber-winged tigers at the periphery moved their bodies, intentionally or otherwise, and let him pass. So Xiaoduo was stunned by this change. Why didn't they attack me? Although I am handsome, if I say that I am so handsome that even the saber-winged tigers like me, isn't this a little too whimsical? However, it was obvious that the saber-winged tigers did not have any hostility towards him. So Xiaoduo's body swayed back and forth. He actually managed to pass through the group of saber-winged tigers safely. Inside the ring of fire, the people who witnessed this scene were all stunned. Who was this brat? How could he be so awesome? Could it be that these saber-winged tigers were actually raised by him? So Xiaoduo had already arrived in front of the tigress. He greeted her with a smile. Hello, beautiful tiger. We meet again. The tigress looked at the person in front of her in confusion. After a long while, she finally reacted. Her eyes were instantly filled with panic. With a whoosh, she shrunk her body and hid behind a big tiger. She whimpered and nudged the big tiger with her head. It's him, it's him. He was the one who bullied me that day. The big tiger howled and raised its neck. It revealed a proud expression. Don't be afraid. Your husband is here. How'd he bully you? Are you still a chase tiger? Howl, howl. The tigress was angry. This idiot, what was he thinking? This two-legged beast in front of her was not even enough to use its head. The big tiger thought that this made sense. Hence, it shook its head and wagged its tail. Ow! The general meaning of this roar, in human language, was, I'm not green. Then, it raised its eyes and looked at Xiaoduo in front of it. Howl, howl. Xiaoduo was already stunned when he heard the first roar. Now, he was even more stunned. Does he really want to communicate with me? But I don't know the language of beasts. What kind of person was Xiaoduo? He was an elf, a cunning person. He smoothly pulled out large pieces of cooked meat from his spatial ring and threw them on the ground. I'll treat you to some. The big tiger was at a loss. It sniffed and swallowed its saliva. Ow! You want to poison me? But it smells so good. On the side, the tigress turned around and bit a piece of meat with one bite. She wolfed it down and whimpered. Howl, howl, howl. Translation: This is delicious. Eat it quickly. This two-legged beast let me eat it many times a while ago. It's just that every time I eat it, I get beaten up with the big tiger. Howl. The other big tigers beside it didn't care if it howled or not. When they smelled the fragrance, they turned around, sniffed with their noses, and started eating. It would be a waste not to eat it. This two-legged beast seems to be friends with the boss's wife. I wonder if it's green or not. If it's me, I'll definitely be green. Whatever, let's eat first. So Xiaoduo felt that he seemed to understand a little. The purpose of these saber-toothed tigers surrounding this place was not to eat humans, to fill their stomachs. In fact, Xiaoduo had already learned from Li Chenglong that saber-winged tigers basically didn't eat humans unless their territory was invaded. In other words, this group of winged tigers were not particularly ferocious star beasts. But now that they were surrounding this place, there must be another reason. Xiaoduo threw a few more pieces of meat and patted the big tiger's head, which was busy eating. The big tiger turned its head angrily and bared its fangs, showing a ferocious look. Howl! How dare you pat this king's head? How dare you? Xiaoduo patted it again and reached out to point at the fire. The big tiger was stunned, and its furry head actually nodded. This time, Xiaoduo was sure that there really was a reason behind this. He walked all the way through the saber-toothed tigers. Wherever he passed, large pieces of fragrant cooked meat were scattered. It was as if he was a hard-working breeder feeding pigs inside the ring of fire. Everyone was dumbfounded. This person was too awesome. They watched as this cyan-robed young master fed the tigers all the way, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll through a courtyard. He was really too handsome. His clothes fluttered, his figure was tall, his face was handsome, and there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. It was simply there were a few girls in the circle. They could only feel their hearts pounding, and for a moment, they forgot to be afraid. So Xiaoduo walked a few steps into the fire circle. He felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have let Swollen escape. It had to be said that Swollen's trip this time was somewhat uncalled for. This young master, the Merchant Alliance's inner core stage expert, was extremely shocked. He actually called out a name from the martial world. It's nothing. So Xiaoduo smiled and said, I saw that you guys seem to be in trouble, so I came over to take a look. Now, it seems that you guys have something that they want. That's why they came over. They surrounded you, but did not kill you. Their real intention is to make you hand over that thing. I believe that from my conversation with this group of tigers, you should be able to determine that they do not have any ill intentions. I just don't know what you guys have that attracted them over. I really don't know. If I knew what it was, I would have thrown it out long ago. The two inner core stage experts were in tears and snot. They had been protecting the trade route for many years. How could they not know what was going on? If I knew what it was, I would have thrown it out long ago. I really don't know what it is. It actually attracted so many big guys. Everyone's things are all here. It's just spread out here. We've been looking for a long time, but we still can't tell what these saber-toothed tigers like. Everyone's face was filled with confusion. Just like what the inner core stage expert had said, if they knew what it was, they would have thrown it out long ago. No matter how rare it was, could it be more important than the lives of so many people? So Xiaoduo looked around and scratched his head. He really should not have let Swollen escape. If he was here, perhaps he would be able to tell that he was the expert in this area. Suddenly, so Xiaoduo had an idea. He said, I'll find someone I know. Find someone he knew? Everyone was puzzled for a long time. They saw as with Xiaoduo turn around and walk into the middle of the saber-toothed tigers again. A certain someone slowly squatted down and patted the big tiger's head. Then he turned around and pointed. Then he grabbed the big tiger's paw and pulled it towards the fire. Then he repeated the action again. The big tiger understood and raised its head. It was a little hesitant. Oh, it's okay. So Xiaoduo repeated the action again. He spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders, repeatedly showing that he was harmless. The big tiger tilted its head and thought for a while. Then its two ears shook a few times. It stretched out its huge tiger paw and patted the tigress. Oh. Translation, you go. The tigress was dumbfounded and howled a few times in grievance. Translation, you don't love me anymore. You weren't like this in the past. At this time, a few smaller tigresses came out from the side and howled at the tigress with white fur on her ears. Translation, if I tell you to go, then go. Do you think you're the first wife? During the time you left, we've already become the third, fourth, and fifth wives. Chapter 371. The white-eared tigress whimpered in grievance, but she was still pushed out mercilessly. When she came in front of Xiaoduo, she raised her head and whimpered. Her eyes were full of grievance. So Xiaoduo was actually a little pitiful. He smiled and said, Let's go and see what you want. Just tell me directly. It's so simple. The tigress followed Xiaoduo with grievance and walked out of the crowd. Behind them, the tigresses and the big tiger's gaze were all inexplicably complicated. So Xiaoduo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect that the tigress he met by chance that day was actually the female lead of his clan's domestic drama. It seemed that the harem was really everywhere. I have to be very vigilant. I can't be half-hearted and half-hearted. However, this tigress, it seemed that after being chased back by him, she didn't have a good life. Then, should I help it? So Xiaoduo walked over with the tigress that was more than 10 meters long. The two sides hadn't officially met yet, but the other side could already feel the stench of blood. Everyone's expression became more and more unpleasant. Everything depends on human effort. The advantage isn't on our side. We have the heart to let things go, but we don't have the ability to distinguish between things. Zhuo said, "We can only let this tigress, who knows, help us." As he spoke, he pointed to the piles in front. He gestured to the tigress, then pushed a pile of things under the tigress' nose and pointed to the pile. The tigress shook her head and pushed back with her paw. Then she began to search through the piles until the last person she finally stopped. The tigress lay on the ground and roared. Her iron stick-like tail swayed back and forth, creating a few cracks on the hard official road. Translation: It's him. It's him. He hit our good things. Anger. Everyone's gaze was on Ji Weiran at the same time. Ji Weiran's face was pale. He said involuntarily, "Master Zhua, I didn't bring anything." As he spoke, he opened all his suitcases. Inside, there was indeed nothing else except clothes, some food, and some cash. But the tigress lay in front of him and refused to leave. Her breathing was heavy, and her expression became more and more ferocious. Her tail violently whipped back and forth. "Pa pa pa, pa pa pa. You've already been caught red-handed, yet you still want to act shamelessly. Be careful that I don't bite you." Really? Zhuo was also a little confused. Looking at Ji Weiran's face, she knew that he was not the kind of person who would say one thing and mean another. There was indeed nothing else on him. One had to know that he had neither cultivation nor mental strength, so naturally, he couldn't use spatial equipment. But there must be a reason why this tigress is lying in front of you and not going anywhere else. So Xiaoduo frowned and suddenly asked, "What's that hanging around your neck?" "Around my neck?" Ji Weiran was stunned. He immediately took off a pendant and said, "This?" The tigress suddenly roared. The moment this thing appeared, all the tigers surrounding them suddenly stood up and roared in unison. Its power shook the heavens and the earth. Ji Weiran's face paled. At this moment, everyone knew that it was this little thing that caused the trouble. So Xiaoduo walked over and took it in his hands. It was a pearl about the size of a pigeon's egg. But for some reason, there was a small hole in the pearl, and a faintly discernible aura was flowing out from the broken hole. "Looks like it's this thing." So Xiaoduo held the pendant and said thoughtfully, "Ji Weiran, did you accidentally fall these 2 days?" Ji Weiran was stunned. "Yes, Master Zhua is really good at predicting things. When I was rushing this morning, I left the official road to relieve myself. I didn't expect to fall. Did you lie down on the ground?" Xiaoduo asked. Ji Weiran nodded in admiration. No wonder Master Zhua was so accurate in his predictions. Yes, if you didn't lie down, you wouldn't have been able to break this pearl. Xiaoduo raised the pearl and showed it to Ji Weiran. Only then did Ji Weiran realize that the pearl that he had been carrying had cracked. Why did the ground crack? Ji Weiran was shocked. It's because of the cracks on this thing that caused the aura inside to leak out. Then, these guys came. What they want is this thing inside. Xiaoduo exerted a bit of force and peeled off the outer layer of the pearl, revealing 2 yellow, translucent stones. One big and one small. The bigger one was the size of a cherry, and the smaller one was the size of a bean. "Is this it?" Xiaoduo put it in front of the tigress. The tigress couldn't speak, so Xiaoduo understood. This was a broken inner core. There were originally many pieces, but now there were only 2 small pieces left. Xiaoduo recalled the reactions of the saber-toothed tigers. This inner core should be left behind by the tiger tribe seniors, and it was definitely not of a low grade. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so crazy. They wouldn't be so rational to not hurt people, because they knew that it wasn't difficult for them to annihilate the group of humans in front of them, but it was even easier for humans to destroy this thing. The tigress looked at the 2 small inner cores, shaking her head and wagging her tail. She breathed heavily and stuck out her tongue, drooling. Her eyes were full of desire, but she didn't dare to do it. So Xiaoduo smiled and suddenly picked up the small one, throwing it into the tigress's mouth at lightning speed. Then he broke off a small piece of the top-grade Astral Soul's jade, wrapped it in a pill robe, and threw it into the tigress's mouth. His movements were very small, and his technique was fast. Even Ji Weiran, who was nearby, didn't see any movements. Everything was done. Ow! The tigress let out a surprised cry. But before she could finish, Xiaoduo had already pinched her mouth and then gently patted her mouth. The tigress was also smart. She immediately closed her mouth and swallowed the two things with all her might. After a moment, her big eyes were full of gratitude and closeness. The tail behind him was swaying like a windmill. This was a sign of extreme joy and also the sign of intimacy. Behind him, the big tiger was jealous and whimpered softly. This slut, she must have taken a fancy to that two-legged beast. My head wouldn't be green, right? There was still one left. The tigress turned back and howled twice. The big tiger walked over slowly, vigilant but elegant. The muscles all over his body moved rhythmically. He was really beautiful and majestic. The tigress moved her body and revealed the little inner core. The big tiger's eyes lit up. He looked at the tigress gratefully, rushed forward, and swallowed it. There was a commotion among the tigers, but it calmed down immediately. The big tiger swallowed the inner core, wagged his tail, and nodded arrogantly at Xiaoduo. Then he turned around and left. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned and looked at the tigress behind him in confusion. Why aren't you leaving? You really like this kid? I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. The tigress whimpered, stood up, and rubbed her head against Xiaoduo's leg. Then she took 2 steps back and looked at Xiaoduo reluctantly. She turned around and jumped, following the big tiger. With a boom, hundreds of saber-winged tigers soared into the sky at the same time. They roared in unison and left. Xiaoduo sighed slightly. I fought with you so many times to improve my cultivation. In the end, I even beat you up until you moved. I'll give you this opportunity as a little compensation. Actually, Xiaoduo could feel it. The inner core fragment that Ji Weiran carried was not only something that the saber-toothed tigers must have, but it was also an opportunity for him. According to physiognomy, every bird in Peck was destined. Everything that happened must have a meaning, and he came here coincidentally to encounter this matter. It was also today that Ji Weiran fell, causing this item to appear and cause a crisis. If he exposed all his trump cards and used force to resolve this crisis, he should be able to do it. With the help of the big hammer, hidden weapons, sword techniques, and the help of the 2 origin core grandmasters, it was not impossible to kill these saber-winged tigers. Ji Weiran was born unable to cultivate. This item was not only useless on him, but it was also the root of disaster. As his savior, it was only natural for him to obtain this treasure. It was logical, and reasonable. The inner core fragment was enough to raise his cultivation to the peak of the innate stage without any pressure. After that, he would have to suppress his cultivation level again. At the very least, he could save a few months of time to raise his cultivation level. This was an opportunity. Xiaoduo's initial plan was also like this. That was why he directly passed through the saber-winged tigers. As long as a tiger moved its mouth, Xiaoduo could naturally start a massacre. But he did not expect that these saber-winged tigers did not have any intention of hurting people. Therefore, Xiaoduo changed his mind. Especially after seeing the tigress, his thoughts suddenly turned in an extreme direction. Wasn't it just a broken inner core? So what? I'll just give it to them. These tigers are quite cute. Xiaoduo didn't even blink as he gave up on this opportunity. He didn't even check carefully to see what grade the item was. Actually, it should be said that Xiaoduo did not dare to check. He was afraid that once he checked, he would not be able to bear to part with it. It's good to be able to make this palace drama more lively. Xiaoduo imagined that the tigress would be able to do whatever she wanted in the harem and suppress the other mistresses until they did not even dare to breathe. He could not help but laugh and cheer. He had no idea what kind of existence would result from this fortuitous encounter in the future. Master Zhua, thank you so much for today. Ji Weiran was very grateful to Xiaoduo. Today, he really thought that he was going to die. There were so many ferocious beasts. Any one of them could easily end his life. From a reaction of the two Origin Core Grandmasters and the team of hired bodyguards, it was obvious that they could not protect ordinary people like him. Chapter 372. You're welcome. Where are you going? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. We're going to the university to register. Ji Weiran was confused by Zhou Xiao's question. Aren't you going to take a plane or something? Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. Ordinary people running around in the meteorite plains? Weren't they afraid of being eaten? Ahem. Ji Weiran looked at the dozen or so companions around him. His face was filled with embarrassment. The others were also embarrassed. Ahem. It's a discussion among my classmates. We'll leave a few days in advance and pool money to hire a bodyguard team. Then, we'll just take it as a trip. Besides, although we don't have the aptitude for cultivation, we're looking forward to fighting with swords. Ahem. We like to see it. Ji Weiran sounded very embarrassed. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. What was there to see? The price of seeing it once might be losing one's life. Okay. Everyone, have you seen the different scenery of the meteorite plains? Zhou Xiaoduo asked with a smile. Yes. Ahem. Do you want to see it again next time? No. Ji Weiran's face turned red. Ha ha. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. Where's your university? Fenghai. Ji Weiran was hopeful. Master Zhou, you're also going there to register, right? May I know which university is your target? What a coincidence. My target university is also in Fenghai. I'm afraid not. Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head regretfully. But you're too slow. If we go with you, we won't be able to make it in time for school to start. That's a pity. Ji Weiran's face was full of disappointment. It's okay. You'll travel slowly along the trade route. The trade route is well protected. However, it's better not to see such things in the future. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and instructed. After exchanging contact information with Ji Weiran, Zhou Xiaoduo greeted the others and continued on their journey. Old Ji, let's keep in touch when we reach Fenghai. After rushing forward for more than 500 kilometers, he unexpectedly did not see Li Chenglong. He did not know where that fellow had run off to. Why did he not arrive at the agreed destination? However, Zhou Xiaoduo was not worried that Li Chenglong would end up in the astral beast's stomach. With Li Chenglong's vast knowledge, his survival skills might not be inferior to his own. After a while, Zhou Xiaoduo finally found Li Chenglong hiding in a deep pit on a hillside like a groundhog. Zhou! Li Chenglong shouted excitedly. Come here, there's something good here. Zhou Xiaoduo squatted at the entrance of the cave and asked, Is there anything good? I don't know yet. Li Chenglong climbed out of the cave and panted. Those astral beasts were chasing me all the way. I was afraid that they would run back if I got too close. So, I took the jade of astral souls that you gave me and ran for another 100 kilometers before putting it away. The spiritual essence suddenly disappeared, and more than half of the astral beasts ran away. After running for a while, there were no more astral beasts chasing after me. To be safe, I saw a hole on the left and hid in it. Guess what happened? Li Chenglong was excited. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and opened his eyes. He looked listlessly and pretended to be shocked. There was dirt in the hole. Damn you. Li Chenglong laughed and scolded. There was a jade of astral souls in the hole. It was huge, so of course it was nothing. But when I looked carefully, there was another hole next to the jade of astral souls. It was a very deep hole. In other words, there was only one hole here, but the jade of astral souls fell from the sky and smashed into it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so deep. When I explored this deep hole, I found a faint fragrance coming from it. If I'm not wrong, this should be the cave of an extremely rare astral soul's musk. Because it was destroyed by the meteorite, the native astral soul's musk must have left long ago. But where the musk of astral souls lived, there must be vanilla orchid. This thing has no legs, so it can't walk. Musk of astral souls? Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head and looked around. The hillside was full of potholes and fiery red soil. Moreover, he could faintly feel that the temperature underground was even higher. Waves of hot air rushed out of the hole. It seemed that the musk of astral souls might have lived here before. Li Qinglong said, "Now you understand why I've been busy with this. What a coincidence. I just finished cleaning the hole, and you arrived." So Xiaoduo looked carefully and found that Li Qinglong had already cleaned up about 20 meters deep. It was obvious that the work was almost done. What's the use of the vanilla orchid? It's only worth a little money. It's not much. It's only worth a few 100,000. What is it worth? Zhou Xiaoduo said disdainfully. It's just a little money. You care about it? I really look down on you. Get out of the way, let me do it. Li Qinglong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother, this isn't a matter of money. The market price of the vanilla orchid isn't too high, but it's really rare. Because of its special harvesting conditions, it's difficult for ordinary people to harvest it. I heard that. The vice president of Hidden Dragon High School was splashed with the water of the River of Forgetfulness during the war with the Umno Alliance. Since then, the strange smell on his body couldn't be removed. Every time he went out, he would spray an unusually strong perfume, but it still couldn't cover it. That's why the vice president rarely comes out. The solution to his problem is to use the vanilla orchid. As long as the vanilla orchid is combined with some medicinal liquid, the stench can be removed. Do you understand? Li Qinglong said, if it weren't for this matter, just a few 100,000 yuan wouldn't be enough for my hard work. I want to find a backer for the two of us in school. Since I've met one, it's a waste not to harvest it. I see. So a Xiaoduo, who knew the whole story, was still a little disappointed. Picking the vanilla orchid just to flatter him, masters were really felt that it was meaningless. He actually wanted to use it as a gift. Not for me. Money that couldn't go into my pocket. Could that still be called money? That was called dog shit. Then go ahead and pick them. I won't stop you. So Xiaoduo sat down weakly. He was really a little tired now. Just now, he was worried about Li Qinglong and searched for him at top speed. Now that his mind was relaxed, especially when he was full of disappointment, he suddenly felt tired. Everything he did became dull and dull. Li Qinglong said, normally, the places where the star spirit musk deer lived before would have more than one stalk of vanilla orchid. But what that vice principal Xiang needed, he only needed one stalk, at most 2 stalks only. If this cave had one stalk, what do you think would happen? A patch. So Xiaoduo sat up straight abruptly. His eyes were shining, as if all the tiredness in his body had disappeared without a trace. If there's a patch full of vanilla orchids, then we will be rich. Li Qinglong said enticingly. Look at the situation in this cave. I'm afraid this cave has existed for at least hundreds of years. The most conservative estimate is that there should be no less than 10 vanilla orchids in here. 10? Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhou Xiaoduo was suddenly energized. You're too slow. Let me do it. Okay. Li Qinglong jumped up and said, if you see the vanilla orchid, you have to remember the key points of picking it up. You have to dig it up along with the soil and then use your scorching technique to maintain the temperature of the soil above 60 degrees. Understood. You are too long-winded. So Xiaoduo started to work enthusiastically. Li Qinglong took out a bottle of water and started to drink. He stretched his legs and rested leisurely. Finally, this guy was here. Go in. If I go in, I can only kill the vanilla orchids. I don't know how to use scorching skills. I have been waiting here for you. Do you think I am not tired? I am dying of exhaustion. After a while, Zhou Xiaoduo came out with a big lump of soil. The soil below was steaming hot because of him, but Zhou Xiaoduo's face was as ugly as it could get. Didn't you say that there were at least 10? Why is there only one after searching for so long? Masters Wu felt that he had been cheated. He had gone down smoothly, found the vanilla orchids, and dug them up smoothly. The only thing that did not meet his expectations was, where was the patch that Li Qinglong mentioned? Where were at least 10 of them? There was only one stalk that looked like a bean sprout on a small patch of warm soil. He had been cheated by this bastard. Only one stalk? That can't be right. Li Qinglong was exaggeratedly surprised. He beat his chest and stamped his feet. I worked so hard just for one stock. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at him coldly. But one stock is enough. Li Chenglong comforted him. It is enough for us to find someone to rely on in school. Zhuo, you worked hard this time. It was worth the price of the ticket. Zhuo Xiaoduo angrily threw it into his spatial ring. He rolled his eyes and said, Swollen, I will remember this. Now that the thing is in my ring, I want to see how you're going to take it out of my ring. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. As long as he got the thing, it was enough. As for how to take it out, he had his own plans. Boss, should we continue or take a break? Come, drink some water. Li Chenglong looked at him obsequiously. Zhuo Xiaoduo became angrier the more he thought about it. He was careless and was treated as a long-term worker by this guy. He was going to die from anger. He had a feeling that this guy was up to something, but he couldn't figure out what his real purpose was. Where's my jade of astral souls? Zhuo Xiaoduo stretched out his hand. Give it back. What jade of astral souls? Swollen asked in surprise. Cut the crap. Zhuo Xiaoduo glared at him fiercely. You mean the black one you threw to me to lure the astral beasts away? Li Chenglong sighed. I led the astral beasts and ran for a long time. It was fine at first, but then I used up too much of my spiritual power. I had no choice but to absorb it while persevering. But I didn't expect. It would be gone in a short while. Swollen laughed. So, it is just a jade of astral souls. Why are you so nervous? I will compensate you with 10 mid-grade ones later. Aren't you generous enough to be my brother? Li Chenglong. Zhuo Xiaoduo roared and charged forward in a fit of rage. Chapter 373. Bastard, that's the best quality jade of astral souls. How dare you touch it when it hasn't even reached the embryonic breathing realm? I'll tear apart your meridians. Are you going to hand it over or not? He grabbed Li Chenglong's neck and pressed him to the ground. Li Chenglong stuck out his tongue. It's really gone. Even if you beat me to death, it's gone. How could Swollen not recognize such a good item? Previously, when Zhuo Xiaoduo gave teacher Hu those, Swollen couldn't sleep for a few days. Now that it was in his hands, he actually wanted to take it back? No way. That was the price he had to pay for risking his life. Give me back the money for my ring. No. Give me back the jade of astral souls. No. He was beaten up ruthlessly. From this moment on, all the way to Fenghai, Li Chenglong was basically kicked by Zhuo Xiaoduo all the way. Swollen's miserable encounter along the way was simply heart-wrenching. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't intend to take back the jade of astral souls that he had thrown out. Swollen was his good brother. So what if he gave him one? No matter what, he wouldn't let an outsider benefit from it. However, this didn't stop him from using this as an excuse to beat Li Chenglong violently all the way. Moreover, he acted like a tyrant along the way, forcing Li Chenglong to do work. Whenever Li Chenglong disobeyed, he would reach out his hand. You're still blaming me for the ring, and you're still blaming me for the jade of astral souls. The problem is, if you're blaming me for it, then so be it. I'm magnanimous, but now you don't even want to do a little work? That's not justifiable. As soon as he said that, Li Chenglong had no choice but to submit obediently. Along the way, Li Chenglong served Zhuo Xiaoduo well. Wherever he went, Zhuo Xiaoduo would stretch his legs and act like a boss. Li Chenglong was the one who ran all the errands. He even massaged Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulders at night. When Swollen slightly disobeyed, Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately said, My ring, my top-grade jade of astral souls. Hence, Li Chenglong, who was in the wrong, quickly worked obediently. It was only when Li Chenglong reached Fenghai City that he finally reacted. Fuck, you're actually using this piece of jade as my reward for working like a cow, a horse, and a punching bag, right? What do you think? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the city gate of Fenghai City and snorted. When have I ever taken the initiative to take away my things? Wake up, little brother. Li Chenglong was dumbstruck. Zhuo Xiaoduo, I'll never forgive you. Poof. Hurry up and find a place to stay. I want to stay in a clean suite. Hurry up. I'm not going. The money for my ring, my top-grade jade of astral souls. You heartless bastard. How many people can I hire to work for me if I sell them? You bastard. Boss, please wait a moment. I'll go now. Li Chenglong realized that although he understood it very well, he still couldn't resist this set of words. Sigh. I accept my fate. Fonghai City. Somewhere in the Wu family. That's with Xiao Duo from the life and death arena. Are you sure he came to Fonghai City? A cold voice asked. Yes. Hidden Dragon High School? Yes. Not bad, not bad. This young man is really courageous. The cold voice said, Pass down the order. No one is allowed to act rashly. Family head this. Just pass down the order. Yes. Let all the family disciples who are studying in the Hidden Dragon High School gather in the main hall. After a long while, none of you are allowed to find trouble with Xiao Duo. That matter, it was our own family that went too far. Those who provoked him first deserve to die. Not to mention dying in the life and death arena. It's only natural. No revenge. Also, everyone in the Wu family, other than not being allowed to make things difficult for others, if you have the opportunity, you might as well make friends with them, understand? Zhua Xiaoduo is a talented person. His future is limitless. Instead of making enemies, it's better to make friends. At that time, when you communicate, you might as well pass on my apology as the family head. Try to make friends with that Zhua Xiaoduo as much as possible. He just came to Fonghai City. There are many things he doesn't know about this city. You all should take care of him and help him. Also, girls in the family, if you like, you might as well take the initiative. If you can make Zhua Xiaoduo a family member, that would be a great thing. Does everyone understand the family's position? If you understand, then you may leave. The Wu family's gathering had caused a group of Hidden Dragon High School disciples to be at a loss as to what was going on. Did the family head lose his mind? That's our biggest enemy. He's the one who killed Yin Tian. Not only does he not want us to seek revenge, but he wants us to make friends with him. Also, girls in the family, if you like, take the initiative. This is simply, at about the same time. The Gao family. The family head of the Gao family also gave a similar message. If it's not necessary, don't offend with Xiaoduo. On the contrary, if you can make friends with him, do your best to do so. On the life and death arena, there is no resentment between life and death. Our Gao family shouldn't have any complaints, and we shouldn't hold any grudges and taint our state of mind. So Xiaoduo is new here, so there must be many things he doesn't know. If you have the opportunity, you must take good care of him. You must not be hostile. If I find out that any of you are hostile, you will be expelled from the family immediately. The Gao family doesn't keep any family members with a bad state of mind. When the young disciples of the Gao family heard this high-sounding declaration, they were all dumbfounded. Something was amiss. Is what you said true, Patriarch? Are you serious? Are you really not joking? Everyone's ears were buzzing. No one could figure out what was wrong with the Patriarch. Wasn't he so angry that he almost vomited blood a few days ago? Could it be that in just a few days his cultivation had improved greatly, his realm had improved greatly, and his mind had become clear? And now he wants us to do the same. Bah, how is our state of mind not clear, and our minds not clear? That night, both families held a core family meeting at the same time. Let the family disciples make friends with Zhua Xiaoduo first. It's easy for young people to make friends with hot-blooded youths. The better the relationship, the more genuine it is, the better. Wait until we become friends, and the whole country has cleared their suspicions of us. Then we'll make our move. When the time comes, we'll let him die a clean death. We'll use the excuse of avenging him and clearing our name to make friends with these martial arts teachers. How can we let him live after killing our people? But we have to turn killing him into an opportunity for us and not provoke a powerful enemy. If we kill him, we can get strong support. This is the best choice. The children are ignorant and don't understand my real intention. This is our biggest weapon. Pay attention to the children. As long as there's a move, public opinion and evidence must follow. What we want is for the children to be ignorant. Even after Zhou Xiaoduo's death, the children can't know. When the time comes, when they face the investigation, they will be completely innocent and indignant. This is the most moving weapon. As for creating public opinion, if Zhou Xiaoduo is close to my girl, you could take photos and go online. Create something like the King of Swords is in love. There's no need to spread it. Leave it for the next day. Understand? When boys are together, it's easier to manipulate. Things like smiling and forgetting hatred, friendship between gentlemen, and so on. This may not cause public opinion, but there must be a lot of it in the future when it's needed. Don't just take photos of our family and Zhou Xiaoduo. Take photos of the daily life of Zhou Xiaoduo and the ordinary students. Introduce them in more detail. This is to show that our family is just incidental. The best. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong are now at the peak of their popularity on the internet. Young people love to talk about them and are most interested in tracking them. So, take photos and post them. This is going with the trend. Find some famous people on the internet or public accounts to do these things and guide them. From the beginning to the end, no matter what the situation is, no one in our family is allowed to show up. As long as there is a large number of intentional and unintentional things as evidence, when Zhou Xiaoduo dies in the future, even if it's just a keyboard warrior on the internet, it will be enough to clear our suspicion. Those people are actually very useful. With a little guidance, they will be more excited than we are. Let's do this. Yes, patriarch, killing people is very easy, especially that kind of famous person. If you do the work well in advance, you can still bring benefits to yourself if you kill him. But if you don't do the work well in advance, killing him will lead to a disaster. And Zhou Xiaoduo is now such a famous person. Countless high-level martial artists, principals, and teachers of the major universities are all staring at him. His death has become a treasure trove. Not only do we have to kill him, we also have to get this treasure. This is called planning. Patriarch is wise. Hidden Dragon, High Martial Arts. Zhang Xiaofei rushed into the principal's office like a whirlwind. Principal, Zhou Xiaoduo should have arrived. His face was full of excitement. The principal said very reservedly, "If he's here, then he's here. No matter how talented he is, he's still just a student in the end." Is it worth it for you to be like this? What about being a teacher and being a teacher? No, I'm talking about the problem of his treatment. The most important thing is the problem of safety. After all, the matter of the life and death arena may not be without follow-up. We have to guard against this. What I mean is, Zhang Xiaofei said excitedly, "There's an empty house near my house. It's just right for." The principal said lightly, "There's no need to consider these. The matter of the life and death arena is indeed a troublesome matter with endless follow-up. I'm afraid you alone can't protect everyone. There's one of the 2 villas next to my house that has always been empty. Just rent it to Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong." As for the rent, the principal frowned and thought for a while. It's definitely not appropriate to not accept it. But the students come from afar and don't have much money on hand. How about 50 yuan a month? It's not too much of a burden, right? The deadline is set to end after leaving the school. Zhang Xiaofei's excitement slowly turned into suspicion. Looking at the principal's indifferent, unperturbed, and businesslike face, he finally frowned and said suspiciously, "Principal, you don't have to do that, right? Requesting monthly votes, recommendation votes. In addition, I'll listen to you and delete the prophecy in chapter 67. If there's anyone who scolds me in the future, you have to stand up for me." Chapter 374. What do you mean by that? We have to be responsible for the safety of the students. Xiaofei, your thinking is too simple and one-sided. The principal said calmly, "Only when the safety of the students is ensured can we, as teachers, be at ease." All right, you go and do your work. It's not a big deal. It's just 2 students' accommodation, and You actually came to the principal's office to talk about it. I've already arranged it. Jean Xiaofei swallowed his saliva. His eyes showed a bit of unwillingness. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He dawdled and didn't leave. The principal didn't even lift his eyelids. He still said indifferently, "Is there anything else? Just say it." Jean Xiaofei said in a very unhappy tone, "Principal, Zhuo Xiaoduo is a student that I've painstakingly snatched back. For this student, my reputation. I don't want to be a bitch. It's super cheap. It's going to be very popular. You're snatching away my love like this. It's not appropriate, right? Snatching away my love like this." The principal frowned and looked unhappy. "Mr. Jean, what do you mean? I don't understand. Since the establishment of our school." He rattled off a bunch of school motto and then said earnestly, "Mr. Jean, the school is not a place to form cliques. You must have self-respect and self-discipline. This is the way to long-term stability. You must be careful in the future." Jean Xiaofei was dizzy, but the anger in his heart rose uncontrollably. He said angrily, "Anyway, I feel that you're abusing your power for personal gain." The principal frowned and lowered his head. He looked at Jean Xiaofei from above the lens. Jean Xiaofei was indignant. He said, "This is clearly my student. Mine." I threw away my old face and charged at the competition. I snatched him from the hands of Yin Duan and Zhu Long. I've worked so hard. Are you done? The principal still looked at Jean Xiaofei from above the lens. He said lightly, "Mr. Jean, don't get your position wrong. You're in charge of recruiting students. You're so high and mighty. TSK. According to some saying, you're a delivery man. Recruiting students. Delivery man." Jean Xiaofei only felt that his self-esteem had been severely damaged. A burst of anger rushed up. Then, he saw the principal pick up the school phone. "Finance department, teacher Jean Xiaofei's performance will be suspended from this year onwards. Resources." "No." Jean Xiaofei rushed over as fast as lightning and hung up the phone. His anger flew to the sky, and his face was full of flattery. Even his eyes were full of pleading. "Principal, I was wrong." The principal snorted twice, pointed at the phone, and said indifferently, "Jean Xiaofei, do you know where this is? This is the principal's office. Understand? You want to act like a rogue in this room." The principal snorted and shouted, "Wait until you become the principal." Then his eyes widened and he pointed outside the door. "Now, immediately, right away, scram." Jean Xiaofei didn't really roll away. He just walked out with his tail between his legs and stopped behind the door. He heard the principal's cold snort behind him and couldn't help but shiver. He gently closed the door very considerately. There wasn't even a cracking sound, which showed how gentle it was. He took the elevator all the way down from the 33rd floor and rushed to the toilet on the first floor. Then, a series of curses came out from the toilet like firecrackers. "Old bastard, you think you're so great just because you're the principal? You bully me. You still want me to be the principal? If I become the principal, I'll definitely be selfless. You're the perfect example of burning the bridge after crossing the river. You still want to be the principal, bah. People say I don't want to be a bitch, a super bitch." I think the old bastard is the one who really doesn't want to be a bitch who's invisible and traceless. Recruiting students, delivering goods. You can even fucking say that. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you. Fuck. 300 square meters of accommodation and 3,000 square meters of villa rent for 50 yuan a month. Why don't you give it to me? It's also very difficult for me to find a place to stay. And deadline before leaving school? Does this mean that if Zhuo Xiaoduo doesn't leave Hidden Dragon High School, he can continue to stay? Fuck, this scheme is too fucking deep. He can easily live for a lifetime. His intentions are terrible. Too shameless. In the time it took to pee, he scolded to his heart's content. Jean Xiaofei only felt that his scolding was about to sublimate, and his whole body was refreshed. Just as he was pulling up his pants, a voice suddenly came from the partition next to him. "Brother Jean, the person you're scolding is the principal?" Jean Xiaofei suddenly felt a chill all over his body. The last bit of pee that was originally gone was actually scared out of his wits. Instantly, his crotch was wet, and he said with difficulty, "Who? Is old Xiang?" Cheerful laughter came from the other side. "Brother Jean, I'm very tight on money this year. I can't eat anymore. Life is tough, and the economic crisis is killing me. I'm hungry." Jean Xiaofei's face twisted. "I'll treat you. I'll treat your whole family to food for a year." "Thanks." Brother Jean is indeed forthright. "After a year, I'll delete the recording just now. I won't keep any backups. I'll even delete the ones that are sent to the cloud drive." Fuck. On the day that Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong arrived at Fenghai City as scheduled, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Mu Yinyan were also about to arrive in Shangjing. As her master, Mu Yinyan was naturally escorting her disciple to the Nine Heavens Pavilion to report. 300 miles ahead is the boundary of Shangjing. At this point, there are basically not many large forests and wastelands that can contain star beasts. After all, this is the largest human gathering place on the mainland. Mu Yinyan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Nian the Nine Heavens Pavilion is the true cradle of the core forces of the Yenwu Empire. It can even be said that it's the headquarters. Once you're there, you must work hard. The Nine Heavens Pavilion has always been a place where battle power speaks. Strength is respected. Although your talent is outstanding, you still have to be careful." "I understand, Master." "Master, I'm on the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Where are you going? Back to the Kunlun Mountain Gate?" Zhuo Xiaoyan asked. "I've just broken through and need to stabilize my current realm for a period of time. I plan to stay in Shangjing for half a year and return to the gate after half a year. I'll rotate between the two places for half a year," Mu Yinyan said. "Thank you, Master." Zhuo Xiaoyan understood that Master was still worried about her and wanted to stay in Shangjing to protect her. She couldn't help but feel grateful. Mu Yinyan smiled. "With your cultivation foundation, I'm afraid it won't be long before you can surpass Master. At that time, you won't need Master's protection anymore. Nian will always need Master's care." Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes reddened. Just at this moment, suddenly a hoarse voice said, "Indeed, the relationship between master and disciple is deep. Since you need each other so much, why don't you go to the underworld hand in hand and go to the Nine Springs together? Ha ha ha." Both master and disciple were shocked. They looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a black-clothed and masked figure appear out of thin air. From head to toe, he was covered in black cloth, and only his two eyes were exposed. Even his hair was not exposed. But this person was just floating in the air as if he was stepping on flat ground. There was an awe-inspiring feeling. Mu Yinyan suddenly had an ominous premonition. This person was right above her head, and she didn't even notice. Then this person's cultivation, was it above the god-reigning realm? Such a great master came to kill her. And Zhuo Xiaoyan? Is he from the Umno Alliance? Mu Yinyan's eyes were sharp, and she shouted coldly. "Good guess." The man wandered in the air and looked down. He had already spread out his divine sense and confirmed that there were no more masters within a radius of at least 500 miles. The two women below were dead today. So what if the Phoenix Pulse spirit succeeded? The black-clothed masked man walked down step by step from the air, as if there was an invisible ladder under his feet. He spoke as he walked, very calm and at ease. "Do you really think you can live for a long time? What a joke. The Umno Alliance is really powerful. You must have been hiding in Shangjing for a long time, right?" Mu Yinyan was very calm. She was trying hard to find an opportunity, any possible opportunity. It was unrealistic to break out and escape by force. Based on the strength shown by the other party, his speed must be much faster than hers. If she forced herself to move, she would only expose her flaws faster and be defeated in one blow. Now, her whole body was locked by momentum, and she might not even be able to give a warning. "Mu Yinyan, I know you are not reconciled, but why don't you try and see if you can save your disciple from me?" The black-clothed man sneered, and two hands stretched out from the black robe. They were white and slender. He clapped his hands and said lightly, "Now, you can think of a way." Mu Yinyan closed her eyes and then opened them. Her face was shining, and she said lightly, "Nian when the battle breaks out, you have to rush to Shangjing with all your strength at the first time. While rushing, give a warning. In this way, we will have a chance to survive. Don't worry about anything." Zhou Xiaoyan held the sword in her hand and said calmly, "Okay." Zhou Xiaoyan's character had always been calm, straightforward, and decisive. She would never do something like, "I won't go. If we go together." She was decisive, and she had her own choice of life and death. Zhou Xiaoyan had always been the kind of person who was very clear. Her eyes were filled with extreme pain. The best outcome today was that one of the master and disciple survived. Even the two of them could not survive. She already knew what Mu Yinyan was going to do. In the face of such an enemy, the only thing Mu Yinyan could do was to blow herself up to create a powerful attack, giving Zhou Xiaoyan a chance to escape. The so-called, "in this way, we will have a chance to survive," was Mu Yinyan's last resort in case Zhou Xiaoyan refused to escape alone. In fact, Zhou Xiaoyan understood this point, and so did Mu Yinyan. So Zhou Xiaoyan chose to accept this only chance, the last chance. Zhou Xiaoyan also thought about blowing herself up to create a chance for her master, but her cultivation was too weak. Even if she forced herself to blow herself up, it would be difficult to cause considerable damage to the enemy, or it would not even be a trouble that in that case, both of them would be dead. Only when Mu Yinyan blew herself up could they have a chance. This was the reality. On the battlefield between life and death, it was a choice that countless soldiers had to face. This was not cold-bloodedness, but the cruelty of the choice. Because at this time, there was only one choice, whose death was more valuable. But there was no choice, whose life was more valuable. Now there are 4,929 votes. Let's update the second chapter when there are 5,000 votes. According to past experience, 70 votes should take about 3 hours. I can write it. Chapter 375. Mu Yinyan and Zhou Xiaoyan were ready. Mu Yinyan took a deep breath, and her beautiful face was shining with light. She stared at the man in black and said lightly, "People of the Kunlun Taoist sect don't fear death. Self-explosion to stop me? Try it." The man in black smiled faintly. Suddenly, a figure rushed to Mu Yinyan, and at the moment when he moved, another figure rushed to Zhou Xiaoyan at the same time. This was an attack from two sides at the same time. "You want to stop my attack by self-explosion?" The man in black laughed lightly. "Mu Yinyan, you think too simply of me and underestimate the power of a high-level practitioner." Mu Yinyan had no intention of self-explosion at this moment. With a scream, she turned into a mass of blue light and rushed to Zhou Xiaoyan. According to Mu Yinyan's judgment, Zhou Xiaoyan was no match for the latter doppelganger. She might even be killed if they fought. But the man in black moved faster and blocked Mu Yinyan's way. With only one or two moves, Mu Yinyan was forced into a disadvantageous position. Between his movements, the blue light surrounded him. He had reached the level of star power. Mu Yinyan was full of despair. She looked up to the sky and screamed. But this scream was sealed in the space and could not be transmitted out. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoyan staggered. After only one move, the long sword in her hand was knocked away, and she staggered back. The man in black laughed grimly. His body flashed, and he appeared directly in front of Zhou Xiaoyan. Like a gust of wind, he slapped the Zhou Xiaoyan on the head. Bang! Zhou Xiaoyan's body fell to the ground without a sound. Mu Yinyan was scared out of her wits. For a moment, she only felt disheartened. She shouted like a ghost, "Nian!" Mu Yinyan had decided to launch a self-explosion. She wanted to hurt the enemy at the cost of her own life. But at this moment, however, the man in black seemed to have noticed something. He suddenly retreated and looked at Zhou Xiaoyan's body in shock. His eyes were filled with fear, because the palm he just sent out hit Zhou Xiaoyan's head. Even if Mu Yin was hit by this palm, her head would only be smashed into pieces. However, the reality was that although Zhuo Xiaoyan had collapsed to the ground, her head seemed to be completely fine. The man in black could clearly feel that Zhuo Xiaoyan was not injured at all. How was this possible? What was going on? At this moment of doubt and astonishment, something suddenly rose from Zhuo Xiaoyan's shoulder. Mu Yin and the black-clothed masked man both looked at the sudden turn of events in shock. Their minds were in chaos. Of course, Mu Yin was full of surprise, while the man in black felt surprised and horrified. That was not a palm. An illusory palm floated up from Zhuo Xiaoyan's shoulder and floated into the air. Then, little by little, it became solid and huge. Then, all of a sudden, the palm expanded rapidly and became extremely huge. Then it disappeared. Only a majestic and strong figure suddenly stood in the air. He was wearing a white battle robe and combat boots. He was 2 meters tall, with a rough face and a majestic figure. Mu Yin blurted out, "Marshal Nan?" For a moment, her mind suddenly went blank. The eyes of the black-clothed, masked man in the air flashed with extreme fear. He was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. What was the origin of this spiritual goddess? Why did she have Marshal Nan's divided soul shadow? Why was this? Who could tell me why? This was the rhythm of sending me to my death. In the air, Uncle Nan's shadow locked his eyes on the black-clothed masked man. He looked disappointed and said, "You have finally been activated. Why is it such a small shrimp? What a pity." His body suddenly burst out with a dazzling light, illuminating the whole world. He shouted, "Come, die." He reached out and grabbed. With a flash of silver light, he had already caught the fleeing body of the black-clothed masked man in his hand. It was as if he was picking a flower or taking something out of his pocket. It was as if he had done it casually. Mu Yin didn't understand at all. They were clearly dozens of meters apart, and the black-clothed masked man had moved first, fleeing far away at top speed. How was it that with just a stretch of his hand, the other party was caught in the palm of his hand, and all the bones in his body were broken? With a poof, the black-clothed masked man's blood was squeezed out. He was completely crippled. Like a pile of rotten meat, he was thrown beside Mu Yin. Although he was on the verge of death, he still had a breath left in him. "Take this guy back to the 9 Heavens Pavilion for interrogation." Uncle Nan's shadow finally said this sentence. Then, with a flash of silver light, it rippled like water and disappeared completely in the air. It didn't turn to a palm print and return to Zhuo Xiaoyan's shoulder. This palm print should only have the power of one attack. But this time, it was enough to keep one's life safe and sound in any harsh environment. Mu Yin was naturally pleasantly surprised at this moment. She murmured but couldn't speak. From despair to great joy, the situation had reversed so quickly, so suddenly. For a moment, she even felt a little dizzy. She went over to check on Zhuo Xiaoyan and confirmed that she was really fine. She just fainted slightly. She woke up after pinching her philtrum. Mu Yin really wanted to ask, "How did Marshal Nan leave a doppelganger shadow on your body?" This was an enormous favor, and a fate even greater than the heavens. But after thinking about it, she didn't ask. It was a good thing to have it. So what if it was a fate greater than the heavens? What was the point of asking? If Marshal Nan was angry, not to mention her, even the Kunlun Taoist sect couldn't bear it. "Master, we're fine. How can it be?" Zhuo Xiaoyan woke up immediately. After being confused for half a second, she reacted. "Not only are we fine, but we also got a great benefit." Mu Yin smiled bitterly and said, "This half-dead man is the one who attacked us just now. Let's go. We'll take him to the 9 Heavens Pavilion." She wanted to let Zhuo Xiaoyan report by herself, but now Mu Yin was more and more worried. What if someone tried to kill her on the way? This master from the Umno Alliance was very strong and had a high status. If he had accomplices, they had to be careful. Moreover, this was sent by Zhuo Xiaoyan. It was a great merit. It meant that they had done a great merit before even entering. It was really a gift from the heavens. Mu Yin was now a little jealous of her disciple's luck. A great merit had fallen from the heavens. The master and disciple carried the masked man's body that was almost smashed to pieces. They even kindly helped him treat his injuries to ensure that he would not die for a while. Only then did they carefully sneak into Shangjing City. 9 Heavens Pavilion. Report. This is the one who tried to kill you on the way? People from the Umno Alliance? Suddenly, a large group of people rushed out. Looking at the injury, an old man directly gasped. This is the hand of Elder Nan? What good luck. Looking at this silver Xian Yuan Qi, it could only be Minister Nan. What good luck, girl. The old man called a little girl to accompany Zhou Xiaoyan to report, and then accompanied Mu Yinyan to bring the masked man into the secret room of the 9 Heavens Pavilion. From beginning to end, they didn't take off the mask of the masked man. It was better not to expose this person's identity in public. If it was spread out, there would be a lot of trouble. That the old man was undoubtedly very thoughtful. It's okay. I don't think you need to know this person's identity. The old man said to Mu Yinyan without lifting his eyelids. Kunlun Taoist sect, right? Go back. Mu Yinyan coughed and didn't have any doubts. In the future, please take care of my disciple. As she spoke, she took out a space ring and gently pushed it over. Just a little something, please don't take it to heart. The old man turned to look at the space ring, and a strange smile appeared on his face. You want to bribe me to take care of your disciple? No. Just a little something, a little something. I'll count to 3. If you don't take it back, I'll immediately punish you for trying to disintegrate the 9 Heavens Pavilion. 1, 2. No. I'll take it back. Mu Yinyan grabbed the ring back, and the smile on her face had already become very awkward. Your Kunlun Taoist sect has been very proficient in this so-called flexible method these years. Look at you, a young girl, and you actually sent a gift to me. The old man looked Mu Yinyan up and down and said disdainfully, At your age, it's already strange that you've just broken through to the cloud transformation stage. What's more strange is that you still have the face to come to the 9 Heavens Pavilion to send a gift. Go, if you can break through to the God reigning stage in 2 years, then you'll be qualified to send me a bottle of wine. Thank you for your kindness. Not only was Mu Yinyan not angry, but she was even more excited. She bowed deeply and left. This was leaving a door open for her. Breaking through to the God reigning stage in 2 years could also enter the 9 Heavens Pavilion. Mu Yinyan understood the true meaning of this hint very well, and this qualification was probably the reward for capturing the Black Masked Man and sending it over. When the 9 Heavens Pavilion recruited disciples, the most important thing was aptitude. The disciples recruited were basically the indigenous geniuses of the Astral Souls continent. Under normal circumstances, they would rarely recruit people who already had a sect background, such as the people of the Kunlun Taoist sect. And this qualification given by the old man was extremely precious to Mu Yinyan, or to the Kunlun Taoist sect. But 2 years of God reigning stage. Mu Yinyan was a little melancholy. This goal was not only difficult, but also extremely difficult. However, at this point, if she did not work harder, she would miss the opportunity. Mu Yinyan left a letter for Zhou Xiaoyan and left Shangjing almost without stopping. She went all the way back to the Kunlun Taoist sect. Practice day and night. Practice with all her might. He had to try his best to reach the God-reigning realm within 2 years, even if it was the greatest possibility. Zhou Xiaoyan was led to the first floor of the 9 Heavens Pavilion. There was a practice room, or rather, a fighting arena. It did not look big from the outside, but after entering, she found that the inside was bigger than she imagined. Zhou Xiaoyan immediately realized that this 9 Heavens Pavilion must be the work of a powerful person who cultivated space techniques. There were only 2 words at the door: Elixir Pavilion. It's too fast. I haven't even eaten much. Cough. Besides, if you don't understand this chapter, go back to the first chapter, chapter 74. I won't explain much. I wanted to set this plot in the second chapter, chapter 74. In the end, it's only chapter 71. It's a little uncomfortable. It's not designed carefully. Sigh. Besides, once this chapter is out, if anyone says that fathers and mothers don't care about the life and death of their children, I will really start scolding them. It's okay if you can't tell that it's a congenital IQ problem, but if you write it clearly and scold them, it's too much. Chapter 376. Go in. There are 10 sets of challenge numbers from 1 to 10. You can choose any one of them. As long as you can defeat one of them, you can stay. Zhuolingyan. Well, there was a need to explain that Zhuoxiaoyan's real name outside was actually Zhuolingyan. This was also the origin of the goddess of spiritual thoughts. In a sense, Zhuoxiaoyan and Zhuolingyan were two separate people, almost two different people. Zhuoxiaoyan didn't say much. She just nodded. She was only lively and cute in front of her family, and sometimes even eccentric. But in front of outsiders, she was always an iceberg. No one dared to approach her. It was lonely at the top. Especially after practicing the Moon Sutra, Zhuoxiaoyan's temperament became more and more cold and noble. She was like a pure lotus on top of an unreachable iceberg. The little girl who led her here had a strange feeling from time to time. Even if she walked beside this girl, she seemed to pollute the air. She was so far behind and felt ashamed of her inferiority. So when she led her here, she didn't stay at all and ran away. It was too much of a blow to her self-esteem. When she was in school, she was also the campus belle. Zhuoxiaoyan pushed the door open and entered. Without hesitation, she chose the first level. After a round of battles, she passed smoothly. If you feel that you still have energy left, you can choose to continue to challenge the remaining levels. A voice said. Zhuoxiaoyan's current strength had already exceeded the limits of her current age and rank. She was able to steamroll through the 10 groups of challengers. She broke through with irresistible force. In the end, goddess of spiritual thoughts, is it? Please wait a moment. The attitude of the voice was much more respectful than at the beginning. This was a recognition of her strength, and also another way of showing that strength was respected. Zhuoxiaoyan stood coldly in the cultivation room and waited. In the almost 1,000-square-meter cultivation room, hundreds of people were secretly looking at her from all directions. At this moment, everyone had a consensus. This time, Heaven Pavilion had really sent a monster. This was the sentence that everyone said the most. The old man was treating the black-clothed, masked man's injuries when someone knocked on the door. Elder Long, the manager of the first floor, requests an audience. What is it? The spiritual thought heavenly maiden who just arrived defeated all 10 testers. However, her current cultivation is only at the Dancore stage. According to the rules, she can't enter the second level of the nascent soul stage. How should we deal with this situation? The administrator outside reported in a panic. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He had no experience with it at all, so he had no idea how to deal with it. When the old man heard this report, he was really surprised. No way, right? Wasn't the current tester number 10 Lu Mingyang, who had suppressed him 7 times in the embryonic breathing realm? He was already at the peak of the origin core realm and with a half step into the nascent soul transformation realm. That girl had even defeated Lu Mingyang? You still have the strength to continue the challenge. Elder Long pondered. Yes, she defeated tester number 10, and outside, the administrator's face twitched. Furthermore, he didn't use any weapons. Number 10, on the other hand, had already flashed his saber from the start. Lu Mingyang, who used the knife. That means he used his full strength to the limit, which means he didn't lose due to carelessness. Elder Long pondered for a moment and threw out a token. Rules are meant to be broken. Since she has such strength and still has the strength to continue the test, bring her to the second level of the nascent soul stage to continue the test. Okay, 2 hours later. The administrator of the first level and the administrator of the second level came down together. Elder Long. The 2 administrators called out together. What's the matter now? Elder Long was very impatient. Zwolingyan defeated 9 out of the 10 testers on the second level. Number 10 of the nascent soul stage is out on a mission today, so he's not in the testing area. This situation, how should we deal with it? The two administrators asked, wiping their sweat. Elder Long finally gave up on studying the black-clothed masked man. He stuffed an elixir into his mouth and walked out with a frown. You mean a Dancor stage? Defeated all 10 testers in the nascent soul stage? She defeated 9 of them? She didn't fight with number 10 just because he wasn't there? I'm old. Did I hear wrongly? Elder Long rubbed his ears subconsciously. You didn't hear wrongly. That's the truth. That's why we came here to ask you about the follow-up plan. Elder Long's eyes flashed with disbelief. He turned around and walked to the table, turned on the computer, and pulled up all the battle test videos of Zhuxianyan so far. He watched very quickly, almost fast-forwarding the whole process. Until the end, he finally gritted his teeth and murmured, "This time, it's really a treasure." She only started to use her sword when she defeated number 5 of the nascent soul stage. When she defeated number 9, she still had the strength to spare. With her strength, even if number 10 was here, he might not be able to stop her. Elder Long frowned and really felt that it was difficult to deal with. According to the rules of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, there was a strength assessment every month. Based on your cultivation base, you could get resources from that position. Correspondingly, you also had to perform the corresponding tasks for that position. The tasks on each level were different, and each level was harder than the previous. Each level was harder than the previous one. The difficult part about Zhuxianyan was that although her real strength was amazing and had almost exceeded the limit of the nascent soul stage, her real cultivation base was only at the elixir realm. How were they going to arrange tasks for her? No wonder the two administrators felt that it was difficult to deal with and came here to ask for Elder Long's opinion. Elder Long hesitated and said, "Special people should be treated differently. Since her real strength is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, she will be given the allowance of the second level. However, she will still be assigned tasks according to her real cultivation base. Well, she will temporarily perform the tasks on the first level. After 2 months, we will see the follow-up progress and make targeted adjustments." This was equivalent to increasing the resource advantage by a large level. The administrator of the second level looked unwilling, but the administrator of the first level was full of joy. The completion of the tasks would be recorded in the performance of the two administrators. With Zhuxianyan's cultivation base on the first level, almost all the tasks' performance would fall from the sky. What's the code name, Elder Long? The administrator of the first level returned the favor and worked hard to fight for Zhuxianyan's benefits. Generally, once the geniuses of the Nine Heavens Pavilion reached a certain level, they would be given code names by the higher-ups. It was different from the order of number 1 and number 2. Zhuxianyan had obviously reached this level and surpassed it by a lot. Code name. Elder Long was suddenly stunned. Her surname is Zhua. Yes, Elder Long. Elder Long muttered to himself and murmured, "This surname is not often seen. What about her personal file? Let me see." He muttered in his heart. Her surname is Zhua? And Minister Nan even helped me. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Although I'm not at the level of Minister Nan, I don't want to get the wrong code name. If I get beaten up because it doesn't sound good, it won't be worth it. Although the possibility was very small, what if it happened? Not long after, Zhuxianyan's personal file was brought over. This information was very detailed and could be said to be very detailed. Name, home address, parents' names and occupations, younger brother's name and occupation, resume, comments. In the matter of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit, everything was recorded clearly and clearly. Even the nickname Nyin Yin Cat was recorded. It could be said to be very detailed. Yes, her family background is very ordinary. When Elder Long saw the two names, Chang Lu and Wu Yuding in the parent column, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He said, the degree of this girl's talent can really be said to be one of the best. Yes, she's probably the spiritual goddess that was rumored some time ago. The commotion over at Phoenix City was very big. It's reasonable that Minister Nin would give some benefits and leave some protection measures after knowing about it. There's no need to think too much. Codename, Spiritual Cat. Elder Long made a prompt decision and said with a smile, Spiritual Goddess, nickname Nyen Nyen Cat. Not bad, not bad. Let's just call her Spiritual Cat. Okay, understood. Transfer the file back and seal it according to Grade A. Elder Long said, Grade A seal number 1. The original order will be changed. Okay. Grade A seal meant that she was a first-class genius. It's okay. You can go do your work. Elder Long turned back and continued to do his work. The spy that Chief Nin asked the Kunlun Taoist sect to send was very important. He had to discuss it carefully with the pavilion masters in front of him later. The injury was really too serious. His body and limbs were destroyed, and his dantian and meridians were damaged. He was very lucky that he was still alive now. But this guy was a spirit control cultivator. Even if his dantian and meridians were damaged, his divine sense still existed. It was still possible for him to recover some cultivation and then commit suicide. So now he didn't dare to let this guy wake up directly. But if his divine sense was destroyed, this person's consciousness would also be destroyed, and he would become a living dead. He still wouldn't be able to get any useful information out of him. It was very troublesome. Elder Long vaguely felt that he seemed to have overlooked something, but he couldn't figure out what it was at the moment, so he put aside. He's ranked 9th, but he worries about boss every day. Elder Long felt that he was a miserable person. Zhua Xiaoyan settled down in the Nine Heavens Pavilion just like that. And, other than a slight internal fluctuation, there was nothing unusual. It was too peaceful. It could be described as calm and tranquil. Zhua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong had already checked into the Hidden Dragon High School guest house opposite the Hidden Dragon High School. With the admission letter, they could stay here for free. Not only were the meals and accommodation free, even the ordinary training grounds were free. And as long as they stayed here, from a certain perspective, they were already halfway to completing their registration. September 28th. There were still 3 days before school started. How are we going to spend these 3 days? The training grounds and the guest house are free, but the facilities are almost completely meaningless to us. Li Chenglong asked, How are we going to spend these days? So Xiao Duo snorted. You can spend these 3 days however you want. I won't waste them. As he spoke, he took out 1,000 pieces of mid-grade jade of astral souls and pretended to be indifferent. Anyway, this is what I plan to do for these 3 days. Use the fragments of astral souls to bury myself. Chapter 377. This suggestion is not bad. Let's see who gets buried first. Li Chenglong was not to be outdone. He also placed 1,000 pieces of mid-grade astral souls jade at the auction. As their cultivation increased, Zhua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's consumption of the jade of astral souls also increased. Originally, when Zhua Xiaoduo was a martial warrior, he could not even absorb 1 piece of low-grade jade in 3 days. But now, if he were to put all his effort into cultivation, 200 pieces of mid-grade jade in a day was simply not enough. To put it bluntly, cultivation was an extremely expensive business. If one were to calculate the market price of mid-grade astral souls jade at 20,000 star dollars, for a million a day would not be enough. If one were to use the monetary system of an ordinary person to calculate, the monetary system would have completely collapsed. This was why people often said that in this world, there were 2 heavens and earth. This was the logic behind it. The vast majority of people lived their entire lives in the first heaven. As for what the second heaven was like, they couldn't even imagine. The people in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Guest House were also very puzzled. These 2 people were ranked 1st and 2nd in this year's batch of students. From the first day they checked in, the entire Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Guest House knew about them. The entire school was waiting for these 2 to report. In the end, after these 2 people came to the guest house, they did not even leave their rooms. They did not even go to the cafeteria to eat, let alone report. There was actually a misunderstanding, or rather, a misunderstanding. The notice stated that they would report before the 1st of October. However, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong instinctively understood it as report on the 1st of October. This was probably a misunderstanding. The two of them even felt that it was strange. Why is it that such a big hostel doesn't have any students coming to register? Could it be that all the students chose to report on the 1st of October? Or was Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Guest House on the verge of closing down? They could not recruit any students at all? This was impossible, right? But these had nothing to do with the two of them. From the beginning to the end, the two of them were only slightly surprised for a moment before they began to concentrate on their cultivation. Until the afternoon of the third day, Zhang Xiaofei and another teacher quietly went to Zui Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's window and peeked in. They saw the two of them sitting on the same bed with their backs leaning against each other. They were leaning against each other with no distance between them. Other than that, the entire room was covered in powder. Were those fragments of a jade of astral souls? The debris around Li Chenglong's body reached his chest, while the debris around Xiaoduo's body reached his neck. What are they doing? Cultivation? Or is it something else? Zhang Xiaofei was confused. Swollen, you've lost. So Xiaoduo said proudly as he continued to practice. Not necessarily. Li Chenglong closed his eyes and channeled all his energy. He said, aren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat, or you'll starve to death. I'm going to eat, then I'll shake off the debris on my body, and you'll win. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. In your dreams, I'm only one step away from burying everything. Victory is at hand, and you want me to give up? Then what about the joke you told me just now that made me shake it off? Li Chenglong argued, unwilling to give in. Who told you to laugh? Zhou Xiaoduo said proudly. I just said it casually, but you laughed as if you had asthma. Are you blaming me? Besides, even if you didn't shake off your body, you're still a lot weaker than me. Li Chenglong said angrily. That's what I'm angry about. You know that I'm a lot weaker than you, but you still played dirty and told jokes. Do you have any integrity, dignity, and position? Zhou Xiaoduo said leisurely. The more money, the better. The higher the cultivation, the better. This is also applicable when competing with others. That is, the greater the advantage, the better. Li Chenglong was speechless. You're really the Sword King. You still want to play dirty when competing with your own people. You're really dirty. Li Chenglong said bitterly. Outside, Zhang Xiaofei was even more speechless. These two fellows had clearly arrived early. Why didn't they report to school? Instead, they were holed up in the guest house's room, practicing martial arts and competing. What kind of trick was this? They couldn't have forgotten about the registration, right? If they kept delaying and really delayed the registration, according to the rules, Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School couldn't accept them. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaofei went to the front door and knocked. Li Chenglong's voice came from inside. Who is it? It's me. Zhang Xiaofei was speechless. Zhang Xiaofei. Ah, Teacher Zhang is here. The door opened. When he went to take a look, he saw that the room was clean. There was no trace of the mess just now. Presumably, even the dregs were kept in the ring. Xiaoduo, why didn't you report to school when you came? Zhang Xiaofei was very amiable. Isn't it October 1st? Zhou Xiaoduo was confused. It can be earlier? Zhang Xiaofei felt that there was a raging storm in his heart. With this understanding ability, they were actually the champion of the Longhu ranking competition. Moreover, they were the captain and the vice-captain. They couldn't be fakes, right? It seems that it's said that you can report before October 1st, right? There's no rule that you can only report on October 1st. Moreover, October 1st is the last day of the registration period. If you don't report on this day, Zhang Xiaofei was speechless. Zhou Xiaoduo was as if he was struck by lightning. Li Chenglong's eyes widened. Then the two took out the admission notice. Then Zhou Xiaoduo flew into a rage. Li Chenglong, what's wrong with your head? You can even misunderstand this. Li Chenglong felt that he was being wronged. It's not October 1st that you said. Why are you arguing with me for so long? Anyway, it's your fault. We almost missed the school's registration period. Zhou Xiaoduo started to clean up and said, Teacher Jean, please wait a moment. This is all Li Chenglong's fault. This guy's brain has been a little muddled since he was young. He's been studying until he became stupid. We'll report to school now. Hearing this, Li Chenglong really wanted to beat someone to death. However, this wasn't a good time to argue about these details. He swallowed his anger and said, All right, it's my fault. It's my fault. Zhang Xiaofei coughed and resisted the urge to laugh. He went out of the room and waited. However, he didn't have to wait for long. In just 10 seconds, the two had already walked out with bright and handsome faces. Even the smiles on their faces were simple and honest. Teacher, it's been hard on you. We'll report to school now. Zhang Xiaofei's face was full of kindness. Let me bring you there. Looking at the extremely simple and honest smiles on the two guys' faces and their seemingly honest and harmless expressions, Zhang Xiaofei thought, hee. After that big competition, his understanding was refreshed again and again. These were 2 old silver coins, and the kind that was especially black-hearted. If anyone still believed in the innocence on their faces, he reckoned that they would help raise the price even if they were sold. Looking at the 2 guys obediently following behind him, their faces honest and sincere, their eyes looking straight ahead and following the rules. There was even a look of fear and trepidation that Zhang Xiaofei actually had a feeling for a moment. It was as if he was leading a big tiger and a big lion, slowly walking into a sheep pen. This kind of feeling was extremely clear. It seems that the students of Hidden Dragon High School are going to have an unusual experience. The so-called life experience, the beating of society, is about to come. Zhang Xiaofei was looking forward to the future. When others came to report, they had to pay the tuition fees, get a bed, put down their bedding, and then report to the class. After everything was stable, they had to think of ways to earn credits. The entire process. As for Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, when they reported, they received their scholarships, then went to a luxurious villa to settle down, put down their luggage, collect their credits, and finally, their homeroom teacher came to welcome them, but he brought the 2 treasures to his class. There was nothing unexpected. Hidden Dragon High School, 1st grade, Class 1. The whole class, 36 people. The others had already sat in their respective seats. Only the 2 best seats in the front row were still empty. Those were reserved for Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. One was first, the other was second. Absolutely the treatment of a seed. It had to be said that when Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong walked into the class, the 2 of them were greeted by 34 students suddenly stood up at the same time. Nearly 20 people. Their momentum was amazing. Then, these people shouted in surprise, Hello, leader! Hello, Sword King! Zhou Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Li Chenglong was also dumbfounded. Was this the headquarters of Li Chenglong's Iron God sect? The homeroom teacher behind him was speechless. This time's enrollment actually attracted a group of Iron God sect. Sit down, sit down. Zhou Xiaoduo, you sit here. Li Chenglong, you sit here. The homeroom teacher cut the Gordian knot and didn't give the Iron God sect members a chance to exchange greetings. Now, everyone in our class is finally here. The homeroom teacher said, Let me introduce myself first. My surname is Wan, and my name is Wen Xingtian. I am your homeroom teacher. Well, now I'm considered a god-reigning cultivator. Hearing this introduction, the students' faces immediately lit up. High martial arts was indeed different. The homeroom teacher was directly a god-reigning cultivator. What were their cultivations? Innate stage? Embryonic stage? This gap was like heaven and earth apart. Then, let's start from number 1 and do a simple self-introduction. When Xingtian looked at Zhou Xiaoduo, Zhou Xiaoduo was ranked first, so it naturally started with him. Teacher Wen was actually looking forward to it. This person could already be regarded as a world-famous talent. He would definitely bring a big surprise to him. Teacher Wen had even confirmed Zhou Xiaoduo before he came. In his class, The position of class monitor was definitely Zhuo Xiaoduo, and the position of assistant class monitor was naturally the second in line, Li Chenglong. This pair of old partners would definitely bring a new atmosphere to his class. And Zhuo Xiaoduo's self-introduction was the first step for Zhuo Xiaoduo to show himself and convince the students. The ladder has been set up for you. Students with Xiaoduo, please come on stage and perform. Teacher Wen was looking forward to it. The captain and vice captain of the champion of the Longhu list would definitely bring him a surprise. Now, he was just waiting to see the captain's supreme demeanor. Into the fourth watch. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes to comfort my wounded heart today. Chapter 378. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of smiles as he stood up. Coupled with his handsome face, his tall and slender body, he looked elegant and graceful. However, this guy's eyes were rolling around. He had his own plans. There was only one purpose. I can't be the class monitor. On the way, Zhang Xiaofei had already secretly revealed to Zhuo Xiaoduo, "You will definitely be the class monitor, and your future head teacher has already selected you as the class monitor." Zhang Xiaofei had good intentions and also wanted to give Zhuo Xiaoduo a surprise in advance. It was a good thing that the class monitor had been selected. Who didn't know that the class monitor of high school would be a great talent no matter where he went in the future? However, no one dared to look down on the title of class monitor of Gao Wu High School. This was an extremely glorious qualification of being a student. Even at the front line, those who had been class monitors of high school would be looked at differently the moment they came up. They would be entrusted with important tasks, treated as talents, and nurtured as future stars. At least their organizational and management skills were super strong. There was no doubt about this. Therefore, in Zhang Xiaofei's opinion, this was a great thing. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was scared. "You wanted to be the class monitor? I won't do it, I won't do it." He had been the class monitor of the martial arts class for 5 years. He was basically like a nanny. His impression was unimaginably deep. "You want me to be the class monitor here? I won't do it. Wouldn't it be better if I practiced and became stronger? Class monitor? There were too many things to do. In this kind of high school, teachers basically didn't care much. Basically, everything was done by the class monitor." This point, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already inquired about it. Although the class monitor had a lot of power and a bright future, but it was too troublesome. Masters didn't want to make things so troublesome. Besides, with masters with strength, why would he care about this little bit of experience? What a joke. Zhuo Xiaoduo stole a glance at the head teacher. Although he looked refined and his eyes were full of encouragement and expectation, his eyebrows were very thick and his aura was a bit heavy. Great. This face is similar to Qin Fangyang. His temper should be very bad, right? And he looks very decent, not a bad person. Cough, cough. It's good that he's not a bad person. Since he's a good person, he might just scold me a few words later. He probably won't beat me up. Zhuo Xiaoduo calmed down. Zhuo Xiaoduo only glanced at him. Under Mr. Wen's expectant gaze, he calmly walked to the podium. He stood with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He revealed a smile that showed 8 snow-white teeth. "Hello, students. My name is Zhuo Xiaoduo." "Hello, Sword King." Below, many people, including Li Chenglong, shouted their greetings in unison. Teacher Wen was speechless. Zhuo Xiaoduo should be able to stop this, right? He turned his head and saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's smug face. He said, "Students, we are all classmates. Don't mention the Jianghu title in such a formal occasion. It's unbearable to recall the past. The Jianghu is the Jianghu, and the academy is the academy. If you can avoid mixing the two together, try not to." When Xingtian felt as if a flock of crows were flying over his head. What kind of opening speech was this? Although he was trying to stop it, this did not seem right. Just now, Mr. Wen said it well. My enemies are basically gathered in this class. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head and smiled bitterly. He paced back and forth on the podium. This bitter smile, no matter how one looked at it, gave off a subtle feeling of a villain swaying his head and wagging his tail. Anyway, It was extremely disharmonious. When Xingtian faintly had an ominous premonition, the eyes of the people below were burning with anger. Obviously, they were dissatisfied and angry. This guy was showing off, wasn't he? Did Mr. Wen say that? Since when did Teacher Wen say such a thing? Mr. Wen also said that there are a lot of beauties in our class. So Xiao Duo smiled. On the other side, when Xingtian was still smiling kindly. However, his hands behind his back were rubbing each other. His hands were itchy. He wanted to move. There are so many people here. I know all of them, and many of them are acquaintances. Ha ha. So Xiao Duo laughed. Well, Xiangbing, although we are opponents, the one who hit you mercilessly was Li Chenglong, not me. If you want to seek revenge, this guy is here. Well, you can't blame it on me later. And you, Yin Li Zhongming isn't here, and we haven't met yet. Instead of glaring at me, why don't you sleep a little longer? Who knows? Maybe we'll meet in your dreams. Zhen Piapiao. Ha ha ha, we are friends. Other than Zhen Piapiao, who nodded slightly, Yin and Xiangbing were glaring at each other. Their beautiful eyes were about to spit fire. Was this guy speaking human language? Was he speaking human language? What did he mean by blame it on later? And what did he mean by meet in your dreams? Was he speaking human language? After saying that, he had offended 2 of the 3 beauties. Ah, student Xiangchong is also here. You really can't blame me for beating you up. That beating was really... Haha, we're classmates. Well, I didn't expect you to be so useless. You're in the same class as your sister. Shouldn't you be 1 level higher as her brother? So Xiao Duo continued to taunt him. We are twins, the same age. Xiangchong was so angry that he wanted to take out his sky piercer and fight with this bastard. TSK. Twins, that's good. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Hey, Pai Bao. Ha ha. So Xiao Duo was overjoyed. I have a deep impression of you. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Pai Bao's wrinkled face. Pai Bao looked at this bastard with a twisted face. This bastard was indeed the Sword King. He was so despicable. What the fuck? Meng Zhangjun, your whole team is here? What are you all doing? It's what Xiao Duo said in surprise. 6 people in the same class. Are you all trying to form a faction? It was really unexpected. They came from the garrison store. Captain Meng Zhangjun, Vice Captain Hao Han, Team Flower Zhen Pia Piao, Zhang Haonan, Feng Junsheng, and Jia Quan. The 6 of them were all in this class, and not a single one was missing. Meng Zhangjun laughed. We wouldn't dare. We're only here to cultivate. Our goal is to increase our cultivation. I don't think so. What's the use of saying it in such a dignified manner? Reality is the most practical. I feel that your garrison store wants to dominate the first class, and then the entire Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. Tis TSK, you are really ambitious. So Xiao Duo shook his head and sighed. Then, he said, fortunately, there are people from Phoenix City's second high school. From today onwards, Li Chenglong will represent Phoenix City's second high school. If you want to form a faction and fight, just fight with Li Chenglong. I won't interfere. With my level, fighting with you is bullying you. So Xiao Duo looked lonely at the top. Li Chenglong, Meng Zhangjun, everyone, when Xingtian. His hands were itching. He couldn't hold it in anymore. When Xingtian's face was gloomy, it was as dark as the bottom of a pot. His hands were grabbing and releasing, grabbing and releasing. All right, where's your captain Shimandaching? Vice Captain Xiangchong, your captain. Why isn't he here? Li Zhongming isn't here either. What is he afraid of? So Xiao Duo couldn't find Shimandaching after searching for a long time. He was a bit surprised. Could it be that the captain of Hidden Dragon High School didn't enter the Hidden Dragon High School? He's in another class. Xiangchong clenched his teeth and tried his best to maintain a pleasant expression as he explained. Although Shimandaching's strength was the best in Hidden Dragon High School's martial arts department, he used up a lot of his potential in order to increase his own level. He also used up a lot of his divine sense in the battle with Li Qingming. In the end, Li Zhongming's great dream divine art directly damaged Shimin Daqing's divine sense, causing his own foundation to greatly decrease. The Hidden Dragon High School selection of students was based on talent and foundation. The result was that this former captain couldn't enter the first class. Shimin Daqing's hatred for Phoenix City's second high school was as deep as the sea. He ran to another class. Yeah, I'm done greeting him. He. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. From now on, we're all family. We're all partners in the same pot. Now, I'll formally introduce myself. You guys have to listen carefully. Everyone subconsciously sneered. Finished greeting him? Did he offend him? How did this kid become the captain of Phoenix City's second high school? They were really puzzled. Why did I say that all of your conflicts go to Li Chenglong, and all of your grievances go to Li Chenglong? So Xiaoduo chuckled and proudly said, because my main occupation, or rather, what I'm best at, has never been martial strength. Martial strength is insignificant compared to what I'm best at. Although I can already say that I'm invincible in our class, I really don't have any interest in fighting and killing. So Xiaoduo said mysteriously, guess what I'm good at? Below, the 35 people, including Li Chenglong, all looked at him with gloomy faces. So Xiaoduo laughed loudly and said proudly, you guys guess. Guess. It doesn't matter if you guess wrong. Come, guess. A figure flashed, so Xiaoduo disappeared from the podium. Their homeroom teacher, Wen Xingtian, who had been standing next to him, also disappeared. Only an angry shout could be heard. I'll let you guess. Outside the classroom, the continuous sound of punches hitting flesh could be heard. The sound of the punches seemed to be in a progressive boom manner. It was a merciless punch and kick. What came along with it was Zhou Xiaoduo's blood-curdling screams and his grievances that soared to the sky. What's going on? It's just a self-introduction. Could it be that after coming to Hidden Dragon High School, I have to be beaten up first? I want to protest. I want to complain. I want to transfer schools. Ow! Teacher, I was wrong. Before this, when Xingtian had never dreamed that he would beat up the class monitor that he had decided on the first day. But it happened in such an explosive manner. This bastard still wants to be the class monitor? He has already offended the entire class and still wants to be a fart. Class monitor? Dream on. A moment later, when Xingtian drags Xiaoduo into the classroom and threw him on the podium. His face was dark. Continue talking. I want to see how long you can continue talking. What else can you say? So Xiaoduo's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. His eyes were as big as a panda's. He stood on the podium in shame and grimaced in pain. The entire class roared with laughter. They all felt that it was too satisfying and too satisfying. Even Li Chenglong was no exception. No, it should be said that he was the happiest. Ever since Teacher Qin left, it had been a long time since someone had been able to teach this bastard a lesson. It felt so good. However, Li Chenglong also understood clearly in his heart. This bastard doesn't seem to want to be the class monitor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. It's a little regretful. If he doesn't become the class monitor, I won't be able to use my support ability. My experience will be less glorious, but it doesn't matter. It's good to just practice martial arts. Li Chenglong was quick-witted and instantly understood a lot of things. Then he also convinced himself, if Zhou Xiaoduo becomes a class monitor, he won't have to do anything. Want to be my job? It's good that he won't do it. Li Chenglong actually calmed down and was proud of his strategy. However, the others didn't think so much. They just looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and gloated. He was beaten up by the teacher on the first day of school. Haha, this guy definitely didn't have the face to continue talking. However, they saw Zhou Xiaoduo rubbing his face and even tidying his hair. He grimaced and then smiled. It's just a small accident. Well, let's continue. Everyone in the class broke out in cold sweat at the same time. How thick-skinned are you? In fact, as martial artists, it's normal for us to be beaten up, let alone by our own teacher. Isn't it normal for teacher to beat me up when he's so busy? Isn't it normal for him to beat me up? Look at how happy you are. You're gloating. Don't you have any camaraderie? Zhuo Xiaoduo actually took the opportunity to teach everyone a lesson. He said, "But it doesn't matter. I'm a magnanimous person. I won't care about these details. Let me tell you now, I'm best at 3 things. Among them, I'm best at fortune-telling, followed by wealth and martial arts. When it comes to fortune-telling, I can see your misfortunes, life and death crises, lifelong marriages, and future prospects. It's all-encompassing and all-encompassing. What do you not understand about life? What are you confused about? What are you worried about? Get out." So Xiaoduo clearly hadn't finished speaking when he heard an angry roar. Then his entire body suddenly flew up and landed on his seat with a plop. He sat down firmly on his butt. When Xing Tian said in a suppressed voice, "Second, Li Chenglong." Li Chenglong was shocked. Was the teacher so angry? He walked up and said, "My name is Li Chenglong. I'm from Phoenix City's second high school. I'm 18 years old." At this point, he felt that he could go down. However, when he looked down and saw Xiang Bing, who was looking at him with an irreconcilable expression, his head twitched. He didn't know why, but the last 2 words came out of his mouth. Unmarried. Xiang Bing's beautiful eyes were spitting fire. She almost exploded on the spot. "Li Chenglong, if you're unmarried, then you're unmarried. Why are you looking at me?" So Xiaoduo said in a strange tone. "Yo, Li Chenglong just said unmarried. Look at how agitated our beautiful Xiang Bing is." Xiang Bing suddenly stood up. She clenched her fists and was about to rush up. Xiang Chong, who was beside her, hurriedly pulled her back. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He whispered, "Sister, I can't beat him. I can't beat him." Chapter 379. Xiang Bing almost went crazy when she heard that. Other than being angered by Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, she also had to be angered by her brother. How could she live her life like this? Li Chenglong's face was red as he bowed. "I'm done with my introductions. All hail the sect leader." More than 20 voices shouted in unison. It was a little uneven, but it was still a spectacular sight. Then Meng Zhongjun stepped forward, followed by Xiang Chong. And then it had to be said that this class was just as what Xiaoduo had said. There were quite a few opponents in the past. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Pai Bao, followed by Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han, Zhen Piapiao, Feng Junsheng, Jia Kuang, and Zhang Haonan. In addition to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, there were a total of 12 opponents who had participated in the Longhu tournament. After the class introductions, Wen Xingtian walked up to the podium with his lungs swollen. Zhuo Xiaoduo's anger still hadn't subsided. Wen Xingtian did not understand. As the head of the martial arts department, his position was higher than the dean's. Why did the principal ask him to teach a class alone? Although he was still the head of the martial arts department, it was a waste of his talent. Now he understood. This class of fellows was really hard to train. Just Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was ranked first, was already very, very hard to train. With one look, one could tell that he was a troublemaker. That student had offended the entire class on the first day of his self-introduction. He even dared to provoke the teachers. How dare he? If he did not beat him up, he would not be able to continue being the head teacher. He would not even be able to get past him. Now that the introductions are over, there are no classes on the first day of school. When Xingtian said, "Let's choose the class committee," there are the following positions: class monitor, vice class monitor, head of the cultural and education department, head of the martial arts department, and head of the health department. Everyone is a martial artist. You've heard everyone's introductions. Based on your memories and impressions, we'll choose the class monitor. The students could also canvass for votes on their own. Whoever wants to be the class monitor or feels that they are suitable for a certain position can go up to the podium to give a speech and canvass for votes. Zhuo Xiaoduo lowered his head. He looked calm, but in fact, he was already dozing off. Class leader? He probably didn't choose me. After a long while, no one came forward to run for the position of class monitor. What Zhuo Xiaoduo thought was obviously what everyone else thought. No one wanted to do such an unpleasant job. When Xingtian was already prepared, he directly handed out a blank piece of paper to each person. Then, he sent two beautiful women. One of them was to draw the paper, while the other was to read the votes. Zwishauduo. Hence, Zwishauduo made a horizontal move. Zwishauduo. Add another vertical line. Zwishauduo. Add another horizontal line, that when Xingtian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Originally, he wanted to directly appoint Zwishauduo as the class monitor. However, after seeing this guy's performance, he had already vetoed the idea in his heart. Hence, there was a secret ballot. But how did this guy get so many votes? As the voting went on, Zwishauduo's face broke down. Slowly, his mouth opened wider and wider. What's going on? Why do they still all choose me? I ridiculed all of you with my speeches and actions. But in the end, all of you were convinced? This was somewhat incomprehensible. After the 36 people finished voting, Zwishauduo won 24 votes in one fell swoop. He was actually elected as the class monitor with an absolute advantage. When Xingtian was very unhappy with this result. He already knew that if someone else was the class monitor, it would be very easy for him to lead this class. At least, it wouldn't be difficult to lead. However, Zwishauduo was the class monitor. This was a shameless, immoral, and lawless guy. With him as the leader, trouble would come one after another in the future. Today was the first time they met. It was less than half an hour. In such a short time, when Xingtian had already seen Zwishauduo's true nature. If Zwishauduo led the class to tear down the school building in a few days, that when Xingtian wouldn't find it strange at all. This was a troublemaker. Little did he know that Zwishauduo himself was also dumbfounded. He didn't know that when the students came to the high school to further their studies, they were all strangers to each other. Many of them couldn't recognize their classmates for a few days and didn't know their specific names. He was beaten up as soon as he came in, and then he was beaten up by the head teacher on the spot. This impression was very deep. They only knew and remembered this name. If they didn't choose him, who else would they choose? As long as they didn't have a grudge against him, they would think, hey, this guy is quite fun. If he becomes the class monitor, everyone will benefit a lot. But no matter what the reason was, class monitor Zwishauduo was going to take office. Next was the election for vice class monitor. Li Chenglong, who was sitting obediently, heard the voice. Come up and run for vice class monitor. Swollen was confused. He looked up and saw the head teacher, Wen Xingtian, looking at him with shining eyes. Li Chenglong stood up helplessly. My name is Li Chenglong. I'm running for the position of vice class monitor. Leader is almighty. There was another round of uneven roars. However, the result was obvious. Other than Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong, Li Chenglong was elected with an unexpected 33 votes. This was the result. He didn't want to vote for himself. Minister of Culture and Education, Meng Zhongjun. Minister of Martial Arts, Xiang Chong. Minister of Health, Xiang Bing. Xiang Bing repeatedly expressed his unwillingness to take office, but was heartlessly rejected by Wen Xingtian. He was almost suppressed. Zwishauduo expressed his unwillingness to take office, but was glared at by Wen Xingtian. Do you think you can take office just because you want to? Is it that beautiful? Zwishauduo could sense the teacher's deep malice. He could sense that he was about to be beaten up. Therefore, he immediately sat down and admitted defeat. Fine, I've been in this position for 5 years. I'm not afraid of this. Hence, the 999th batch of the Hidden Dragon High School students had formed a leadership team. However, they still needed to work on the operation. Class monitor Zwishauduo, with quotation marks, was expected by everyone. After the selection, of course, there was a routine inauguration speech. However, when Xingtian allowed the students to make their own speeches, he turned and went to the principal's office. He wanted to seek an explanation. He really didn't dare to listen to class monitor Zhu's speech. Teacher Wen was afraid that he would have a cerebral hemorrhage due to anger. After so many years of fighting, he had suffered many internal and external injuries. Furthermore, this young lad's speech was the kind that would anger people to death. That after Teacher Wen left, Zwishauduo went up to the stage with his hands behind his back and started to speak in a graceful manner. Silence. Now, let me, the class monitor, explain to you what fortune-telling is and what's so profound about it. Let me tell you, you guys are really lucky to be in the same class as me. It's a huge advantage. In cultivation, it's called fate, a fate greater than the heavens. You guys are really too lucky. I sincerely express my admiration and jealousy for your luck. When Xing Tian dashed into the principal's office. Principal. When Xing Tian walked in with a strange expression. Divine shit? What's the matter? The principal was eating something. He did not know what he was eating and did not care. He simply asked vaguely and continued to do his own things. This was Xiao Duo. When Xing Tian's face was full of depression. I need to look at his information, including the information about his 3 touches and 5 comments. He waved a name list. Of course, I also need to look at the other's information. You don't need to look at the other's information. The principal swallowed the food in his mouth and said, you just need to look at Zhua Xiaoduo's information. He sighed. These days, I've been studying the top 3 touches of these students' 3 touches and 5 comments. This with Xiaoduo is really quite different. Oh, different and quite? When Xing Tian said, is he a C grade or a D grade? That's really quite different. The principal sighed. Your guess is right, but his level is wrong. His assessment is no level. No level. When Xing Tian's eyes suddenly widened. You'll know when you see it for yourself. The content on my desktop now is this kid's 3 touches and 5 comments. I've been studying it for half a day. The principal handed a huge geocentric pear and said, eat while you read it. Your heart hasn't recovered yet? You're still eating the geocentric pear? When Xing Tian asked with concern, it's not that easy for the heart to recover. The principal smiled faintly. Without the geocentric astral soul's jade, you can only rely on the geocentric pear to suppress it bit by bit. When Xing Tian said, if you can collect more top-grade astral soul's jade, you can relieve more of it. Sigh, collecting top-grade astral soul's jade is already difficult enough. To collect the core of the top-grade astral soul's jade, the geocentric astral soul's jade, is naturally more difficult. This thing has not appeared for many years. The principal smiled faintly. The geocentric astral soul's jade is always priceless. Even if we are not stingy with money. But who would be willing to sell a top-grade spiritual treasure like the geocentric astral soul's jade that can aid in cultivation? After so many years, we've only managed to collect 30 pieces of it. The Southern Chief sent us 200 pieces last time, but I think that should be the limit of what the Ministry of Finance can give us. It has been supporting me for 200 years, and now it's the end. There used to be some on the market, but since you were injured, there was suddenly none. Even if there were a few pieces, they would be maliciously bid for. When Xing Tian's eyes were full of anger. Principal, I suspect. The principal said faintly, what's the use of suspecting? Now, the Hidden Dragon High School is no longer the Hidden Dragon High School of the past. I even suspect that the assassination of Vice Principal Xiang was also their doing. When Xing Tian said angrily, these people only care about fighting for power and profit, ignoring the big picture. I really want to. The principal coughed and said, it's because of this that I let you personally lead the class this time. This year's genius students are all gathered in your hands. You must train them well. If my heart still does not improve in the next 3 years, I can only give up the position of Hidden Dragon High School's principal and give it to someone better. Because at that time, I'm afraid that I won't be able to continue and can't support the work of this position. When Xing Tian did not say anything, but his face was pale. Or, this year's students will be the last batch of high-quality talents that we send out. The principal coughed and said, as long as I, Yi Changqing, am in charge, I can still guarantee that the Hidden Dragon High School's spirit will not change. But once the power falls into the hands of those people, I don't know where the Hidden Dragon High School's spirit will be taken. Shang, Xing Tian, if it really comes to that, only you will be left to support the overall situation. When Xing Tian laughed coldly, Support the overall situation? You think too highly of me. Not to mention that you are not here. How can I support the situation alone? Not to mention whether I can hold on or not. Just one sentence. Do you think they will let me go? If you're not here, I will run away at the first moment and change to another place. Where can I not be free? Yi Changqing's eyes flashed with a complicated expression, and he sighed deeply. Wen Xingtian had already sat in front of the computer and opened Zhuo Xiaoduo's document. This was the first touch? Yeah. Chapter 380. Not a few minutes later, when Xingtian looked at the 3 comments, his eyes were spinning. When Xingtian's voice was a little hoarse, he turned his head and asked Principal Yi Changqing, "These are Heaven and Earth Network's comments?" Yi Changqing grinned. "Yes. Do you feel that your worldview has been destroyed? Can't believe it?" When Xingtian's expression was very interesting. The principal was right. His worldview was really destroyed. He couldn't believe it. The first one touched the heterodox demon's heart. The second one touched few desires and doubtful castration. The third one was even better. For question marks? When Xingtian felt that his 1,000-year calmness had been broken. Since when did Heaven and Earth Network have written comments? When Xingtian was dumbfounded. Could it be that the A, B, C, and D systems have been abolished? Why didn't I know about it? Yi Changqing coughed and said, "Other people's comments are still A, B, C, and D. As far as I know, among all the students in this batch, only 2 people have written comments. The first one is naturally Zhuo Xiaoduo. All 3 comments were weird. The other one is Zhou Yinqing. When he touched the third one, Heaven and Earth Network gave him a comment of sword energy soaring to the sky. Then, this comment was overridden by Gu Qianfan with his authority. Yi Changqing said, although Zhou Yinqing also had a written comment, it was only once. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo had 3 comments. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's alma mater is obviously not as good as Zhou Yinqing's. Well, it's mainly because it's not as powerful as Gu Qianfan, so the confidentiality is not very good. After I confirmed that Zhuo Xiaoduo would come to Hidden Dragon University, I immediately re-encrypted it. Then, I put aside my pride and went to my old friends in Heaven and Earth Network to erase the comments. Now, if the outside world investigates Zhuo Xiaoduo, they can only find 3 A's. They can't find the content of the written comments. In other words, other than the insiders of Zhuo Xiaoduo's alma mater, I am the only one who can see the original version of the evaluation. Of course, there's another thing to consider. After Zhuo Xiaoduo participated in the competition, those who paid special attention to him, especially those who had the authority to investigate the examinee's records, must have seen his evaluation. Yi Changqing's eyes revealed a hint of worry. When Xingtian's eyes were deep as he said, "There may not be a single person in hundreds of years who is evaluated by the Heavenly Network. No matter what the evaluation is, it must be an extremely special talent." 2 words and 1 question mark. Someone else must know. I'm sure all the principals of the universities know about it, right? When Xingtian asked, "It doesn't matter if the principals know about it. Those old fellows who are able to reach these positions all know about it. Many of them value talents more than we do, so they won't reveal it easily. What I'm worried about now is someone else. Because when I erased it, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already gone to the finals of the Longhu List tournament." Yi Changqing was deeply worried. He let out a long sigh and said, "I'm sorry, Principal He Yuanyue." When Xingtian frowned, he was puzzled. What did this have to do with this? Principal He Yuanyue? 3 months before the Longhu List tournament, He Yuanyue once sent me a message about Zhuo Xiaoduo in my mailbox. She hoped that I could help to cover up Zhuo Xiaoduo's records. But at that time, I didn't think much of it, because the Hidden Dragon Academy has seen too many talents. Most of them were just their alma mater's groundless fears, and even used this to attract attention. That's how it passed. Now that I think about it, Yi Changqing sighed deeply. I'm really sorry for Principal He's trust. At that time, she should have already decided to let Zhuo Xiaoduo come to the Hidden Dragon Academy. Where's the source file? Has it been deleted? When Xing Tian fell a toothache. It's gone now. Yi Changqing's gray eyebrows twitched. His eyes flashed. When Xing Tian grimaced. There were only 3 tests. If you want to talk about the second one, I can still understand. No, I can't understand the second one. Didn't Zhuo Xiaoduo cultivate the Flaming Sun Scripture? Would someone who cultivates the Flaming Sun Scripture be castrated? That's definitely nonsense. As for the first one, how did you get the evaluation of the heterodox demon heart? And the third one, it was just a very ordinary undercover operation. Why would there be 4 question marks? Why? Principal, you deleted it too early. You should have at least let me, the class teacher, see it before deleting it. When Xing Tian felt it was a pity, Yi Changqing said indifferently, "It's too dangerous. He's too weak now. It's too easy for him to die in the middle. No wonder you rented your villa to Zhuo Xiaoduo." When Xing Tian said, "The true meaning in your bones is because of this, isn't it? First, it's because of the 3 tests and 5 evaluations. Second, it's because of Principal He Yuanyue's request. Third, it's because of Zhuo Xiaoduo's Longhu ranking battle. Fourth, it's because of the Flaming Sun Scripture. Fifth, it's because of the internal strife of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Sixth, it's because of the aftermath of the life and death arena. Seventh, it's because of the future of the Hidden Dragon Academy." Yi Changqing said softly, "On my side, I can guarantee that anyone who comes will die within 3 years." A sharp killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Unfortunately, I can only guarantee his safety for 3 years." Yi Changqing said indifferently, "In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I specially transferred you." When Xing Tian said slowly, "I didn't expect Principal to value Zhuo Xiaoduo so much. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it." Yi Changqing smiled and said in a low voice, "Haven't you already seen this child? What do you think?" When Xing Tian smiled bitterly, "I just gave him a beating." "Gave him a beating?" Yi Changqing was stunned. "If I remember correctly, he just came to register today, right?" When Xing Tian had a headache and was speechless. After a while, he said, "You don't know. This guy's a frisky monkey. He's the kind that makes my hands itch when I see him. This naughty fellow. If it wasn't for the thing hanging from his crotch, I think he could fly." Yi Changqing was speechless for a while. After a pause, he murmured, "How can it be? Little Jean has a very high opinion of this kid, especially in the way he interacts with people. He has a very high EQ. Why is it that when it comes to you, he was beaten up by the class teacher in less than an hour after registering for school? This doesn't make sense. What's even more bizarre is that this guy was elected as the class monitor by secret ballot." One Xing Tian said with a twisted face, "Principal, if my premonition is right, the Hidden Dragon Academy is going to have a lot of trouble from now on." Yi Changqing smiled faintly and said proudly, "Even if he can cause trouble, when have we, the Hidden Dragon Academy, ever been afraid of trouble? As long as he doesn't do anything outrageous, this old man can shoulder anything else. Do you think this old man was just joking when I said that I would guarantee his safety for 3 years?" When Xing Tian's lips moved, but he didn't say anything. He originally came to understand Zhuo Xiaoduo better. Now that he had a thorough understanding of him, he wanted to leave. However, there was a sentence that he kept in his heart. He didn't say it out of respect for the principal. "I saw this kid's character today. I'm afraid that if he causes trouble in the future, even you, the principal of one of the 3 Hidden Dragon Academy, may not be able to handle it." Of course, this sentence couldn't be said face to face. Looking down on the principal? That wouldn't do. When Xing Tian returned to class, it was already past the end of class. However, the students were still waiting. However, each and every one of them had a strange expression, as if they had been brutally ravaged by something. It was probably the kind of emotional breakdown. Each and every one of them looked like their worldview had been destroyed. "What's going on?" When Xing Tian was puzzled, but he didn't care too much. "School is over. You can go back to the dormitory to rest. At night, you can study by yourself. You can also take a look at how to earn credits. From today onwards, the currency and resources that you have on hand are not allowed to be used in exchange in school. Yes, you can use it for your own practice, but you can't use it for trading. In school, no matter if it's food, water, practice manuals, pills, etc., you have to use credits to exchange for them. Within a month, if you can't earn credits, you will automatically drop out. Within 3 months, if you can't earn 50 credits, you will automatically drop out. Within half a year, if you can't earn 200 credits, you will automatically drop out. Within a year, if you can't break through to the embryonic breathing realm, you will automatically drop out. 4 consecutive drops out. It was full of murderous intent and stirred people's hearts. However, those who were present were all geniuses of their generation, so no one really cared. Credits? Wasn't that a piece of cake? In the past, when they were from the martial arts school, they also needed to earn credits and trade for resources. There was nothing new about it. Today is the first day, so I will temporarily let you go and not interfere with your actions. However, from tomorrow morning onwards, at 5 o'clock in the morning, all of you must be in place to begin practicing and battling. We will use your actual results to determine your class ranking. When Xing Tian said indifferently, using the method of a life and death battle. School was over. When Xing Tian was the first to walk out, and the students behind him followed suit. Once they walked out, the students were stunned by what they saw. There was a sea of people in front of them, and all of them were wearing martial arts uniforms with hidden dragons on their chests. It was the kind of white martial arts uniforms with hidden dragons on their chests. At a glance, there seemed to be more than 1,000 people. These people formed an extremely huge and spectacular circle. Everyone had their hands crossed in front of their chests, looking mockingly at Zhuo Xiaoduo and the other 36 people who were walking out of the classroom. Some of the students had 2 claws on their chests in the shape of the dragon. Some students had 3 claws on their chests, while the smallest group had 4 claws. Obviously, the number of dragon claws represented the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were naturally the first years who had just arrived. Their martial arts uniforms had not been distributed yet. Even if they were, it would be obvious from their posture that there was only 1 claw embroidered on their chests. "Hello, Director 1. More than 1,000 students greeted him at the same time. Their voices were earth-shattering, and waves of air surged. When Xing Tian said indifferently, "Don't you all have anything to do? Are you all waiting here to watch the show?" A student laughed loudly in the crowd. "I heard that this batch is an unprecedented selection. We were excited to see it, so we specially came to get to know our juniors and see what the so-called geniuses are like." Another student laughed loudly and said, "Especially since our beloved leader is among them. If we don't come and greet him, wouldn't it be rude?" Laughter shook the sky. Chapter 381. Li Chenglong and Xiangbing's faces turned red, and Xiangbing's face was even redder. Almost everyone mentioned the sect leader today, but how did this title come about? Wasn't it because he beat her up? How could he say that she wasn't happy, wasn't angry, wasn't resentful? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked calm as he beckoned Li Chenglong forward. "Everyone make way. Hey, we're going out. If there's anything, we can talk about it later. It's my first time here, so please take care of me." Seeing that it was the 2 of them, many people laughed. Sect leader, King of Swords. Many of these voices were purely joking. At most, they were jeering, but there were also quite a number of people who were mocking and had a deeper meaning in their words. There was also a portion of people whose voices were mixed with jealousy and hostility. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong laughed loudly, as if they didn't hear anything. The 2 of them kept waving their hands enthusiastically, as if they were celebrities receiving their fans. They squeezed their way out of the crowd of senior students and calmly left. Further away, Zhang Xiaofei came with a smile. On the roof, several pairs of eyes were watching all of this. One of them was the principal, Yi Changqing. The others were watching from different floors. Their eyes were either cold or gloomy. "Is this the genius that Yi Changqing values the most?" One of them asked calmly. "Is this the Zhuo Xiaoduo who killed Yin Er?" and the others? Someone asked. His voice was as calm as water without any ripples. Is this Xiaoduo who killed Wu Yintian? Is this Xiaoduo who is known as the #1 genius? Is this Xiaoduo, the #1 seed in Yi Changqing's heart? The 5 people said in different tones. It seemed that everyone was calm and emotionless. However, what everyone was thinking in their hearts was a matter of opinion. Hidden Dragon High School had a principal and 8 vice principals. Among them, except for the first vice principal Xiang, who was plotted against and suffered a strange injury. The stench was so strong that he had not come out for years. Everyone else was here. It was the start of the school year. However, just by looking at these vice principals, one could see that the situation of a power struggle had already begun. On the other hand, Principal Yi Changqing's heart meridian was injured. He could only last for 3 more years at most before he could no longer continue. In other words, in at most 3 years, Hidden Dragon High School would welcome a new master, a new principal. From then on, there was a change of dynasty. Xiaoduo and the others entered the school at this time. It could be imagined that when a storm was about to break out, Xiaoduo and the others had practically charged into the heart of the storm. And now, Xiaoduo knew nothing about it. Perhaps, even if they knew, they might not take it seriously. This is our dormitory? Xiaoduo looked at the villa that was built next to the school. It covered an unusually large area, especially the courtyard of 1,000 square meters. He was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. No, you just rented it for yourselves. Zhang Xiaofei said indifferently. We rented it ourselves? Yes, we rented it ourselves. Zhang Xiaofei took out a rental contract. You will rent this villa at a price of 1 million per year. You are very rich, do you understand? What a joke. Xiaoduo shook his head. I'd rather live in a rat's nest than spend 1 million per year. It's your business whether you spend it or not, but you must sign this contract. You must sign it. Zhang Xiaofei transmitted his voice. This is the principal's private property. You 2 little bastards only need to pay 50 yuan of rent every month, and you can stay here for a long time. This contract is just a cover to deceive people's eyes. Quickly sign it. Really? Ha ha ha. 50 yuan is really a good price. Actually, what I have is money. Ha ha. Collecting money is my hobby, but I can only earn if I can spend it. If I don't spend it after earning a lot of money, I feel uncomfortable all over. Xiaoduo immediately changed his attitude and happily signed the contract. Then, he moved in with Li Chenglong. Boss, I want to share a room with you. Li Chenglong said. Which room are we staying in? Xiaoduo was immediately enraged and scolded. You heartless Li Chenglong, can you even give me a little bit of personal space? This villa has more than 10 bedrooms. Only the 2 of us will live in it. Do you still want to share a room with me? Is there something wrong with your sexual orientation? I don't care. Anyway, I want to share a room with you. Li Chenglong was very stubborn. Zhua Xiaoduo's flaming sun scripture was of great help to Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong would not give up no matter what. Brother, Zhua Xiaoduo begged. I know what you want to do, but can't we share a training room? Why we have to share a bedroom? Li Chenglong hesitated for a long time before he finally agreed. Then, okay, Zhua Xiaoduo felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream. He wiped his sweat and muttered, I'm really afraid that I'll shoot you. If it happens once or twice, I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the river. My eternal innocence will be gone. Zhang Xiaofei looked at the 2 of them from the side. The 2 of them settled down and tidied up their own rooms. The training room was on the 4th floor. Xiaoduo chose to settle down on the 3rd floor. Li Chenglong settled down on the 2nd floor. Xiaoduo threw himself on the bed. He put his hands behind his head and thought about things. Today's registration, he felt that something was wrong. This Hidden Dragon High School. Roughly speaking, there seemed to be several forces colliding back and forth. I shouldn't have fallen into a whirlpool all of a sudden, right? What's more, he couldn't feel the unity and uplifting aura that a high school should have. The whole Hidden Dragon High School, gave Xiao Duo a feeling as if he had walked into the governor's office. All the forces were constrained and restrained. Everyone was racking their brains to fight with each other. They were all actively trying to step on each other to climb up. It was roughly this kind of officialdom aura. I have to say, it's really abnormal. So what Xiao Duo thought. Including the villa that he had moved into, it seemed that there was a scheme behind it. Moving in, the safety factor suddenly increased by more than 1,000 times. However, in the whole school, it seemed that only the two of them had this kind of treatment. Wouldn't it also set them up as living targets? Regarding this point, Xiao Duo was not afraid. After all, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. However, before he could figure out whether it was good or bad, he still didn't want to be used by others for no reason. After today, there would be countless hostile auras, especially many senior students who would take him as their target. Indeed, it would come. Could it be that all high martial arts schools are like this? Forget it. Let's take one step at a time. There will be a way when the car reaches the mountain. There is also something that made Xiao Duo dissatisfied. This courtyard was really big, but it was too spacious. There was no shelter at all. How could he practice hammering? This was a big problem that needed to be solved in the short term. Just now he looked around. This villa also had a basement. However, how could he practice hammering in the basement? With two hammering, the villa would be gone, and it seemed that he had to think of a way. As Xiao Duo thought about it, he dealt with the mattress on the bed. He hollowed out a large piece of the mattress in the middle. Then he spread the large piece of top-grade jade of astral souls that he had obtained on the way here on the mattress. And just right, I'll use the top-grade jade of astral souls as a mattress. I can sleep and practice at the same time. I'm rich. That's how willful I am. Damn it. Li Qinglong, you still want to sleep on the same bed with me? You must be blind. So Xiao Duo quietly circulated his cultivation method. After 99 circulations, he reached a perfect autonomous cycle. His eyelids drooped, and he fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, Xiao Duo was in a daze. He actually dreamed of Xiao Long, who had cheated him of his providence points. Xiao Long was obviously very excited. You're here? That's great. Finally, someone can play with me. Xiao Duo didn't like it at all. Go away. You've benefited from me, but you don't give me any benefits. Why would I want a friend like you? Xiao Long felt wronged. I really don't have any benefits to give you. I'm poor. Xiao Duo ignored it completely and expelled Xiao Long from the dream. No benefits? Squatting on a mountain of gold and complaining about being poor? You obviously have a lot of wealth, but you don't give me anything. You even want to be friends with me? Hee. Brother Long, you think too much. Your grandpas will only suffer once at most. If there are no benefits, even God won't allow it. Do you think my wealth is second to none? Xiao Long felt wronged as he was thrown out of Xiao Duo's dream. He turned into a gust of wind and pondered in the air. My good brother wants benefits, but I don't have any. What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Then on the second floor. Li Qinglong didn't have such a big heart like Xiao Duo. He actually fell asleep early. He was much more meticulous, and his thoughts were much more complicated than Xiao was. What Xiao Duo noticed, Li Qinglong also noticed. What Xiao Duo didn't notice, Li Qinglong still noticed. This isn't right. It's really not right. I don't know if Swin noticed. Sigh. With his careless temper, he probably didn't notice much. But I have to figure out all of this. Otherwise, my existence will really become a decoration. Li Qinglong frowned and thought. He used his eidetic memory to summarize everything he saw, heard, and felt in the past few days bit by bit. Settling us in this private villa, does it mean that if we live in the dormitory, the school won't be able to guarantee our safety? If that's the case, doesn't that mean the principal has lost control of the school? At least part of it has been lost. But how could this be? Li Qinglong worked until midnight. He had a total of 70 to 80 clues, and the more he thought about it, the more complicated it became. But there were no new clues for him to refer to, and his deduction was at a deadlock. It was difficult to continue. Forget it. I'll think about the follow-up after I understand the school situation tomorrow. Now, These can only be said to be superficial, and it's not enough to make any conclusions. But I have to get these clues as soon as possible. This is the teeth of the storm, and Zhua and I can't afford to take it. Li Chenglong thought silently. Just as when Xing Tian said, Hidden Dragon would be troublesome from now on. The two people who came were too unusual. The power afters with Xiao Duo and Li Chenglong's thoughts collided. No one could imagine how much power it would produce. However, when they attacked, they didn't show any mercy at all. After more than 10 battles, Li Chenglong was beaten up until his whole body was swollen like a rubber ball. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. However, he still defended his position as the vice-class monitor and secured the second seat. Xiang Chong was third, Meng Qingjun was fourth, Yin'er was fifth, Pai Yibao was sixth, Hao Han was seventh, and Jia Quan was eighth. As for Xiangbing. Xiangbing. When Xing Tian stopped Xiangbing's battle. What are you doing? Are you slacking? His tone was very strict. Xiangbing's face was pale. She had been suppressed by her opponent for several consecutive battles. She had lost one battle after another. Is this how you fight? Where's the overlord fist of the Xiang family? When Xing Tian was furious. Is it eaten by you? In the previous few battles, Xiangbing did not have the slightest bit of momentum. She was restrained in every battle, especially in the last one. Her opponent's strength was more than a level lower than hers, but she was unable to defeat him even after a long time. She was even at a disadvantage. The root of the problem was that he was too timid and did not dare to make a move. Once she did not dare to fight, how could she fight? She would lose no matter how she fought. Xiangbing walked over. Her face was as pale as paper. Tears were rolling in her eyes, and she was about to cry. You still have the face to cry? Do you have any shame? When Xing Tian was merciless when it came to scolding people. He said with a dark face, the overlord fist of the Xiang family was beaten into a turtle by you. You can't wait to hide in the lid. Why do you still fight? Xiangbing's tears finally fell. Woo, woo, woo. What are you crying for? If you continue to cry, go back to the Xiang family. When Xing Tian shouted angrily, I'm here to be a teacher. I'm not here to coax children for the Xiang family. Xiang Chong saw that the situation was not good. He hurriedly stepped forward. Teacher one, little Bing just didn't know what to do. You still have the face to intercede? When Xing Tian said angrily, based on your poor performance, you think you're qualified? Is it glorious to be third in the class? You were sent 13 meters away by one punch. You don't even have the courage to fight a second move, and you admit defeat directly? This is the overlord spirit of the Xiang family. Don't tell me you admitted defeat because you admitted defeat. Not convinced. I'll say the same thing even in front of your great-grandfather. Just by looking at the two of you, the Xiang clan is finished. It's all over. When Xing Tian said seriously, Xiang Chong, if you don't want the Xiang family to have no successors, go home and find a wife to carry on the family line. Xiang Bing, you two, go home and find a husband and a baby. I don't want to teach students like you two. These words were too harsh. Xiang Bing gasped for breath. For a moment, she even forgot to cry. She said angrily, Teacher one, you've gone too far. It's my own business that I'm not good enough. What does it have to do with my brother? What does it have to do with my family? You still know that you're not good enough? When Xing Tian said mockingly, it looks like you can still be angry? You don't even know how to fight. Why do you have to be angry? Oh, it's because you were beaten up by Li Chenglong on the Longhu list. You've been suffering from the aftereffects ever since? You don't dare to fight anymore? You become a turtle? You've been crippled? That's why you've been defeated in a row. Then why did you come to the Hidden Dragon High School? To be a decoration or a vase? Or a punching bag? Something to boost other people's confidence? When Xing Tian chuckled, what did I say wrong about you? With your mentality, What's the difference between you and a frightened bird or a fish that escaped the net? Do you think you're worthy of being a cultivator? Xiang Chong, who had been ignored on the side, couldn't help but chime in. Little Bing has been working hard to overcome these days. Although she's been defeated many times, she keeps on fighting. But last time, she was really beaten too hard. The psychological trauma can't be eliminated in a short period of time. As he said this, he couldn't help but glare fiercely at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong, on the other hand, scratched his head in confusion. Xiang Bing's current state was actually because of me, but I'm innocent. How can you blame me for this? When Xing Tian narrowed his eyes and said, psychological trauma? Good reason, what a strong reason. Unfortunately, this reason doesn't work on me. I don't care which family you're from. I don't care what kind of background you have. I don't care what kind of illness you have. I'll give you the last 3 days. He extended 3 fingers. If you can't overcome the so-called psychological trauma, you can either get lost or leave my class. Now the rankings are fixed. Xiang Bing is ranked last. No one else is allowed to take the initiative to challenge Xiang Bing. When Xing Tian then took the roster and crossed out Xiang Bing's name, he said coldly, 3 days. If you still can't change the situation, then you're already crossed out. Also, when I call your name, take a step forward. People like you who practice family martial arts have no future. In the afternoon, go to the Pavilion of Martial Arts and choose martial arts that are truly compatible with you. As he said this, when Xing Tian called out 7 names in a row, he also clearly explained why they couldn't practice family martial arts. Everyone was sincerely convinced, and full of admiration. A teacher was a teacher. After all, he was a God-reigning cultivator. His eyesight, knowledge, and experience were at an advanced level. He hit the nail on the head. Li Chenglong, there's no problem with your martial arts, but your foundation is lacking. Chapter 383. The reason was simple. School had just started. What was the point of chasing after someone to fight? He could deal with you once, but after that, there would be no reason for him to do so. The outcome of the previous battle in the arena was already clear. What was the point of chasing after him so relentlessly? Wasn't it because the Xiang family couldn't afford to lose and had no sense of shame? Although Xiang Bing knew that fighting with Li Chenglong was the best way to heal her heart, she didn't dare to put it into action, because doing so would likely backfire. If she didn't do well, she would be expelled directly. Now, with Xing Tian's direct arrangement, it was exactly what she wanted. Li Chenglong felt wronged at this moment. His eyes widened and his face was full of grievance. Why? Me again? Why? I've already fought more than 20 battles today. Why do I have to fight with this woman again? What is this? So Xiao Duo stood up and said, Oh, I thought it was a big deal. Isn't it just a fight? Besides, who doesn't get beaten up in a fight between martial artists? Whether it's a life and death battle or an arena battle, who cares if you're a girl? If you still have tender feelings for the fairer sex in this kind of situation, you'll only die faster. A bunch of single dogs always have tender feelings for other people's wives. If he doesn't die, who will? People always say that men and women are equal. Why don't they say it here? So Xiao Duo waved at Li Chenglong. Don't worry about the swelling. It's a simple matter. You'll be scared after 1 round of beating. Maybe you'll still be scared after 3 rounds. But you'll get used to it after 30 rounds. You two decide how many rounds you want to fight first. Let's say the number first. The one with the most number wins. Come, let's bet. I bet that Li Chenglong will win. You can team up with 34 people to bully me. I don't care if you all bet on Xiang Bing. School has just started, and as the class monitor, I'll just take it as giving money to my classmates. You don't have to feel embarrassed. Come and win my money. I said that I'm collecting money for myself, but I'm just saying. It's okay to say that I'm giving money away. The corners of Xing Tian's mouth twitched, and he felt his hands itch again. The first few sentences of this fellow were still somewhat decent, But the last part was clearly a new level of despicableness. How despicable? Xiang Chong and the others left with a look of disdain. You actually have the face to be the banker. This kind of obvious victory and defeat. They actually want to scam money? Although everyone who was able to come here was rich, but that I won't give you a single cent. Sure enough, amassing wealth was the second most important. He could even talk about amassing wealth at such a crucial moment. Simply, after that, everyone went to the start of term ceremony. 7 out of 8 vice principals were present, and the background music was very majestic and impassioned. He recounted the deeds of the Hidden Dragon High School's predecessors and the glorious achievements of the outstanding students. Then, he began to encourage them. Xiao Duo, on the other hand, had fallen asleep while standing below. He was sleeping soundly. It wasn't until the meeting was over that he was woken up by Li Chenglong's slap. Everyone went to collect their martial arts suits. Each person received a total of 10 sets, from inside to outside, from top to bottom. Hidden Dragon High School wasn't stingy in this aspect at all, but the style of the suits was really retro. After putting it on, everyone's white clothes fluttered in the wind. The men were handsome and confident, and the women were valiant and heroic. Xiao Duo and Li Chenglong didn't wear it, because the two of them still had to face challenges. Xiao Duo, who was originally unchallenged, was now directly facing the siege of 6 people from Uehara Garrison High School. Li Chenglong and Xiang Bing were fighting in a circle, punching and kicking each other, every punch hitting flesh. When Xiang Bing was fighting with Li Chenglong, she was no longer as timid as before. She was completely unrestrained, and every move was powerful and heavy. She attacked with an almost suicidal attitude. I've lost face to you, so I'll get it back on you. Therefore, the atmosphere of Li Chenglong and Xiang Bing's battle was even more intense than Zhua Xiaoduo's 1 against 6. Only a dull thud like a drum could be heard. After a while, both of their faces were bruised and swollen, and they were beyond recognition. But even if Xiang Bing had recovered and displayed her full strength, it was a pity that Li Chenglong had been beaten up by Zhua Xiaoduo almost every day after the competition ended. Moreover, he had been training in close proximity with Zhua Xiaoduo. So, in addition to his ability to withstand beatings, his cultivation had improved much faster than Xiang Bing's. Now that they were fighting, Li Chenglong had a huge advantage. Both sides were riding on a tiger, and the leader didn't hold back. He grabbed Xiang Bing's hair and mercilessly beat her up again until her head was bleeding and she couldn't get up. Only then did he win the match. Crazy woman. Li Chenglong touched his scalp with lingering fear. Luckily, I have a crew cut. Otherwise, I would have gone bald from this battle alone. 2 of you send Xiang Bing into the nourishment cabin. When Xing Tian didn't even blink. After 20 minutes, bring her out and continue the battle. Yes. When Li Chenglong heard about the nourishment cabin, he was instantly energized. Teacher, what about me? Can I also go into the nourishment cabin? You? You don't have to. What you need to do now is to carefully recall how many punches and kicks you shouldn't have endured in the battle just now. Your current cultivation is undoubtedly higher than Xiang Bing's, but when it comes to punches and kicks and the meticulous use of moves, you're still far from her. Xiang Bing was defeated by you, and to a large extent, she fell into the battle atmosphere that you're good at, based on the way the two of you fought, where every punch hit the flesh and purely relied on your physical body to take it. Naturally, the one with the higher cultivation and stronger resistance would win. But when it comes to techniques, you're still not good enough. When Xing Tian looked over, 6 people against 1 person, but they were still being beaten back by Zhua Xiaoduo. Go and help him. Go and fight Zhua Xiaoduo. I'll let you experience the other battle atmosphere. Li Chenglong was stunned. So, not only did I not get the treatment of entering the nourishment cabin, but I also have to fight with the boss. After a while, when Xing Tian issued another order, everyone attack together and surround Zhua Xiaoduo. Let me tell you, if you can't defeat Zhua Xiaoduo today, everyone will have 10 credits deducted. Credits. When they heard these two words, the eyes of all the students instantly turned red. After a night of understanding, everyone finally understood how precious credits were. When they went out for training, an embryonic breathing realm star beast's inner core couldn't be exchanged for a single credit. Even if all the fur, teeth, inner core, and bones were added together, it still couldn't be exchanged for a single credit. A normal 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine could only be exchanged for a single credit with 10 stocks added together. Even if it was a very rare one, it was only worth a single credit. However, credits were spent very quickly. For example, a meal would cost quite a lot. 1 credit could buy 5 steamed buns, a dish, or even a bowl of soup, not to mention medicinal pills and nourishment cabins. After the first month, going to the nourishment cabins for treatment of serious injuries also required credits. Firstly, the injuries had to be serious enough. Secondly, the credits had to be sufficient. 10 credits for 1 minute. Just imagine, it was deadly. The school had heaven, earth, black, and yellow level cultivation methods. Saber techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, body techniques, and internal and external cultivation methods were all available. The yellow-level martial arts techniques were very considerate and freely shared for free. However, from the black level onwards, 100 credits could only be rented for an hour to browse the secret manuals. Can't remember? Then give me another 100 credits to continue browsing. For the earth level, the starting point was 1,000 credits. For the heaven level martial arts, the starting point was 5,000 credits. Don't think that just because you paid the school fees and came here, you could casually enjoy everything for free. The truth of reality would make you doubt your life. The limit of credits would make it even harder for you to take a single step. Even in your dreams, it was so bleak. In the beginning, in order to attract Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong to come to Hidden Dragon High School, the conditions offered were 1,000 credits for Zhuo Xiaoduo and 500 credits for Li Chenglong. Both of them felt that it was quite a lot. However, when they actually came to Hidden Dragon High School, they realized that they were playing with idiots. What could they do with this little amount of credits? In terms of difficulty, 1,000 credits was indeed not a small amount. However, when it came to currency, this little amount of credits could be spent in minutes. Now that they had just entered the school, everyone's hands were empty. Most of them didn't even have a single credit. It was difficult for him to fight alone. Immediately, he was firmly suppressed by more than 30 people and was completely at a disadvantage. Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a long howl and rushed into the sky with only a pair of underwear on his body. His clothes had already been torn to shreds. Then, Meng Zhongjun and Xiang Chong followed closely behind. The two of them roared, and each of them grabbed one of Zhuo Xiaoduo's thighs and dragged him up with all their might. Li Chenglong flew up and slammed into Zhuo Xiaoduo's chest like a cannonball. Pai Yibao mustered all his strength and appeared behind Zhuo Xiaoduo in an instant, kicking his but a dozen times. Ouch! Zhuo Xiaoduo had just shaken off Xiang Chong and Meng Zhongjun when he was once again surrounded by a sea of people. It's already been an hour. When Xingtian looked at his watch again, there was admiration and surprise in his eyes. This guy could still hold on? Whether it was his tenacity, perseverance, or fighting spirit, any one of them was worthy of praise. It'll be lunchtime in 5 minutes. If we still can't defeat Zhuo Xiaoduo, we'll take it that the rest of us have lost. When Xingtian said coldly, 35 people ganging up on one person and we still can't win. Shameful, lousy, inhumane. As soon as he finished speaking, the 35 people's joint attack became more and more explosive. In an instant, Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes, nose, ears, head, mouth, chest, shoulders, thighs, lower abdomen, and lower back were all hit. However, His two legs were like pillars that supported the heavens as he stood on the ground. As he fought with all his might, heat waves rolled all over his body like a small sun. The heat was still increasing bit by bit, causing everyone around him to feel suffocated. Xiang Chong and the rest were more and more impressed as they fought. He could actually hold on until now, when 35 of them were fighting him alone. They really didn't know what the other party's body was made of. He had obviously taken more than 1,000 hits, but he was still so lively. Finally, the anxious Jia Kuang jumped up and used his own body as a weapon, forcefully crashing over. On the other side, Xiang Chong launched an extremely fierce attack, risking his life to exchange 3 punches with Zhuo Duo. He was defeated and rolled over, but Meng Zhangjun took advantage of the gap and kicked Zhuo Xiaoduo's thigh more than 30 times with all his might. After being kicked so many times, Zhuo Xiaoduo finally lost his balance and staggered. Because of this, his lower body's defense also revealed a flaw. Li Chenglong let out a strange cry and slid across the ground. With a lightning-fast kick, he flew up. Upside-down golden hook. Hit the target. Ouch! Xiaoduo's face was twisted as he covered his crotch and clamped his legs with all his might, clamping down on Li Chenglong. With a muffled groan, Li Chenglong's eyes bulged, and he almost peed that, however, Zhuo Xiaoduo had exposed his weakness in order to deal with Li Chenglong's surprise attack. The other students swarmed over and attacked him together, using their dirty hands. Puff, 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 puff. The poor class rep was hit all over his body. Finally, he collapsed like a wooden pillar and fell to the ground. This battle was finally over. Zhuo Xiaoduo lost. He was beaten up badly and was naturally sent into the nutrition cabin. Li Chenglong was clamped by Zhuo Xiaoduo's legs, breaking a few bones, and was also sent into the nutrition cabin. There were 4 or 5 students who were also breathing heavily. There were more than 10 whose bones were damaged to a certain extent. They were all sent into the nutrition cabin. The teacher who was in charge of the nutrition cabin was heartbroken. Master Wen was still the same as before when he started teaching again. No, he was even more brutal than before, much more brutal. He taught a total of 36 students. On the first day of teaching, the nutrition cabin was used more than 50 times. Some of them were sent in repeatedly. They were probably sent in after being beaten until they were crippled, then sent in again after they recovered. Ferocious, this was too ferocious. The students were all in the nutrition cabin. The only ones who were not in the nutrition cabin were the 9 people in front of Wen Xingtian. After this group of people left the battle, they all sat on the ground as if they had collapsed. They were panting heavily, unable to continue. I have to admit this class rep Zhuo is really awesome. At first, I thought he was just pretending to be awesome because he was the champion of the Longhu ranking competition. I didn't expect him to be so awesome. One of them was panting. I felt that every punch and kick I landed on his body was more like hitting the rock of astral souls. The strength of his bones, oh my God, it's too awesome. 35 students who entered the school at the same time fought against another one. They actually took turns to go into the nutrition cabin a few times before they managed to defeat him. Although he had won, the admiration in the eyes of the students could not be faked. It could not be faked. After this battle, Zhuo Xiaoduo had become the idol of many people. When Xingtian had his hands behind his back as he muttered to himself, the assistant was taking notes at the side with a notebook. Zhuo Xiaoduo, in the first class battle, fought 35 students alone. He beat more than 20 students until they could not continue fighting and could only enter the nutrition cabin. Among them, 4 of them entered the nutrition cabin twice. Inferring from this, Zhuo Xiaoduo has the amazing ability to crush 35 students to death with his fists, which is far beyond his peers. Such tyrannical ability has far exceeded the limits of the innate realm and even the limits of the embryonic breathing realm. The vice principal Xiang you're talking about is my great-grandfather. Xiang Bing looked at Li Chenglong strangely. She had thought that this idiot already knew. Now, it seemed that not only did he not know, he couldn't even guess it. What a pig's brain. I've rested enough. Let's fight again. Xiang Bing jumped up like a carp and got into a fighting stance. Actually, Xiang Bing's mental illness was cured in less than 2 days. However, it was fate that she was able to fight with Li Chenglong, who was second only to Zhuo Xiaoduo. According to the current class ranking, Xiang Bing wasn't qualified to challenge Li Chenglong. Following this, Xiang Bing's fighting style had returned to normal. She was even more valiant than before. This also made Li Chenglong come to a conclusion. This girl was purely asking for a beating. Because of this sudden realization, even if Xiang Bing's state had recovered, even if he knew that she was Vice Principal Xiang's great-granddaughter, Li Chenglong still wouldn't show mercy when they fought together. While the two were fighting, Xiang Chong walked over from the side with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His tall body was still tall and straight, but his face was swollen beyond recognition. It really ruined his image and ruined everything. Seeing Li Chenglong and his sister fighting hand-to-hand, the muscles on Xiang Chong's face twitched, and his eyes inexplicably showed a strange look. Still fighting, she watched as Li Chenglong mercilessly punched Xiang Bing's face, causing blood to spurt out from her nose. The outcome of the battle was already clear, but he still jumped up and kicked his younger sister's butt, sending her flying more than 20 meters away. Xiang Chong only had one word in his heart. Convinced. This guy really deserves to be the leader of the Iron God sect. My sister is known as one of the 3 beauties in Fenghai City, but you actually beat her up like this, and you beat her up more than 10 times a day, without any scruples and without restraint. Not only can the pure young power of this cultivation method maintain the growth of the vanilla orchid, but it can even benefit the vanilla orchid. This is amazing. Xiang Bing immediately jumped up. Where's the class monitor? Let's go find him now. Li Chenglong coughed and smiled bitterly. Well, you have to be mentally prepared. Our class monitor said that the aspect is the most important, wealth is the second, and cultivation is the last. It's not just for show. That's not a problem. Xiang Chong waved his hand. Don't worry. No matter the price, we're willing to pay. Cough, cough. Li Chenglong hesitated for a moment and said, Then let's go there now and check the condition of the vanilla orchid. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already returned to the villa. For the past 3 days, classes had not officially started. As a result, it was very boring for him to stay in the school. Everyone was fighting in full swing, however, no one showed any interest in Zhuo Xiaoduo. Ever since that day, when he had single-handedly taken on 35 players, they had started worshipping him. No one came to challenge him anymore. This situation made Master Zhuo very lonely. Walking in the villa's courtyard, he thought about where he could practice his hammering skills. However, when he thought about his current situation, he could not help but recite a poem. A pair of iron fists broke 1,000 mountains. A treasured sword hung at my waist, breaking through the hidden dragon. Only then did I know that it's lonely at the top. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Thank you. Since it was already like this, there was no harm in directly interacting with him. Xiao Duo, are you satisfied with this house? Yi Chongqing said with a smile as he stroked his beard. It's really a good place to live. It's spacious, bright, and wonderful. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of excitement. This is the first time I've lived in such a big house. Li Chenglong and I live on 1 floor each, and there are 3 toilets on each floor. It's really too extravagant. I poop in one, pee in another, and haven't even thought of what to do with the third. Ugh. Yi Chongqing almost coughed because of this magnificent declaration. What kind of person was this kid? What kind of weird brain circuit did he have to be able to say something like this? Is there anything you're not satisfied with? Enchanting looked at this guy from the corner of his eyes. They were both old fogies. Xiaoduo mentioned the toilets, but didn't mention anything else, so there must be something that this kid didn't like. There are some things I'm not satisfied with. Xiaoduo carefully observed the face of the principal of Hidden Dragon High School in front of him. It wasn't the kind of square face that was full of righteousness. Instead, it was a thin face with a sharp chin and double eyelids. He looked like an old scholar. An old scholar? That's probably how it felt. Sun Sun was elegant, with long eyebrows fluttering in the wind. His complexion was fair, his eyes were gentle, his hair was white, and he had 3 strands of gray beard. It wasn't long, but it gave people the feeling that he was elegant and refined. His face was square, and his eyes were clear. Looking at his complexion, he was very decent. Using the qi reading technique to look at him, he was also full of vigor. To sum it up, the person in front of him was at least not a bad person. Xiaoduo was still cautious. He chuckled and said, I didn't expect to come to school with such good conditions. A standalone villa, huh? It's too good. It directly showed the closeness of their relationship. It was also this Uncle Nan that dispelled Yi Changqing's worries. I can even help you deal with the hidden training grounds. Yi Changqing seemed to have made an important decision. He looked sharply at Xiaoduo and said, But I need to know what kind of secret technique you're going to practice. As he spoke, Yi Changqing waved his hand. Xiaoduo only felt his vision suddenly darken and then brighten. When he focused his eyes and looked around, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. It was an extremely large space, but it was completely desolate. He felt as if he had suddenly arrived at a vast and uninhabited place. There was no wind, no clouds, no stars, and no moon. All he could see was a faint light. Fortunately, Yi Changqing was still standing in front of Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo said, In this place, other than me, no one else can see what you don't want others to know. Now, let me see your concealment methods. Xiaoduo fell into a short silence. He was considering whether he could trust Yi Changqing now. But when he thought of He Yuanyue's email, Xiaoduo immediately dispelled his doubts. If he was worthy of He Yuanyue's trust, then he must be worthy of his trust. What I want to practice is this. Xiaoduo waved his hand, and 2 sledgehammers appeared in his hands. The 99 Kitty Hammer. When he took out a pair of sledgehammers that were half the size of a water tank, the visual impact on Yi Changqing was huge. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 2 sledgehammers had already separated him from Xiaoduo. With just a glance, Yi Changqing's expression changed. How heavy are these 2 guys? Yi Changqing asked cautiously. 9,999 jin for one. Xiaoduo said. So heavy. Yi Changqing blurted out in shock. If they were ordinary metals, even if they were this big, they wouldn't be so heavy. He reached out and took one of the sledgehammers. Even though he was on guard, he still felt the weight in his hand. But at his level of strength, under the premise that he was prepared, he didn't care about the weight of 5,000 kilograms. He fiddled with it casually, turning it in a circle in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he turned it 2 more times. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. This is 1,000 illusion gold and heavenly witch copper? He looked it up and down carefully, then tapped the sledgehammer's surface with his finger. He felt that something was wrong, so he tapped it again. Finally, his expression changed. The sledgehammer's surface is indestructible iron. Zhuo couldn't help but admire him. Principal, you're really knowledgeable and have a good memory. Wu Taijiang and Zhuo Changlu had both said that after these materials were disguised, very few people on the continent could recognize them. But now, Yi Changqing had recognized them. Yi Changqing looked at Zhuo with a complicated gaze. He said softly, "In the entire continent, there are no more than 10 people who can take out so much 1,000 illusion gold at once. However, to my knowledge, there's only one person in the world who can fuse the 1,000 illusion gold, the heavenly witch copper, and the indestructible iron together so seamlessly." Yi Changqing's eyes were serious. He floated up and said calmly, "It's fate that brought us together. Now, use all your strength and this pair of sledgehammers to attack me." Zhuo replied, "Okay." He hadn't practiced for a few days, so his hands were itching. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhuo knew that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do anything to the principal in front of him. Although the principal looked like an old pedant, he was definitely an earth-shattering expert. Zhuo really didn't have any scruples. He was just trying out his moves. "If that's the case, I won't hold back, Principal." Zhuo waved his hands, and 2 sledgehammers appeared in his hands. He looked like a completely different person from before. Under Yi Changqing's surprised gaze, Zhuo took the sledgehammers and retreated quietly. He floated about 3 meters away. The sledgehammer in his left hand pointed to the sky, and the sledgehammer in his right hand pointed to the ground. He struck a strange pose. Then, the sledgehammer in his right hand suddenly made a whooshing sound and smashed down like a mountain. The sledgehammer in his left hand followed closely behind like a whirlwind. The sledgehammers followed closely one after the other. Before the sledgehammers landed, a strong gust of wind blew and its power increased by several times. Yi Changqing's pupils shrank. His body suddenly floated in the air and he didn't dodge. He lightly patted the sledgehammer's head with his palm. This collision wasn't fake, but there wasn't much noise. There was only a soft bang, and the momentum of the sledgehammer in his right hand was extinguished. Yi Changqing had shown his amazing strength from the start of the fight. The sledgehammer had always been the heaviest weapon among the heavy weapons. It was the best choice to defeat 10 people with brute force. Even other types of heavy weapons couldn't compete with it head-on, not to mention facing it head-on with bare hands. It was hard to imagine how one could eliminate the sledgehammer's power with one palm. But Principal Yi did it, and he did it so easily. However, Zhuo's hammering skills were not limited to this. The moment the huge force of the right hammer was dissipated by Principal Ye's palm, there was still a follow-up. The hammer that seemed to have lost its momentum suddenly spun and shook rapidly. It actually produced a strange force of its own. Together with the left hammer that arrived a moment later, the 2 hammers joined forces and crashed down. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Changqing took 36 sledgehammers in a row. Chapter 388. This little bastard. Yi Changqing smiled helplessly. Suddenly, he flashed forward and grabbed one of the big hammers with each of his hands, producing an unimaginably strong suction force. No matter how Zhuo tried to move, the 2 hammers were still firmly held in Yi Changqing's hands, unable to escape. Just like that, he controlled Zhuo's inertia and made it spin for a total of 10 rounds before finally stopping. Zhuo held his shoulder and said with a pained expression, "It's too damn heavy." Yi Changqing was speechless for a while. What a weirdo! A high-level, innate realm practitioner using heavy weapons that even the primordial elixir realm practitioners might not be able to use, yet he said that it was too heavy in the end. Then, he took a closer look and realized that his shoulder was indeed a little swollen. Yi Changqing was speechless about this fact. When this brat forged the 2 hammers just now, he definitely couldn't lift them. However, The combat power that Zhuo could unleash now shocked Yi Changqing. According to Yi Changqing's judgment, Zhuo's first hammer could probably kill a beginning-level embryonic breathing realm practitioner, but that was about it. However, the last hammer, even if it was an ordinary nascent soul transformation realm practitioner, the ordinary here referred to those who had broken through all the way to the beginning-level nascent soul transformation realm practitioners without experiencing any true vitality agitation or suppression, that most likely they wouldn't be able to take it. Even if they used weapons, there was still a high chance that they wouldn't be able to take it. So, Xiaoduo's current cultivation realm was only at the high-level innate realm. Not even at the pinnacle of the innate realm, half a step into the embryonic breathing realm. Even though Yi Changqing had lived for so long, this was the first time he had seen such a freak. This was truly a case of absolute strength defeating all martial arts, a pure suppression of strength. It was a way of fighting that was so overbearing that it was completely unreasonable. Not bad at all. Yi Changqing sighed softly. His sigh was mixed with an indescribable regret. This brow was really too outstanding and too freakish. But because of this, his original plan was doomed to fail. Minister Nen had already given Zhuo the Flaming Sun Sutra. How could he allow Zhuo to take another person as his master? There was no need to even think about it. Elder Nan gave him the cultivation technique. Wu Taijiang forged the hammer. And there was also the sword that was claimed to be given by Marshal Dongfang. Yi Changqing felt like 10,000 divine beasts were galloping in his heart. What the fuck? Are these guys trying to suppress me? What a pity. What a pity. But this child, what was his background? The old principal of Phoenix City's second high school, He Yuanyue, had repeatedly said that this kid did not have anyone behind him, and his family background was even more ordinary. His father was a small businessman, and his mother was a part-time housewife in finance. Now, Yi Changqing was skeptical of this statement. If that was the case, then where did he get these opportunities from? How could he gain the favor of so many great figures? This wasn't right, just because he was a genius. However, there were so many geniuses in this continent. Why didn't the other geniuses receive such treatment? Yi Changqing wanted to ask, but after thinking for a while, he did not dare to ask, because Xiaoduo's surname was too big. It was so big that he did not dare to ask about it. If it was just a simple surname, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if one combined the Southern Chief's Flaming Sun Manual, Wu Tiejiang's hammer, and Great General Dongfang's sword, the significance of this surname would be a little scary. It would be fine if it was not, but if he asked if it was really what he imagined, then it would be tantamount to taking a huge trouble into his arms. The kind of trouble that could peel off his skin if he scratched it. He could not even push it away. I won't ask. I don't know anything. I'll just treat Xiaoduo as an ordinary student. Okay. If anything happens, you can't blame me. Who asked you to not tell me earlier? If you didn't tell me, how would I know? I would only know if you told me. Who asked you to not tell me earlier? Xiaoduo, your strength is really very good. I'm very happy. Yi Changqing smiled with relief and said, in that case, this thing is not in vain to give it to you. Put away the hammer. Xiaoduo had just put away the hammer when he felt his vision blur and he was back on the grass in front of the villa. Yi Changqing was still sitting on the chair in front of him, as if he had not moved at all. Then, Yi Changqing took out a palm-sized black thing from his arms. It looked like an iron tower. At first glance, the workmanship was very rough. There were some bumps on the surface. In short, it was not very exquisite. Ever since I got my hands on this thing, I've never stopped using it. It was not until I broke through a new realm that But before I give this thing to you, I hope you can promise me one thing. Yi Changqing said very reluctantly. What kind of treasure is this? Xiaoduo was a little disgusted by this thing. The reason was simple and crude. It was too ugly. Well, this was probably one of Xiaoduo's weaknesses. He liked beautiful things very much, but he would have an inexplicable, unfriendly impression of those ugly things. Of course, most people had this kind of feeling. The first impression was always very important. This thing, Back then, all the space masters on the continent gathered together. The semi-finished small towers that were preserved had a common name, the Annihilation Tower. As long as Great Witch Dan Kong is alive, this hatred will last forever. This one in my hand is called the Annihilation Tower number 7. Yi Changqing sighed softly. Strictly speaking, this tower is not very useful because it is just a relatively stable space. Although there is air, there is no spiritual energy, and it has nothing to do with time. At most, it is just a quiet place. It can even be said that it is a large storage space that can accommodate living things. If you want to cultivate in here, you have to bring your own jade of astral souls or spiritual medicine in here. You can't even break through in here because you need the spiritual energy tide between heaven and earth. But this is still a treasure that is worth cherishing, because on top of it there is the blood of all the space powerhouses and space scientists in the continent. It is also the proof of the blood feud between the Astral Souls continent and the Umno Alliance. Yi Changqing's eyes were complicated. He gently stroked the Annihilation Tower and finally reached out his hand. All this time, I thought the same as you. When I wanted to calm down and study techniques, I would enter this Annihilation Tower. But now I don't need it anymore. That today is the third watch. I have to accompany my wife to my mother-in-law's house. Tomorrow, I will try my best to make up for it. Cough, I beg for monthly votes. When it came to the specific matters of guiding the entire Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Changqing despised those people to the point of dregs. They were simply a bunch of useless people. But when it came to conspiracies, alliances, power struggles, and political compromises, even an old fox like Yi Changqing would have to bow his head and concede defeat. That was a group of experts in this field. Yes, perhaps they were experts in this field. Since then, the Hidden Dragon High School had directly sunk into endless internal strife and chaos. Until now, they had almost fallen out of the top 3 high schools. If it were not for Yi Changqing's strong support and forcefully standing up to protect the core teaching staff, most of whom were personally trained by Yi Changqing and had deep feeling for the Hidden Dragon High School, that perhaps the Hidden Dragon High School would have already collapsed. But even so, the teachers were still full of complaints. If it were not for the fact that they had too much effort in the Hidden Dragon High School and too many feelings that they could not bear to part with, they would have already resigned and left. Yi Changqing let out a long sigh. Until now, his heart was still in an intermittent state of poor health. The internal problems of the Hidden Dragon High School had already become a chronic disease, deeply rooted. Unfortunately, he, who was once known as an arbitrary vice principal, was powerless to change anything. Almost all of the vice principals who had been promoted by the school had been pulled over. The other vice principals who had been promoted out of nowhere all had a pile of connections behind them. Their roots were intertwined and their connections were tangled and complicated. It is indeed beyond cure. Yi Changqing raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "You can actually see the traces of Xiaozhuan. Not bad. There are not many young people who are as knowledgeable as you in martial arts nowadays." So Xiao Duo smiled and said, "Principal, You might not have seen my resume. I was in the martial disciple class for a total of 5 years. During that time, other than tormenting myself as if my life depended on it, I really did learn a lot of random things. On the contrary, I have less knowledge about martial arts. Enchanting smiled faintly. He thought to himself, I didn't study your resume. I can almost recite it backwards for you. However, if you look at the word kill in Xiaozhuan, especially the part that is higher on the right side, in terms of appearance, there seems to be a hint of the word dragon in it. So Xiaoduo reached out and wiped the word on the ground. Instantly, the whole word became blurry. At a glance, it really did look like the word dragon. This unintentional act of mine has turned into a hidden dragon of killing aura. So Xiaoduo said with uncertainty. Principal, I just said it in terms of the word, nothing else. From a more profound point of view, this word has the aura of a dragon. When the Real Dragon rises, the world will be in chaos. Blood will flow for thousands of miles, and corpses will pile up like mountains. However, the word kill has a hidden meaning. It is a bit far-fetched to say that it has the aura of a dragon. As for me, I wiped it because of fate. However, this seems to be more in line with the name of our Hidden Dragon High School. It is a different approach to achieve the same result. The name of the school? Yi Changqing frowned. Hidden Dragon? Yes. So Xiaoduo said the so-called Hidden Dragon, as the name suggests, is a hidden dragon. A hidden dragon, even if its existence is known, it cannot be seen or touched. Before the hidden dragon rises into the abyss, it is in a state of sleep. Principal, the word kill you wrote, is it not the hidden dragon that rises into the abyss after the massacre? This is also the first time I have seen it extend from a word to another word. So what Xiaoduo said with uncertainty. But the murderous aura is awe-inspiring, triggering the shape of a dragon. This point is not false. Principal, may I ask if the terrain of our Hidden Dragon High School is built on top of a dragon vein? Yi Changqing was stunned. Dragon vein? It shouldn't be. Our Fenghai City is the ancient capital of the 8 dynasties. According to legend, 8 dragon veins converged at that time to form the current atmosphere of Fenghai City. However, the 8 dragon veins are not in the area where the Hidden Dragon High School campus is located. In fact, the seniors who first established this school had only built a small school that was not famous. Later, it slowly expanded and gradually grew stronger. At that time, regardless of qualifications or connections, it was absolutely not qualified to be built on top of a dragon vein. Yi Changqing thought deeply for a long time before speaking with certainty. That's not right. So Xiaoduo frowned and said, the dragon mark is hidden and real. How could the school site not be built on top of a dragon vein? He looked up and said, Principal, shall we go up to the sky and take a look? Yi Changqing's eyes shot out a strange light. You also know the Qi viewing technique. A little. So Xiaoduo was a little proud. He pursed his lips and said, didn't the old principal mention it to you? I am a successor of her Qi viewing technique. Yi Changqing once again fell into a state of speechlessness. If you're like this, you might as well proudly brag a little. Let me get used to it. Good. Let's go up to the sky and take a look. Yi Changqing actually did not have any thoughts or even hopes about this. The Hidden Dragon High School was one of the 3 high schools of martial arts on the continent. In the past, who knew how many Qi viewing scholars had come to look at the feng shui and Qi? If the Hidden Dragon High School was built on top of a dragon vein, it would have been seen long ago. Why wait until now? Even if you're the successor of He Yuanyue, so what? Can you make something out of nothing? At this time, the sun was setting in the west. Between heaven and earth, there was a little hazy. Only the last ray of light was about to pass away. In the distance, Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing were walking over here. But Yi Changqing and Zhuo Xiaoduo did not pay attention to them. Yi Changqing grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand. Without making a move, they had already soared into the sky, and in an instant, they were hundreds of meters above the ground. Is it enough? Not enough. Principal, please find the north, south, west, and east direction, and then fly 1,000 meters up in the north direction and directly fly out of Fenghai City. High up in the north, look down from above and see the full view of Fenghai City. Only then can you determine where the Dragon Vein is located. Yi Changqing felt more and more that this kid might really have some skills. Hearing this, he did not hesitate and flew up with Zhuo Xiaoduo. A moment later, high up in the sky, Zhuo Xiaoduo was almost stunned by the scenery of Fenghai City. Too magnificent, too spectacular. The area of Fenghai City was at least 20 times larger than the small border city of Phoenix City. People were densely packed, and the scenery was myriad. At this very high altitude, one could see the extreme prosperity and magnificence. Waves of clear air floated across the sky. This was a sign of the dense population and the flourishing of talents. And the entire Fenghai City was gathered together. The mountains, rivers, and cities rose and fell in a picturesque disorder. As far as the eye could see, in the eyes of the Qi watchers, there were roaring dragons that soared into the sky from time to time. Dragon-shaped phenomena of thousands and tens of thousands of feet long meandered on the ground and intertwined in the sky. 4 vertical and 4 horizontal. A total of 8 dragon veins. The ancient capital of the 8 dynasties, the 8 veins crisscrossing. There's no mistake. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the full view of Fenghai City and pointed. That should be the ancient capital royal city. At such a distance, at such a high altitude, even Yi Changqing, with his profound cultivation, could only see the general picture. He could not see the details very clearly. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not see anything at all. But what surprised Yi Changqing was that Zhuo Xiaoduo's pointing was not off in the general direction. That's right. Over there is the place where the dragon qi of Fenghai is the most abundant. Zhuo Xiaoduo praised. The ancients are full of experts. The chosen location is the place where the dragon qi is gathered and spiraled. The momentum is soaring but not overbearing. It is also the place where the heaven and earth meet and the yin and yang meet. It is the easiest place to gather the power of the heaven and earth and transform it into the emperor's qi. It's really amazing. It is indeed amazing. Yi Changqing admitted this point very much. It is said that this is an old site left behind during the dynasty. Later, after the world changed and the continent was overturned, it was rebuilt. Although the geographical location and appearance didn't change, many of the materials used to build it are very different from the original site. After all, at that time, the Qi watchers could not cultivate and could not observe from the sky. They could only measure from the ground, but they could still do it so accurately. They are indeed extraordinary people. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.